Inside a mountain cave dwelling, an old man's turbid eyes grew somewhat unfocused. He stretched out his hand and murmured, "I fear my time is at an end. The path ahead you must walk on your own." Yuan hurried to his aged father's side and grasped his hand. "Father, is there any wish you have yet to fulfill?" Shan shook his head. "There is no wish left unfulfilled. I only hope that in the days to come you can be like me and before your blood and vitality wither continue the Gu family line." Yuan nodded. "Rest assured. When that day comes I will do as you have done." Contentment softened Shan's cloudy gaze, a trace of reminiscence surfacing within. "I only wish I could see your elder brothers and sister one last time before I leave, what a pity." Before his voice could fade completely, Shan's breath ceased. Yuan exhaled softly and laid his father's body flat upon the bed. In life, Shan had valued cultivation aptitude above all else, treating any child without a spiritual root like a stranger. Only on the brink of death did he grow wistful over those offspring he had driven into the mortal world. 30 years ago, Yuan had been reborn as a fetus into this world. At that time there were still 2 elder brothers and 1 elder sister in the family. As he gradually grew up, they were sent one by one into the mundane world by Shan, while he alone remained preserved by the fortune of possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root. This realm was a world of cultivation where there existed an insurmountable divide between cultivators and ordinary mortals. Once cast down into the secular world, a mortal could never return here. It was fated that Shan would never again behold those children he had banished. The place where Yuan lived was called Qinglin Mountain. At its foot stretched tens of thousands of mu of spirit fields. In his youth, Shan had entered Sangchuan sect, and after cultivating to the 3rd level of qi refinement joined the sect's outer gate. Having grown accustomed to seeing fellow disciples perish while seeking fortune on dangerous expeditions, he applied to the sect to become a spirit farmer tending the spirit fields for Sangchuan sect. From Shan's final words, Yuan understood that his father hoped he would come to terms with reality early and not like him wait until his blood and vitality waned before starting a family, thus bequeathing children of limited aptitude inferior even to himself. But he was different. From the moment he had been reborn into this world as a fetus, a cultivation art had existed within his mind known as the Nirvana method. By cultivating this method, one could condense a fetal seal within the body, and at the brink of death, when blood and vitality were exhausted, rely on that seal to undergo nirvanic rebirth. The stronger one's cultivation before nirvana, the greater the enhancement to one's physical aptitude after rebirth. With this method, Yuan was destined not to follow the path of ordinary men, marrying and bearing heirs before his vitality declined. With no woman in his heart, his blade would remain keen and unencumbered. Shan's hopes found no purchase in him. Having chosen an auspicious resting place on Qinglin Mountain, Yuan buried his father Shan. Several familiar spirit farmers who also lived on Qinglin Mountain came to pay their respects. Gazing at the newly erected tombstone, 2 aged elders were filled with sighing emotion. It would not be long before they too, like Shan, would sleep forever among these mountains. Not long after Shan's burial, Yuan settled back into cultivation within his cave dwelling. Outside the cave, Yanlingi, dressed in a blue-gray gown, came seeking him. Her expression was somewhat bashful. After entering the cave, her face flushed as she looked at Yuan. "Senior brother Gu, my father wishes to betroth me to an outer sect disciple named Leah. I do not want to marry him. Could you take me as your wife instead?" Yuan was taken aback. "Why would your father suddenly decide to marry you off?" A complex look crossed Yanlingi's features. "My father saw your father pass away and realized that he himself will not live much longer. Before the end, he wants to find a way out for me. Unlike you, I have not reached the 3rd level of qi refinement nor mastered the minor spirit rain technique, so I have no qualification to continue renting and cultivating spirit fields. I still have a long way to go before the 3rd level, and my father fears he will not live to see that day." Yuan fell silent. He and Yanlingi were akin to childhood sweethearts, having grown up together on Qinglin Mountain. Their aptitudes were the same, both bearing 9th-grade spiritual roots. Shan had spent the first half of his life as a spirit farmer, and upon realizing his prospects in cultivation were bleak, began hoarding resources for his descendants. Yanlingi's father, however, had been forced into spirit farming after sustaining injuries that left him unable to seek fortunes on expeditions. Each year, merely suppressing those injuries consumed a vast amount of resources, leaving him with nothing sufficient to nurture Yanlingi. As a result, her cultivation remained stuck at the 2nd level of qi refinement. To rent spirit fields from Sangchuan sect, the foremost requirement was a cultivation level of at least the 3rd layer of qi refinement and mastery of the minor spirit rain technique. Otherwise, the yield of the fields could not be guaranteed. This was why, once Yanlingi's father sensed his days were numbered, he grew anxious to find a husband for his daughter. Yuan, however, had not saved many spirit stones. All he had were spent on gathering spirit pills for his cultivation. If he were to form a Dao companion bond with Yanlingyi, relying on only 10 mu of rented spirit fields in the future would barely suffice to support the cultivation of 2 people. Moreover, it would expose his secret. If he started a family and had children, how could he simply abandon them in his later years to undergo nirvanic rebirth? With this thought, Gu Yuan shook his head. Junior sister Yan, I am sorry. I still wish to strive further on the path of cultivation and have no intention of marrying. Yanlingyi's face turned pale. She had not expected Gu Yuan to refuse. Biting her lip, she demanded in a trembling voice, why? We both possess 9th grade spiritual roots. In this lifetime, merely reaching the late stage of qi refinement will be exceedingly difficult. If we became Dao companions, we would only need to endure a few bitter years. Once I reach the 3rd level of qi refinement, we could each sustain our own cultivation. Why must you refuse me? Junior sister Yan, I have always regarded you as a younger sister. I am sorry. Gu Yuan did not explain further at this moment. Any explanation would be feeble and hollow. Yanlingyi's eyes reddened. To muster the courage to question him at all had been her greatest effort. Do not regret this in the future. Leaving those words behind, she spun around and departed in a mix of shame and anger. A month later, Gu Yuan received a wedding invitation from Yanlingyi's father. Calmly, he prepared a modest gift and attended the wedding of Li Ye and Yanlingyi. During the banquet, Gu Yuan learned from others that Li Ye intended to leave Zhongshuan's sect and venture into the outside world to establish a cultivation family. For that reason, he sought a Dao companion with spiritual roots to descend the mountain with him. This was the most common path for ordinary cultivators. Li Ye possessed the 6th level of qi refinement and was known as a practical, grounded man, precisely what Yanlingyi's father valued. Sensing Yanlingyi's occasional glances, Gu Yuan found the entire meal exceedingly uncomfortable. Once the dishes had all been served, he ate only a few hurried bites before taking his leave. It was the height of summer and the spirit fields required daily use of the minor spirit rain technique to ensure that the spirit rice received sufficient water. Gu Yuan spent most of the day watering 3 mu of spirit fields. Once the spiritual power within his body was exhausted, he returned to his cave dwelling to sit in meditation and restore it. Thus time passed in quiet monotony until in the blink of an eye the season of spirit rice harvest arrived. Gu Yuan, from 10 mu of spirit fields you harvested 8,500 jin. Deducting the land rent and seed costs for the 10 mu, you have 500 jin of spirit rice remaining. Do you want the grain itself or to exchange it directly for spirit stones? The steward of Zhongshuan sect, his expression tinged with impatience, had already calculated the yield for Gu Yuan. Convert it to spirit stones, Gu Yuan replied. In recent years, as Gu Shan's vitality waned, it was Gu Yuan who had taken charge of the fields. His spiritual power barely sufficed to cast the minor spirit rain technique over 3 mu at a time, so watering all 10 mu required 3 full days, far less efficient than others. Consequently, the yield of his fields had always been on the low side. 500 jin of spirit rice comes to 50 spirit stones, the steward concluded, handing Gu Yuan a slip. Take this to the outer gate to receive your spirit stones. Gu Yuan thanked him, then took the slip to the outer gate of Zhongshuan sect to collect the spirit stones. Afterwards, he exchanged every last one of the 50 spirit stones for 5 bottles of gathering spirit pills. His aptitude was extremely poor. Without the aid of medicinal pills, it was difficult for him to retain any spiritual power while cultivating. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. This year, Yanlingyi's father Yanxiu passed away, and Li Ye brought Yanlingyi back to hold his funeral rites. When he saw Yanlingyi again, she was holding the hand of a young girl, her own belly already visibly pregnant. The innocence that once graced her features was gone. Her entire demeanor had grown much colder and more desolate. After offering his incense and bows before Yanxiu's spirit, Gu Yuan turned and departed without going over to speak to Yanlingyi. One after another, the elder generation of spirit farmers on Qinglin Mountain passed away. Very few like Gu Yuan were able to take over the spiritual fields. No one could guarantee their children would be born with spiritual roots. In that regard, Gu Shan had once been fortunate. Zhongshuan sect reassigned many outer sect disciples to Qinglin Mountain to become new spirit farmers. Not far from Gu Yuan's cave abode, a burly man was vigorously chiseling out a cave, the violent tremors making it impossible for Gu Yuan to cultivate in peace. Gu Yuan stepped out of his cave abode and came to stand before the spot where his new neighbor was planning to carve out a residence. Senior brother, why not spend a few spirit stones to hire the outer sect construction hall to open up a cave for you? Even if you manage to dig this one out, living in it will be dangerous. The man wiped the sweat from his brow. I was swindled, wasn't I? I don't have a single spirit stone left on me. Then his tiger-like eyes rolled toward Gu Yuan. Junior brother, why don't you lend me a few spirit stones? I'll go ask the construction hall to open a cave for me and I won't disturb you any longer. Gu Yuan could not help but chuckle. Senior brother, you think too highly of me. I don't have a single spirit stone on me either. It's hard for everyone, the man sighed. Just bear with it for 2 days. I'll roughly dig out a cave just big enough to live in. I won't be staying here long anyway. Seeing he could not borrow any spirit stones from Gu Yuan, the man stopped talking, turned around and continued chiseling with the iron pick in his hand. Gu Yuan noticed that the man's arms were covered in dense scars. With arms like those, Gu Yuan could not understand why he had come here to be a spirit farmer. Unable to cultivate in his cave abode, Gu Yuan could only go to the spiritual fields to weed and endure for a few days. After several days, he and the man became familiar with each other. Their cave abodes were close and they would inevitably have dealings in the future. The man's name was Hui. The reason he had come to Qinglin Mountain as a spirit farmer was that he had been injured, then spent all his spirit stones on a pile of fake medicines. With no other choice, he came to be a spirit farmer for a single season, nursing his wounds while earning some spirit stones. Hui's cultivation was quite strong. He was a 5th-layer qi refining cultivator. Though he had never planted spiritual rice before, his little spiritual rain technique poured down like a violent storm. Backed by abundant spiritual power, it made the rice in the fields grow with remarkable vigor. Gu Yuan watched with deep envy. The spiritual rain he cast was like fine drizzle and did not last long, nothing like Hui's roaring downpour that fell fiercely unceasing. Senior brother, why is your little spiritual rain technique so much more powerful than when others cast it? Sitting at the head of the field, Gu Yuan patiently asked for guidance. Hui grinned. That's my own secret technique. I can't pass it on to you. Not only the little spiritual rain technique, other spells can also have their power greatly increased by it. Seeing that Hui was unwilling to explain, Gu Yuan did not press the matter. He turned instead to continue teaching him various points of attention in tending the spiritual fields. Being a spirit farmer was indeed safe and carefree, but if the harvest of spiritual rice was poor, one could only eat dust and might even end up owing the sect money. It was far better to be on good terms with someone like Hui than to be at odds with him. With his temperament, he was unlikely to remain a spirit farmer for long. That year, Sangshuan sect dispatched many new spirit farmers to the outer mountains. Most of them had no experience at all. People like Gu Yuan, who had lived here since childhood and were thoroughly familiar with farming, became highly sought after. Each day there was a good meat dish and a fine pot of wine. Gu Yuan almost never went without. Hui always tagged along behind him to share in the food and drink, and bit by bit their relationship grew much closer. Because of this, for more than a month in a row, Gu Yuan spent almost every day in the spiritual fields helping those new spirit farmers by sharing his experience. The spiritual rice in the fields yielded 2 harvests a year. The spring harvest was lower than the autumn one. Hui happened to catch the spring harvest in the end. The 6 mu of spiritual fields he rented produced a return of only a little over 40 spirit stones. This left Hui extremely dejected. He cursed under his breath. They said being a spirit farmer was lucrative. Who would have thought that after toiling for several months I'd only get this paltry harvest? I'd earn more just by hunting 2 demonic beasts. A loss, such a loss. Gu Yuan, holding the 45 spirit stones he had just exchanged, gave a wry smile. Senior brother, who told you that being a spirit farmer makes money? Don't tell me you just watched people when they exchanged their spirit stones. He chuckled. Some spirit farmers have their whole family working the fields while only one goes to report to the sect. The sect calculated long ago how many spirit stones each mu of land can yield. It barely lets people scrape by without interrupting their cultivation. There's no such thing as striking it rich. Hui let out a sigh. I'm done with this spirit farmer business. Whoever wants to do it can do it. My injuries are healed. I'm going back to hunt demonic beasts. Brother, why don't you drop this spirit farmer work and come with me? I guarantee you'll have gathering cheap pills every day to eat, not like now when you can only afford one every 3 to 5 days and still have to pinch and scrape. Gu Yuan shook his head. Senior brother, who don't mock me. Other than the little spiritual rain technique, I don't know any other spells. How could I go with you to hunt demonic beasts? Besides, I've lived here since I was a child. I'm long since used to this life. What's the point of cultivating like this your whole life? Hui simply could not understand Gu Yuan's way of living. Everyone has their own aspirations, each person has their own way of living, Gu Yuan replied. If senior brother who wants to go adventuring in search of opportunities, then I wish you a smooth journey and hope you can reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. At that, Hui gave an embarrassed laugh. Foundation establishment isn't that easy. I'll struggle for a few decades and see. If I really do get the chance to build a foundation, don't worry, I who won't forget you. Thus the two parted ways outside the outer sect of Sangshuan sect. Hui never returned to Qinglin Mountain. The crude cave he had dug out, however, was often visited by wild beasts. Because of that, Gu Yuan set a few traps in the cave Hui had opened. Every few days he could harvest a tasty meal. Life as a spirit farmer was exceedingly monotonous ever since Hui left. Gu Yuan did nothing each day but tend the spiritual fields and cultivate. The fourth layer of qi refining was the threshold for the mid-stage of qi refining, and with Gu Yuan's 9th grade spiritual root aptitude, crossing this threshold was somewhat arduous. After continuously using gathering qi pills to assist his cultivation, his body had developed a resistance to the medicine and the effects grew weaker and weaker. Because of this, Gu Yuan planned that after the next spiritual rice harvest he would have to change to different pills. Otherwise even another 10 years might not be enough for him to break through to the fourth layer of qi refining. Time flashed by like a white colt passing a gap. Another 5 years passed in a blink and Gu Yuan was already 13. One day as he was striving to break through the bottleneck of the fourth layer of qi refining, a miscellaneous duty disciple from the Xuan sect outer gate came to his door. "Are you Gu Yuan, Uncle Gu?" Gu Yuan looked at the visitor, a youth of only 13 or 14, and certain he had never met him, asked, "I am Gu Yuan." "And you are?" The boy's face was tinged with anxiety. "I'm a friend of Gu Xinghe. He said you are his little uncle and told me to seek your help. He's been punished by the steward of the outer sect's miscellaneous duty office and sent to guard graves on Hoyin Mountain. That place is absolutely not somewhere newly inducted disciples like us can survive. Please, Uncle Gu, hurry and save Xinghe." "Little uncle." Gu Yuan murmured to himself, then suddenly recalled that he indeed had 2 elder brothers in the mortal world. Could this Gu Xinghe be the child of my eldest or second brother? Thinking of this, Gu Yuan looked at the young man and asked what exactly happened. The youth's expression was somewhat dim. "After we entered the sect we became outer disciples and worked tirelessly at various menial tasks. However, my Yuan, relying on his cousin's connections in the outer sect, shifted all his responsibilities onto us. We endured this considering it just extra work. But in the past 2 days my Yuan became even more outrageous. Not only did he want us to do his tasks, but he also demanded that we take care of the jobs of his lackeys." Gu Xinghe couldn't hold back and retorted a few times, only to be assigned to guard the tombs on the Backing Mountain by the overseer of the errands. Gu Yuan frowned. Whether it was Ma Yuan with his cousin in the outer sect or the overseer of the errands, neither was someone he could provoke. He was merely a spirit farmer. However, it wasn't a solution to leave his nephew guarding the tomb on the Backing Mountain. With this in mind, Gu Yuan said to the young man, "You go back first. I will find a senior brother in the outer sect who can help resolve this matter." The young man nodded. "Gu Shirshu, I will wait for your good news. I sneaked out, and if they find out I will be beaten again." After the young man left, Gu Yuan also departed from the cave dwelling. Among the entire Zhongxian sect, the only person he could think of who might help him was Hui. Gu Yuan headed towards the outer sect of Zhongxian sect, uncertain if Hui was still in the sect, but he could only take a chance. Following the path north along Qinglin Mountain, Gu Yuan arrived smoothly at Hui's cave dwelling in the outer sect. This cave dwelling was not as hastily constructed as the one in Qinglin Mountain. A warning array was set up in front of the entrance. Gu Yuan gently touched the warning array and a voice came from within the cave. "Who is it?" Hearing Hui's voice, Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was fine within the sect. "Hu Shixiang, it's me, Gu Yuan." Upon hearing Gu Yuan's voice, Hui walked out of the cave. "Gu Shidi, what brings you here?" Hui's face revealed a hearty smile. "Hu Shixiang, my nephew has been assigned to guard the tomb on the Backing Mountain by the overseer of the errands. I wonder if you could help me by getting my nephew reassigned." Gu Yuan stated his intention directly. Hearing this, Hui asked in surprise, "You still have a nephew?" "He should be my brother's child from the secular world. I have never met him, but it is certain that he could find me." Hui's smile remained unchanged. "What a coincidence. If you had mentioned this a few months earlier, I truly wouldn't have been able to help. However, the overseer of the errands is the cousin of a close friend of mine. I helped him last month. If I talk to him, I should be able to get your nephew out." Gu Yuan felt relieved upon hearing this. "As long as you have connections, I won't be stingy with the proper arrangements. Do you still have some supplies left?" Hui joked, fully aware that Gu Yuan exchanged all the spirit stones he earned from selling spirit rice for pills. Gu Yuan awkwardly smiled. "I still have 30 spirit stones left. That should be enough, right?" "That's enough. It's sufficient for us to have a feast at the restaurant down the mountain. There's no problem that a good meal can't solve." Hui grinned. He acted efficiently, immediately taking Gu Yuan to talk to his friend. 2 hours later, Gu Yuan, Hui and his friend Zhang Yunkai along with the overseer of the errands Zhang Yundong arrived together at the Chui Xiang building at the foot of Zhongxian sect. "Come, today is Gu Shi district, so let's have a good meal." As soon as Hui entered the private room, he enthusiastically arranged for everyone to take their seats. Zhang Yunkai and Zhang Yundong, the 2 brothers, were also not polite and ordered quite a few good dishes and wines. "This is all a misunderstanding. I don't care about that cousin Ma Yuan, but his cousin's sister is an inner disciple. We should give her some face, right? We are all friends after all." Let's leave this matter be. I will take good care of Gu Sherdis' nephew in the errand, striving to let him enter the outer sect as soon as possible. Seeing that his clansmen respected Hui greatly, Zhang Yundong immediately agreed to the matter. Then thank you, Manager Zhang. Gu Yuan clasped his fists in gratitude, knowing that the other's words were all based on Hui's face. However, regardless, it was good that this matter could be resolved. After the meal, Gu Yuan was not stingy. The Chui Xiang building not only had food but also had accompanying dancers. He arranged for each of the three to have one. After drinking for a while, none of them dispersed the drunkenness with their cultivation, and one by one they began to feel a bit tipsy. Seeing this, Gu Yuan smiled. It's getting late, you three Shixian should stay here for the night. The three, holding onto the dancers in their arms, hazily agreed and then led the girls upstairs. The girl beside Gu Yuan was just about to pull him upstairs as well, but Gu Yuan quickly declined. Miss, you should go back. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. I still have matters to attend to and need to return. Gu Yuan went downstairs to settle the bill. This meal, along with the 4 accompanying dancers, cost him a total of 24 spirit stones. After leaving Chui Xiang building, Gu Yuan thought to himself, asking others for help really costs a lot. If I had exchanged those spirit stones for pills, that would have. Shaking his head at this thought, he realized that after spending so much time in this cultivation world, he had become increasingly frugal. The next day, Gu Xinghe brought the young man to Gu Yuan's cave dwelling. Gu Yuan met his nephew for the first time. Seeing the young man's appearance, Gu Yuan couldn't tell if he was his older brother's or second brother's child. He somewhat resembled both. Xinghe greets uncle. The 13 or 14-year-old Gu Xinghe looked somewhat frail, and his calling him uncle brought Gu Yuan back to his senses. Who is your father? My father is Gu Yuan. Before I entered the sect, my father instructed me to visit my uncle at the cave dwelling number 76 on Qingshan, but I've been unable to find the opportunity to do so in nearly 2 months. Please don't blame me, uncle. He is my second brother's child, Gu Yuan thought as the name slowly brought to mind the reluctant expression of his second brother before he left. How are my 2 brothers doing? Gu Xing's expression turned bitter. After arriving in the secular world, it seems that my father and uncle received tasks from grandpa. Each of them married quite a few wives. I am the 12th child of my father, with 3 younger sisters and 4 younger brothers below me. My uncle passed away a few years ago due to poor health, leaving behind more than 10 brothers and sisters of my generation, but none of them have spiritual roots. Only I passed the test of Songxian sect. Gu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that his 2 older brothers would be so vigorous in the secular world. The Gu family had already grown to several dozen people. It seems that even though my father sent them to the secular world back then, he didn't completely abandon them. Otherwise, how could my 2 brothers maintain a family of such size? With this thought, Gu Yuan's long-standing worries finally eased. But it's unfortunate for my eldest brother to have passed away so early, Gu Yuan sighed. Gu Xinghe said, I don't know much about my aunt's situation. I heard my father mention it once. My aunt married into a martial arts family after arriving in the secular world and later lost contact. Gu Yuan nodded, knowing that since Gu Shan was able to take care of his 2 brothers, he would certainly take care of his sister as well, so there was no need for him to worry. After chatting about family matters, Gu Yuan took out 2 gathering spirit pills from his storage bag and handed them to the 2. I don't have much skill, so don't dislike these. These 2 gathering spirit pills are a gift for our meeting, and taking them during cultivation will help you enter the qi refining stage more quickly. The 2 of them smiled and did not refuse. After being in the Songxian sect for so long, they had come to understand the importance of elixirs. Seeing that the 2 accepted the elixirs, Gu Yuan spoke seriously. I am just a spiritual farmer with no deep connections in the sect. If it weren't for a friend of mine knowing the steward of the chores department, Xinghe, you wouldn't have had such an easy time coming out. In the future, remember to endure when your strength is weak in the sect. After achieving success in your cultivation, no one will be able to stop you if you wish to take revenge. Learning to endure before gaining strength is the proper path. Gu Xinghe and his friend Chen Lianyu nodded in agreement. After this tumultuous incident, the 2 had grown significantly. Gu Xing's arrival at the Songxian sect did not bring any change to Gu Yuan's life. He still practiced daily and tended to the spiritual fields. Life returned to tranquility. More than a year later, Gu Yuan welcomed a new neighbor, a middle-aged man at the 6th layer of qi refinement. He had deepened the crude cave previously opened by Hui, transforming it into a large cave dwelling with 3 caves and 2 rooms. Gu Yuan speculated that this senior brother Xiaoyu likely had plans to start a family and pass on his lineage. Not long after, Xiaoyu brought back a beautiful girl from the secular world to live with him on Qinglin Mountain. Gu Yuan and Xiaoyu were not close. They would merely exchange greetings when they met in the fields. A year later, Xiaoyu's wife gave birth to a baby boy. Looking at Xiaoyu, Gu Yuan seemed to see a reflection of his past self, Gu Shan, who also chose to start a family when feeling that cultivation was at an impasse. It was in Qinglin Mountain that the Gu family gradually grew. 3 years later, Gu Yuan sat in his cave concentrating. The spiritual power within him surged like a comet, and the bottleneck of the fourth layer of chi refinement that had troubled him for years suddenly collapsed. At the age of 45, Gu Yuan finally entered the fourth layer of chi refinement, successfully stepping into the mid-chi refinement stage. In high spirits, Gu Yuan found that after entering the mid-chi refinement stage he could learn many useful offensive spells. After solidifying his cultivation, Gu Yuan eagerly went to the outer sect of the Zongxian sect. After presenting his disciple token, he selected 3 spells from the scripture pavilion. Earth Escape Technique, Water Escape Technique, Sword Control Technique. Given his situation, it was wise to learn several self-preservation methods while his strength was still weak. After Gu Shan's departure, he left behind a flying sword for him. By learning the sword control technique, he would not only be able to execute some simple sword techniques but also fly with the sword, which was quite advantageous. Every step forward on the cultivation path brings a qualitative change. After entering the fourth layer of chi refinement, Gu Yuan's little spiritual rain technique greatly increased in power, and the fine drizzle finally transformed into proper rain, making it no longer a strain to tend to the 10 acres of spiritual fields. One day after harvesting the spiritual rice, Gu Yuan received a surplus of 70 spirit stones for the first time. This autumn harvest his spiritual fields yielded well. Just after exchanging the spirit stones, Hui and Jianyan came over with cheerful smiles. These two would always come to Gu Yuan for a feast after the autumn harvest, and Gu Yuan was already used to it. Gu Shidi, this season's harvest is good. Let's go celebrate at the Chui Xiang building down the mountain, Hui said, patting Gu Yuan on the shoulder. Seeing the freshly obtained spirit stones, Gu Yuan knew he couldn't avoid this meal. I heard that many girls have come to Chui Xiang building. This time I want to enjoy a dual victory, Jianyan said, also a boisterous fellow. Let's go, we won't return until we're drunk. Gu Yuan waved his hand grandly, leading the two down the mountain. In recent years, every time Hui and Jianyan went out and had gains, they would bring Gu Yuan down the mountain to have a good time. In return, after every harvest of spiritual rice, the two were not polite and would treat him to a hearty meal. The 3 were regulars at the Chui Xiang building. After a feast, Gu Yuan sent away a girl who wanted to stay the night and went to sleep alone. He had heard that maintaining one's yang body is beneficial for cultivation. Zhao Yu's son had started running around, a mischievous little boy who often hid in Gu Yuan's cave, making it hard for the two to find him. Gu Yuan was no longer surprised. Children at this age are the most carefree. He wondered if after a few more years the boy would still be able to be so happy. Since their last visit to Chui Xiang building, Hui and Jianyan had left the sect and traveled south to the Wanling mountain range. It was said that the number of demon beasts had increased there in recent years, and nearby chi refinement cultivators had nearly all flocked there to seek opportunities. Both of them were stronger than Gu Yuan. Sometimes Gu Yuan envied their free and unrestrained way of cultivation, but he had the Nirvana method, destined to walk a different path than theirs. With years of spiritual imprinting in his body, the preliminary preparations for the Nirvana method had long been completed. He just needed to cultivate diligently, adding resources for the Nirvana to welcome his next rebirth. After entering the fourth layer of chi refinement, Gu Yuan felt that even if he took elixirs to assist his cultivation, the efficiency of converting them into magical power within his body had decreased. At this rate, reaching the fifth layer of chi refinement would be impossible without over 20 years. By then he would be nearly 70. Chi refinement cultivators typically have a lifespan of around 100 years. Before their vitality declines, they can rely on magical power to maintain their youthful appearance. Once their vitality wanes, they rapidly age, and in their final years they may only be able to lie in bed struggling to survive. Gu Yuan planned to prepare for Nirvana once he reached the fifth layer of chi refinement, seeking a secluded place to quietly undergo the Nirvana. Before that, he needed to accumulate some spirit stones. 5 years later, Zhao Yu's son Zhao Xing turned 8. Zhao Yu excitedly borrowed a spirit stone to test his spiritual roots, and Gu Yuan watched from the side. In recent years, due to Zhao Xing often running to his cave, Gu Yuan had become quite familiar with Zhao Yu's family. The milky white spirit stone showed no reaction when it touched Zhao Xing's hands, and after waiting a moment, Zhao Yu's face was filled with disappointment. Zhao Xing was unaware of what had happened. From that day onward, he never saw a smile on his father's face again. Gu Yuan sighed. His elder brother was also 9 years older than his second brother and 11 years older than him. Zhao Yu seemed to be following the same path as Gu Shan, but he wondered if he would be lucky enough to pass on a child with spiritual roots. Looking at Zhao Xing, Gu Yuan seemed to see the shadow of his elder brother in his youth, watching him become more and more silent day by day. After another outing with Hui, Gu Yuan bought a martial arts manual from a roadside stall to bring back for him. In the cave, Gu Yuan looked at Zhao Xing and asked, "Have you learned about cultivation from your father?" Zhao Xing nodded silently. "I have no talent for cultivation. Now my father has placed all his hopes on my little sister, and my mother is pregnant again." Looking at the once clever and mischievous Zhao Xing, now turned into such a composed young man, Gu Yuan took out the book he had bought, Opening Pulse and Breathing Technique, and handed it to Zhao Xing. This is a martial arts manual. If you want to learn, come here when you have time and I will teach you how to cultivate. When you go to the secular world in the future, it will be good to have a skill to protect yourself. Zhao Xing's eyes turned slightly red. Uncle Gu, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I will practice. After saying this, Zhao Xing bowed 3 times to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan helped Zhao Xing up. You're still young, don't be so serious. Think positively. Cultivation isn't that great. Look at me, I've spent my whole life here farming. What meaning does that have? You might even enjoy life more in the secular world than I do here. Zhao Xing was still young at this time and he did not understand the meaning behind Gu Yuan's words, and his eyes failing to become a cultivator would disappoint his father. Ever since Gu Yuan began teaching Zhao Xing martial arts during his free time, the child had become much more spirited. Gu Yuan was uncertain whether the martial arts manual he casually purchased was too simple or if Zhao Xing had a decent talent for martial arts. In just 3 short years, Zhao Xing had actually cultivated his inner energy. Unlike the mana within a cultivator's body, martial arts' inner energy was somewhat weaker, but it had made Zhao Xing significantly stronger. While helping to weed in the spirit field, he became lively and energetic, showing no signs of fatigue after a day of labor. Zhao Yu also noticed Zhao Xing's changes, but he did not take it to heart. Without spiritual roots, what could be achieved even with some borrowed strength? One day while Gu Yuan was cultivating in his cave dwelling, Hui entered alone holding a jar of wine, looking somewhat dejected. Why are you the only one here? Gu Yuan inquired. Since Hui became acquainted with Zhang Yunxi, the two had almost always been together when going out for adventures in search of opportunities. From now on it will only be me. Come drink with me. Seeing Hui's despondent expression, Gu Yuan realized something must have happened. He took out 2 wine cups, raised the jar and poured 2 cups. Where is Zhang Yunkai? I will never see him again. This time our luck was poor. Not only did we fail to gain anything, but we were also intercepted by a group of robbers. If it weren't for my good fortune and secret technique activating my flying sword, I would have fallen there as well. We were simply no match for those 3 robbers at the 8th level of chi refining. Hui's face was filled with bitterness as he took a big gulp from his cup. In the past, when the two went out to seek opportunities, they would always come to boast to Gu Yuan, but now only Hui remained. Gu Shitty, what is the point of this immortal cultivation? It's endless. After all these years of striving, I've just entered the mid-stage of chi refining, yet I'm already 67 years old. How many more years can I live? Looking at Hui, who seemed somewhat dispirited, Gu Yuan drank a cup of wine with him and advised everyone has their fate. Hu Shixiang surviving a great calamity may still present the possibility of foundation establishment in the future. Unlike me, I will probably never reach your current level of cultivation in my lifetime. What good is that? If I encounter someone with higher cultivation, he'll still have to flee. Foundation establishment. Without sufficient opportunities, it's not easy to talk about. The two of them finished a jar of wine in the cave dwelling, and Gu Yuan took out 2 more jars to continue drinking. As night fell, Hui drank himself into a stupor, lying on the ground in a daze, while Gu Yuan, who had been drinking with him, also felt dizzy and simply lay down to sleep. The next day, Hui woke up from his drunkenness and his face had lost its former bravado. Gu Shitty, if I can come back next time, perhaps I will continue to be your neighbor here on Qinglin Mountain and enjoy my later years. Hu Shixian, what are you planning to do? Gu Yuan felt something was off, seeing Hui's resolute expression. Why should the resources we painstakingly obtained by hunting demonic beasts be taken away by others? If I have to leave my life behind, I will not return until I have dealt with those robbers. After saying this, Hui turned and left. Watching his back, Gu Yuan sighed. The path he was about to take was destined to be different from his own. After Hui departed, Gu Yuan did not see him for 3 consecutive years, unsure whether he had fallen in battle or had become one of the robbers. Zhao Xing's younger sister Zhang Yan had just turned 8. Zhao Yu borrowed a spirit stone with some anticipation for her to test her spiritual roots, while Zhao Yan, who was 2 years younger, watched his father's actions with wide, confused eyes. The milky white spirit stone began to emit a soft blue glow upon contacting Zhang Yan's hands, and upon seeing this, Zhao Yu's face was filled with excitement. Nian'er, you have spiritual roots. You can cultivate. Zhao Xing watched his sister Zhang Yan with a hint of envy. He was already 16 and would soon leave here to live in the mundane world. Having never left Qinglin Mountain, he felt somewhat lost in these 2 years. Gu Yuan looked at Zhang Yan's spiritual root aptitude, a nostalgic look flashing in his eyes. Back then he had also exhibited a faint blue glow, possessing a 9th grade spiritual root. With Zhang Yan having spiritual roots, all of Zhao Yu's attention was focused on her. He generously provided her with the resources he had accumulated over the years, causing Zhao Xing and his brother to feel envious. Zhao Xing had lost all hope, while Zhao Yan's eyes were filled with hope as he eagerly anticipated having spiritual roots in 2 years. After nearly 17 years of cultivation, Gu Xing'a finally emerged from the outer sect's chores and reached the 3rd level of chi refining. His spiritual root aptitude was slightly better than Gu Yuan's, being an 8th grade spiritual root. While working in the outer sect's chores, he could receive a qi gathering pill each month. After such a long period of training, he finally became an ordinary outer sect disciple of the Yuan sect. His friend, however, did not possess Gu Xing's aptitude and was still struggling at the second level of qi refining. After becoming an ordinary outer sect disciple, Gu Xinghe specifically came to visit Gu Yuan. The two of them sat together in the cave dwelling. Gu Xinghe wanted to receive some advice from Gu Yuan on what direction he should take in the future. Gu Yuan looked at Gu Xinghe, pondering for a moment before saying, "Your grandfather's hope is to continue the Gu family's lineage, and this he has already achieved. My aptitude is extremely poor, and the path of cultivation is even harder for me than for you. I cannot offer you much advice. This will depend on your own thoughts. Whether you wish to find a partner while young and settle down, or strive outside in search of opportunities for foundation establishment, these are decisions you must make. If you wish to cultivate as I have in a mundane way, it would not be bad to stay in Qinglin Mountain and become a spirit farmer." Gu Xing's face was resolute. "Uncle, you once said that to avoid being bullied one must become strong. I want to fight for a future." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan understood Gu Xing's choice. He replied mildly, "It is good that you have this fighting spirit. I hope you can develop a good skill in the future." "Uncle, I just came out of the chores with no spirit stones to my name. Can you lend me some spirit stones to buy a magic tool? I plan to follow my fellow disciples to the Wanling mountain range in search of opportunities." After chatting for a bit, Gu Xinghe revealed his main purpose for coming. Gu Yuan smiled gracefully. "Why talk of borrowing? What is mine is yours. However, I haven't accumulated much over the years. Here are 100 spirit stones that I have saved for a long time. Take them to buy a magic tool." Gu Yuan took out all the spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Gu Xinghe. These were all the spirit stones he had accumulated. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Gu Xing's eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, uncle. With these spirit stones I have enough to buy a flying sword and some talismans for protection. I won't forget your kindness, and in the future I will ensure you live comfortably." Gu Yuan waved his hand. "There's no need for that. I've lived here for several decades. I plan to go out and take a look after I break through to the 5th level of qi refining. Who knows, I might die out there someday. You just take care of yourself." "That won't do." Gu Xinghe shook his head. "Uncle, you can rest assured. Once I achieve success in my cultivation, I will take you out to see the world. Wherever you want to go, we will go together." Gu Yuan nodded with a smile. "Then I will wait for your success." After Gu Xinghe left, the smile on Gu Yuan's face faded, replaced by worry. The second brother has only Gu Xinghe as his descendant with spiritual roots. It is uncertain whether his search for opportunities this time will bring fortune or disaster. With a sigh, Gu Yuan thought he could not worry too much. Everyone has their own choices. If he were to force him to live as he did, it might not be a good thing. Gu Yuan was already 62 years old, and at his pace of cultivation it would take him more than a decade to reach the 5th layer of qi refinement. If he were an ordinary cultivator, he might have given up on cultivation by this age to start a family, as the added strength would be of little use without the foundation establishment. He would remain an ordinary cultivator. Gu Yuan planned to leave the Yuan sect after breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refinement, but before that he needed to make some preparations. The flying sword passed down from Gu Shan was occasionally taken out by Gu Yuan to practice the sword flight technique. With his strength at the 4th layer of qi refinement, he could only sustain flight for less than the time it takes to burn a joss stick. Thus, this technique was destined for use in critical moments. Gu Yuan had long mastered the remaining 2 spells, but he seldom had the opportunity to use them. Over a year later, Zhao Yu arrived at his cave dwelling, expressing his intention to send Zhao Xing to the mundane world, asking Gu Yuan to help look after his family and the spirit rice in the fields during this time. The Yuan sect stipulated that mortal women could be taken as concubines to live within the sect's area, while mortals over the age of 18 must be sent to the mundane world. Although the sect would not particularly seek them out for this reason, if they stayed longer, Zhao Yu decided to send Zhao Xing away for safety's sake. Gu Yuan nodded, knowing that this day would come sooner or later, but he hadn't realized that Zhao Xing had already turned 18. Zhao Xing approached Gu Yuan and bowed 3 times, saying, "Uncle Gu, thank you for teaching me martial arts. I will always remember it in my heart. Once you arrive in the mundane world, remember to find a beautiful girl to marry. Your father is counting on you to carry on the family line." Gu Yuan's words made Zhao Yu beside them feel a bit awkward. Ever since Zhao Xing turned 8, he had hardly paid any attention to him. Zhao Yu mentioned this to Zhao Xing before departure, but Zhao Xing fell silent, unsure if the boy would still listen to him. Zhao Xing had always been close to Gu Yuan, so he might listen to his words. He nodded, saying, "I understand, Uncle Gu. I will start a family and make a living." The two of them descended from Qinglin Mountain together. The nearest mundane world to the Yuan sect was the Liang Kingdom, located thousands of miles away. For an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator, crossing such a distance would take a long time, but fortunately there were specialized places in the market at the foot of the Zhongshuan sect that rented trained spirit beasts. A first-tier white-feathered bird could carry 2 or 3 people flying, and for it a distance of thousands of miles could be covered in just half a day, although the rental fee was quite expensive. Zhao Nian and Zhao Yan looked at their older brother being sent away with complex expressions. Their mother stood behind them, tears streaming down her face. The beautiful young girl from when they first came to the mountain now looked like a farmer, with the passage of time leaving deep marks on her. The now 7-year-old Zhao Yan had become somewhat anxious, fearing that he might also not have a spirit root after a year. During Zhao Yu's absence, he would run to Gu Yuan's cave every day to learn martial arts. Gu Yuan did not hold back and taught him the martial arts manual he had given to his brother. Half a month later, Zhao Yu returned, his face bearing a hint of reluctance, indicating that he was not as strong as he had imagined. A year later, Zhao Yan tested for his spirit root, but like Zhao Xing, he found none. He became quite silent, spending every day outside training hard in martial arts. One day, after finishing watering the spirit field, Gu Yuan heard a long-lost laughter behind him. "Junior brother Gu, long time no see." Turning around, he saw Hui standing in the field with a broad smile. "Senior brother Hu, it has been a while." Hui had been gone for several years. Gu Yuan had thought he had died out there, but unexpectedly he had returned. The two of them descended the mountain together and arrived at the Chui Xiang Tower, a place they hadn't visited in a long time. Hui's face had gained some weariness and his aura had become much more stable. After taking a sip of wine, he said, "The wine at Chui Xiang Tower is still the best. I haven't tasted it in ages." Gu Yuan smiled, saying, "Yes, I couldn't bear to come here alone while you were gone. This flavor is indeed nostalgic." "You're just being stingy with your income. You could drink here every day without going broke." Hui laughed and, pretending to be mysterious, said, "This time I won't have to go out again. In another 10 years I am confident I will reach the peak of Qi refinement and break through to foundation establishment." Gu Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Hui to gain so much from this trip. Before he left, Hui was only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and now it seemed he had reached the 9th layer, otherwise he wouldn't dare to claim he could break through to the peak of Qi refinement in 10 years. The later stages of Qi refinement require increasingly more spiritual energy and longer time. Hui only had a 7th grade spirit root, yet he broke through 2 layers in a few short years. It seemed his gains this time were considerable. "Congratulations, senior brother Hu." Gu Yuan expressed sincere admiration. As if Hui could successfully establish his foundation, he would live for another 100 years and they would have a chance to meet again. "It's all a matter of risking life and limb. In the Wanling mountain range I rob ordinary cultivators, I go to plunder them, and naturally the gains are great." Saying this, Hui took out a porcelain bottle from his storage bag and handed it to Gu Yuan. "Guess what this is?" Gu Yuan sniffed it. "What kind of elixir is this?" "Just one what feels like it has increased my spiritual energy. This is the masterpiece of the alchemy master Li Daofei from the market near the Wanling mountain range, an elixir made with the inner cores of spirit beasts combined with spiritual herbs. Eating one can replace several years of hard training. Consider this one a gift from me." Hui remained as generous as ever. "This is too precious." Gu Yuan hurriedly declined. "You only think it's precious because we are at the Zhongshuan sect. Over there in the Wanling mountain range it's worth only 40 spirit stones. Don't worry about it, a meal and a few girls are worth that much, so why are you being polite?" Hui waved his hand and pushed the elixir back. Seeing this, Gu Yuan took the elixir back. There weren't any capable alchemists within the Zhongshuan sect, and elixirs effective for mid-Qi refinement were sold at high prices. Gu Yuan thought this elixir was quite valuable, but it turned out to be only 40 spirit stones. With some effort he could afford to buy 2 in a year. The outside world was indeed fascinating, but unfortunately his strength was too weak. Before his first nirvana he could easily lose his life if he ventured out. Perhaps there would be a chance to experience it later. The two talked for a long time in Chui Xiang Tower, with Gu Yuan listening as Hui spoke. He narrated various tales from the outside world, tales of betrayal during times of crisis and stories of ruthless individuals who would stab their companions in the back. Eventually the two of them drank themselves into a stupor. The next day Hui returned to his cave in the outer sect to enter seclusion, while Gu Yuan returned to his own cave and consumed the spirit-enhancing elixir. Once the elixir entered his abdomen, it transformed into pure spiritual energy within his body. Using his technique he could easily absorb this energy, far superior to the effects of the spirit-gathering and key-enhancing pills sold by the Zhongshuan sect. The immense spiritual energy continued to emanate within him, and Gu Yuan spent an entire day refining the elixir before fully absorbing it. His cultivation reached the late stage of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, with one elixir equating to 5 or 6 years of arduous training, a terrifying result. This single elixir saved Gu Yuan a great deal of time, and at his current cultivation speed he would likely break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement in another 2 years. Half a year later, Gu Xinghe, who had also left the sect for several years, returned. Upon seeing him again, Gu Yuan discovered that Gu Xinghe had already become a fourth-layer qi refinement practitioner just like him. It seems that this time away Gu Xinghe had reaped considerable rewards. Pouring a cup of tea for Gu Xinghe, Gu Yuan sat at the stone table and smiled. It seems you have gained quite a lot in these past few years catching up to your uncle. Gu Xinghe chuckled. This is thanks to senior sister Li who brought us fellow disciples along. We formed a team to hunt beasts in the Wanling mountain range, and all the spirit stones we earned were used to enhance our strength. This time I returned to the sect to learn a few spells and also to bring Chenlian Yu with me to Wanling mountain. He has already left the servant position. Hearing Gu Xinghe mention the Wanling mountain range again, Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel curious about the place. He had found a foundation establishment opportunity there, and Gu Xinghe had also gained significant fortune in the Wanling mountain. It seems to be a blessed land. The two chatted for a long time in the cave dwelling. Before leaving, Gu Xinghe awkwardly asked, "Uncle, do you still have any spirit stones left?" "I've spent all the ones I had when I returned. The prices of talismans in the sect are much cheaper than those in the Wanling mountain. I plan to buy some for self-defense." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan furrowed his brows but didn't say anything. He took out 30 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Gu Xinghe. "Your uncle hasn't saved up much spirit stones these years. They've all been used for cultivation. You can take these." Seeing only 30 spirit stones, Gu Xinghe frowned. After receiving the stones, he said, "Uncle, actually considering your aptitude, continuing to cultivate doesn't hold much significance. It would be better to save the spirit stones to assist my cultivation. I have 8th grade spiritual root aptitude and hope to challenge the foundation establishment stage. Once I succeed, our Gu family will have some security." Hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This kid had given him 100 spirit stones before leaving, and after returning from years away he hadn't brought a single gift yet. He was turning around and asking for his spirit stones. It's true that he was his uncle, but did all his saved spirit stones have to be given to him? Thinking of this, Gu Yuan showed a hint of displeasure on his face. "Xinghe, what you said is indeed correct. For someone with my aptitude, continuing to cultivate does lack significance. Recently I've been contemplating this matter. I plan to pursue a female cultivator with a spiritual root while my vitality is still relatively strong to ensure our Gu family's lineage continues. Once I have offspring, you must take good care of them. Don't worry, the spirit stones I save in the future will all be for you." Upon hearing this, Gu Xinghe sensed that Gu Yuan was somewhat unhappy and felt a bit overwhelmed. His words had actually made Gu Yuan think about seeking a partner. If Gu Yuan really found a partner once there were children, how could he still receive spirit stones? It was better to stay as it was, where he could still occasionally get some. "Uncle, actually continuing to cultivate isn't bad. Having more strength can extend one's lifespan. Xinghe still hopes that you can live past 100 years old. This is something your uncle will consider, so you don't need to worry about it." After Gu Xinghe left, Gu Yuan pondered in the cave dwelling. His nephew was indeed somewhat disheartening. As a cultivator, he could say that cultivation was useless. Did he not understand that blocking someone's path to becoming immortal was akin to avenging a father's murder? This kid had not grown at all after being away for several years. How could he say such things? If he truly lacked spirit stones, all he had to do was ask. As his uncle, Gu Yuan would never refuse him as long as he had them. After saying this, even if Gu Yuan still had spirit stones in hand, he would no longer give them to him. However, since Gu Xinghe had indeed gained rewards in the Wanling mountain range, it seemed that place was truly a good location. In the next life, if he had the strength to protect himself, he could consider experiencing it. 2 years later, Gu Yuan successfully broke through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. After the breakthrough in cultivation, Gu Yuan no longer actively practiced. He could sense that with his aptitude, without the aid of pills, it would take him at least 20 years to break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. By then his vitality would likely have begun to decline, making it unworthy. It would be better to start accumulating resources now to provide some convenience for his path of cultivation after his rebirth. After the breakthrough in cultivation, he could easily tend to 10 acres of spiritual fields yielding 1,000 pounds per acre. After one harvest, he could accumulate around 100 spirit stones. Some of these spirit stones were exchanged by Gu Yuan for gathering spirit pills, while others were saved up. After ceasing active cultivation, Gu Yuan's speed of accumulating spirit stones was still quite fast. However, after being idle for so long, he had grown quite bored. Gu Yuan decided to find something to do. He spent 100 spirit stones in the Tsunchuan sect to buy a set of talisman-making methods. There were many talisman masters in the Tsunchuan sect, and the talisman-making methods sold in the sect were also very cheap. This set of talisman books included some basic talisman-making techniques and some commonly used first-tier talismans. With diligent practice, it was possible to become a talisman master in the future. In the time that followed, apart from daily nurturing his cultivation, Gu Yuan spent the rest of his time practicing talisman making. If he could succeed, he would have another path in the next life and wouldn't need to continue being a spirit farmer. Talisman making has the lowest entry barrier among the myriad of skills in cultivation. A piece of low-grade talisman paper can be bought for a spirit stone, but the talisman brush and ink were a bit more expensive. After accumulating spirit stones for a year, Yuan successfully gathered all the necessary items. After starting to learn to draw talismans, Yuan felt quite frustrated. He possibly had no talent for talisman making. What seemed simple turned into failure, with even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy causing the talismans to burn up. Almost every day there were flashes of fire in the cave dwelling. Yuan was not in a hurry. He persisted in drawing 10 talismans every day, believing that over time he would not fail to learn it. Another 6 years passed. Yuan was 74 years old this year. His neighbor Zhao Yu's vitality was nearly depleted, and his daughter Zhang Yan had barely reached the second layer of qi refinement. After years of cultivation, she was still far from the third layer and faced the same dilemma as Yanling did back then, unable to continue farming. By the bedside, Zhao Yu's eyes were clouded, his skin waxy yellow with fingers like dry twigs. He looked at Yuan with a request in his eyes. Shitty, I didn't expect my vitality to decline so quickly. I thought I could hold on until Niena reached the third layer of qi refinement. Yuan looked at him. At this point, Zhao Yu appeared even older than when Gu Shan had left. Clearly Zhang Yan's situation had not been resolved, and it weighed heavily on his mind, causing his vitality to wane further. Zhao Shixiang, we've been neighbors for many years. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Zhao Yu's face showed a hint of guilt. My 2 sons are closer to you than to me. I've done poorly in this regard. Their mother has missed them every day since they left and passed away early. I owe it to them. I'm about to leave this world. The only thing I can't rest easy about is Nyener. Before I go, I want to find someone for her to marry. Can you help me arrange this? I don't want her to go to the servant quarters. Given her aptitude, it would be difficult for her to come out from there. Yuan nodded. I will help you arrange this, but whether I can find a suitable match depends on fate. Zhang Yan had grown up under his watch, and he would never refuse to help. Zhao Yu nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your trouble. In the cultivation world, it is actually quite simple for a female cultivator to find someone to marry. The main challenge lies in finding someone with potential. Every year many who have lost hope in cultivation prepare to start families, but such people like Yuan now do not have many years left to live. Zhao Yu would not want to entrust Zhang Yan to such a person, or else he wouldn't have sought Yuan's help. Yuan began to pay attention to some mid-qi refinement practitioners in the Tsunchuan sect, intending to introduce them to Zhang Yan. Having lived a life as a spirit farmer, Yuan did not have many acquaintances in the Tsunchuan sect and did not know many practitioners. After several days he did not encounter a suitable match. There were people entering and leaving Zhao Yu's cave dwelling every day, indicating that he had entrusted other friends to help him. Yuan could only hope that others would assist Zhao Yu in finding a suitable person. One day the spiritual energy above the outer sect of the Tsunchuan sect rapidly gathered like a tide, forming a spiritual cloud over a cave dwelling with faint flashes of brilliance appearing. Many who sensed this event rushed towards that cave dwelling. Far away in the Qinglin mountain, Yuan also noticed this anomaly. He did not know what had happened and did not go to join the commotion. The next day someone arrived at Yuan's cave to convey a message. Is this Gu Shixiang? Hu Zhishir requests you to visit him. Yuan was taken aback upon hearing this, and then suddenly remembered something, asking, was it Hui yesterday? Did Hu Shixiang succeed in foundation establishment? The person displayed an envious expression, saying he can no longer be called Hu Shixiang. According to the sect's rules, he is now a senior of the foundation establishment stage. Yesterday Hu Shishu just advanced successfully and was appointed as an outer sect steward, so we must refer to him as Hu Zhishir now. Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect that Hui's earlier statement of achieving a complete cultivation of qi within 10 years was actually a conservative estimate. In less than 9 years he had directly succeeded in foundation establishment. Yuan left Qinglin Mountain and headed directly to the outer sect of Tsunchuan sect to find Hui. As a friend he had to congratulate him on his success in foundation establishment. Hui, now in the foundation establishment stage, was very busy with outer sect disciples coming to congratulate him from time to time. After Yuan entered Hui's cave, he saw Zhang Yundong, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Since Zhang Yuntai's fall, he had not encountered this steward of the outer sect for quite a while. I pay my respects to Hu Zhishir and steward Zhang. Yuan said, cupping his hands in greeting. You are being too polite, Hui chuckled, pointing to the stone bench inside the cave. Please sit down. Zhang Yundong nodded at Yuan with a smile. Hu Zhishir, you truly astonish me. Quietly achieving foundation establishment without a word has made me envious beyond measure. Seeing that Hui was still the same, Yuan made himself comfortable and sat down casually. I had good fortune. When I returned to the sect, I happened to have a foundation establishment pill with me, and after years of accumulation I finally broke through to the foundation establishment stage in one go. However, this is probably it for me. I broke through to foundation establishment too late, and it will be difficult to achieve further breakthroughs in the future. A proud look appeared on Hui's face. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he seemed to have regained a youthful appearance. In the realm of cultivation, if one can break through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 60, there is still hope for continued cultivation and breakthroughs. Beyond this age, even if one is fortunate enough to establish their foundation, the vitality within their body is not as vigorous as in their youth, and their foundation is not solid. Subsequently, any further breakthroughs will be very difficult. Now that Hu Zhishir is a high-ranking foundation establishment expert with a lifespan of 200 years, even if he cannot break through any further, he is not someone like us Qi refinement stage cultivators can compare to. Truly enviable. Zhang Yundong also chimed in. Haha, I never expected that Hui would see a day of achieving foundation establishment. It all relies on your cousin. If it weren't for the two of us being ambushed by bandit cultivators back then, I might not have had the determination to stand against that band of marauders, and thus wouldn't have had the opportunities that followed. Hui looked at Zhang Yundong with a hint of nostalgia. Hearing this, Zhang Yundong also felt a bit emotional. He had come to Tsangshuan sect together with his cousin, and now he was the only one left. The three chatted for a long time in Hui's cave. During this time, Gu Yuan thought of Zhang Yan, so he mentioned it to Zhang Yundong. Steward Zhang, you have been managing the miscellaneous affairs for a long time. Have you noticed any promising disciples? I hope you can recommend one or two. I have a friend's daughter who is now at the second level of Qi refinement. Her father is about to pass away, and before he goes wishes to find a suitable person for her to marry. Having been a spirit farmer all my life, I know few people, so it is difficult for me to find a suitable match at the moment. Zhang Yundong smiled upon hearing this. I might not be able to help you with other matters, but this is very simple for me. I have quite a few excellent outer sect disciples who have come from the miscellaneous affairs department in mind. By the way, your nephew is also a good choice. Why not betroth that girl to your nephew? If that doesn't work, you could take her in yourself. With Hu Zhishir here, even if you are gone decades later, no one would dare to provoke her. Gu Yuan chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this, saying, I don't have much time left, so I wouldn't want to ruin that girl's life. Moreover, I have watched her grow up. As for my nephew, his personality is somewhat similar to Hu Shixiang's. He is currently seeking opportunities at Wanling Mountain and is not focused on this matter. Their conversation caught Hui's attention, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. What is that girl? Gu Yuan recalled Zhang Yan's gentle appearance and said, she is warm and virtuous with the look of a peaceful and prosperous nation, very different from the captivating women you prefer. Zhang Yundong teased from the side, Hu Zhishir isn't thinking of starting a family, is he? There are quite a few female cultivators in our sect who would be willing to approach you. Gu Yuan also looked at Hui in surprise. Did this guy really have plans to start a family? Hui's smile remained unchanged as he said cheerfully, now that I have become a foundation establishment cultivator, there is not much hope for further cultivation. Isn't it right to start a family while my vitality is still strong after just breaking through to foundation establishment? Perhaps I can even establish a cultivating family. What's so strange about that? Seeing that Hui was indeed serious about this, Gu Yuan pondered for a moment. If Zhang Yan could be with Hui, it would indeed be good. At the very least, she would not suffer in her life and could also receive help in her cultivation. However, he was unsure if Hui would have an interest in Zhang Yan. With this in mind, Gu Yuan tentatively said, how about we go take a look? That girl only has the aptitude of a 9th grade spirit root, though it is somewhat lacking. However, her father is an 8th grade spirit root. If she follows you, it is not impossible for her to give birth to a child with outstanding spirit roots. If Hu Zhishir wants to start a family, I also have quite a few female cultivators for you to choose from, guaranteed to dazzle your eyes. Zhang Yundong also wanted to facilitate this matchmaking. Hui waved his hand decisively, saying, then let's first go see the girl you mentioned, Gu Shidi. If we find a mutual attraction, we can talk further. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Hui was beaming with joy. His previously old appearance had become youthful, looking even younger than Gu Yuan by a whole round. The three of them arrived at Gu Yuan's cave next to Qinglin Mountain. They heard shouting and cursing coming from the adjacent cave. Gu Yuan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, pointing at that cave and saying, speaking of which, this family has some connection to you. This cave was formerly opened by you and later expanded by Zhao Shixiang. Hui looked at that cave with a nostalgic glint in his eyes. That year he was injured and encountered a counterfeit medicine scam, forcing him to take on some spirit farming work while recuperating and earning some spirit stones. Decades had passed in the blink of an eye. The three entered Zhao Yu's cave together. Inside they heard the sounds of two men arguing. Zhao Daoyo, this is where you are wrong. You asked me to help find a good family for your daughter and I was just thick-skinned enough to mention this to Li Shitty. How could you go and find others? Isn't that playing with people? You must give an explanation today. The speaker was also a spirit farmer whom Gu Yuan recognized. He lived not far from here but had little interaction with Gu Yuan. Beside him stood a gloomy-faced man. Opposite them stood two people, a rugged man and an elderly woman. The elderly woman was also a spirit farmer living a long distance from here, but her fields were adjacent to Zhao Yu's. Comparing goods among three families, Zhao Daoyu did not say you were giving your daughter to me and you can let me match her up with anyone. Just look at the person you found, what kind of matches that compare to my shitty Hong. The elderly woman also spoke sharply, unwilling to back down. Both of them had received benefits from each other and were eager to promote this matter. Lying on the bed, Zhao Yu's vitality had completely diminished and regret appeared in his murky eyes. He should not have entrusted so many people. The ones they found were not to his liking, but at this point he was powerless to change it. Zhang Yan, pale-faced, explained to the few people beside her, "I'm sorry, please leave. I do not wish to marry either of them even if I go to the miscellaneous affairs department." "Miss, this is where you are mistaken. As the old saying goes, parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Your father entrusted this matter to me, how can you refuse? Shitty Hong is a fine-looking man and a 4th-level chi refinement cultivator, 2 levels higher than you. In the future you two will have endless good days together." The elderly woman did not care about Zhang Yan's wishes. She only wanted to obtain the 20 spirit stones promised by the cultivator surnamed Hong. After Gu Yuan and the others entered the cave, they heard the argument of several people. Hui was at the forefront, quickly walking into the cave, smiling. "It's quite lively in here." Zhao Yue, lying on the bed, looked at Gu Yuan's arrival with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Zhang Yan by his side seemed to have found a savior as she walked to Gu Yuan, saying, "Uncle Gu." As the three people suddenly entered the cave dwelling, the old woman and the middle-aged man both turned their gaze towards Gu Yuan before turning to Zhao Yue, who was lying in bed, and asking, "Did you also seek Gu Shi's help to betroth your daughter to someone?" Their expressions towards Gu Yuan turned somewhat unfriendly as they thought to themselves that Gu Yuan was likely just like them, wanting to earn a connection fee. Before Gu Yuan could speak, Hui, who stood before him, released a powerful pressure after glancing at Zhang Yan a few times, exclaiming, "Is it really something you can pry into the fiancé of someone who hasn't even entered the door yet?" The intense pressure from the foundation establishment stage made it hard for those in the cave to breathe, and Zhao Yue, who was lying in bed, suddenly showed a tinge of blood on his face upon hearing this. Father Zhang Yan hurriedly approached to check on him. "I apologize, I just broke through and can't control my aura well yet," Hui said, dispersing the pressure from his body and revealing a hearty smile. The 4 people in the cave, feeling the pressure from the foundation establishment stage, changed their expressions, drastically lowering their heads in unison and saying, "We pay our respects to Hu Shishu. How could we dare pry into Hu Shishu's partner? It's all a misunderstanding. Yes, if we had known this was Hu Shishu's partner, we wouldn't dare come here. Hu Shishu, I truly didn't know about this, please forgive me. Hu Shishu, this is all because of the senior sister's influence, it has nothing to do with me. We shall take our leave now." The few of them exchanged fearful glances and, having finished their apologies, bowed and left the cave. Hui paid no mind to the departing individuals, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yan. Gu Yuan was right. Compared to the girls from Chuixiang Tower in the past, Zhang Yan's egg-shaped face was radiant, her eyes bright and clear, exuding an air of grace and composure, a far cry from ordinary women, making her the perfect choice for a partner. From the very first glance he was captivated by her. Previously Hui had never considered the matter of finding a partner. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and realizing that he had no hope of further breakthroughs, he began contemplating marriage, only to unexpectedly find his ideal partner appearing so soon. Zhao Yue, lying in bed, spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood. Unfazed, he made an effort to sit up and looked at Gu Yuan, saying, "Gu Shitty, is this person? Is this for real?" He couldn't believe that Gu Yuan had found him a son-in-law at the foundation establishment stage. It was something he never dared to even dream of. In his mind he thought that if he could find a few friends to help, it would be great if Zhang Yan could marry a practitioner of the chi refining stage with potential. To his astonishment, Gu Yuan had brought him such immense joy. Gu Yuan looked at Hui and then at Zhao Yue, finally addressing Zhang Yan, "Do you find this Hu Zhi acceptable?" Zhang Yan lowered her head, a blush flashing across her face. "I will defer to Uncle Gus' decision, I will follow your wishes." "Hu Zhi, you weren't joking just now, were you?" Gu Yuan looked back at Hui. "What kind of joke is this? If she wants to marry me, it is a match made in heaven. Why would you still want to haggle with me?" Hui teased casually with a grin on his face. "Congratulations, Hu Zhi, on finding a wonderful match." On the side, Zhang Yundong, seeing Zhang Yan's appearance, immediately dropped the thought of introducing anyone else to Hui. Such a daughter truly was the perfect choice for a partner. Although her qualifications were slightly lacking, it did not affect the offspring. At the very least, she possessed a spiritual root. Even if he could find someone more beautiful, it would be hard to find someone comparable to Zhang Yan. Zhao Yue, disregarding his own decline, made an effort to sit up and looked at Gu Yuan with deep gratitude in his eyes. I cannot thank you enough for your great kindness, Gu Shidi. From now on I will entrust Nianer to you for care. I express my gratitude here. He then turned to Hui, saying, Hu Zhisher, my daughter has been foolish since childhood, so I ask you to please be understanding towards her in the future. Hui stepped forward a couple of paces, patting Zhao Yu's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't let your daughter suffer while she is with me. I still have over 100 years of lifespan left, enough to ensure her a safe and happy life. That's good, that's good. Zhao Yu's aged face was filled with joy. Gu Yuan was able to find him such a fine son-in-law, and he could die with a smile. Hui placed great importance on the matter of marriage, reopening a cave dwelling outside the Zongxian sect and sending out wedding invitations to many disciples of the sect. Many practitioners at the foundation establishment stage from the Zongxian sect attended this wedding banquet for the newly promoted Hui. The sect's leader also came to congratulate them, and the grand banquet brought Zhao Yue, who was supported by Gu Yuan, much joy. His body seemed to regain some vitality. He was relying on qi and blood pills to force himself to get out of bed, not wanting to leave any regrets for his daughter's wedding. Zhang Yan settled into the new cave dwelling outside the Zongxian sect with Hui. Initially they intended to bring Zhao Yu along, but knowing that his time was short, Zhao Yu did not want to disturb them, declining their good intentions and remaining alone in the cave. Gu Yuan visited every day. After his vitality had declined, he was merely holding on by sheer will. If Zhao Yu weren't afraid that his daughter's newlywed life would be tainted by the meaning of his solitary death, he might have already succumbed. A month later, Zhao Yu passed away with a smile. Gu Yuan informed Zhang Yan and Hui, who arranged a funeral for Zhao Yu, burying him in Qinglin Mountain. From then on, Gu Yuan's father Gu Shan had a new neighbor. Hui broke through to the foundation establishment stage and became a steward outside the Zongxian sect. In Gu Yuan's plans for his next life, he needed to return to the Zongxian sect. With such a backing, returning to the sect would have someone looking out for him. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan often invited Zhang Yundong to drink together during his free time, and their relationship grew much closer. During this time, Gu Yuan inquired about many matters concerning the miscellaneous affairs office. If he were to return in his next life and Zhang Yundong was still in charge of the miscellaneous affairs office, that would be good. If it were someone else, Gu Yuan could also prepare himself. He planned to bid farewell to Hui in 2 years and return to the Zongxian sect under the guise of his descendant after his nirvana. Hui was a foundation establishment stage practitioner. With him around, he could at least ensure a smoother cultivation path in his next life after nirvana. Gu Yuan, unable to make progress in the talisman crafting techniques he was studying, simply gave up and began to fully accumulate spirit stones and purchase pills, preparing for his future journey. 2 years later, Gu Yuan found Hui. Looking at Zhang Yan, who was already pregnant, Gu Yuan smiled and said, I have come to bid farewell to both of you this time. Where can you go? You don't need to bid farewell to go down the mountain, do you? Hui looked at him in surprise. Gu Yuan looked at the two and said, my time is limited. While my vitality hasn't yet declined, I plan to visit the secular world. I still have an elder brother and sister there, and I want to see if they are still around and perhaps settle down in the secular world to pass on my bloodline. Hui was aware that Gu Yuan still had relatives in the secular world. It was he who had helped Gu Xingha out of the Bakin mountain years ago. Hui did not oppose Gu Yuan's choice. This was typical of qi refining stage practitioners. After reaching a dead end in their cultivation, they often had the thought of settling down to continue their bloodline while their vitality was still strong. If he had not broken through to the foundation establishment stage back then, he might have made a similar choice as Gu Yuan. Uncle Gu. Brother. Zhang Yan called out with a somewhat pouting expression. She initially wanted to continue calling him Uncle Gu, but upon realizing he was her husband's brother, she changed her words. Why not find a good man in the secular world and bring him back to the sect to care for you, just like my father did back then? My mother was brought back from the secular world by Zhao Yu. Zhang Yan believed that this way she could still look after Gu Yuan, preventing him from being left alone when he grew old. Gu Yuan had helped her family immensely, whether it was assisting her brothers in cultivating martial arts or helping her find this marriage, all thanks to Gu Yuan. She couldn't bear the thought of Gu Yuan ending up alone in his old age. What my wife said is also right. Just go out and wander a bit, just bring someone back. When you grow old, let my children take care of you. With me looking after your family, no one will bully you. Hui also thought this was a better idea. Gu Yuan smiled and shook his head. If I bring someone back to the sect, I will have to farm spiritual fields and support them. How can that be more enjoyable than going to the secular world? Rest assured, with my strength there will be no danger in the secular world. It will be more pleasant than staying in the sect. If I have descendants in the future and return to the Zongxian sect, you too can help me look after them. That way we won't have squandered our years of friendship. We will definitely look after them. Hui grinned and took out a piece of broken jade from his storage bag, handing it to Gu Yuan. Here, this is a token. When you have descendants, bring this to find me. No matter their qualifications, I will take care of them until the end, ensuring they are well cultivated. After saying this, Hui seemed a bit uneasy and took out a small bronze sword from his storage bag, handing it to Gu Yuan. In case you have 2 children or if another descendant with cultivation talent appears, each should have one. For the next few generations I might not be around anymore, so giving too much won't have much meaning. Gu Yuan did not stand on ceremony, accepting the broken jade and the bronze sword, saying, I have saved some spirit stones to buy a spirit root testing stone. If I have descendants, I will test their spiritual roots and come to the sect to find you. I'll trouble you then. That's easy to say, Hui nodded, valuing this friendship that had started from humble beginnings. Gu Yuan had a farewell meal with Hui and his wife in their cave dwelling before heading down the mountain. He had already applied to the sect to vacate the spiritual fields at Qinglin Mountain and had completed the formalities for leaving the sect. Over the past few years, Gu Xingha had visited a few times. Each time he tried to take advantage of Gu Yuan, he was sent away with the excuse that Gu Yuan had spent all his spirit stones pursuing a partner. Gu Yuan thought that after his nirvana he would return to the Zhongshan sect, and he needed to find a way to reclaim the spirit stones that Gu Xingha had taken from him. This kid only wants to take without giving anything in return. Gu Yuan's first stop was a small market town nestled at the foot of the Zhongshan sect's mountains, populated largely by cultivators who had once been disciples of the sect but later left to establish their own families in the secular world. Uncertain how his body would transform after nirvana, Gu Yuan prepared meticulously beast milk, herbal spirit fluid and dried demon beast jerky, each essential provision he acquired in generous quantities. Once his preparations were complete, Gu Yuan headed to the Faniel Pavilion, the place where white-feathered birds were rented or sold. For his first nirvana he intended to undergo the transformation in the secular realm where conditions were comparatively safer. The Zhongshan sect lay 10,000 li away from the nearest secular domain. Traveling alone would be arduous and perilous, so Gu Yuan decided to rent a white-feathered bird for the journey. Are you renting a white-feathered bird for travel? May I ask your destination? A young woman approached him inside the pavilion. I am traveling to Liang Kingdom to visit relatives. How many spirit stones will that cost? How long do you plan to stay? Shall we arrange for your return? She asked further. Just deliver me there, I won't be returning. The distance from here to Liang Kingdom is 12,000 li. A white-feathered bird requires 5 hours of flight. Group travel costs 12 spirit stones per person, but you'll need to wait for others. Chartering the bird exclusively costs 25 spirit stones. Gu Yuan nodded and withdrew 25 spirit stones from his storage pouch. The price was fair and within his means, so he saw no reason to share the bird with strangers. Having settled the fee, the pavilion acted swiftly. A white-feathered bird taller than a man by 1/3 was summoned. The young woman whispered instructions into its ear and the great bird unfurled its immense wings. Please sit securely, sir, the wind aloft is fierce, hold tightly to the safety harness, she reminded him. Gu Yuan eyed the reinforced harness encircling the bird's neck, then mounted its broad back and gripped the straps firmly with both hands, his first flight upon a flying beast and his first true journey beyond familiar bounds. Soaring high above the clouds, the white-feathered bird rushed through billowing vapors while gales shrieked past his ears, an experience, truth be told, far from pleasant. After a long flight, the bird set Gu Yuan down before a walled city, flapped its wings twice as if signaling him to disembark, and only then did Gu Yuan lift his gaze toward the distant metropolis. Its walls rose tall, built of bluish-gray bricks. The gates stood wide open, thronged by a steady stream of entering travelers. Dust plumed behind passing horse-drawn carts along the earthen road. Feeling the thinness of spiritual energy all around, Gu Yuan knew he had entered the secular realm. He leapt down from the bird's back just as it soared upward, vanishing into the vast blue sky. Before him loomed the city, Wangxian City. This city served as the gateway to the immortal cultivation world located 10,000 li away. Every 5 years the Zhongshan sect sent envoys here to recruit promising talents. Gu Yuan resolved to carve out a secluded cave residence nearby to prepare for his nirvana. As for visiting the families of his elder and second brothers, Gu Yuan paused and ultimately abandoned the idea. At over 80 years old himself, his second brother was surely long returned to dust. The remaining kin were strangers to him, and seeking them out would bring only unnecessary complications. Noticing many eyes turning toward him, drawn by his descent from the white-feathered bird, Gu Yuan chose not to attract attention. With a casual gesture he drew his flying sword and departed swiftly, soaring silently into the distance. In a desolate overgrown mountain forest, Gu Yuan selected a suitable site and began excavating with his flying sword. His first nirvana was a matter of utmost gravity, he could afford no margin for error. Over the course of a full month he carved a 3-exit cave residence deep into the mountain's heart. Once completed, he resumed practicing talisman drawing within its sheltered confines. Spiritual energy in the secular world was exceedingly scarce. After depleting his chi through talisman crafting, it took many days to fully replenish. Within his storage pouch he hoarded several hundred spirit stones, precious reserves he refused to spend, reserving them solely for post-nirvana cultivation. Otherwise, should he awaken powerless after nirvana, even escaping this barren wilderness would become an insurmountable challenge. 15 years later, Yuan sensed the first subtle signs of bodily decline. He ceased all activity, devoting each day to silently guiding the embryonic seal within him, preparing his very essence for nirvana. As his vital blood began to wane, the embryonic seal quietly absorbed the decaying essence, then ignited like a spark in dry grass, rapidly consuming his entire reservoir of vital blood. Gradually, Yuan was enveloped by this surging energy, transforming into a luminous cocoon-like embryonic form, softly radiant in the dim light. The sensation was profoundly strange. Though he could no longer perceive his physical form, his spirit felt astonishingly clear and serene, cradled within a warm, gentle void. When the embryonic seal fully activated, Yuan slowly regained awareness of limbs, yet movement remained feeble like that of a newborn infant. Months passed before the translucent membrane enclosing his new body finally ruptured, and he emerged naked and reborn. Am I in essence giving birth to myself? Reflecting upon this extraordinary process of nirvana, Yuan felt as though he had undergone a second genesis, except this time the mother was none other than himself. Realizing he now inhabited an infant's body, Yuan could only smile wryly. Thankfully, he had anticipated precisely this. Closest to his makeshift bed sat a treasure-imbued vial brimming with beast milk, ensuring he would not starve. Testing his new limbs, Yuan found them surprisingly resilient, not as fragile or helpless as those of an ordinary newborn. He could at least crawl with determined effort. 4 months he drank beast milk, steadily growing to the height of a 2 or 3-year-old child. Throughout the cave residence, provisions he'd laid out earlier lay scattered, guaranteeing sustenance and security for years to come. Approaching the spirit testing stone, Yuan prepared to assess whether his spiritual roots had strengthened. Ordinary children whose bodies remained undeveloped rarely manifested discernible spiritual roots at such a tender age, but Yuan suspected his rebirth through nirvana rendered him fundamentally different. At his touch, the milky white stone shimmered with a vivid azure light, brighter markedly so than ever before. An 8th rank spiritual root. A quiet smile spread across Yuan's face. His first nirvana had elevated his spiritual root to the 8th rank, ensuring no obstruction through the mid-cultivation realm, permitting swift advancement into late cultivation and even making foundation establishment a tangible possibility. Having confirmed the manifestation of his spiritual root, Yuan resumed cultivation. His primary technique remained the Sanchuan Qi absorption art, the foundational method taught uniformly to outer sect disciples. He had practiced it for decades, every nuance was etched deep into his being. He calculated carefully he must attain sufficient self-defense capability before turning 15 and join the Sanchuan sect's ascension ceremony in Wangxian City, or else miss the opportunity entirely, forcing him to wait another 5 years before re-entering the cultivation world. 14 years later, Yuan, now nearing his 15th year in this life, gathered every item strewn across the cave residence into his storage pouch, ready to depart for Wangxian City. His spirit stones had dwindled to barely a dozen. His stockpile of spirit-gathering pills was entirely exhausted. Yet thanks to generous supplementation from stones and elixirs, his chi had broken through to the 3rd layer of the cultivation realm, granting him modest yet genuine self-defense capability. To avoid detection by the Sanchuan sect's reception cultivators, Yuan had long prepared a concealment art, a subtle low-tier technique. Over the past year he had devoted himself exclusively to mastering it. Though unremarkable, it offered reliable obscurity, provided observers weren't scrutinizing him closely across multiple cultivation levels. Yet most cultivators possessed no habit of staring intently at passers-by unless deliberately singled out. Yuan could walk openly, even before foundation establishment cultivators, without risk of exposure. Even should his cultivation be discovered, he could credibly claim his father had secretly imparted it to him. A background check would reveal nothing untoward, his lineage remained impeccably clean. With all preparations finalized, Yuan needed only to reach Wangxian City, await the arrival of the Sanchuan sect's reception party, and follow them to the sect itself, where he would seek protection under Hui, thereby embarking upon his new path of immortal cultivation. As the Ascension Conference approached, Wangxian City became bustling with activity. Yuan searched for a long time after arriving in the city before finally finding an inn named Tongfu. 15-year-old Yuan's appearance had changed slightly from his previous life before nirvana. This was due to his active control over the subtle veins of his face during cultivation, otherwise it would be somewhat unsafe to approach Sanchuan sect with the exact same appearance as in his last life. With over 10 days left until the arrival of the celestial emissaries from Sanchuan sect, Yuan resided alone in the inn, patiently waiting. It was not difficult for him to be selected into Sanchuan sect with his 8th grade spiritual root. After reaching the sect, he would most likely be assigned to the miscellaneous department, which he had already learned about from Zhang Yuan at the cave entrance. Even if Zhang Yuan was no longer managing things there, he could directly leave the miscellaneous department due to his relationship with Hui. One day Gu Yuan went downstairs for a meal and unexpectedly saw a group of people in the hall of the Tongfu Inn. His gaze was steady with a hint of gray at his temples, a square face and a short beard. Sitting beside him were 5 or 6 young men, among them was Zhao Xing, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Gu Yuan could faintly see the shadow of Zhao Xing's younger self in him. Sensing the gaze upon him, Zhao Xing as a martial artist was very sensitive. He instinctively looked towards Gu Yuan and in an instant his expression changed, his pupils filled with disbelief. Zhao Xing took 2 or 3 steps to approach Gu Yuan, saying, You are. He stammered, unable to recognize him. In his memory Gu Yuan appeared as a middle-aged man, yet the person before him, though somewhat resembling his uncle Gu, was definitely not in such a youthful form. Seeing Zhao Xing come directly to him, Gu Yuan knew he couldn't reveal his identity at this moment and asked, Do you know this uncle? Who is your father? Zhao Xing realized that the person before him was not Gu Yuan and inquired about his family background. My father is Gu Yuan, do you know him? Gu Yuan maintained a calm expression while referring to himself as a generation younger. Hearing this name, Zhao Xing's expression changed greatly. You are Uncle Gus' son. Do you know my father? Gu Yuan affirmed. Is he well? Zhao Xing asked with a nostalgic look in his eyes. Gu Yuan revealed a sorrowful expression. My father passed away 9 years ago. What is your name, little brother? I was acquainted with your father, he was my elder, like a family uncle. Zhao Xing's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he asked about Gu Yuan's current situation with a hint of melancholy. My name is Gu Li. My father was a cultivator. Are you a cultivator too, uncle? Gu Yuan had taken a new name for himself. No, don't call me uncle, I am a nephew of Uncle Gu. You and I are of the same generation, just call me elder brother. Though Zhao Xing was not young anymore, he still did not want to take advantage of Gu Yuan. I am not a cultivator. I lived in the cultivation world when I was young and got to know your father back then. Zhao Xing sighed and turned to the 6 young men at his original table, saying, Brats, come over and meet your Uncle Gu. The 6 young men approached and, looking at Gu Yuan, who was about the same age as them, reluctantly greeted him. We meet Uncle Gu. Gu Yuan stood up, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at Zhao Xing, saying, This is hardly appropriate. Zhao Xing replied with a serious expression, Without Uncle Gu there would be no today for me, Zhao Xing. You are his descendant, so you are naturally my benefactor. My descendants must treat their benefactor with respect. After saying this, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the attitudes of the young men and scolded, This person before you is the son of the Uncle Gu your father mentioned. Without Uncle Gu, where would Zhao Xing be today? You should treat him as you would treat me, otherwise you will be expelled from the family. The young men changed their perfunctory expressions and became serious, bowing sincerely again. It seems Zhao Xing is doing quite well in the secular world, these are all his sons. Gu Yuan thought to himself, Zhao Xing was not young anymore, and having children of the same age as him indicated he had more children. The ones brought here were likely just suitable for participating in the Ascension Conference. Zhao Xing along with several of his sons took a seat and chatted with Gu Yuan for quite a while. Upon learning that Gu Yuan was attending the Ascension Conference alone, Zhao Xing sighed. It's very difficult to give birth to a spiritual root in the secular world. I have over 20 children and many have come here multiple times without any possessing a spiritual root. If you are not selected by the Immortal sect, do not lose heart. Just come back with me to Xuankuan Mountain Manor. With me around I can ensure you a life of wealth and honor in the future. Thank you, first brother Zhao. Gu Yuan smiled and did not delve deeper into the topic, as he possessed an 8th grade spiritual root and would not follow Zhao Xing back to enjoy a mundane life of luxury. 3 days later, the celestial emissaries from Xiangchuan sect arrived in a spiritual vessel that landed in the central square of Wangxian City. At that moment, the central square of Wangxian City was crowded with people. Those living nearby were no strangers to the Ascension Conference held every 5 years. Families with eligible children would bring them to try their luck, as having the chance to become an immortal would be like a blessing from their ancestors. The 6 celestial emissaries from Xiangchuan sect set up 6 stone pillars, each with a spirit stone placed atop it. The city's guards maintained order, dividing the countless crowd into 6 lines to take turns for testing. Gu Yuan was accompanied by 6 young Zhao family relatives, their faces subtly showing signs of anticipation. Gu Yuan had already come to terms with this. Even 2 cultivators with spiritual roots might not necessarily produce offspring with spiritual roots. Among commoners, those with spiritual roots were at least 1 in 1,000, making it incredibly difficult to be selected. After Zhao Xing sent several of them to the square, he was pushed out. Only young people remained in the central square, while others were stopped outside by the city guards. The celestial emissaries from Xiangchuan sect would not stay here long, only for a day. Those who missed the opportunity would have no chance with the immortals. In the central square that accommodated 20 to 30,000 people, the speed of the 6 teams testing was very fast. They only needed to place their hands on the stones, and if there was no reaction from the spirit stone they would be eliminated. Gu Yuan stood behind the 6 young Zhao relatives as they took turns to test. The spirit stones on the pillars showed no reaction until the last Zhao relative in front of Gu Yuan tested, and the spirit stone finally emitted a faint blue glow. 7th grade spiritual root. Gu Yuan looked at the spirit stone in surprise, not expecting this last person to possess a spiritual root with quite good qualifications. Gu Yuan remembered that the young man before him was Zhao Xing's youngest son, who was only 12 years old this year, named Zhao Ming Yuan. The earlier Zhao family brothers who had tested their spiritual roots walked down the platform unwillingly. Upon hearing the exclamations around them, they turned their heads and saw Zhao Mingyuan actually possessed a spiritual root, revealing expressions of envy and leaving with reluctance. You have a spiritual root, you can go to the Immortal sect. Go wait over there. The Zhongshuan sect disciple by the stone pillar glanced at Zhao Mingyuan and pointed to the young men and women standing by the spiritual vessel in the central square. Zhao Mingyuan's face was filled with joy as he looked back at Gu Yuan, saying, "Uncle Guil, go ahead." Gu Yuan nodded and stepped forward to place his hand on the spirit stone, which immediately emitted a faint blue glow. "Oh, 2 people in a row possessing spiritual roots is indeed rare," the Zhongshuan sect disciple exclaimed in surprise, pointing towards the central spiritual vessel. "You should go over too." Zhao Mingyuan, who had not walked far in front of Gu Yuan, also heard the voice. He turned around to see Gu Yuan following behind, his face filled with joy. "Great. Uncle Gu, we can go to the Immortal sect together." Arriving beside the spiritual vessel, Gu Yuan observed that there were already over 10 people gathered here, both men and women, each displaying expressions of joy. Zhao Mingyuan, somewhat excited, asked Gu Yuan beside him, "Uncle Gu, are we leaving directly with the celestial envoys? Don't we need to inform father?" Gu Yuan smiled and replied, "We are currently on the high platform in this central square where anyone with good eyesight outside can see the situation here. Your father may have already seen you becoming a disciple of the celestial sect, not to mention your brothers will tell him when they return, so you need not worry." Zhao Mingyuan nodded, saying, "Uncle Gu, once we reach the celestial sect we will definitely make a name for ourselves, and when we return it will surely be grand. Now that you are a disciple of the celestial sect, why would you want to come back here? The divide between the celestial and mortal realms is vast. I reckon this place will be the last place you want to return to." Gu Yuan knew well that those who returned here as cultivators apart from the celestial envoys from the Zhongshuan sect were merely those who had no prospects and had sent their offspring here. If it weren't for necessity, no one would wish to return. A day quickly passed, and by evening the remaining suitable young boys and girls in the central square were few. More than 30 people had gathered beside the spiritual vessel. Those who could attend the Ascension Conference were mostly descendants of former cultivators, and the proportion with spiritual roots was indeed low. Gu Yuan felt fortunate that he had possessed spiritual roots upon arriving in this world, otherwise even with the Nirvana technique he wouldn't know when he could embark on the path of cultivation. Leading the celestial envoys to Wangxian City was a Foundation establishment elder. The night did not dampen his desire to return to the sect as the spiritual vessel soared through the night sky carrying a group of new disciples towards the Zhongshuan sect. The speed of the spiritual vessel was not as fast as that of the white feather bird, and it only arrived at the Zhongshuan sect when the sky began to brighten. Each of the more than 30 individuals was given a grain of the pill of abstinence to prevent starvation on the vessel. Upon reaching the Zhongshuan sect, the long-missed spiritual energy left Gu Yuan somewhat dazed. Until Zhao Mingyuan tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Uncle Gu, we need to go to the miscellaneous department to wait for our assignments." Gu Yuan regained his senses and followed the crowd to the miscellaneous department. The Zhongshuan sect recruits disciples every 5 years, and only a small portion are from the secular realm. Most are descendants of small cultivating families from the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving at the miscellaneous department, everyone needed to register and be assigned tasks based on the quality of their spiritual roots. Those with outstanding spiritual root qualifications had already been taken away directly to the inner or outer sects, while those like Gu Yuan with roots of the lowest 3rd grade would become miscellaneous disciples. Gu Yuan pulled Zhao Mingyuan and said, "Stay behind me, don't speak, and follow my lead." He noticed that the person in charge of registration at the miscellaneous department was unfamiliar to him, so he pulled Zhao Mingyuan in front of him. During registration, the usual manager at the miscellaneous department would inquire about information, and those with connections within the sect would receive better assignments. Gu Yuan did not wish to waste time as a miscellaneous disciple doing manual labor. With Hui, the outer sect elder, he could go directly to the outer sect. Of course, Zhao Mingyuan, being the nephew of Zhao Nian, would also not need to toil in the miscellaneous department. Zhao Mingyuan was unaware of these matters. Before coming, his father Zhao Xing only told him that his grandfather was a spiritual farmer on Qinglin Mountain, and his aunt should also be there as a spiritual farmer. If he had said so, the manager at the miscellaneous department would not have taken it seriously, otherwise Gu Xinghe would not have been assigned to guard the grave at the Ririne Mountain. When it was Gu Yuan's turn to register, the manager at the miscellaneous department holding paper and pen said blandly, name, age, place of origin. Do you have any relatives in the sect? Gu Yuan responded, I am Gu Li. My father was once a disciple of the Xian sect and had a close friendship with the foundation establishment elder Hu. My father mentioned that after entering the sect I could seek him out directly and he would take care of me. The new manager at the miscellaneous department raised his head, looking at Gu Yuan with some surprise. In that case, please tell me your name, age, and place of origin. I want to assign you a task for now. After you receive your disciple token, you will have 1 day. If Elder Hu is willing to accept you, you can follow him for cultivation. If he does not accept you, return to the miscellaneous department and I will assign you another task. I am Gu Li, 15 years old, from Longxian City in the Liang Kingdom. After Gu Yuan provided his information, the manager recorded it and handed him a token. Go ahead, you have 1 day. Gu Yuan accepted the disciple token from the Xian sect and nodded, pointing to Zhao Mingyuan behind him, saying, this one is just like me. His aunt is Elder Hu's partner. I kindly ask the manager to allow us to search for Elder Hu together. The manager at the miscellaneous department looked meaningfully at Zhao Mingyuan and then at Gu Yuan before taking the paper and pen and saying blandly, leave your name, age, and place of origin. You two may go together. In his view, Gu Yuan was trying to take advantage of the relationship by forcing himself to stay with Elder Hu through his friend's aunt. He had seen many such cases. When Elder Hu did not accept them, he would assign them more tasks upon their return to the miscellaneous department to toughen up those who tried to take shortcuts. A bit bewildered, Zhao Mingyuan saw the look in Gu Yuan's eyes and said, I am Zhao Mingyuan, 12 years old, from Xiankuan Mountain Village in the Liang Kingdom. He had no idea that his aunt was the partner of a foundation establishment elder. Having grown up hearing much about cultivators from his father, he knew that foundation establishment was a figure to be looked up to. His father had said that his aunt's qualifications were not impressive. Could she really connect with a foundation establishment elder? Zhao Mingyuan felt somewhat anxious. Gu Yuan, however, did not care how Zhao Mingyuan felt, and after receiving his disciple token pulled him along, saying, let's go find your aunt. Gu Yuan was quite familiar with the outer sect of the Xian sect. He led Zhao Mingyuan away from the miscellaneous department, navigating through twists and turns until they arrived in front of Hui's new cave dwelling. After knocking on the cave dwelling's protective array, the person who came out was not Hui and his wife, but a young man. The youth did not recognize Gu Yuan and Zhao Mingyuan, and seeing that they were both young thought they could not possibly be his father's friends, so his tone naturally became a bit more severe. Gu Yuan did not recognize the person who came out either. He cautiously asked, is this Elder Hu's cave dwelling? The youth raised an eyebrow. It used to be, but it is not anymore. This is my cave dwelling now. What do you want? Then may I ask where Elder Hu has moved? We are his relatives and have come to seek him out. The youth scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. How would I know that my father has relatives like you? Hearing this, Gu Yuan carefully examined the young man before him, noticing he indeed bore a resemblance to Hui and Zhang Yan. Gu Yuan smiled and pulled Zhao Mingyuan, saying, Mingyuan, this is your cousin, quickly greet him. Zhao Mingyuan was taken aback, feeling it was somewhat awkward to call someone cousin before clarifying the situation. Trusting Gu Yuan, he steeled himself and said, Zhao Mingyuan greets you, cousin. The youth murmured, Zhao Mingyuan. Realizing that his mother was also surnamed Zhao, he uncertainly asked, are you my mother's nephew? Zhao Mingyuan, upon hearing the youth's question, replied, my father is Zhao Xing, who had a younger sister named Zhao Nian, left in the Xian sect before he passed to the secular world. Could she be your mother? He was unsure if this person before him was indeed a relative, and his voice carried a hint of weakness as he spoke. The young man pondered, recalling that his mother had mentioned some family matters during his childhood. He indeed had an uncle named Zhao Xing. Given that this lad could mention his mother's name and his uncle's name, it seemed he was not lying. This person might truly be his cousin. Thinking of this, the youth smiled, saying, since you know my uncle's name and my mother's given name, you must be my cousin. I am Hu Guanyu, your cousin. After speaking, Hu Guanyu looked at Gu Yuan and asked, are you also my cousin? Gu Yuan shook his head, saying, my father was a good friend of Elder Hu. He told me that upon arriving at the Xian sect I could seek him out and he would take care of me. Upon realizing that Gu Yuan was not a relative, Hu Guanyu immediately regarded him with less importance. His father had many friends, and every year some of them would come seeking favors. His father would provide them with some spirit stones and pills and send them on their way, so he did not care much. Let us enter the cave abode. My father has gone to the outer sect to select disciples. He is now the master of the Xianyun pavilion in the outer sect, and my mother has already moved there to live. Currently I am the only one residing in this cave abode. The two followed Hu Guanyu into the cave abode. After chatting for a while, Hu Guanyu calculated the time and estimated that his father Hui should have finished selecting disciples in the outer sect, so he led them to the Xianyun pavilion. In the outer sect of the Xian sect there are 5 pavilions and 3 courtyards, which are places for nurturing truly talented disciples, somewhat akin to the 5 peaks of the inner sect. In his previous life before Nirvana, Gu Yuan could not even access the 5 pavilions and 3 courtyards of the outer sect. Only those with outstanding spiritual root qualifications who did not need to enter the miscellaneous duties could enter after joining the Tsunchuan sect. Upon arriving at the Xianyun pavilion, many disciples greeted Hu Guanyu. "Greetings, senior brother Hu." Hu Guanyu looked at one of the female disciples and inquired, "Has my father returned yet?" The female disciple replied, "Master, who has not returned yet." Hu Guanyu nodded and turned to Gu Yuan and the other person, saying, "Since my father is not back yet, let me take you two to meet my mother. She will surely be very happy to know that her nephew has come to visit." The 3 of them followed Hu Guanyu through the Xianyun pavilion into the backyard. Hu Guanyu arrived at the door of a residence and gently pushed it open, saying, "Mother, look who I brought." Zhao Nian was practicing spells in the courtyard. Upon hearing her son's voice, she paused and turned to look. When she saw Gu Yuan's appearance, she was momentarily taken aback. "Mother, this is my cousin Zhao Mingyuan, the son of Uncle Zhao Xing." Hu Guanyu pointed at Zhao Mingyuan. Zhao Nian seemed not to have heard him, her gaze fixed on Gu Yuan as she asked, "Who is Gu Yuan to you?" He looked too much like someone she knew. Upon seeing his face, Zhao Nian unconsciously recalled Gu Yuan's figure. In response to Auntie's question, "I am Gu Li and Gu Yuan is my father." Gu Yuan could no longer care about their previous titles. After Nirvana, he would live his life well in this new identity. In his past life, Zhao Nian called him Uncle Gu, but in this life he addressed her as Auntie Zhao. After speaking, Gu Yuan took out a piece of broken jade from his waist, holding it in front of him as he continued, "My father once said that with this token I could seek help from Elder Hu, so I shamelessly came with Ming Yuan to seek my family." Zhao Nian took the piece of broken jade, which was indeed the same one that Hui had given to Gu Yuan back then. Instantly, Zhao Nian was immensely certain that this was indeed Gu Yuan's child. She had not expected that despite Gu Yuan's age before he left, he would still have descendants returning to the Tsunchuan sect with spiritual roots. This truly gave her an opportunity to repay him. Whether it was taking care of her brothers or the assistance Gu Yuan had provided to the Zhao family before his father passed away and helping her find such a partner, Zhao Nian owed Gu Yuan a tremendous favor. Zhao Nian had thought she would never see Gu Yuan's descendants again and could only take care of his nephew in the sect. Unexpectedly, Gu Yuan's son had come to the sect. "From now on I need not concern myself with that greedy fellow anymore," Zhao Nian thought as she stepped forward and patted Gu Yuan's shoulder. "Rest assured, in that Tsunchuan sect, even if your elder who does not look after you, I will take good care of you. This will be your home from now on." Hu Guanyu, standing by, was somewhat confused. Wasn't this cousin here? Had his mother recognized the wrong person? Thinking this, he pointed at Zhao Mingyuan, saying, "Mother, this is the actual cousin." Zhao Nian then turned her gaze to Zhao Mingyuan. The 12-year-old Zhao Mingyuan indeed bore some resemblance to his elder brother back in the day. "Are you the child of my elder brother Zhao Xing?" Zhao Mingyuan finally received attention and immediately responded, "Mingyuan is the 31st son of my father. My other brothers and sisters have attempted to enter Wangxian City to test their spiritual roots multiple times but failed. Only I passed the test." Zhao Nian nodded, saying, "Your grandfather has always hoped for the Zhao family to have descendants who practice cultivation. With you here I can rest easy." She then looked at Gu Yuan, inquiring about some of his stories from the past years. Gu Yuan could only fabricate some stories to brush it off, as he had not settled down in the secular world. Speaking too much would easily reveal the truth. In the courtyard, Zhao Nian continuously inquired about Gu Yuan's past, showing little concern for her own nephew, which left Hu Guanyu feeling quite puzzled. "Who is this kid to my mother?" He thought, "Why does it seem like she treats him more intimately than her own nephew? Could it be that this kid's father was once my mother's suitor?" As Hu Guanyu pondered, his gaze inadvertently became somewhat unfriendly. After chatting for a long while in the courtyard, a hearty laughter resonated from outside. "Nianer, I heard Guanyu brought relatives. Who are they?" Hui still appeared, as he always had, a middle-aged man with a hearty demeanor. Seeing Hui again, Gu Yuan felt somewhat emotional. It was better to have a deeper cultivation level as a cultivator. So many years had passed and his first life was already gone, yet Hui remained the same. Given Hui's foundation establishment lifespan, if he did not make significant breakthroughs in this life, he might not even outlive Hui. Hui walked into the courtyard and Hu Guanyu immediately stepped forward, pointing at Gu Yuan and Zhao Mingyuan, saying, "Father, this is Zhao Mingyuan, the child of mother's elder brother, my cousin." He then pointed at Gu Yuan, saying, "This is the child of my mother's late friend." He wanted to remind his father that his mother was overly concerned for this person. However, Hui did not even glance at Zhao Mingyuan. His gaze fell on Gu Yuan's face as he pointed at him, asking Zhao Nian, "Could this be the child of Gu Yuan, my junior?" He looked too much like him. He did not even need Gu Yuan to produce the token. The moment Hui saw him, he sensed that he must be Gu Yuan's descendant. Zhao Nian shook the broken jade in her hand, saying, "How could this be false? Greetings, Elder. Gu Yuan stepped forward to bow, knowing he had to rely on Hui in this life. He had to lower his posture. Are you Gu Yuan's son or grandson? Hui was uncertain whether Gu Yuan was his direct descendant or a descendant of his lineage, as there were indeed instances of resemblances across generations. My father is Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan could only reply. As long as Gu Yuan is your father, that is good. Rest assured, once you are here it is like being at home. You can come to me for anything in the future. Hui was in high spirits as he stepped forward to pat Gu Yuan's shoulder. He was very pleased that his junior had a son in the world and that he could come to the Tsungshuan sect. Hui led several people to sit in the pavilion of the courtyard and inquired about Gu Yuan and Zhao Mingyuan's situation. Upon learning that Gu Yuan had an 8th grade spiritual root and Zhao Mingyuan had a 7th grade spiritual root, a smile appeared on Hui's face. Fortunately, you are not like your father with only a 9th grade spiritual root. Otherwise, even as the master of the Xianyun sect, I wouldn't be able to keep you here privately. An 8th grade spiritual root is barely sufficient. In the future, both of you will be disciples of my Xianyun sect. Since Hui took the position of the master of the Xianyun sect, his outlook had broadened considerably. He was well aware that the outer sect only nurtured disciples with the potential to break through to foundation establishment, while the inner sect's 5 peaks only recruited those with the potential to reach golden core. After speaking, Hui glanced at his son and said, I have recruited quite a few promising female disciples from the new entry students this time. You should be smart and try to find a partner among them. And you too should do the same. While I am still the master, feel free to pursue any female disciples in our Xianyun sect that catch your eye. Zhang Yan rolled her eyes at him, saying, Li Er and Mingyuan are still so young, why are you teaching them this? Isn't this a casual mention? Hui chuckled and continued to Hu Guanyu, saying, I don't have many demands for you, just find me a daughter-in-law with good qualifications. With your aptitude and unwillingness to venture out, it's hard to expect foundation establishment. Ensuring we have more descendants would count as a contribution for our Hu family. Hu Guanyu nodded awkwardly. At this point, he was already aware of Gu Yuan's identity, and his father did not treat him as an outsider. After some casual chatting, Hui stood up and led Gu Yuan and Zhao Mingyuan to the front yard to summon all the disciples of the Tsungshuan pavilion. There were not many old disciples left in the sect, only 11. With the 20 new disciples who we brought back today along with Gu Yuan and Zhao Mingyuan, the total count reached 22. Among these people, apart from Gu Yuan and Zhao Mingyuan, there was only one with a lower 3rd grade spiritual root. Her maternal grandfather was an elder in the sect who used some connections to send her to Hui. The others all had 6th grade spiritual roots and were fully capable of attempting foundation establishment. Hui summoned everyone for 2 reasons: to introduce the new disciples and to assign them their accommodation. The buildings of the Tsungshuan pavilion were intricately designed houses, unlike the caves preferred by many sects. Gu Yuan and Zhao Mingyuan were assigned housing not far from the back courtyard, each having a small 2-room house. From some of the older disciples of the Xianyun sect, Gu Yuan learned that Hui was able to become the master of the Xianyun sect due to his unique enhancement spell technique. The cultivators who left under his guidance were all quite formidable, which is why Hui held the position of master. Gu Yuan speculated that the technique Hui was imparting was the same one that allowed him to cast the torrential rain-like minor spiritual rain technique back in the day. He never expected Hui to choose to pass it on after becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. This made Gu Yuan somewhat eager. He had long coveted this technique, which Hui had treated like a treasure and never shared. Now he was being generous. A few days later, the Xianyun sect began its classes. An elderly foundation establishment elder lectured on the importance of foundational knowledge in cultivation and body refinement. The new disciples listened very attentively. Gu Yuan noticed that Hui was indeed quite concerned for his son in the Xianyun sect. Most were female cultivators, and among the male cultivators there were only 5, including him and Zhao Mingyuan. It was a kind of enjoyment to watch a group of young and beautiful senior sisters and junior sisters cultivate in such an environment. Gu Yuan's cultivation enlightenment came from Gu Shanjia while he learned in the miscellaneous department. Much of the knowledge was not as detailed as that taught by the elders in the Xianyun sect, allowing Gu Yuan to fill in many gaps. This would help him avoid some detours in his future cultivation. Gu Yuan had already laid out his cultivation plan. Before entering the sect, he had the strength of the 3rd layer of qi refining, and the Xianyun sect, as a place focused on nurturing disciples, offered quite good treatment. Every month he would receive 5 spirit stones and 10 gathering spirit pills as a stipend for 10 years. This decade would be enough for him to cultivate to the 4th layer of qi refining. After 10 years, the Xianyun sect would stop the stipend and he would need to earn spirit stones for cultivation by completing sect tasks, venturing out to hunt demonic beasts, or continuing as a spirit farmer. Gu Yuan planned to improve his talisman-making skills during his time at the Tsungshuan sect. After the stipend from the Xianyun sect ended, he would begin to support himself through talisman making. In the last decade before his nirvana, he had already grasped the basics of talisman making, able to create simple talismans like the dust cleansing talisman, awakening talisman, and wind gathering talisman. The talisman making skills in the Xian sect were outstanding and among the strongest in all nearby forces. The sect even had a renowned talisman master, Lu Lin. Gu Yuan was uncertain whether he would return to the Xian sect next time after his nirvana. This time he intended to learn as much as possible. 1 month after Gu Yuan entered the Xianyun sect, Gu Xinghe found him. Gu Xinghe was only 25 years younger than Gu Yuan before his nirvana. Now he was nearly 90 years old with a thin frame filled with the marks of time. The graying hair at his temples also proved that he had aged. Gu Xinghe only believed that Gu Yuan's cousin's son had indeed come to the sect after seeing Gu Yuan with his own eyes. Upon meeting Gu Yuan, Gu Xinghe seemed to have found a lifeline. After some casual greetings and confirming each other's identities, Gu Xinghe said, "Cousin, your father has a close relationship with Master Hu. Could you please ask him to secure a spot for me to enter the Tinghai secret realm?" What kind of place is the Tinghai secret realm? Gu Yuan genuinely had never heard of this place. Seeing that Gu Yuan was unaware of the Tinghai secret realm did not surprise Gu Xinghe. He explained the Tinghai secret realm is located deep within the Wailing Spirit mountain range near the West Sea. It was discovered only in recent years, but the entrances are guarded by the 3 major powers, allowing only their members to enter. It is said that there are opportunities for foundation establishment within. Cousin, I'm already 89 years old and at the 8th layer of chi refining. As long as I can enter the Tinghai secret realm, I am sure I can find the opportunity for foundation establishment. At that time our Gu family will also have its own foundation establishment cultivator. After saying this, Gu Xinghe looked at Gu Yuan with a face full of desire. If it weren't for the lack of other options, he would never have sought help from his cousin. As he faced the end of his life, if he didn't take a chance, he would soon become dust. Why don't you ask Master Hu yourself, cousin? My father has some connections with Master Hu, but the fact that he allowed me to remain in the Xianyun sect is already a great favor. I can't just go and ask him about this matter, and what if he takes offense and kicks me out of the Xianyun sect? Gu Yuan had no intention of helping Gu Xinghe anymore, mainly because at his age it was practically impossible for him to achieve foundation establishment. He just couldn't see it himself. Gu Xing's expression darkened at these words. Master Hu said that the Tinghai secret realm is reserved for disciples with hopes of advancing to foundation establishment, but I clearly have potential. I think he just wants to give this spot to his own friends and family. As a pavilion master, he definitely has plenty of spots available for the Tinghai secret realm. Gu Yuan found it amusing to see Gu Xinghe so angry. The man had no familial ties to him and was under no obligation to help him. Why be angry for not obtaining a spot? Cousin, the road of cultivation becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. You are at the 8th layer of chi refining, which is still far from the 9th layer. Not to mention reaching the peak of chi refining and attempting foundation establishment. In fact, with your current situation, it may be better to give up on cultivation and support me in accumulating resources. Upon entering the sect, I have better cultivation resources in the Xianyun sect than you had initially. I do have hopes for foundation establishment in the future, and with your support I believe the possibility will increase significantly. You won't have many years left before your vitality starts to decline. Why cling to fantasies? It would be better to fully support me, and once I achieve foundation establishment, our Gu family will have a foundation establishment cultivator. Gu Yuan's words made Gu Xinghe feel somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard them. His angry expression froze in disbelief as he looked at his cousin. I'm a latest-stage chi refining cultivator with a lifespan of around 110 years. How could my vitality be declining? Don't even think about me accumulating cultivation resources for you. The two did not see eye to eye, and Gu Xinghe angrily left. Watching Gu Xing's departing figure, Gu Yuan displayed a look of helplessness. His nephew was too stubborn, and at his age it was nearly impossible for him to achieve foundation establishment, yet he was the only one blind to this fact. Time seemed to stand still in the world of cultivation, and 3 years quietly passed. Within the Xianyun pavilion, almost all the new disciples had stepped into the first layer of the chi refining stage, while Gu Yuan controlled his concealment technique to keep his own cultivation at the same level. Here he felt almost invisible, and no one noticed that he had hidden his cultivation. During these 3 years, Gu Yuan discovered something with his rebirth. His talent for talisman making appeared to have significantly improved. The thickness of the cinnabar, which had once been difficult to control, was now easily grasped. In 3 years he attended the talisman making class at Xianyun Pavilion 7 times, each time listening very attentively, and he was even able to draw first-tier inferior talisman paper. First-tier talisman paper is not comparable to those initial-level papers. Once a tier is reached, it can cause damage when used, providing a significant combat capability for those in the early chi refining stage. Gu Yuan's talent for talisman making impressed the talisman master who taught the class. Had it not been for the fact that Gu Yuan only had an 8th grade spiritual root which would make foundation establishment extremely difficult, the talisman master might have considered taking him as a disciple. Gu Yuan noticed the talisman master's thoughts. Since the master did not actively take him as a disciple, he didn't pay much attention to it. Whenever he had questions and asked, the master would patiently answer. Since he could carve first-tier inferior talismans, Gu Yuan focused all his thoughts on this, refusing all invitations from the senior brothers and sisters in Xianyun Pavilion to discuss cultivation issues. He seemed to have become a solitary figure within the pavilion. Gu Yuan's spirit stones combined with the monthly stipend of 5 spirit stones had been completely consumed. Learning various arts in the early stages of cultivation is extremely resource-intensive. Fortunately, he had purchased the talisman-making diagrams, talisman brushes and other essential tools before his rebirth. Otherwise it would have been difficult for a newly admitted disciple to learn this craft. At this time Gu Yuan could carve 3 types of first-tier inferior talismans: Fireball Talisman, Windblade Talisman and Diamond Talisman. These 3 talismans are the most popular first-tier inferior talismans on the market. Relying on his monthly stipend to buy blank talisman paper and cinnabar would take another 2 months, so Gu Yuan had to consider selling the talismans he had drawn to balance his income and expenses. Currently his success rate for talismans was slightly lacking. Out of 10 talismans, only 5 were successful. This success rate would allow him to break even if sold directly to the sect, but it would be difficult to have any surplus spirit stones to learn other talisman carvings. After some thought, Gu Yuan decided to find a shop in the market at the foot of the mountain to cooperate with so he could make a little profit. Once his success rate improved in the future, he would earn more. Disciples who enjoy seeking opportunities outside the sect often relax at the market after returning, just like Hui and Zhang Yunkai did in the past. After relaxing, they would often buy necessary items at the market. The items at the market are generally cheaper than those sold within the sect, except for pills, which can only be purchased from the Zhongxian sect, otherwise everything else is available. Gu Yuan descended the mountain and arrived at the market town where numerous shops sold talismans. In several large shops a dazzling array of talismans of various qualities were for sale. Gu Yuan speculated that they must have their own talisman masters who might not look favorably upon him as a beginner, so he focused his attention on some smaller shops. The market town at the foot of the mountain was most prosperous near the Chui Xiang building. The further away, the more remote it became. Gu Yuan walked to a street corner and entered a shop named Li's Trading Company. On both sides of the shop's walls hung various weapons. Gu Yuan observed that these were all low-quality hidden weapons, and he did not find a counter displaying talisman paper in the shop. A young girl approached and asked customer, "What kind of hidden weapon do you wish to purchase?" "Our Li's Trading Company is famous for the quality of our hidden weapons throughout the town." Gu Yuan looked at the girl and inquired, "Do you accept first-tier talismans?" The girl shook her head and replied, "I can't make that decision. Let me call my father to discuss it with you." The girl called out to the back, "Daddy, someone wants to sell talismans, come take a look." A middle-aged man walked out from the back. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, he clasped his fists and asked, "Could this young brother be a talisman master?" Gu Yuan nodded that Zhongxian sect's talisman-making skills are quite renowned, and many disciples within the sect have studied talisman making, so being a talisman master is not particularly special. The middle-aged man became interested. His Li's Trading Company only sold the hidden weapons he made, and the product range was quite limited. He had long wanted to expand into other items but lacked connections, so finding a talisman master to collaborate with was an excellent opportunity. "Young brother, why not come to the courtyard for a cup of tea? We can chat while we drink." Gu Yuan did not refuse and followed the middle-aged man to the back courtyard. In the courtyard an old tree supported a large umbrella, and beneath it was a tea table. After both seated, the middle-aged man poured a cup of tea for Gu Yuan and said, "Young brother, you look young but are a talisman master. Your master must hold a significant position in the sect." Seeing the middle-aged man probing into his background, Gu Yuan took a sip of tea and smiled. "Store owner, let's talk about the talismans. I cannot disclose matters regarding my master." "Apologies, I spoke out of turn." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Our shop is very interested in doing business with talismans. May I ask what talismans you can provide?" "I can basically make all basic talismans. Among the first-tier inferior talismans I can currently provide Fireball Talisman, Windblade Talisman and Diamond Talisman." The middle-aged man expressed slight disappointment but did not say much. Instead he said, "The price of first-tier inferior talismans is quite transparent. In the market town 1 spirit stone can buy 2 talismans. Our shop is somewhat off the main road, so if we want to sell them we must lower the price a bit, thus I can offer you 4 talismans for 1 spirit stone. After all, we need to leave some profit too. If you agree, we can cooperate." Hearing this, Gu Yuan knew that the price offered by the store owner was fair. Within the sect, talismans are traded at 5 first-tier inferior talismans for 1 spirit stone. Selling here he could make a profit on 1 talisman. Gu Yuan's inventory in his storage bag was not much. The 3 types of first-tier talismans totaled less than 200. He urgently needed spirit stones to buy blank talisman paper and cinnabar, so he did not haggle and readily said that price is acceptable. I have 180 first-tier inferior talismans that I can trade right now. Young brother, you are indeed straightforward. I Fief and am the same, we can trade right now. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and appeared quite pleased. Yuan took out 180 talismans from his storage bag and handed them to Fief. After inspection, the latter happily handed over 45 spirit stones to Yuan. Young brother, we need to discuss this beforehand. Since you are cooperating with our store, I assume you are looking for a long-term partnership. I will sell these talismans for a few days to see how they perform. Please come back in a few days and we can set a monthly transaction volume then. Yuan nodded. He had indeed come seeking a long-term partnership, so he naturally would not refuse. Given his speed in drawing talismans with sufficient materials, he could produce 30 per day, which should be enough for this small shop. After returning to the Xianyun pavilion of the Tsinchuan sect, Yuan noticed that many senior brothers and sisters were bidding farewell to Hui. Once they departed, Yuan approached Hui and asked, Master, who are they leaving? Inside the Xianyun pavilion, most disciples would leave after receiving their 10 years of cultivation monthly allowance. Hui nodded. The fledgling eagle must ultimately soar high. The sect cannot support them for a lifetime. When the time comes, they must rely on themselves. Realizing that his words might lead Yuan to misunderstand, Hui added, you need not think too much. I have already arranged your paths for you. You will understand in a few years. Yuan nodded. He was indifferent to it, having already mapped out his own cultivation journey. Zhaoming Yuan, having grown up in a family of martial artists in the secular world, was quite talented at making friends. He was very familiar with his peers in the Xianyun pavilion. Seeing Yuan return, he stepped forward and asked Gu Shixiang, there are 2 senior brothers having a sword duel at the Xianjin pavilion tomorrow. Would you like to join us to watch? With Zhao Nian present, it felt somewhat awkward for Zhaoming Yuan to address Yuan as Uncle Gu, so he referred to him as Shixiang after entering the Xianyun pavilion. Yuan had no interest in swordsmanship at the moment. He only wanted to improve his talisman drawing skills as quickly as possible. Thus he decisively declined, saying, I won't go. You can accompany your senior sisters. I still need to return to practice drawing talismans. Oh, fine. Then I'll go with the senior sisters. I heard that the senior brothers in the Xianjin pavilion are all top-notch in swordsmanship. It would be good for me to learn a move or two. The spells that early-stage chi refinement cultivators could learn were limited. Learning a sword technique was a good way to enhance combat power. Besides cultivation, Zhaoming Yuan loved going to the Xianjin pavilion to watch the senior brothers practice their swordplay. When Yuan returned, he had already purchased new talisman paper and cinnabar. After returning to his room, he began to continue drawing talismans. He had spent a few days drawing 50 of each of the 3 types of talismans he had mastered, and then he started practicing the drawing methods for other talismans. A few days later, Yuan went down the mountain and returned to the Li family trading company. Upon seeing Yuan's arrival, a young girl in the store came forward to greet him. Talisman master, you came at just the right time. The talismans you left here last time have all sold out. Did you bring new talismans this time? The girl Li Siyu was the daughter of Li Fifen. She was responsible for managing the store daily, while Li Fifen spent most of his time in the backyard crafting some concealed weapons for sale. Yuan took out the 150 low-grade first-tier talismans he had drawn and handed them to the girl, saying, I'm not sure if these will sell well here, so I didn't prepare many. Next time I'll bring more. The girl took the talismans and returned from the counter with spirit stones to hand to Yuan. She said, recently many disciples from the sect have been running to the Wanling mountain range, and our talismans sell quickly because the price is low. Yuan took the spirit stones and asked, how long did it take for the talismans I left last time to sell out? Li Siyu replied, about 3 days. Some customers buy talismans along with concealed weapons for self-defense, and the diamond talisman sells better. Yuan nodded. With Li Siyu's words, he could now draw more diamond talismans when he returned. After purchasing some empty talisman paper and cinnabar again, Yuan returned to his place to continue his talisman drawing endeavors. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had quietly passed. Yuan had mastered over a dozen types of low-grade first-tier talismans with a success rate of 80%. Through drawing talismans, he was now able to earn 20 spirit stones per month, which was even higher than the monthly allowance issued by the Xianyun pavilion. The cooperative relationship with the Li family trading company had become increasingly solid, and both sides had made a considerable profit. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had also reached the 4th level of chi refinement, progressing much faster than in his previous life before Nirvana. One day Hui summoned Yuan and Zhaoming Yuan. You two have been in the Xianyun pavilion for 9 years now. Gu Yuan, you have made me proud, earning spirit stones through your talisman drawing skill and have actually cultivated to the 4th level of qi refinement. I am very pleased. Ming Yuan, you also need to work harder. Your spiritual root quality is even better than Gu Yuan's, but you spend every day indulged in martial arts techniques. Look at how many martial arts manuals you have bought over the years. We are cultivators, what use do we have for those things? Hearing this, Zhao Mingyuan retorted, uncle, these martial arts techniques can also enhance my practical combat ability and are quite cheap, so they aren't useless. Hui sighed, do as you wish. In any case, I won't be able to manage you anymore. Prepare yourselves. In a few days you will go to the Tinghai secret realm with the other disciples of the sect. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression changed. He currently had no intention of leaving the sect. Zhao Mingyuan, on the other hand, seemed excited. He had been clamoring for adventure ever since he entered the 3rd level of qi refinement. Hui noticed Gu Yuan's doubts and smiled slightly, saying, don't worry, it's a good thing. Your senior brother Guan Yu entered the Tinghai secret realm last year, so you too will have someone to look out for once you go there. Master, who can I opt out? Gu Yuan inquired. He did not want to go to a dangerous place. It felt safer to stay at the Zhongshuan sect. Hui's expression turned stern. No, this was hard for me to secure. You can't just say you won't go. I tell you, the spiritual energy there is comparable to using spirit stones for cultivation. Once you get there, you just need to focus on your cultivation. There will be opportunities for foundation establishment in the future. Don't mess around. Ordinary people would be eager to go but wouldn't have the chance. Do you know how much goodwill I had to expend to secure your spots? Seeing Hui's firm attitude, Gu Yuan felt a bit anxious but did not dare to insist on not going. I will teach you too the blood secret technique. You must practice it well. That is the ancestral method of my Hu family, and in a real crisis this technique could be a lifeline. After finishing, Hui's expression revealed a hint of melancholy. Once you enter the Tinghai secret realm, do not return lightly. It is best if you can establish a foundation there. The sect has already set up a branch in the secret realm, and there are experts who have broken through to the foundation establishment stage inside to protect you. Therefore, once you get there, you must find ways to stay. Gu Yuan could not comprehend why the Zhongshuan sect would establish a branch in a secret realm, and from Hui's tone it seemed not everyone could enter there. Seeing the two still puzzled, Hui added, there is a ruin of an ancient sect in the secret realm containing ancient legacies. Ordinary people cannot go there. If it weren't for the entrance of the secret realm only allowing those in the qi refinement stage to enter, I would have gone in long ago. You two should just be secretly happy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyuan's eyes lit up with joy. He excitedly said, thank you, uncle, for your guidance. Ming Yuan will surely not forget it. If I achieve anything in the future, I will repay you. Enough, enough, enough. I do not hope for your repayment. If possible, take care of your senior brother Guan Yu more in the secret realm. He only has an 8th grade spiritual root and will find it very difficult to establish a foundation. Gu Yuan felt somewhat troubled. He understood that Hui was doing this for his own good, but he truly did not need it. Staying at the Zhongshuan sect to steadily enhance his strength after several rounds of Nirvana, he would have everything. Why bother to compete with others? After bidding farewell to Hui, the two returned to pack their belongings. Gu Yuan went down the mountain to purchase some empty talisman paper and cinnabar at the market and informed the Li family trading company that their cooperation might come to an end. After completing these tasks, Gu Yuan returned to his room and carefully contemplated the matter. Suddenly he felt that going to the secret realm might not be a bad idea. The Tinghai secret realm was tightly controlled by 3 major forces, making it impossible for ordinary loose cultivators to enter, and the same went for ordinary disciples within the sect. Gu Xingha had previously wanted to go to the Tinghai secret realm in search of opportunities but had also been stopped outside. Now that Hui had given them this chance, it would indeed be a pity to waste it. Staying within the Zhongshuan sect, Gu Yuan was very clear that with his 8th grade spiritual root quality, his hope of establishing a foundation in this life was basically non-existent. If he remained in the qi refinement stage, he was unsure whether his spiritual root quality would improve after nirvana, so striving for a chance would be good. There would only be people from the 3 major forces inside, so it was unlikely that there would be infighting. As long as he dealt with the crises within the secret realm properly, there shouldn't be too many problems. With this in mind, Gu Yuan began to draw talismans for himself, preparing well for his journey to the secret realm. Days later, Hui sent the 2 of them onto the spirit vessel of the Zhongshuan sect, heading towards the Tinghai secret realm. Standing on the spirit vessel and watching the Zhongshuan sect gradually recede in the distance, Zhao Mingyuan appeared somewhat excited. This was his first journey away from home since becoming a cultivator. Gu Yuan seemed much more composed. As they approached the impending secret realm, the spells he primarily practiced were all related to self-preservation, such as earth escape, water escape, and wind escape, which he had already mastered to a high level. he could escape from ordinary dangers. The spirit vessel soared through the sky and reached the Wanling mountain range in less than an hour. As soon as they landed, the group noticed a peculiar cave shimmering with blue light materialize out of thin air on the ground. In front of the entrance, many Foundation establishment cultivators from the three major forces were on guard. Upon seeing the spirit vessel of the Xanchuan sect, a Foundation establishment cultivator from Xanchuan stepped forward. Once inside the secret realm, do not go to the Wanlin mountain, instead go directly to find our sect's disciples to gather. Everything within the secret realm should be led by Zhuo Xingyan. Remember this well. The over 100 Qi refinement disciples, including Gu Yuan and Zhaoming Yuan, nodded in response. Zhuo Xingyan is the direct disciple of the sect leader and is said to be a perfected Qi refinement cultivator. It was unexpected to find him in the secret realm. With him, everyone felt a sense of security. Stay close to me later, Gu Yuan whispered to Zhaoming Yuan. He was prepared to slack off once they entered the secret realm and naturally did not want Zhaoming Yuan to take risks and encounter danger. The path to immortality is long, and only by staying alive is there hope. At this moment, Zhaoming Yuan's earlier excitement had vanished, leaving him somewhat tense. Gu Yuan and Zhaoming Yuan stepped into the Tinghai secret realm one after the other, expecting to land in the same place. However, upon entering the secret realm, Gu Yuan looked around but saw no trace of Zhaoming Yuan. As soon as they entered, the two were transported separately. Gu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, where ancient trees towered high and the grass was lush. It seemed to be a forest. Where is everyone? With over 100 people entering the secret realm together, why did he not see anyone? Gu Yuan felt something was amiss. How vast is this secret realm? Out of the 100+ people from the Xanchuan sect who entered, he was the only one here. Sensing the incredibly rich spiritual energy surrounding him, Gu Yuan understood that even ordinary beasts living here for a long time would transform into demon beasts. This was not a safe place. His strength was too weak to survive in the secret realm. He had to be cautious and quickly reunite with his sect members. Gu Yuan scanned the area and soon spotted a figure not far away. Initially thinking it was a companion who had come to the secret realm, upon approaching, Gu Yuan discovered that although this person had a human form, she had roots growing from beneath her feet. This is a demon. He, little one, you're quite bold to appear here alone. Come here, let me give you a taste of heaven's feeling. Heaven. Going to the western heaven. Without any hesitation, Gu Yuan immediately cast the earth escape technique. Once his whole body burrowed underground, he lost his sense of direction and fled in the opposite direction of the female demon. The female demon's expression turned cold when she saw Gu Yuan burrowing underground to escape. Trying to run. My roots cover this entire area. Once I catch you, I will definitely drain your blood. Underground, as Gu Yuan was burrowing, he suddenly felt countless tree roots wrapping around him. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. This place is truly strange. He couldn't stay here. He exerted all his strength to activate the earth escape technique, and in an instant his speed of burrowing underground increased. The tree roots pursuing him continued to chase after him, and a thick root swept towards him. Gu Yuan's heart sank and he immediately burrowed deeper into the ground, avoiding the intricate tree roots, desperately fleeing into the distance. After a moment, the tree roots that were chasing him disappeared. Only then did Gu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This brief escape had consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy. At this moment, Gu Yuan urgently needed to determine his direction to reunite with his fellow disciples from the Xanchuan sect. He returned to the surface and glanced around. It was still a dense jungle. Gu Yuan clapped his palm on his storage bag and a flying sword appeared beneath him. He flew into the sky on the sword, hoping to scout the situation of his current location. What met his eyes was an endless expanse of green. He could see no buildings in sight. Gu Yuan's heart sank. The boundless forest made it difficult for him to discern his direction, let alone leave this place. With little spiritual energy left within him, he could not fly on the sword for long. Gu Yuan landed back on the ground. For safety, he used his flying sword to dig a small hole in the ground, then covered the entrance with weeds. Only then did Gu Yuan sit down to recover the spiritual energy he had consumed. After a long time, Gu Yuan's spiritual energy was fully restored. Sitting on the ground, he analyzed his current predicament. Before entering the secret realm, the sect's Foundation establishment steward had warned him not to go to the Wanlin mountain but to go directly to meet with other disciples. This indicated that normal transportation into the secret realm would not send him to the Wanlin mountain. However, the area he currently occupied seemed to align perfectly with the environment of the Wanlin mountain. I can't be this unlucky, can I? Gu Yuan felt somewhat bitter. He had prepared to slack off once he entered, but now being alone here made it impossible to do so. Encountering a demon beast, even if it were just a mid-tier first-stage beast, would not be something he could handle right now. As night fell, the surroundings gradually darkened, filled with the sounds of chirping insects and beast roars. Out of caution, Gu Yuan activated the concealment technique to constantly hide his presence. After a night past dawn broke and Gu Yuan left the temporary earthen hole he had built. Staying here was not a solution, he had to find a way to leave quickly. Otherwise, if he encountered a powerful demon beast, he could only become its meal. With his current cultivation of the 4th layer of chi refinement, he couldn't sustain flying on the sword for long, making it far safer to use the earth escape technique to travel underground. Gu Yuan looked up at the position of the sun in the sky. After determining a direction, he activated the earth escape technique and advanced along that path. After a long time, Gu Yuan had consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy. For safety's sake, he decided to return to the surface, find a safe place to sit and recuperate, and could not wait until his spiritual energy was completely depleted before going up. Upon reaching the surface, Gu Yuan observed his surroundings and instantly felt the hair on his body stand on end. How unlucky could he be to end up right inside a tiger-shaped demon beast's lair while it was sleeping? Taking advantage of its slumber, Gu Yuan quickly burrowed back underground, panic-stricken as he distanced himself from that location. After a long time, as Gu Yuan's spiritual energy neared its end, he had no choice but to return to the surface. Gu Yuan prayed in his heart not to find himself near another demon beast this time. Upon returning to the surface, he was fortunate. Apart from the dense weeds, there was nothing else. Seeing this, Gu Yuan quickly took out his flying sword and in no time excavated a simple earthen hole. After covering it with weeds again, he immediately sat down to recuperate his spiritual energy. Another night passed and Gu Yuan safely endured the night without any dangers appearing. After dawn, Gu Yuan sighed in relief and continued to use the earth escape technique to make his way. Shortly after he began moving again, a terrifying sense of crisis engulfed his heart. Ahead in the ground, a scaled demon beast nurturing its young was glaring at the direction Gu Yuan was burrowing towards. Driven by a protective instinct for its young, the scaled beast, resembling a pangolin, immediately darted out. Gu Yuan exchanged a fierce stare with it for half a second before his figure suddenly shot upward. Once the scaled beast regained its senses, it promptly chased after Gu Yuan, letting out a faint hissing growl from its mouth. As it traversed underground, the scaled beast clearly moved faster. Fortunately, Gu Yuan's earth escape technique was not too profound, and just as he left the surface, the scaled beast followed closely behind. Without any hesitation, Gu Yuan summoned a fire talisman. Flames erupted instantly on the ground, igniting the dried grass and fallen leaves. Gu Yuan then immediately took out his flying sword and soared into the air. The scaled beast seemed more concerned about the young it left underground and chose not to continue its pursuit. After hissing a few times and observing the raging fire on the ground, it burrowed back into the earth. What kind of place is this? There are even beasts underground. Gu Yuan's heart raced fiercely. He had narrowly avoided having the beast's claws catch him. Flying on his sword through the air, Gu Yuan dared not fly for too long as the energy consumption was too great for him. Looking at the endless forest below, he reluctantly chose to land on a giant tree. After regaining some of his magical power on the tree and observing for a while, he returned to the ground. This is just too unlucky. For 2 consecutive days, Gu Yuan had not seen another person. It was clear that his arrival here was purely accidental. At this moment, Gu Yuan missed the Zhongxian sect intensely. If he could turn back time, even if it displeased Hui, he would not wish to come to this place. It was too late to say anything now. Gu Yuan's eyes revealed a determined glint. I must find a way to leave this place. Avoiding the area where the scaled beast had appeared, Gu Yuan burrowed underground again. This time his speed slowed significantly and he was careful to observe the underground environment to avoid encountering any more beasts. After traveling for a long while, Gu Yuan's magical power ran low once again. He had no choice but to return to the surface. As soon as he emerged, he was stunned. What greeted his eyes was a charred expanse as if it had suffered a fierce fire. Yet around him the greenery was lush, with only the spot where Gu Yuan stood being completely blackened, unlike any traces of a great fire. Approaching a tree stump that was already charred black, Gu Yuan inspected it. This stump was thick, about 3 people could wrap their arms around it, and if processed it could serve as a temporary resting place. Gu Yuan scraped at it with his sword. The stump had already decayed and with ease he carved out a hollow in it. He placed a piece of charred stump at the entrance and squeezed inside. The sky was darkening again and he felt completely unsafe outside. Though this little hollow was somewhat crude, it provided Gu Yuan with a modicum of safety. As night fell, while cultivating inside the hollow, he noticed a glimmer of green light through the gap at the entrance. He immediately became alert, gripping his flying sword, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the hollow. Should anything go awry, he would strike with his sword. The glimmer of green hovered in front of the stump for a moment before vanishing. Just as Gu Yuan let out a sigh of relief, the charred bark blocking the entrance was suddenly yanked away. Without any hesitation, Gu Yuan thrust his sword forward. He saw the long sword pierce through the green figure, yet it caused no harm. It's actually a person. Are you from the Zhuantiang sect? The little green figure seemed delighted, completely ignoring the sword that had pierced its body. At this moment Gu Yuan finally saw clearly the form of the green blow. It was a tiny green human. Its eyes were emerald green like jewels with 2 large ears, a small pink face, and its body was a vibrant green resembling a plush toy. At that moment Gu Yuan's sword was still piercing through its body, yet it inflicted no damage whatsoever. Scanning with his divine sense, he couldn't sense any power emanating from it. A chill ran through Gu Yuan's heart, and without a moment's hesitation he withdrew his sword and attempted the earth escape technique to burrow underground for safety. However, his usually effective technique failed to activate within this hollow. This stump is peculiar, Gu Yuan realized. With no way to escape and trapped in the hollow, seeing that the green figure could speak and seemed communicative, Gu Yuan with a vigilant expression asked, "What are you?" The little green figure did not answer Gu Yuan. Its emerald eyes widened. "I will ask you first. Are you from the Zhuantiang sect? Has the trial forest reopened?" Gu Yuan shook his head. "I am a disciple of the Zhongxian sect and am not aware of this place. After entering this secret realm I got separated from my companions, which is why I ended up here." Secret realm. Zhongxian sect. Confusion flickered in the little green figure's eyes. Before it could continue speaking, a low beast roar echoed from afar. "It's that guy again, so annoying." A look of helplessness appeared on the little green figure's face. The next moment it dashed into the hollow, saying, "Make way. This is my territory." Seeing it directly enter the hollow and block the entrance with the previously charged stump piece, Gu Yuan held his sword, keeping a wary eye on it. "It was safe here before and now you've ruined it." The little green figure shot an annoyed glance at Gu Yuan. When Gu Yuan had stabbed it with the sword, it was clearly ethereal, but moments ago it had managed to lift the charred stump, indicating it had a physical form. Gu Yuan was puzzled about what this creature truly was. Sharing the hollow with it was evidently risky. Instinctively Gu Yuan began to slowly move toward the entrance of the hollow, preparing to escape through the earth escape technique when it was unguarded. The little green figure seemed to have sensed Gu Yuan's intention and warned that creature outside is a peak second-tier beast. "Once you leave the protective space left by my body, it will detect you, and with your strength escaping will be difficult." Seeing that the little green figure did not seem to harbor ill will and it hadn't gotten angry when Gu Yuan had stabbed it, Gu Yuan turned his gaze to it. "Is this the trial forest you mentioned?" "That's right, this is the depths of the trial forest. With your strength, running around here is tantamount to seeking death. Do you know how to leave this place?" Gu Yuan inquired tentatively. The little green figure nodded. "You are a cultivator, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to leave here." Gu Yuan showed a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stab you with my sword earlier. I hope you understand. Could you tell me the route to leave? I would be immensely grateful." The little green figure's eyes glimmered with thought. "If you want my help to leave here, you must answer a few questions first. Please proceed in. First, what exactly is this Zhongshuan sect you mentioned?" And hearing the green figure's question, Gu Yuan replied that Zhongshuan sect is my cultivation sect, an immensely powerful one presided over by a golden core elder. Golden core elder? And the green figure scoffed and pressed on. "And what of this secret realm?" "This is the secret realm we entered. When I teleported here, an accident occurred, leaving me stranded here alone." A thoughtful gleam flickered in the green figure's eyes as it asked, "If my conjecture is correct, your world is relatively small and entirely encircled by ocean, is it not?" Gu Yuan recalled the regional map he had seen at the Zhongshuan sect. To its west lay the Shihai Sea, spanning 1,000 li. To the south of the Wanling mountain range flowed the Nanhai Sea. The easternmost border was the mortal Liang kingdom, while the north remained an impassable expanse of snow-capped peaks, uninhabited and uncharted. Two sides are indeed bordered by sea, but the other two I cannot say. And the green figure cast Gu Yuan a peculiar glance. "So, you hail from Xian Yu after all. It seems the Xian Tian sect remains as dysfunctional as ever." With that it sighed deeply. "And Xian Yu?" Gu Yuan gazed at it baffled. "This is no secret realm, it is the true world. Your Xian Yu is the secret realm, a miniature world forged long ago by the Xian Tian sect solely to imprison disciples who had committed grave transgressions or sown chaos." Gu Yuan froze upon hearing this. Had he truly lived his entire life within a prison? And he refused to believe the green figure's words. For now his sole priority was escaping this accursed place and reuniting with his fellow cultivators. "You've finished your questions, can you now show me the way out?" And the green figure remained silent, its gaze sweeping repeatedly over Gu Yuan's form, its tiny face clouded with inner conflict. "If you wish to depart, you must take me with you. Otherwise I will offer no assistance, and very well, we may leave together." Gu Yuan could not fathom the source of the green figure's hesitation. "And due to certain unique circumstances I cannot leave this place unaided. To accompany you we must first forge a soul pact, only then may I depart alongside you." Gu Yuan's brow furrowed. What restrictions does this soul pact entail? Surely it doesn't bind us to shared life and death, if so I must respectfully decline. The green figure shook its head, its expression softening into melancholy. I was born as a Chihue tree in the spirit domain. While still sapling tender I was uprooted and transplanted here by disciples of the Xiantian sect. I have dwelled here for nearly 100,000 years, and for the past 30,000 no disciple from the Xiantian sect has ever ventured into the trial forest. As a tree I was originally unaffected by the trial forest's formation array. Had I successfully endured the heavenly tribulation I would have directly manifested as a spirit and ascended to the immortal realm. Yet 20,000 years ago I failed my tribulation. What remained of my spiritual essence was forced to transform, leaving me in this half-spiritual state. Within this forest should my power recover to the third rank the erase force will mercilessly obliterate me again and again. Each time I am compelled to abandon my half-spiritual form. Now only a remnant spirit remains, frail, fragmented and fading. My aura has long been recorded by the trial forest's formation array. Escape is impossible unless I bind myself to a cultivator capable of freely entering and exiting this realm through a soul pact. Only then may I depart this prison forever. Gu Yuan stood profoundly shaken. A being capable of enduring the heavenly tribulation even in its diminished remnant state must possess immeasurable wisdom and insight. Securing its aid would undoubtedly smooth his path forward along the Tao of cultivation. Yet before committing, Gu Yuan resolved to ascertain, beyond doubt, that the soul pact contained no hidden peril. Might you explain precisely how this soul pact functions? The green figure sighed. Pact energy is a unique ability of the spirit clan, a means to foster peaceful coexistence with other beings. The soul pact stands as its highest and most sacred covenant. Once sealed, the two souls resonate as one, rendering any intent to harm the other utterly impossible. Beyond this there are no further constraints. Other pacts exist, yet none suffice here. I would remain trapped regardless. Only the soul pact permits me to merge with you, drawing upon your cultivator's aura to pass unimpeded through the trial forest's array. We stand deep within the trial forest's heart. Even during the Xiantian sect's zenith few ever reached this remote sanctum. Were it not for my interminable vigil I would never have consented to such a pact. Your innate talent is woefully inadequate. Your cultivation path is destined to be short and stunted. By binding myself to you I forfeit my sole opportunity to forge a soul pact with anyone. A contemplative light shimmered in Gu Yuan's eyes. Undeniably forging this pact with the green figure would prove advantageous immediately. Not only would it liberate him from this perilous domain, but it would also grant him the companionship of a being 10,000 centuries old. Without hesitation, and disregarding the green figure's disdain, he declared, I have no objections. The choice lies with you. Strangely, as Gu Yuan drew nearer to the green figure, he found himself instinctively believing its words. This trust arose inexplicably. At that moment Gu Yuan failed to realize, should this green figure be a malevolent entity weaving deceitful words, he would already be ensnared and irreparably compromised. That same inexplicable trust resonated within the green figure too, even though Gu Yuan had earlier thrust his sword toward it. Though no injury resulted, the act itself constituted aggression. Yet the green figure appeared to dismiss it entirely, whether from sheer elation at finally encountering a cultivator after millennia of solitude or from utter indifference to the possibility of attack. In their very first encounter an unspoken mutual lowering of defenses unfolded, neither aware of its occurrence. After a moment's hesitation, resolve hardened in the green figure's gaze. I shall lead the ritual, simply project your divine sense upon my signal. With those words it lightly tapped its tiny finger, tracing a glowing emerald contract upon the cavern wall. Now, project your divine sense. Gu Yuan extended his divine sense toward the luminous contract. Upon contact the emerald script dissolved instantly, vanishing without trace. A profound resonance surged between them, soul entwined with soul, heart echoing heart. Gu Yuan sensed with absolute certainty that he could never again harbor hostility toward the green figure before him. The green figure experienced the same irrevocable shift. Nas the pact sealed, both were enveloped in a brief shared daze. And their eyes met, and in each other's gaze confusion flickered plainly. How strange, I believed its words without question, Gu Yuan mused inwardly. And why did I agree to a soul pact with this being? So long as I refrain from absorbing spiritual energy, my remnant spirit can endure another 10,000 years without faltering. Since denizens of Xian you have now arrived, why not wait for a cultivator of superior aptitude, one who might later aid? Now my singular chance at a soul pact has been squandered. And with this cultivator's meager talent, even attaining the second rank foundation establishment will prove arduous. Similar thoughts churned within the green figure's mind. And finally Gu Yuan broke the silence. Did you just employ some illusionary art upon me? The green figure countered, did you cast a soul-witching technique upon me? And they stared at one another, wide-eyed, speechless, for a long suspended moment. In the end, neither of them chose to dwell on the inexplicable sense of trust that had arisen between them. After signing the soul contract, a close bond was established between the two. Gu Yuan looked at the little green figure and asked, "My name is Guli, do you have a name?" "Just call me LV. Alright LV Ling, since this is the trial forest and you have lived here for so long, do you know of any places where opportunities might exist?" LV Ling shook her head and said, "The opportunities left by the Shen sect have long been exhausted by the demonic beasts here over the years. If we're talking about opportunities, the only place that might not have been destroyed is probably that one. After dawn I'll take you to see it. I don't know if it's still there, but if it is, it might enhance your poor qualifications." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. If he could acquire some opportunities, that would be excellent. There was still a long time until dawn, and the roars of beasts from outside could occasionally be heard. Gu Yuan asked LV Ling, "What is your current strength?" LV Ling wore a helpless expression. "Right now I am just a remnant spirit. Aside from retaining some spiritual thoughts, I dare not increase my strength here. If I reach the 3rd tier and trigger the formation of the trial forest, I would have to split my spirit to survive. I couldn't even hurt you with my sword just now. Why are you afraid of the demonic beasts outside? I am currently a remnant spirit, like a wandering soul. Ordinary weapons cannot harm me, but powerful demonic beasts have the ability to devour. If I am consumed, I would perish." Gu Yuan began to understand LV Ling's situation. This fellow had lived for 100,000 years and was still not as strong as he was now. Sensing Gu Yuan's gaze, LV Ling raised her head defiantly. "Although I currently have no strength, my innate talent is still here. I can enlighten all things and make them obey me." Enlighten all things. Yes, it means to enlighten things without spiritual intelligence granting them consciousness. Can the enlightened beings cultivate? Can they help you attack enemies? LV Ling shook her head. It's not that powerful, it can only help them gain consciousness. They will remain as they were before. Then what use is that? Having something is better than nothing, LV Ling said stubbornly. Alright, it is indeed better than nothing, Gu Yuan shrugged, not paying much attention to it. After dawn, LV Ling said, "Let's go. The demonic beast nearby usually sleeps during the day. You guide me and I will run." Hearing this, Gu Yuan stepped out of the tree hollow. LV Ling transformed into a green light and landed on Gu Yuan's left arm, instantly revealing a miniature green figure pattern. LV Ling conveyed her voice into Gu Yuan's mind. "From here, head north and go that way first." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan used the earth escape technique and burrowed underground, following LV Ling's guidance. After a while, LV Ling transmitted again, "Stop, go around. There are demonic beasts sleeping underground ahead, do not disturb them." LV Ling acted like a navigator. She guided while Gu Yuan ran. With their cooperation, they had traveled over 1,000 miles in just 5 days. How large is this trial forest anyway? After walking for so long without seeing an exit, Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. It's not that big, only a few thousand miles in radius. However, the place where we started was the deepest part, so the journey to get out is a bit long. Alright, let's take a break. Once I recover, we'll continue. After a brief adjustment in a cave that Gu Yuan dug, they continued on their way. Another 5 days passed. Go left, there is a water pool at the foot of the mountain. Let's see if the opportunities there are still available. Gu Yuan effortlessly used the earth escape technique to travel underground, following LV Ling's guidance until he reached the water pool. Is it right underneath here? Yes, remember not to go into the water, there are demonic beasts in there and you are no match for them. Just use earth escape to go down. Gu Yuan used the earth escape technique, going straight down until he felt himself lighten and fall into a layer. This is it. LV Ling flew out from Gu Yuan's arm and led the way ahead. The dark space composed of rocks and soil became much brighter as Gu Yuan took out a fire pearl from his storage bag. LV Ling, being small, easily navigated through the space while Gu Yuan struggled a bit to follow her to the place she mentioned. Here it is, luck is on our side, it's still here. Don't waste it, drink it. It will help you enhance your strength and purify your qualifications. LV Ling pointed to a light blue liquid in a rock crevice. Looking at the spiritual essence before him, Gu Yuan felt refreshed after just a small sip as spiritual energy surged towards him. However, the amount was indeed a bit too little. One sip was already gone, and even licking it with his tongue would make it vanish. As the energy roiled within him, Gu Yuan realized he had underestimated the energy contained in this spiritual essence. The energy from this essence was vastly different from that of pills. It was fierce and as the energy roiled within him, Gu Yuan realized he had underestimated the energy contained in this spiritual essence. The energy from this essence was vastly different from that of pills. It was fierce and overwhelming. After completely refining the spiritual essence, Gu Yuan discovered that he had unexpectedly broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement in one breath. He had only recently entered the 4th layer, which illustrated the energy contained in this essence. Now at just 24 years old, Gu Yuan had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Perhaps establishing a foundation in this life was not just a dream. LV Ling, seeing that Gu Yuan had refined the essence, disdainfully said, "Your qualifications are still so poor, there's no hope." Gu Yuan, hearing this, took out a spirit testing stone from his storage bag and held it in his hand. The milky white stone emitted a cyan glow. 6th grade spirit root. Gu Yuan was somewhat incredulous. The spiritual essence had actually raised his spirit root qualification to the 6th grade. He had only improved his spirit root qualification by 1 grade through a prior rebirth, yet this essence had exceeded that. LV Ling sighed. It seems that if you want to become stronger, you'll have to think of a way over at the Xintian sect. Alright, let's go to the Xintian sect and see if we have some luck. I wonder what the Xintian sect looks like now. LV Ling was quite concerned about Gu Yuan's qualifications and wanted to do her best to elevate them. However, Gu Yuan refused, saying, "There's no rush since it's safe here. Let me take some time to cultivate and familiarize myself with the suddenly surging power within me." Gu Yuan took half a year to stabilize his foundation while familiarizing himself with his abilities. "I'm ready now, let's go out and explore. If there's real danger, I'll immediately use Earth Escape to run. Then let's go. Don't worry, although I have no combat ability, my spiritual thoughts are quite decent. I can detect threats from much farther away, and if there's anything you can't handle, I'll warn you." Hearing this, Gu Yuan felt reassured. Returning to the surface, Gu Yuan made his way down the mountain. Once he reached the bottom, he found himself surrounded by thick fog with visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Why is there so much fog? This isn't fog, it's the defense formation of the trial forest preventing demonic beasts from coming down the mountain. It also serves as a lethal formation that will directly obliterate any being above the 3rd tier. LV Ling gritted her teeth. "Can I pass through it now?" "Walk boldly, you are a cultivator, it won't harm you." LV Ling returned to Gu Yuan's arm, and Gu Yuan chose to trust her as he stepped boldly into the mist. After walking for a while, the fog around him began to dissipate, revealing a vast architectural complex in the distance. The grand hall nestled in the mountains was imposing and majestic, and one could feel the authority emanating from it from afar. "The route is correct, ahead is the Xintian sect," LV Ling reminded him. In the distance, among the grand architectural complex, many palaces had collapsed, their roofs entirely sheared off. Surrounding all the buildings was a layer of golden radiance, appearing both dilapidated and sacred. It looks like a battle occurred here. If there were no battles, how could all the people from the Xintian sect have vanished completely? With a sigh, Lu Ling flew out from Gu Yuan's wrist. She gently tapped a stone located outside the golden glow enveloping the Xintian sect's buildings. "Stone, tell me what happened here." Lu Ling inquired of the stone on the ground. The stone replied, "I don't know. I was kicked here by someone and have been lying here basking in the sun. Nothing has changed here." Hearing this, Lu Ling felt somewhat disappointed and casually tapped again, saying, "Then you continue basking in the sun. You can actually communicate with stones." Gu Yuan felt intrigued. It seemed Lu Ling's ability was quite useful. "There's nothing here except for this stone. The yellow glow is a formation from the Xintian sect we can't pass through. Let's take a detour and see if there's a way to enter through the front gate." Lu Ling spread her small hand. Gu Yuan followed the yellow glow formation of the Xintian sect, moving to the right, and Lu Ling returned to his wrist. After walking for a short while, Gu Yuan saw a figure. The person assessed Gu Yuan, and noticing he was wearing the disciple robe of the Zhangxuan sect, frowned and asked, "This is the territory of my Fengling sect. How did you end up here?" Seeing this, Gu Yuan stepped forward and smiled bitterly, saying, "Senior brother, I accidentally wandered into the mist and have been wandering for a long time. I ended up here after coming out." Upon hearing this, the Fengling sect member nodded. "In that case, you should head back quickly." In the secret realm, the 3 major forces were in a cooperative relationship, so the person didn't say much more. Gu Yuan passed through the outskirts of the Fengling sect's area and walked towards the distance. He could already see some people wearing the disciple robes of the Zhangxuan sect, which made him feel much more at ease. He hurried over. The people of the Zhangxuan sect had built numerous residences in this square situated among the 3 major forces. After encountering a mid-stage qi refinement disciple of the Zhangxuan sect, Gu Yuan asked, "Senior brother, do you know where Hu Guanyu is?" "I got separated from him." The disciple shook his head, saying, "Sorry, I don't know who Hu Guanyu is. I need to go challenge the trials, so please don't disturb me." After the person left, Gu Yuan wandered around the Zhangxuan sect area and discovered that many residences were empty. "They should all be at the ascension platform of the Xintian sect. I sense that there are many people there," Lu Ling said. "Let's go check it out." Hearing this, Gu Yuan headed in that direction. Arriving at the steps leading up to the ascension platform near the yellow barrier of the Xiantian sect, Gu Yuan noticed that there were hundreds of people standing on the steps, which had only 10 levels and was enveloped in a blue ethereal glow. They seemed to want to ascend the steps and enter the Xiantian sect, but none of them were moving, appearing to be in a daze. What is going on here? Gu Yuan could only see their backs and couldn't tell who was who. He could only see the disciples of the Zhangchuan sect and Fengling sect, while the rest were dressed in various styles. They should be from the Lu family of the Immortal Cultivation. There are too many people here, it's inconvenient for me to step forward. You should use your left hand to tap the ascension steps and ask it will know. Can the steps also be tapped? Lu Ling replied, of course they can. Hearing this, Gu Yuan stepped forward and also approached the ascension steps covered by the blue ethereal glow. Following Lu Ling's suggestion, he placed his left hand on the steps and silently recited enlightenment. Lu Ling said, okay, you can talk to it now, outsiders cannot see it, just communicate in your mind. The ascension steps responded, who are you two? Why can I speak? Lu Ling asked, what happened to the Xiantian sect? The ascension steps replied, I don't know. I'm just a step and no one has stepped on me for thousands of years. In the last few decades quite a few people have come again. It seems the Xiantian sect is going to recruit disciples, but their qualifications are so poor that they can't even walk over me. Gu Yuan asked, what are they doing? The ascension steps answered, they are stepping on me. By stepping on me they can become disciples of the Xiantian sect. Gu Yuan clarified, what I mean is why aren't they moving at all? The ascension steps explained, each level of my steps has formations set by the Xiantian sect. To step on me one must break the formations step by step. Their stillness is likely them trying to break the formations, or perhaps they are too tired and resting on me. Gu Yuan inquired, is there a reward for overcoming the trials? The ascension steps replied, I don't know, that's up to the formations. I only handle being stepped on. Seeing that no useful information could be gleaned, Gu Yuan asked Lu Ling, can formations be tapped as well? Lu Ling responded, formations are formless and cannot be tapped unless the core of the formation is visible. However, since this formation can control so many people simultaneously for trials, it may have had a formation spirit for a long time. In that case it cannot be tapped again. With this in mind, Gu Yuan decided to step onto the first level of the steps like the others to observe the situation first. As soon as he stepped on the steps, a light curtain appeared before him. Welcome new disciples to participate in the Xiantian sect assessment. Information input in progress. Please enter your name. Gu Yuan spoke. Gu Li. New disciple information, name Gu Li. Qualifications 6th grade spiritual root. Cultivation Qi refinement 6th layer. The first trial will soon begin. After passing through 10 trials you will receive a servant disciple token. Please participate in the assessment sincerely. The light curtain before him vanished, and in the next moment Gu Yuan felt that the world before him had undergone a tremendous change. Before him appeared a group of enchanting women and the surroundings transformed into an ancient-style room. Gu Yuan felt as if he had lost all memory, staring blankly at the alluring women before him. My king, come quickly and catch your servant. At the same time a voice came from outside the door, my king, it's time for you to cultivate. My king, what's so good about cultivating? Come play with your servant, it doesn't matter if it's delayed by a day. Seeing this scene, Gu Yuan's expression changed. He could no longer sense Lu Ling's presence and he instantly realized that he was in an illusion. Get out of here, I want to cultivate. With Gu Yuan's furious shout, the surrounding scene vanished and the steps reappeared before him. Lu Ling said, it seems you just entered an illusion. I called you several times but you didn't respond. Congratulations on passing the first trial of the Dao Heart. Would you like to enter the next trial? Special reminder, after passing 5 trials unexpected rewards await. The light curtain reappeared before him. Continue. Gu Yuan stepped onto the next level of the steps. The scene around him shifted again, and this time an elderly man with an air of immortality appeared before Gu Yuan, who remained fully aware. The old man tossed a manual on martial arts to Gu Yuan. You have 1 day to master it, otherwise leave. Gu Yuan opened the martial arts manual in his hands. Tong Luo Fist consists of 12 forms. Mastering it to perfection allows the 12 main meridians in the body to connect with each punch, accompanied by 12 gusts of wind. This trial seems to test comprehension. Gu Yuan realized the nature of this trial and began to attempt practicing the martial arts. In this illusion he became an ordinary person with no cultivation, and while learning this martial art within a day was not difficult, cultivating it to perfection was extremely challenging. Gu Yuan followed the training method of the Tong Luo Fist, his feet rooted to the ground, his breath steady and his arms slowly raised. With each punch he threw, the meridians throughout his body were stirred. The first move of the Tong Luo Fist, the horse stance charge punch, was powerful yet flexible, resembling a dragon. This move was the simplest and Gu Yuan quickly mastered it. The second move, the horizontal sweep punch, with every punch thrown a gust of wind was generated, sweeping away all enemies in front. The third move, the wind shadow punch, had punches that flickered like phantoms, making it impossible to defend against. While Gu Yuan practiced his fist techniques, an old man stood quietly by watching. Gu Yuan sometimes moved like a spirit snake, unpredictable and elusive, while other times he charged straight ahead with the wind of his fists transforming into power. With each punch thrown, faint pop sounds emerged from within his body, and Gu Yuan's mind was completely immersed in the essence of the fist techniques. Unknowingly, time had passed. Congratulations on passing. The old man had been observing from the side, and after the time was up he reminded Gu Yuan. Then Gu Yuan felt the world before him vanish as he returned to the second level of the Immortal Ascension steps. Is that it? It doesn't seem difficult. Gu Yuan felt great joy. This entrance examination of the Xiantian sect was not as harsh as he had imagined. Green spirit, you've been trapped in the illusion for almost a day. The sky is about to darken. Gu Yuan nodded. The fist techniques he learned in the second trial now revealed their extraordinary nature. An ordinary fist technique could actually stimulate the meridians all over his body. Long-term practice would greatly help in expanding the resilience of the meridians. Congratulations on passing the second trial of comprehension. Do you wish to enter the next trial? Yes. Gu Yuan did not hesitate and stepped up to the next level. The surroundings shifted again, and this time Gu Yuan found himself in a room facing a middle-aged man. Defeat me and you can pass this trial. Gu Yuan sensed his state. His internal power was still missing, and it seemed that to defeat the middle-aged man before him he could only rely on the Tongluo fist he had learned in the previous trial. Before Gu Yuan could take the initiative to attack, the man charged at him first using the horse stance charge punch from the Tongluo fist. Gu Yuan had just evaded this strike, but the man anticipated his move and swept a left hook punch that struck Gu Yuan directly. In the exchange of punches, Gu Yuan failed to land a single hit on him and instead bore numerous punch marks on his body. As the man delivered a final turning kick followed by a downward punch, the scene before Gu Yuan vanished. Gasping for breath on the third level of the steps, Gu Yuan felt a sharp pain. Though it was an illusion, the sensation was incredibly real, piercing straight to his heart. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Gu Yuan quickly retreated from the steps. His Tongluo fist was too immature compared to the man in the third trial, and defeating him was completely impossible unless he practiced diligently for a while. Gu. Senior brother Gu. Just as he descended the steps of the Immortal Ascension, a voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw Zhao Mingyuan, his face filled with disbelief. Junior brother Zhao. Gu Yuan was very pleased to see Zhao Mingyuan again. Senior brother Gu, why did you disappear after entering the secret realm? Where have you been all this time? Zhao Mingyuan had entered the secret realm behind Gu Yuan, but after entering, Gu Yuan disappeared, causing him much worry. After entering the secret realm, I was transported to a forest and had to hide for a long time before I found my way back. I see. Senior brother Gu, you are really lucky. That place should be the Wanlin Mountain, where there are many monsters. The first batch of brothers who entered here suffered heavy losses at first. It's great that you can come back. Zhao Mingyuan grabbed Gu Yuan's arm. Come, let's find senior brother, who he should have returned by now. He will be very happy to see you. As they walked back, Gu Yuan asked, is everyone who entered the secret realm here to challenge the Immortal Ascension steps? Zhao Mingyuan nodded. That's right, everyone here is challenging the Immortal Ascension steps. After passing 10 levels, one can obtain the status of a miscellaneous disciple of the Xiantian sect. 2 of our brothers and 1 sister from the Zhongshuan sect have already entered the Xiantian sect, but they haven't come out again, and we are unclear about the situation inside. By the way, Zhao Mingyuan lowered his voice and said, Senior brother Gu, according to other brothers, passing the 5th level grants a reward of a foundation establishment pill. If we can keep pushing through the trials and conquer the 5th level, we have a chance at foundation establishment. What level have you reached now? I'm a bit embarrassed. I just reached the 4th level and haven't been able to pass. Senior brother who was stuck at the 3rd level. Most people in our sect are stuck at the 3rd level, with only a few pushing through the later levels. Hearing this, Gu Yuan glanced at Zhao Mingyuan. He didn't expect him to be able to defeat the man who had mastered the Tongluo fist. Senior brother Gu, I saw you were also challenging just now. What level did you reach? The 3rd level. I was knocked out by that man with the fists. Zhao Mingyuan did not seem surprised by Gu Yuan's words and said, the 3rd level is indeed hard to pass. If it weren't for the secret technique I learned from my uncle, along with many martial arts techniques I collected during that time, it would be difficult to pass. Senior brother who has been stuck at this level for a long time. Can the secret technique be used in the illusion? Of course, aside from internal power, any technique can be used during the trials as long as it can defeat the opponent. As they spoke, they had already returned to the area of the Zhongshuan sect. Zhao Mingyuan led Gu Yuan to a wooden house and gently knocked on the door a few times. Senior brother Hu, guess who has come? Hu Guanyu opened the door and was taken aback upon seeing Gu Yuan, but then a smile appeared on his face. It's great that you are safe, junior brother Gu. I was worried about how to explain to my father if something happened to you here. Gu Yuan smiled and explained, I was transported away after entering the secret realm and took a long time to find my way back. It's good to be back. You and junior brother Ming Yuan have better talents than I do. I don't hold much hope here anymore, I just want to cultivate for a while longer. The spiritual energy here is much denser than in the sect, almost no different from using spirit stones directly. With a smile, Hu Guanyu invited Gu Yuan and Zhao Ming Yuan into the wooden house. Gu Yuan chatted with the two of them for a long time in Hu Guanyu's room, gaining a better understanding of many situations here. Most of those who entered this place more than 10 years ago have already reached the foundation establishment stage, and 7 have entered the Xiantian sect. Very few of the later entrants reached above the 5th level, while the rest lingered in the earlier levels. Many like Hu Guanyu have nearly given up, while numerous others still choose to challenge the trials daily, striving to push through. Aside from those living in the open space outside the Xiantian sect, those at the foundation establishment stage have opted to establish their caves near Wanlin Mountain, hunting monsters on the mountain during their leisure time to enhance their combat capabilities. Most of the monsters on Wanlin Mountain are second-tier beasts at the foundation establishment stage, with very few being Qi refinement realm beasts. As a result, Qi refinement cultivators fearing danger choose to reside in the open space outside the Xiantian sect. After learning all this, Gu Yuan bid farewell to Hu Guanyu and went to stay with Zhao Ming Yuan for the night. The next day, Gu Yuan decided to chop down some trees on the mountain to build a wooden house for himself, as he realized that he wouldn't be able to leave here anytime soon. He was already prepared for a long stay. The next day, Gu Yuan built a wooden house, choosing not to challenge the ascending immortal platform but instead practicing the Ton Luo fist in his room. Although he had mastered the 12 forms of the Ton Luo fist, he could not yet achieve the seamless integration as the man in the third stage did. His mastery was at best minor completion. To defeat the man in the third stage, it would require some time. For several consecutive days, Gu Yuan familiarized himself with the Ton Luo fist, occasionally practicing it with Hu Guanyu. On the 5th day, he confidently stepped onto the third tier of the ascending immortal platform again. After a round of combat, Gu Yuan was beaten badly and expelled from the illusion. I refuse to believe this. After returning, Gu Yuan continued to train the Ton Luo fist. The green spirit hidden in Gu Yuan's left wrist said, although I am not clear about your experiences in the illusion, I can sense that your boxing technique focuses solely on power and lacks agility. It's manageable against weaker opponents, but against someone of the same level you will only be on the receiving end of blows. Gu Yuan also noticed this. Within the illusion, it was nearly impossible for him to land a hit on that man. Instead, every time he took the initiative to attack, he would inevitably take several punches. Gu Yuan began to focus on practicing his footwork, no longer emphasizing the force of his punches as he had before. Within a month, Gu Yuan challenged the man in the third stage 3 times, each time ending in failure. No wonder Hu Guanyu gave up. Gu Yuan felt that he had already cultivated the Ton Luo fist to the level of great completion, yet he still could not defeat that man. After another month, Gu Yuan repeatedly challenged the man in the third stage 10 times. Even with all his might and the strength of his blood secret technique, he was still defeated by that man. In response, Gu Yuan heeded the green spirit's advice and sought out Zhao Ming Yuan. Junior brother Zhao, could you teach me some of the martial arts techniques you've collected? Zhao Ming Yuan smiled. I thought you wouldn't need them, senior brother Gu, but what I know are just some basic techniques. Senior brother Hu has also learned them, yet he still couldn't defeat the man in the third stage. If you want to learn, I will teach you. After practicing mundane martial arts with Zhao Ming Yuan for a month, Gu Yuan felt his strength had increased significantly and he returned to the ascending immortal platform. During this time, someone had set up a sign outside the ascending immortal platform stating the number of people who had entered each stage. Stage 9 1 person. Stage 8 5 people. Stage 7 19 people. Stage 6 72 people. Stage 5 218 people. Stage 4 106 people. Stage 3 469 people. Fewer than 1,000 people had entered the secret realm, all clearly recorded by this person. One wondered who had the time for such detail. Gu Yuan stepped onto the third tier of the stone steps once more. With his newfound martial skills, Gu Yuan's confidence surged, and after a bout against that man, he ultimately suffered a close defeat. Though he lost, Gu Yuan saw hope. As long as he could integrate these martial skills and make his moves more fluid, he could defeat that man. With a goal in mind, Gu Yuan trained diligently for another 10 days and challenged the man again. This time he finally defeated him. Congratulations, you have passed the practical test of the third stage. Do you wish to enter the next stage? Enter. Gu Yuan did not hesitate, stepping onto the fourth tier. He had long wanted to see what the fourth stage that trapped Zhao Ming Yuan was like. As the scene shifted before his eyes, Gu Yuan realized he had entered another illusion. It was an ancient and elegant room containing a giant sand table. A voice echoed from the surroundings, "Use your own methods to win the battle on the sand table." Gu Yuan stepped forward and found that this sand table was quite extraordinary. On his side it was marked as the Xintian sect, while the opposite side was marked as the demon sect. Each side had 15 cities with 100 disciples from each sect. They could command their disciples to recruit new members from their cities or directly manipulate them to ambush the enemy's stronghold. Each disciple had combat power marked above their heads with an initial combat power of 5 points. Is this a simulated battle sand table for sect development? Glancing at the rules, Gu Yuan immediately understood how to play. This stage wasn't difficult for him. Before his journey through time, he had been a gaming expert. Gu Yuan had two choices. One was to engage the enemy right from the start, trying to lure them into a trap for a numerical advantage to secure victory. After some thought, Gu Yuan felt this method was too risky. Since it was his first time challenging the stage, he decided to try a safer developmental approach. Gu Yuan commanded 30 disciples to recruit new members in various cities, and the progress bar on the sand table began to change. After issuing the command, a prompt appeared on the sand table. 10 days later, you have recruited 150 new disciples for the sect. The next recruitment period will be in 5 years. After the 150 new disciples joined, their combat power was all set to 1. Gu Yuan ordered the older disciples to teach the new ones by pairing 2 older disciples to 1 new disciple, while the remaining 25 disciples would defend the sect and cultivate. After issuing the command, a message appeared on the sand table. You have arranged 75 disciples to instruct the newcomers, expected to increase combat power by 1 point every 30 days. After the message ended, a new prompt immediately appeared. 3 of your cities are under attack. Do you wish to send disciples for support? Gu Yuan noticed that the 3 outermost cities on his side were simultaneously under attack. The sand table did not display the exact number of attackers, so to be safe, Gu Yuan dispatched 15 defensive disciples for support. All the supporting disciples perished and you lost 3 cities. 5 of your cities are currently under attack. Do you wish to send disciples for support? Did they all die just like that? Didn't the enemy develop their forces? Gu Yuan did not expect the enemy to launch an all-out assault without developing. From the sand table, he could see that after he sent 5 disciples into each of the 3 lost cities, they were instantly surrounded by nearly 30 demon sect disciples and swiftly perished. He also noticed that the combat power of the demon sect disciples had reached 8 points, significantly stronger than his own disciples with 5 points of combat power. Clearly it takes 30 days to increase by 1 point of combat power. Why have the enemy's disciples already reached 8 points? Gu Yuan could not comprehend. At this moment he found himself in a completely passive situation. Not only had he lost 15 disciples, but their combat power was also inferior to that of the demon sect disciples. Clenching his teeth, Gu Yuan decided to go all in, sending all his disciples to besiege a city filled with demon sect disciples. You sent 235 disciples to support City 11. Your disciples faced a great battle with results 23536 survived, while the enemy had 330. Seeing these results, Gu Yuan's expression changed. Over 200 of his disciples attacked 33 of the enemies, yet only 36 survived. How could he deal with the remaining 2 waves of enemy forces? Seeing these results, Gu Yuan's expression changed. Over 200 of his disciples attacked 33 of the enemies, yet only 36 survived. How could he deal with the remaining 2 waves? Do you wish to continue the challenge? Continue. A single sand table simulation did not take long, and Gu Yuan had plenty of time to try again. This time, as soon as the game started, Gu Yuan did not hesitate, directly commanding 100 disciples with 5 points of combat power to launch a full assault, heading straight for the enemy city in a straight line towards their stronghold. You sent 100 disciples to attack the demon sect city 13, expected time to breach the city 1 day. Your disciples successfully breached the demon sect city 13 with 0 casualties. Gu Yuan ordered to continue the attack. You sent 100 disciples to attack the demon sect city 8, expected time to breach the city 1 day. Your disciples successfully breached the demon sect city 8 with 0 casualties. Continue. You sent 100 disciples to attack the demon sect city 3, expected time to breach the city 1 day. Just as they were 1 city away from the enemy's stronghold, a prompt appeared in the sand table. 100 disciples from the demon sect are supporting city 3. Your disciples have engaged in battle with the demon sect disciples. Battle results 1000, enemy results 10,021. Watching the 6 points of combat power above the enemy disciples' heads, Gu Yuan became agitated. Why is it that the enemy's disciples increased by 1 point of combat power in just 3 days, while mine take 30 days? You have used all 2 challenge opportunities for today. Please try again next time. With a look of dissatisfaction, Gu Yuan was expelled from the illusion. After leaving the fourth stage, Gu Yuan found Zhao Ming Yuan. Is the development time of the demon sect's camp in the fourth stage different from that of the Xiantian sect? Zhao Ming Yuan was surprised and said, Senior brother Gu, you have also reached the fourth stage. It seems you have also realized that these 4 stages test one's mind, which indeed poses a significant challenge. After much discussion among the senior brothers, we discovered that the demon sect does not recruit disciples at all. Instead, they choose to directly slaughter cities to absorb blood essence to increase their power. On the other hand, if we from the Xiantian sect were to do the same, we would be judged to have directly become disciples of the demon sect. This stage is unsolvable, and I truly do not know how those senior brothers who passed managed to do it. Has no one asked the senior brothers who passed for their methods? Zhao Ming Yuan replied helplessly, the brothers who can pass might tell those who get close to them, but ordinary fellow disciples won't pay attention to us, as this is also a competition of opportunities. Gu Yuan nodded. It was indeed so. Those who could enter the Xiantian sect as disciples would definitely gain unimaginable benefits after entering the sect. At this time, no one would generously share their methods for passing. From then on, Gu Yuan challenged the fourth stage every day, searching for a way to break through. However, no matter how he tried, he could never match the demon sect, which possessed the ability to slaughter cities. After repeated failures, Gu Yuan had no choice but to give up the frequency of challenging twice daily, attempting it only once during his spare time for training. 2 months later, Gu Yuan finally thought of a solution: recruit a batch of disciples from within the city of 12,345 and then let 99 disciples defend the third city along with the 50 newly recruited disciples, which is the gateway city of the Xiantian sect. He would leave one person in the sect to cultivate with the full strength of the sect. This method was very effective. With only one person remaining in the sect, the cultivation speed was 99 times faster. What originally took 30 days to increase combat power by 1 point could now be done in 1 day with 3 points. The disciples defending the third city held out until the 17th day, at which point the demon sect disciples had all reached 10 points of combat power and none were harmed. At this time, the last person with 59 points of combat power emerged from the sect to confront the demon sect disciples 1 against 100. In the end, he surprisingly achieved a tragic victory. Congratulations on passing the 4th stage's selection test. Would you like to enter the next stage? With that, Gu Yuan stepped onto the 5th step. There would be a reward of foundation establishment opportunities for passing the 5th stage. This was something everyone already knew. Gu Yuan was also looking forward to the rewards of the 5th stage. The 5th stage was a quiet room containing 5 types of manuals: alchemy manual, weapon refining manual, talisman making manual, formation manual, and puppet manual. Choose any one skill and elevate it to the 2nd level to pass this stage. Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned at the challenge presented in this stage. The tests for entering the Xiantian sect were indeed quite difficult. This was only the 5th stage, and it was already testing whether one could possess the strength of 2nd-tier mastery in various skills. How difficult would the subsequent stages be? Could it be that the Xiantian sect does not accept disciples in the qi refining stage at all? Gu Yuan couldn't help but doubt this, but upon thinking of the situation in the trial forest, he dismissed that view. Otherwise, why would the Xiantian sect specifically set up a trial ground capable of accommodating foundation establishment beasts? There were numerous qi refining beasts within as well. Furthermore, what Gu Yuan saw was a trial forest that had not been visited for tens of thousands of years. If there had always been people going to the trials, the beasts would surely have suffered losses. Perhaps when the Xiantian sect was still present, there were hardly any foundation establishment beasts in the trial forest. It was entirely a place for qi refining cultivators to undergo trials. Then why has the entry level become so difficult now? Gu Yuan speculated that this was related to changes in the Xiantian sect. In the 5th stage, among the 5 skills, Gu Yuan felt most confident in talisman making. He was already capable of drawing all 1st-tier low-grade talismans, and it would be the easiest to elevate this skill to the 2nd tier. Moreover, after his rebirth, Gu Yuan felt that his talent in drawing talismans seemed to have greatly improved. He could now also draw 1st-tier mid-grade talismans, but his success rate was only 10. Gu Yuan picked up the talisman making manual and began to flip through it. Upon reading it, he immediately found that the talisman-making records of the Xiantian sect were much more complete compared to the Zhanshuan sect, and it also documented many techniques for inscribing 2nd-tier talismans. If he could master them here, wouldn't that directly elevate his skill level? As expected of an ancient sect, after just a glance at the talisman-making manual, Gu Yuan found that his talisman drawing skills had improved significantly. The points that previously led to failures in drawing talismans were also explained in this manual. After choosing the talisman-making manual, some talisman materials appeared on the table. There was drawing paper ranging from basic talisman paper to 1st-tier talisman paper and even 2nd-tier talisman paper, as well as all the auxiliary materials like cinnabar. Moreover, Gu Yuan found that his cultivation had already manifested in this 5th stage. With the strength of the 6th layer of qi refining, he could easily draw hundreds of talismans in a day. Gu Yuan first tested with first-tier low-grade talisman paper. As he began to draw with the talisman brush, a first-tier low-grade talisman was easily created. This illusion is surprisingly realistic. So this place can indeed serve as a practice ground for my talisman making without any concerns about consumption. Upon realizing this, Gu Yuan became excited. As long as his magical power did not fully deplete, he would not leave. After a long time, when Gu Yuan's magical power was exhausted, he had no choice but to exit the 5th stage. After leaving the illusion, Gu Yuan was surprised to find that his magical power had been completely depleted. Could it be that the consumption in the illusion was my own magical power? What about the consumed talisman papers? Were they real? Gu Yuan was just about to find Zhao Mingyuan to tell him the method of passing the 4th stage when he noticed that the people from the Zhongshuan sect were all rushing in one direction. From a distance, Gu Yuan saw 3 figures standing at the front of the crowd in the open space with a few others beside them whose auras he could not perceive. He followed the people from the Zhongshuan sect and came closer. What happened? Gu Yuan asked Hu Guangyu. Hu Guangyu shook his head. Just now Master left and 2 other masters came out from the Xiantian sect, calling everyone together to announce something. Master Zhuo Xingyan is a direct disciple of the sect leader in the Zhongshuan sect, holding a very high status, and here he is the leader of the Zhongshuan sect. Seeing that most people had gathered, Zhuo Xingyan's expression was somewhat grim. He looked at everyone and said, "A great event has occurred, we are all in danger of perishing." As soon as this was said, it immediately caused panic among the crowd. Master Zhuo, what happened? Is there danger here? Should we exit the secret realm? A disciple immediately asked. Zhuo Xingyan shook his head, his expression serious, and said, "Secret realm? This is not a secret realm, this is the real world. The realm we live in, the Xianlin domain, is where the secret realm lies. A day ago I fortuitously became an outer disciple of the Xiantian sect and learned about this situation. The Xianlin domain where we are is a place where the Xiantian sect imprisoned and punished disciples 30000 years ago. This is the real world, but it is shrouded by the protective formation of the Xiantian sect, preventing entry or exit." As soon as these words were spoken, the hundreds of people from the Zhongshuan sect were all taken aback. Everyone reacted with disbelief, just as Gu Yuan had upon hearing the news from Lu Ling. Our very world was a secret realm, while this place was the mortal world. Reality itself had been inverted. Senior brothers, what even if this truly is the mortal world, how does that relate to the imminent peril of death? Asked one of the Foundation establishment cultivators standing beside Zhuo Xingyan. Zhuo Xingyan glanced at him and said, "Do you know why the entrance to the secret realm suddenly opened? Because the energy sustaining its seal has been exhausted, and likewise the energy powering the Qingtian sect's protective grand formation is nearing depletion. Within no more than 2 centuries, every formation of the Qingtian sect will fail. Unless someone attains the rank of Saint Heir and claims the Saint Heir token, the highest authority among Qingtian disciples, to assume control of the arrays, we shall have no means of escape. 10,000 years ago the Qingtian sect was utterly annihilated. Once its protective formations collapse, this place will draw countless covetous eyes. How then shall we withstand the onslaught of outsiders?" Having spoken, Zhuo Xingyan grew solemn and continued, "Thus our only course is to prepare without delay, mobilizing the full strength of the Xianlin domain to swiftly cultivate a candidate worthy of the Qingtian Saint Heir's mantle so that others may yet survive. Senior Uncle Zhuo, is the position of Qingtian Saint Heir truly so unattainable? If Senior Brother Zhuo secures the Saint Heir token swiftly, would we not gain our chance to flee?" Someone interjected. "Indeed. Senior Brother Zhuo possesses unmatched talent within our sect. I believe the title of Qingtian Saint Heir belongs to none but you." Hearing these words, Zhuo Xingyan shook his head with quiet melancholy. "Though I hold myself in high regard, I am not blind to my limits. The mantle of Qingtian Saint Heir lies far beyond my reach." He let out a wry smile. "We tread the Tao through the fragmented insights of our predecessors. Our cultivation path is inherently severed from orthodoxy. To become the Qingtian Saint Heir demands extraordinary transcendent talent." His words struck the Zhongshuan sect disciples like thunder. Zhuo Xingyan bore a grade 2 spirit root, the undisputed apex of talent within their sect. If even he deemed himself unworthy, what hope remained for the rest? The atmosphere grew heavy. Those gathered here comprised not only latest-stage qi condensation prodigies but also numerous well-connected disciples such as Hu Guangyu and Gu Yuan, whose innate aptitudes were markedly inferior. Many had already abandoned the Ascension platform trials and resolved to return home. Sensing the despair, Zhuo Xingyan added, "Do not lose heart. I have already consulted with representatives from the Fengling sect and the Lu family. We shall publicly disclose detailed strategies for each Ascension platform trial, including proven techniques, and coordinate with the outside world to dispatch greater numbers into this realm to join our endeavor." Having conveyed this to the Sanchuan sect disciples, Zhuo Xingyan ensured the Fengling sect and Lu family envoys received identical briefings. To ordinary mortals, 2 centuries stretched infinitely distant, irrelevant. To cultivators it loomed as an immovable mountain pressing upon their souls. Before the assembly dispersed, Zhuo Xingyan issued his final directive: all temporary lodgings are to be vacated immediately. Only those who have passed 6 or more trials of the ascension platform shall remain. All others may depart. Gu Yuan wondered what purpose Zhuo Xingyan had in retaining those who cleared 6 trials. For now he returned to their quarters alongside Hu Guanyu and Zhao Mingyuan. Senior brother Hu, what is your view on this matter? Zhao Mingyuan asked. Hu Guanyu shook his head. I cannot even clear the 3rd trial. What happens 2 centuries hence bears no weight upon me, I shall likely be long gone. There is little point in pondering it. Better to return to my sect, obey my father's wishes, marry, raise children, none of this concerns me. Zhao Mingyuan nodded thoughtfully. You speak truly, senior brother Hu. Even should we ascend to foundation establishment, our lifespans would scarcely stretch to that hour. When our years dwindle, witnessing such a cataclysmic turning point may yet bring peace. Gu Yuan looked between them and said, if you find peace, what of your families? Should the Qingtian sect fall, the Shenlin domain, hidden within this secret realm, will likewise be consumed. At those words, Hu Guanyu, who had just resolved to return home and wed, felt a sudden chill descend upon his lower body. He muttered, Brother Gu, do not frighten me so, I dare not even think of marriage now. Ha ha. That has nothing to do with it. Perhaps, senior brother Hu, your offspring might inherit extraordinary talent, perhaps one day your own child shall claim the mantle of Qingtian Saint Heir. You must strive diligently. The following day, Gu Yuan learned of a momentous development. Zhuo Xingyan and his allies had founded the Wantian Alliance to uplift the sky, open to all who had surmounted 6 trials of the Ascension platform. Meanwhile, a public notice board detailing optimal strategies for the first 5 trials now stood before the Ascension platform. At dawn, over 100 members of the Wantian Alliance mobilized, securing the secret realm's entrance, ordering all to evacuate the open ground outside Qingtian Sect's mountains, and jointly commencing construction of Wantian City. Henceforth the 3 great sects ceased to exist within Qingtian Sect's domain, only the Wantian Alliance remained. Every newcomer entering this realm would undergo registration, signaling the Alliance's resolve to endure for generations. Well then, we shall not leave easily, Hu Guanyu sighed bitterly. The 3 packed their few belongings, dismantled their wooden hut, and joined the others in building the city along the Alliance's designated layout. Many within the Wantian Alliance had already achieved foundation establishment. Most who had cleared 6 trials were formidable latest-stage qi condensation cultivators. Under their leadership, none dared resist. A host of cultivators working in unison built swiftly. Within barely 20 days, the skeletal outline of a city capable of housing 50,000 emerged. For days, Gu Yuan and his companions felled trees, stripped bark, and fashioned beams. Nearly every tree along the outer rim of the trial forest was cut down. Entire mountainsides were hollowed out. Several foundation establishment cultivators even led expeditions deep into the mist-shrouded interior to gather resources for construction. Once the city's framework was complete, the Wantian Alliance dispatched emissaries beyond the secret realm to inform the 3 great sects of the unfolding events. Within days, throngs of qi condensation cultivators streamed inward from the outside world. Now fully prepared, the Wantian Alliance revealed its teeth. Any cultivator seeking entry into Wantian City must first purchase or lease residential space and register formally. Only then could they attempt the Ascension platform trials and earn passage into the Qingtian sect. Otherwise, they would be left to survive in the wilds. Wantian City sprawled vast, occupying nearly all open land surrounding the Qingtian sect. Any path toward the Ascension platform now ran exclusively through its gates. This policy channeled immense cultivation resources into the nascent city, rapidly replenishing its stores and steadily refining its infrastructure. As pioneers of the city's construction, Gu Yuan and his companions were granted official status as peripheral members of the Wantian Alliance, and each received a modest courtyard residence. Their courtyards remained rudimentary. Wooden stakes formed crude perimeter walls, and dwellings were hastily assembled from timber. Yet even then, traders had begun importing bricks, jade, and other construction materials from the outside world, steadily enriching the city's material foundations. Gu Yuan found his timber cottage satisfactory and saw no need for further renovation. With the population swelling, daily expeditions into the trial forest would inevitably multiply, and commerce would flourish accordingly. He resolved to elevate his talisman crafting skill to Tier 2 without delay, confident that refined talismans would yield valuable resources. After completing registrations, the Wantian Alliance issued identification tokens. Holders could access the Ascension platform, but those who cleared only the first 3 trials were granted just 1 attempt per 7-day cycle, preventing overcrowding and repeated attempts. Gu Yuan had already reached the 5th trial, granting him daily access. Recognizing the fifth trial as a protracted arduous test with no shortcuts, the Yuan-Tian Alliance accorded special care and support to all who undertook it. In the illusion of the fifth trial, Gu Yuan continuously attempted to draw a first-tier medium-grade talisman. At this moment, many cultivators from Yuan City had formed teams to venture into the trial forest for opportunities. For them, first-tier low-grade and medium-grade talismans were of little help, only first-tier high-grade or second-tier talismans held value. After several attempts in the illusion, Gu Yuan had raised his success rate for the first-tier medium-grade talisman to 50%. He tried his best to learn all types of talismans, as this would assist him in breaking through to first-tier high-grade and second-tier talismans. Upon returning to his small courtyard, the long-sleeping green spirit awakened, sensing the brand-new city. The green spirit exclaimed in surprise, "The efficiency of your human race is remarkable. How could a city be built in such a short time?" Gu Yuan chuckled. "What? Do you wish to enlighten this city?" The green spirit replied, "Enlightening such a large city is beyond my current abilities, but I can enlighten your wooden house. Would you like that?" "Forget it, this is my place of cultivation. If you enlighten it, it may become noisy every day, which wouldn't be good. Then I'll enlighten the courtyard gate. If someone enters, it can notify you. That works too." After the green spirit flew out, it returned shortly. "All right, your wooden door has been enlightened. I've informed it that it will notify you if anyone comes." The wooden door said, Master, someone has pushed me open." Gu Yuan smiled, "So soon someone has entered. It seems enlightening this door is quite useful." Seeing someone coming, the green spirit flew back to Gu Yuan's wrist. As footsteps approached, Gu Yuan opened the small door of the house to look into the courtyard, and he was momentarily stunned upon seeing the visitor. "Cousin, how did you find this place?" The visitor was none other than Gu Xinghe. At this time, Gu Xinghe was nearly 100 years old, with snow-white hair, looking like a withered tree, resembling a decrepit old man. "Cousin, I am nearing the end of my days. In this last bit of time, I have something to entrust to you." A look of relief appeared on Gu Xing's aged face as he said, "Some years ago I returned to the mundane world and found a talented junior in the Gu family. I hope you can take care of him. He is a descendant of my father's line, so by lineage he should call you grandfather." Gu Yuan sensed Gu Xing's 8th layer of qi refining cultivation and the dwindling vitality within him, realizing that Gu Xinghe had completely accepted his fate. "Cousin, you can rest assured about this. We are all family, and I will certainly take care of him." Good. I am leaving this to you. The future of our Gu family will depend on you." As he spoke, Gu Xinghe took out a few items from his storage bag and handed them to Gu Yuan. "These are things I've accumulated over many years of cultivation. See if they are of any help to you. If not, just discard them. If they are useful, keep them. I entered the secret realm this time to entrust you with this matter, and now that I've seen you, I can finally leave this worry behind." Gu Yuan received the items from Gu Xinghe: a sheepskin scroll, a small black box, and a blood-red stone. He did not check the information about these 3 items, but looked at Gu Xinghe and asked, "Cousin, is the junior you mentioned also here?" Gu Xinghe shook his head. "He has just entered the 1st layer of qi refining and is not suited to be here yet. He has a 6th grade spiritual root and has the potential to establish a foundation. I hope that when your own cultivation reaches a dead end, you can help him as much as possible and support his cultivation." To this, Gu Yuan did not refuse. If he was truly the descendant of his second brother, it would be his duty to take care of him. Seeing Gu Yuan agree, Gu Xinghe nodded with satisfaction. "My wish is fulfilled. I must return now. I don't have many years left to live. In these last years, I wish to return to my birthplace and spend my remaining days peacefully." After Gu Xinghe left, Gu Yuan felt a sense of melancholy. Time truly changes a person. The elderly Gu Xinghe had transformed into a benevolent elder. He picked up the items left by Gu Xinghe to examine them. After reading the contents recorded on the sheepskin scroll, Gu Yuan's expression changed. Where did he get such a sinister technique? The green spirit flew out from Gu Yuan's body and stared at the sheepskin scroll. "I think I have seen this before. It is a technique practiced by the rebellious disciples of the Xiantian sect, classified as a forbidden art, permanently banned by them. I never expected it to still circulate in the secret realm. Soul-snatching technique, a spell that can cause the target to lose all 7 souls and ultimately perish by burning one's essence blood. This is a technique that harms the enemy 1,000 while inflicting 800 damage to oneself. You must not practice this thing. Burning essence blood will damage your lifespan, unlike your blood secret technique, which merely strengthens your power using internal essence blood, and a slight recovery would be fine. This, however, is truly burning essence blood." The green spirit frowned, clearly wanting Gu Yuan to discard this item. Gu Yuan silently put the sheepskin scroll into his storage bag. It could serve as a trump card. If an enemy truly used this technique against him, he need not fear, for with the Nirvana law he could still be reborn. Then Gu Yuan looked at the blood-red stone, sensed it for a while without finding anything, and asked the green spirit, "Do you recognize this item?" The green spirit examined it carefully and touched it with her small hand. "This seems to be a bloodstone used for refining demonic weapons. It has the effect of attracting blood energy." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan put it into his storage bag. The items sent by Gu Xinghe were indeed quite good. If he had the opportunity in the future, they could fetch a good price. Finally, Gu Yuan looked at the small black box. After checking it, he discovered it was a magical tool that could release poison gas after refinement, capable of causing ordinary people to fall into a state of hallucination. It was also effective against some ordinary demonic beasts. It seems this is the most valuable item Gu Xinghe has sent. This black box magical tool, though only a first-tier medium-grade tool, could still be worth dozens of spirit stones. After putting this magical tool into his storage bag, Gu Yuan did not dwell on it further and began his cultivation. Since consuming the spiritual marrow and breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refining, he felt that to reach the 7th layer of Qi refining and enter the later stage would require nearly another 10 years. Cultivation is a gradual process. Even free time must not be wasted. In the immortal cultivation world, time flies. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed since the establishment of Wantian City, and Gu Yuan was now 31 years old. Over these years, Gu Yuan had elevated his talisman-making skills to the pinnacle of first-tier proficiency. He was now confident in drawing second-tier talismans, and he had also brushed up on alchemy, tool refining, formations and puppetry to entry level. Now Gu Yuan was confident that he could quickly pass the 5th trial of the Ascension platform. In 6 years, Wantian City had undergone a complete transformation. Since a large number of Qi refining cultivators entered here 6 years ago, Wantian City had become lively and gradually transformed into an immortal city. The Wantian alliance had grown stronger, and the order within the city had stabilized completely. With merchants, taverns and residences, all the amenities of an ordinary city were present in Wantian City. Now the population of Wantian City had reached a staggering 60,000. The initial price at which Gu Yuan was allocated this small courtyard had also skyrocketed. 3 years ago, Hu Guanyu took advantage of the soaring property prices to sell his small courtyard, returning with 2,000 spirit stones to the Xianshan domain's Tsangxuan sect to start a family. The only one left here who was familiar with Gu Yuan was Zhao Mingyuan. Unlike Gu Yuan, Zhao Mingyuan had a wide circle of friends. Over the years, he specifically opened a tool refining shop in Wantian City with other senior sisters to hone his tool refining skills in order to break through the 5th trial. With the increase in cultivators in Wantian City, the trial forest outside had become a place for training where many Foundation establishment demonic beasts had been slain by cultivators, but many lives had also been lost to the beasts. One day, Gu Yuan encountered Li Fifan, who had established the Li family trading company at the foot of the Tsangxuan sect. Li Fifan saw a smile appearing on Gu Yuan's face. "Master Gu, it's been a long time since we last met. I truly miss you." The two had become familiar with each other after years of collaboration at the foot of the Tsangxuan sect. Gu Yuan laughed and said, "Li shopkeeper, have you opened a shop in Wantian City?" "Isn't it for my troublesome daughter? In this land of expensive real estate, as long as she can pass the 5th level of the Immortal Ascension Road, she has a chance to obtain a Foundation establishment pill. I have little hope for myself. My daughter has a 7th grade spiritual root and is now at the 5th level of Qi refinement. If she can successfully establish her foundation, it will all be worth it." Most of the people living in Wantian City share similar thoughts as Li Fifan. The chances of establishing a foundation here are significantly higher, and many loose cultivators are eager to settle down. Gu Yuan and Li Fifan entered a tavern. After taking their seats, Li Fifan inquired, "Master Gu, you must have passed many levels by now, right?" Gu Yuan replied, "Just the 5th level. To pass all of them will probably take quite a few more years. With your skills, Master Gu, the 5th level must involve practicing talismans, right? I wonder how you fare at crafting 1st grade superior talismans. Currently, the most popular items in Wantian City are 1st grade superior talismans and 2nd grade talismans. To be honest, my skills in crafting hidden weapons are not impressive. Since I moved here last year, the spirit stones I've earned barely cover my costs. If you don't mind, we could continue to collaborate." Gu Yuan had been practicing talisman crafting in the illusion of the 5th level for the past few years. He didn't have many spirit stones and didn't want to waste them on improving his talisman making skills. Meaning Li Fifan now provided a chance to collaborate further and earn more spirit stones to aid his cultivation. "Shopkeeper Li, what is the current price for a 1st grade superior talisman in Wantian City?" "I have already done my homework on this. A 1st grade superior talisman sells for 60 spirit stones each, while a 2nd grade inferior talisman sells for 240 spirit stones each. If you want to engage in this business, I can provide the blank talisman paper and cinnabar. You need only to draw the talismans. For each first grade superior talisman you create, you can keep 20 spirit stones. What do you think? In the world of cultivation, the higher the skill, the more money one can make. The price Fearsome offered was quite sincere. The cost of a piece of blank talisman paper and the corresponding cinnabar was around 30 spirit stones, not including any that were wasted. Keeping 20 spirit stones for himself, Fearsome had to bear the cost of materials and also the losses from any failed attempts, yet he only made a profit of 10 spirit stones from each talisman. It seemed that Fearsome's hidden weapon business was indeed difficult, otherwise he wouldn't have offered such terms. Without a second thought, Yuan agreed to the arrangement. His success rate for crafting first-grade superior talismans was around 70%. Even covering the costs of wasted talisman paper and cinnabar, he could still make a decent profit. He had not used any medicinal pills for cultivation in a long time. With the spirit stones he could purchase some pills to assist his cultivation, which would speed up his progress. He was not far from reaching the 7th level of chi refinement. To a happy collaboration. Upon seeing Yuan agree, Fearsome was very pleased. After drinking together, Fearsome took Yuan to his shop in Wantian City. The more they walked, the more familiar Yuan felt with the path. As they went along, he noticed that Fearsome's shop was conveniently located next to the weapon shop opened by Zhao Mingyuan and his 3 senior sisters. Yuan had visited Zhao Mingyuan's weapon shop when it first opened. Now that he was here, he observed the surroundings where various signs were displayed. Inside the Li family business, the girl Li Siyu had matured a lot. Seeing Yuan, she was momentarily stunned before smiling. "Master Gu, long time no see." Yuan smiled and greeted her. He noticed that in addition to selling hidden weapons, the Li family business also offered blank talisman paper, talisman brushes, cinnabar, various spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, low-grade magical tools, low-grade cultivation techniques, and various refining materials. No wonder Fearsome suggested he come to supply talisman materials. It turns out they sold everything now. Now we have become a general store. There's no other choice. Without selling these, we wouldn't survive on the previous hidden weapon business alone. Fearsome explained from the side shopkeeper. This is not a small business at all. All these materials combined are worth a lot of spirit stones. You are indeed richer than I am. Yuan laughed. These are just some assets left by my parents. My father was a farmer and my mother was a merchant. The spirit stones they earned have almost been used up by me. If it weren't for meeting you, Master Gu, my father and I might have to leave Wantian City soon. Yuan did not believe a word of Fearsome's statement. After taking some blank talisman paper and cinnabar from him, Yuan decided to visit Zhao Mingyuan's shop. Upon entering the Mingqi pavilion, a beautiful female disciple in blue greeted him. "Customer, are you looking to customize a weapon or purchase a finished product?" Yuan looked at the blue-clad disciple and said, "Sister Su, have you forgotten me so quickly? I am Mingyuan's friend, just here to see him." The blue-clad sister had merely asked a customary greeting upon seeing a visitor. Upon hearing his words and taking a closer look at Yuan, a smile appeared on her face. "So it's junior brother Gu. What a memory I have. Mingyuan is in the backyard, you can go in." Yuan entered the backyard and saw Zhao Mingyuan shirtless, wielding a hammer and vigorously forging a Yeto-formed longsword. Nearby 2 girls in gray helped him, one fanning air while the other maintained the fire in the furnace below. "Junior brother Zhao, you have quite the favorable circumstances. Even when forging you have senior sisters helping you with the wind." Yuan smiled as he walked closer. Seeing Yuan arrive, Zhao Mingyuan wiped the sweat from his face, saying, "Senior brother Gu, you've come. Please have a seat, it'll be done shortly." "Junior brother Gu." The 2 girls greeted Yuan as well. All 3 of the girls in Zhao Mingyuan's shop had only entered in recent years, having known Zhao Mingyuan during their time in the Tsunchuan sect. Zhao Mingyuan had a certain charm that was well received by female cultivators. All 3 senior sisters had cultivation at the 5th level of chi refinement, but still listened to Zhao Mingyuan, who was at the 4th level. Before long, Zhao Mingyuan finished forging the longsword and wiped the sweat from his body. He walked over to Yuan and complained, "If I had known that forging was this difficult, I should have learned talisman crafting with you. Look how tanned I've become. Oh, come on. If you had learned talisman crafting, you wouldn't have senior sisters helping you fan air." Zhao Mingyuan chuckled and asked, "Senior brother Gu, what brings you here today?" "A former acquaintance of yours opened a grocery store and is collaborating with me to sell talismans, so I stopped by to see you." Yuan replied. "Have you already acquired the ability to craft first-grade superior talismans? It seems that it won't be long before you break through the 5th level and enter the 6th level. I envy you so much. We both entered the Immortal Ascension platform's 5th level around the same time, but while Zhao Mingyuan is still at the first-grade middle stage, you have already gained the ability to craft first-grade latest stage talismans. I can't help but feel envious." I had the ability to craft first-grade inferior talismans before I came here, which took me years to achieve. It took me this long to craft first-grade latest-stage talismans, so there's nothing to envy. On the other hand, you've been able to forge first-grade middle-grade weapons in just a few short years. Your talent in forging is certainly higher than my talent in talisman crafting. If this continues, you will probably break through the 5th level in less than 2 years. Gu Yuan's words brought a satisfied smile to Zhao Mingyuan's face. He was indeed pleased with his own talent in forging, especially since he had senior sisters accompanying him, making it hard not to progress. However, there was one thing that troubled Zhao Mingyuan. Remembering this matter, he glanced back at his 2 senior sisters who were not looking this way and quietly said, "Senior brother Gu, have you heard? Starting next year, those who have not passed the 5th level and are below the late stage of Qi refinement will not be allowed to enter the Immortal Ascension platform. Furthermore, cultivators remaining in the city must establish families and have children unless they reach the 6th level or above, or they will be expelled from Wantian City. Those below the late stage of Qi refinement are not allowed to ascend the Immortal platform and will be expelled from Wantian City. Isn't this cutting off their path to immortality?" Gu Yuan understood very well that the reason so many people were gathered in Wantian City was entirely for the 5th level of the Immortal platform. Not only could they learn skills there, but they could also obtain foundation establishment pills. Such opportunities are rare outside. Isn't the Wantian Alliance afraid of offending so many people? Zhao Mingyuan sighed and said, "The Wantian Alliance is now very powerful. I don't know if you have noticed, but there are more than 3,000 cultivators who have entered the 6th level and above of the Immortal platform, all of whom have obtained foundation establishment pills. They are all part of the Wantian Alliance, and with them around who would dare to object. So many people." Gu Yuan had not been paying attention to the progress on the Immortal platform in recent years. His life was a straight line between cultivation and learning skills, and he had not focused on other matters at all. "I should hurry and pass the 5th level. Otherwise, if I stay in Wantian City, I would need to settle down and have children, but I have no intention of doing that. What do you think I should do? It seems that the 3 senior sisters all have some interest in me. Who should I choose? I definitely won't be able to break through the 5th level next year." Seeing Zhao Mingyuan's conflicted expression, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smirk. "You greedy little brat, you want to have them all, don't you? Brother Gu, don't say that carelessly. The senior sisters won't agree." Zhao Mingyuan quickly turned to look again. "He, junior brother Zhao, you can ponder this on your own. I'm going back to draw talismans." Back at his place, Gu Yuan took out his talisman brush and began to draw talismans. This was the first time he was drawing a first-grade high-quality talisman in the real world. With the talisman brush dipped in vermilion, he circulated his magical power, and the tip of the brush danced across the talisman paper. Under the graceful strokes, a rock talisman was completed. It seems to be smoother than in the illusion. This discovery greatly increased Gu Yuan's success rate in creating talismans. "Green Spirit, are you planning to sell these talismans?" "Of course, didn't you see? Green Spirit, aren't you afraid that these talismans will harm you in the future?" After saying this, Green Spirit flew out from Gu Yuan's wrist and lightly poked the newly drawn talisman. "Now it's safe." "Rock talisman, what happened? Why can I talk?" "It can do that." Gu Yuan was somewhat surprised. "Green Spirit, of course. The items I enlighten cannot be seen or felt by others except for those that possess life. It's a precaution. You wouldn't want to encounter someone wielding a talisman you drew to harm you, right?" After saying this, Green Spirit asked the rock talisman, "Can you activate yourself?" "Rock talisman, is that how it works? I feel like I'm igniting." A rock talisman activated itself, transforming into a yellow light shield that lasted for a long time before dissipating. Gu Yuan realized that Green Spirit's enlightening talent was indeed quite useful. Just imagine, what if the talismans I refine can self-ignite, the pills can self-explode, and the artifacts can backstab their masters? That scene seemed absurd just thinking about it. 3 days later, Gu Yuan delivered the first batch of talismans to the Li clan's business and then headed towards the Immortal Ascension platform. After continuously drawing talismans these past few days, he was confident in completing the 2nd-grade low-quality talismans. Upon arriving at the Immortal Ascension platform, Gu Yuan noticed a ranking board placed beside it, which was made by the Wantian Alliance. Those who brought the tokens issued by the Wantian Alliance could record the number of people passing each level. Level 10, 19 people. Level 9, 109 people. Level 8, 521 people. Level 7, 965 people. Level 6, 1162 people. Level 5, 3986 people. Level 4, 36 people. Level 3, 32,765 people. Seeing this information, Gu Yuan felt that the Wantian Alliance was indeed incredibly powerful. This ranking did not even account for those who had already entered the Shin Tian sect and become outer disciples. Upon re-entering the 5th level, Gu Yuan directly chose the skill of talisman making. He had a clear advantage over the other 4 skills in talisman making. He spent 3 years to elevate his talisman making skill to 1st grade high quality, while the other skills took him 3 years just to barely grasp the basics. As the talisman brush danced, a 2nd grade talisman slowly took shape. At the last moment, the talisman ignited spontaneously. The first attempt failed. There were still 2 chances left. By the 3rd attempt, as the brush made the final stroke, this time the talisman did not ignite itself and it succeeded. Congratulations on passing the 5th level skill test. Reward 1 low-grade foundation establishment pill. Would you like to proceed to the next level? Exiting the illusion, Gu Yuan looked at the foundation establishment pill in his hand and quickly stored it in a pill bottle. This was a valuable item that he would need for his own foundation establishment in the future. Enter. Gu Yuan did not hesitate. He had been stuck at these 5 levels for many years and was eager to see the scenery of the 6th level. Stepping up onto a platform, the surroundings changed dramatically. Little Taoist, now I give you a choice. You can only save one of the 2 people before the other will die. Make your choice. Gu Yuan found himself facing 2 bound individuals, a man and a woman. Behind them stood a seductive woman wielding a long knife that alternated between the 2's necks, her eyes mockingly fixed on Gu Yuan. No matter how he chose, the knife in the demoness hand would kill one of them. Taoist, save me. I have a child in my womb. Please save me, Taoist. The bound woman cried, tears of anguish pleading with Gu Yuan. Taoist, I have a wife and children to support at home. Please save me. If I die, my whole family will be finished. The other bound man also desperately pleaded for help. The demoness looked at Gu Yuan and mockingly said, what a difficult choice. Unfortunately, if the knife in my hand does not drink blood today, it will turn into a demonic blade. By then, not only these 2 but everyone in the world will die. Little Taoist, whom do you think I should choose to kill? Gu Yuan stood still, quickly pondering. From the previous trials of the Xiantian sect, it was evident that it was a righteous sect. As a disciple of a righteous sect, how should he choose in this situation? In the distance there was a village, and many eyes in the village were watching this scene. If this knife truly must drink blood, then please take my head. Gu Yuan made his choice. The bound woman and man both revealed expressions of gratitude, and the demoness' mocking eyes showed some satisfaction. Taoist, this is what you said. With that, she leaped forward and severed Gu Yuan's head with a single stroke. Challenge failed. Would you like to retry? Evaluation: self-righteous sacrifice. Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback by this evaluation. Shouldn't a righteous sect be testing the disciple's spirit of sacrifice? He did not choose to continue the challenge. After entering the 6th level, he could join the Wantian Alliance and gain experience for the subsequent levels. Exiting the Immortal Ascension platform, Gu Yuan arrived at Wantian City at the Wantian Alliance's office. After presenting his token of Foundation Establishment, stage steward from the Wantian Alliance looked at him and asked, are you planning to use the Foundation Establishment pill reward from the 5th level yourself or sell it? He noticed Gu Yuan's information: 8th grade spiritual Ruchi refinement, 4th layer cultivation. Given such qualifications and cultivation speed, it would be difficult to establish a foundation, hence the question. I will use the Foundation Establishment pill myself. I heard that after passing the 5th level I can gain experience for the subsequent levels. May I ask if you could provide that for me? The Foundation Establishment steward handed Gu Yuan a guidebook and said it's not difficult to pass the subsequent levels, it mainly depends on personal performance. You can refer to these experiences and proceed according to your own situation. In theory, you've already become part of the Wantian Alliance by entering the 6th level. What skill did you learn at the 5th level? Talisman making. Submit 5 2nd grade low quality talismans each month and you can receive 500 spirit stones and 5 spirit boosting pills each month, enough for you to quickly enhance your cultivation. Spirit boosting pills. Thank you, steward. Submitting 5 2nd grade low quality talismans each month is not difficult for Gu Yuan. He had previously used spirit boosting pills, which could generally elevate a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator by 1 layer of realm with just 1 pill. This would be extremely beneficial for him in breaking through to the late stage of chi refinement. This pill was controlled by the Wantian Alliance in Wantian City, and ordinary people couldn't buy it. Other auxiliary cultivation pills do not have the powerful effects of the spirit boosting pill. Now that you're one of us as a senior cultivator, I'll offer you this counsel. The Wan Sky Alliance is dedicated to saving all sentient beings. At present, over 200 of our members have entered the Xiantian sect as disciples, yet only 12 have secured positions as outer sect disciples. We urgently require a prodigy of extraordinary talent. To address this, the Alliance has implemented a policy within One Sky City: any individual possessing a spirit root ranked Tier 3 or higher will receive full sponsorship for cultivation, and their families shall likewise benefit from this grace. Return home soon and consider taking a Dao companion bearing an exceptional air may yet prove another viable path. The Foundation establishment level sect executive held little hope for Gu Yuan. According to his records, reaching late Qi refinement in this lifetime would already be a formidable feat, let alone achieving Foundation establishment. Many thanks for your guidance, Elder. I shall give it due consideration. Gu Yuan bid farewell to the well-intentioned executive and returned once more to the Ascension platform. Gu Yuan glanced at his trial handbook. Trial technique for level 6, preserve the green hills and firewood will never run short. What is this? Preserve oneself. He murmured softly, then stepped forward onto the Ascension platform once again. Young Taoist Master, I now grant you a choice of these two. You may save only one, the other shall perish. Choose wisely. Re-entering level 6, a voice echoed instantly in his ears. Prepared this time, Gu Yuan did not even glance at the demoness. Instead, he turned and strode directly toward the nearby village. Hey, you hold both their lives in your hands, young Taoist Master. Gu Yuan remained silent, entering the village without pause. At the village gate, several pairs of eyes watched him intently, whispering among themselves. How heartless this Taoist Master is. To stand by while others die, how can he call himself a Taoist? Master, please save my wife. She carries our child. Master, save my husband. Without him our family cannot survive. Gu Yuan did not so much as glance at the villagers gathered at the gate. He had observed his surroundings carefully. Energy coiled thickly everywhere except within this village, where the ambient chi flowed naturally and uncorrupted. Within this illusionary realm his inner cultivation was entirely suppressed. He was no stronger than an ordinary mortal. Since the handbook advised preserving life above all else, his wisest course was simply to seek safety and remain hidden. Whether the blood-drinking blade transformed into a demonic weapon mattered not to him at all. In the end, the demoness slew the man. The woman was spared, her bonds severed, and her husband from the village gently guided her home. Gu Yuan sat quietly beneath a tree bearing crimson fruit. He sensed it clearly: the air here more than anywhere else in the village resonated with pure unblemished qi. On the second day, the demoness bound 2 more villagers before Gu Yuan. Taoist Master, of these 2 you may save only one. The other shall die. Whom shall you condemn? Gu Yuan closed his eyes to meditate, unmoved by the demoness' taunts. He could feel as he sat beneath the tree faint traces of spiritual energy slowly coalescing within him. How ruthless this Taoist Master truly is. When you descend to the underworld, remember to tell King Yama it was this Taoist Master who refused to save you. With a flash of steel the demoness struck, the man's head tumbled from his shoulders. On the 3rd day she brought forth 2 more villagers. Taoist Master, whom will you save this time? On the 4th day. On the 5th day. Until the 7th day. Truly you refuse to save anyone. The demoness' gaze remained teasing, yet this time things unfolded differently. Seated beneath the tree, Gu Yuan suddenly unleashed a devastating fist strike. A torrent of searing flame erupted from his blow, so fierce, so overwhelming. Terror flooded the demoness' eyes. In the next instant her body exploded outward, consumed entirely by roaring fire. Even the blood-drinking blade caught in the inferno blazed white-hot, its surface shrieking under the heat. Then after mere heartbeats a sharp brittle cracking echoed from its blade. When the flames vanished, the bloodstained sword had disappeared, and the illusory world dissolved around him. Congratulations, you have passed level 6 trial of choice. The scorching flame fist has been bestowed upon you. Proceed to the next trial. Once again standing atop the 6th tier of the Ascension platform, Gu Yuan gazed at his own fists. The power of this scorching flame fist was astonishing. While seated beneath the tree he had sensed a faint elusive wind of fist intent on the very 2nd day. After several days of contemplation he grasped its essence, its release shattered stone and split sky. He glanced upward at the 7th tier, then consulted his trial handbook once more. Trial technique for level 7, master your senior brother's life-preserving techniques, and flee. Life-preserving techniques. Flee. Gu Yuan ascended a single step, and the world dissolved around him. He now stood inside a cavern nestled deep within a towering majestic mountain. From beyond the cave mouth arrogant voices echoed brazenly. Stop hiding, we know you're in there. Escape. Not a chance. Gu Yuan felt his cultivation power surge back into his meridians, realizing at last that this trial permitted him to wield his full strength. Junior brother, fear not, within this cave I've erected a solidifying foundation array. It will hold off the demonic cultivators outside for a time. If we endure until the elders arrive we are safe. Gu Yuan noticed a vigilant young man standing beside him, eyes locked unwaveringly on the cave entrance, his tense posture betraying deep uncertainty about the array's resilience. Junior brother, I possess a unique art of evasion. Should the outer array fall, we shall immediately sink into the earth. Time is scarce, I'll speak, you must memorize swiftly. The elder brother turned and recited the technique's principles with rapid precision. Gu Yuan, already versed in earth-shifting art, grasped its profound subtleties after hearing it just once. The elder brother's earth-shifting art was fundamentally the same, but refined with advanced concealment methods. When burrowing, it masked both movement and spiritual signature entirely. Gu Yuan mastered the technique instantly. Crack, crack, crack. From beyond the cave mouth came the splintering groan of the array collapsing. His elder brother's face paled. Junior brother, go. Without hesitation he plunged into the earth. Gu Yuan followed closely behind. The mountain's dense stony soil impeded swift subterranean travel. Gu Yuan clung tightly to his elder brother's trail. Just as his own spiritual energy neared depletion, the elder brother surged upward, bursting from the ground. My spiritual energy is nearly spent, we must recover here. His elder brother sat cross-legged and began restoring his cultivation at once. Gu Yuan noted they were enveloped in a thick mist. Whether by luck or his elder brother's acute perception of terrain, this place remained secure, for now. Gu Yuan likewise settled into meditation, replenishing his reserves. After a long silence, his elder brother exhaled deeply. Junior brother, have you recovered? We must depart swiftly. Elder brother, I am restored. Gu Yuan realized, within this illusion, cultivation recovery occurred at astonishing speed. Let's go. Without hesitation, his elder brother led him straight through the mist, unerring in direction. They arrived at a crumbling ancient temple. I shall consult the Yin spirits dwelling here, to discern where the demonic cultivators lie. Then we shall decide our next move. With that, his elder brother raised his hands, traced intricate sigils in the air, and intoned loudly, heaven and earth, boundless and absolute, Yin ghosts manifest now. A streak of azure light shot from his palm. Slowly from the temple floor rose several Yin spirits, each frozen in grotesque, harrowing death. Go, scour the mountain. Report back all living presences. His elder brother commanded the spirits. Shrouded in perpetual mist and denied sunlight, the spirits glanced toward the temple threshold, then obediently glided away. Elder brother, what art is this? A simple spirit subjugation art. In desolate wilds, especially in ruins like this temple, Yin spirits inevitably linger. This art compels them to appear and obey my will. If they manifest visibly, won't demonic cultivators see them too? Demonic cultivators would instantly refine them into spiritual essence. Orthodox cultivators, however, liberate their souls and grant them peace. Their fates differ utterly, and by observing how they react, I can pinpoint exactly where demonic cultivators gather and where our own sect members await. This spirit subjugation art was indeed extraordinary. Hearing it, Gu Yuan asked earnestly, Elder brother, would you teach it to me? If the junior brother wishes to learn, the senior brother will certainly teach you. Pay attention this technique. The young senior brother leisurely passed the slave spirit technique to Gu Yuan. After listening to it once, Gu Yuan realized that this spell demanded a considerable amount of spiritual sense. With his own spiritual sense he could barely activate this technique, but if he truly summoned a Yin spirit, controlling them would be quite difficult. The young senior brother spent quite some time teaching Gu Yuan the slave spirit technique, and at this point several Yin spirits had already been out for a long time. There's movement over there, the Yin spirits have been refined and are not far from us. I will set up a formation in this temple. If we encounter a solitary demon cultivator, we can consider it a contribution to eliminating evil. The young senior brother finished speaking and began to arrange the formation in the dilapidated temple. Gu Yuan watched as he placed the formation flags in various locations, and after setting up the formation, the young senior brother added some white powdery medicine into it. Breeds in this soul confusion powder will trap anyone who inhales it in an illusion. Once the killing formation is activated, ordinary people won't be able to escape. After saying this, the young senior brother took Gu Yuan underground. Just watch the show. If the first strike fails, we will immediately flee. The young senior brother controlled other Yin spirits to lure the demon cultivators in this direction. Before long, 2 demon cultivators dressed in black robes followed the Yin spirits into the ancient temple. Upon entering the ancient temple, the 2 became vigilant and glanced around. After a few breaths, they stood frozen in place as countless blades emerged from the formation, instantly severing the heads of the 2 black-robed demon cultivators. Seeing the formation take effect, the young senior brother brought Gu Yuan back to the surface. Not bad, junior brother. Hold your breath and search the bodies. The young senior brother moved swiftly, collecting the storage bags of the 2 black-robed demon cultivators in an instant. He then retrieved the formation and sprinkled a bottle of black powder over the bodies. Junior brother, remember, after killing someone outside you must clean up thoroughly. Otherwise the enemy will trace us through the dead. Gu Yuan watched quietly, feeling that the trials at the Xiantian sect's ascension platform seemed to be closely related to future survival. The fifth trial taught skills that could be monetized for spirit stones while venturing outside. The sixth trial taught not to meddle in others' affairs, prioritizing self-preservation to ensure a useful body for the sect. The seventh trial was even more direct, with a senior brother teaching through example, clearly coaching how to navigate the world outside. The two black-robed demon cultivators quickly turned into a pool of blood under the black powder. The young senior brother cast a fireball spell, evaporating the blood on the ground, leaving nothing but some scorch marks. Let's go, we need to continue fleeing down the mountain. After finishing, the young senior brother led Gu Yuan further down the mountain. They hadn't walked long when a group of people in black arrived at the ancient temple. One of them sniffed the air and immediately chased after the direction Gu Yuan and the young senior brother had left. Not good, they are coming after us. Split up and escape. The young senior brother sensed something amiss behind him and his expression changed. Without hesitation he burrowed underground and quickly disappeared from sight. Is this another lesson for me? In times of danger everyone looks out for themselves. As long as I run faster than junior brother, danger will always be a step behind me. Watching the young senior brother vanish swiftly, Gu Yuan opened his mouth and then used the earth escape technique to flee in the opposite direction. The most dangerous place is often the safest. While escaping is difficult for others, for Gu Yuan it is the skill he has cultivated for decades. He returned underground near the ancient temple and then hid without coming out. When ordinary people approach the ancient temple, they will be vigilant about what's inside and would never notice that someone is hiding underground beside the temple. Gu Yuan had no intention of descending the mountain. The improvement from this trial was survival. He just needed to hide well and he would naturally pass after some time. Using the earth escape technique underground, as long as he didn't move around too much, the consumption of magical power would remain minimal. With the magical power within Gu Yuan, sustaining it for 10 days was no problem. He didn't believe anyone could chase him down here indefinitely. According to what the young senior brother said at the beginning, the Xiantian sect had support in the rear. After 7 days, Gu Yuan, hiding underground, found nothing but instead received a notification of passing the trial. Congratulations on passing the 7th trial. Do you wish to enter the next stage? As the illusion faded, Gu Yuan found himself back on the 7th step. After sensing the magical power within him, he decided not to continue challenging. His magical power had been significantly depleted and the illusion had consumed his own magical power. Returning to his residence, Gu Yuan sat down to recover his magical power while delving deeper into the earth escape technique and slave spirit technique taught by the young senior brother during the 7th trial. Green spirit, this slave spirit technique of yours is somewhat sinister. How is this slave spirit technique used by Xiantian sect disciples sinister? Green spirit, I sense a hint of threat in your technique. If it were more profound, it might not only control lean spirits but could potentially control demon beasts and even humans. However, it consumes too much spiritual sense. With my current strength I can barely summon lean spirits, but I cannot yet control them. Green spirit, you are still too weak. The entrance examination of Xiantian sect is too strict. I remember in the past disciples of Xiantian sect were quite ordinary. I don't know what has happened here. You should quickly improve your strength and seek answers within the Xiantian sect. Gu Yuan nodded. I only need to draw 5 second-tier talismans to receive 5 spirit-enhancing pills from the Wantian Alliance, then I will have a chance to break through to the later stage of Qi refinement. Gu Yuan didn't have any second-tier talisman paper on him. The success rate for second-tier talismans was too low and he hadn't taken any second-tier talisman paper from the Li Clan's trading house. The papers he brought back last time were all first-tier. After spending several days, Gu Yuan successfully drew all the first-tier talisman papers he had and brought the finished talismans to the Li Clan's trading house. Inside the Li Clan's trading house, Li Fifan sat at the counter with a furrowed brow while Li Siyu beside him was sulking. What's the matter? Gu Yuan entered the store noticing their unusual expressions and asked. Gu Talisman Master, you've come at the right time. What should we do? The Wantian city wants to expel us scattered cultivators. We spent our entire fortune to come here and now they want to drive us away. Siyu has only just reached the 3rd trial of the Ascension Road and starting next year she won't be able to challenge anymore. Isn't this cutting off our path to immortality? Li Fifan's words were familiar to Gu Yuan as Zhao Ming Yuan had spoken of this. He felt helpless about it. Shopkeeper Li, this matter cannot be forced. The Wantian Alliance is also trying to motivate people to have offspring and give up their own opportunities for immortality. As a member of the Wantian Alliance, Gu Yuan could only speak on its behalf. Sigh. Li Fifan sighed looking at Gu Yuan and suddenly his eyes lit up. Gu Talisman Master Yu and Siyu are of similar ages. I wonder. I have no plans to take a Dao partner. Before Li Fifan could finish his sentence, Gu Yuan quickly interjected. Li Siyu glared at Gu Yuan and turned to walk toward the backyard. Li Fifan's words made her feel extremely embarrassed. The spread of the new regulations in Wantian City was rapid, and the once lively fairy city was suddenly shrouded in a veil of sorrow. The new rules dealt a significant blow to scattered cultivators like Li Fifan, who came here in search of celestial fate. Gu Yuan initially thought that his talisman business would not last much longer, as there seemed to be no reason for Li Fifan and his daughter to stay. However, half a month later he heard a piece of news that left him greatly astonished. Li Fifan had surprisingly formed a bond with a beautiful middle-aged woman in the later stages of qi refinement, while his daughter had become Dao companions with the woman's son, thus uniting the two families. On this day, Gu Yuan arrived early at Zhao Mingyuan's small courtyard. After several years of nurturing their relationship, Zhao Mingyuan had become Dao companions with that Su Shiji. As for the two remaining Shiji in Mingqi Pavilion, they still stayed by their side. Zhao Mingyuan's actions elicited admiration from fellow disciples who came from Tsunchuan sect. In the past month, Gu Yuan had attended 2 joyous banquets, and watching the festive courtyard filled with guests, he realized that his mentality was gradually aging. Now, aside from cultivation, nothing else seemed to stir any emotions within him. Calculating the time, he had been in this world for over 100 years. In his previous life before Nirvana, he had poor qualifications, living a mediocre life in obscurity. In this life after Nirvana, his qualifications had improved significantly and his experiences were richer than in his past life. However, the number of people he could connect with had dwindled. Gu Yuan felt this was a problem of his mindset, as he had unknowingly aged in spirit. The path to immortality is long and one cannot rush it. Gu Yuan felt he must adapt to this mindset, knowing that in the future the people he encounters would become fewer and cultivation is a solitary journey. After the joyous banquet, Gu Yuan returned to his residence and swallowed a spirit-enhancing pill. Having reached the late stage of qi refinement, a single spirit-enhancing pill was sufficient to give him a chance to break through to the 7th level of qi refinement. As the pill entered his abdomen, spiritual energy transformed into power that coursed throughout his body. In the tranquility of focused cultivation, 2 days passed quietly. The barrier of the 7th level of qi refinement was shattered as if submerged by a flood, saving him years of arduous practice and allowing him to achieve the 7th level. After the breakthrough, Gu Yuan made his way to the 8th level of the ascending Immortal platform. The strategy for clearing the 8th barrier was to slay that woman. Before entering the barrier, Gu Yuan was unaware of the situation inside, but he secretly committed this clearing secret to memory. The scenery around him began to shift. Gu Yuan found himself on the city walls of a fortress where endless beasts were attacking the city below. He was merely an ordinary cultivator defending the walls, while in the center of the wall stood a fairy dressed in white like snow with a look of deep concern as she gazed at the beasts below. We must hold our ground, we cannot abandon this city. This is Senior Zu's hometown, and if we lose it, he will be unhappy. The fairy's eyes were filled with compassion, yet her words were deeply heartfelt. Using our brother's lives to please a wild man, if she weren't a saintess, I would have been the first to slay her. Beside Gu Yuan, a rough-looking man continually cast spells down towards the beasts, grumbling in displeasure. Brother, what are you dawdling about? If you don't cast spells quickly, the beasts will climb up. Seeing Gu Yuan looking at him, the man shot him an annoyed glare. Only then did Gu Yuan realize that he had been so focused on watching the fairy that he had neglected to cast spells downwards. Several beasts had already climbed onto the wall in the area he was responsible for. Gu Yuan didn't have many offensive spells, and given the current situation he could only keep hurling fireball spells down. Aren't you a latest-stage qi refiner? Is this all you can do? Just fireball spells. Would casting a higher-level spell kill you? The man continued to grumble as Gu Yuan began to act. Gu Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Most of his spells had been learned at Tsunchuan sect, and aside from life-saving spells he only knew some basic ones. In this situation he had no higher-level spells to cast. Brother, since you're so strong, why not help share some of the pressure? I had a bad stomach last night and can't cast high-level spells. Gu Yuan blurted out. I must have run out of luck to be assigned this task by the mission hall, encountering a heartless saintess and being paired with you, a useless teammate. The man looked displeased, but he did shift his falling stone spell a bit closer to Gu Yuan. As the falling stones combined with the fire, the beasts below were knocked down. Gu Yuan observed that the beasts below the wall seemed to lack intelligence, merely charging forward and climbing the walls through sheer brute force. A circle of dozens of cultivators stood on the wall, continuously releasing spells to fend off thousands of beasts attacking the city. The white-clad saintess remained in the center of the wall, showing no intention of intervening. Time for a change of guard. With a shout from inside the city, dozens of cultivators stepped forward to release spells. Gu Yuan and the rough man retreated to the back of the wall along with the others to rest and recover their spiritual energy. That white-clad saintess seemed to be the woman they were supposed to kill according to the clearing manual. However, Gu Yuan was unclear about her strength, and given that he was responsible for defending the wall, he couldn't spare the time to kill the white-clad saintess under everyone's watchful eyes. Brother, what level of strength does the saintess have? Gu Yuan noticed that the cultivators taking over were all at the chi refinement stage. To rely on nearly 100 chi refinement cultivators to fend off tens of thousands of beasts outside the city was nothing short of a dream. If the white-clad saintess didn't make a move, their fate would only be destruction. The saintess. She possesses nascent soul-level cultivation far beyond what we ordinary disciples can compare to. Don't slack off, recover your energy quickly, as it will soon be our turn again. The rough-looking man opened one eye to respond to Gu Yuan before closing it again to recover his energy. Nascent soul level. Gu Yuan thought to himself, you want me, a chi refinement cultivator, to kill a nascent soul saintess? Are you joking? Gu Yuan felt that the clearing manual written by Wantian Alliance must be insane. If anyone had the strength to kill a nascent soul saintess, they wouldn't be mere errant disciples at Zhuantiangang. It seems they'll have to rely on strategy. Gu Yuan glanced towards the city wall and a plan began to form in his mind. After a while, it was once again their turn to guard the wall. Approaching the front of the wall, Gu Yuan noticed that the beasts below had created a flesh ramp from countless beast carcasses. It wouldn't be long before these beasts could directly engage with the cultivators defending the wall. Brother, do you also find the saintess displeasing? Gu Yuan looked at the rough man. Isn't it true? Clearly there are no living people left in this city, yet she stubbornly insists on holding her ground. Otherwise we would have returned to the sect to report long ago. Hearing this, Gu Yuan revealed a mischievous smile. Do you want to take revenge on her? The rough man was taken aback. What do you mean? We can do this. After saying this, the rough man's eyes lit up. I'll follow your lead, brother, but we have to be discreet about it. After the two conspired, the spells in their hands were cast a beat slower, deliberately driving the beasts below towards the center of the city wall. The two were only 2 spaces away from the center of the city wall where the holy maiden in white stood. As the two began to slack off, the pressure on the 2 other defending cultivators in the middle increased significantly. Hey, what's wrong with you two? Someone started to express dissatisfaction. My mana hasn't recovered yet, brother, please bear with it. A rough-looking man revealed a simple grin. Upon hearing this, the person stopped complaining and quietly tried to drive the beasts towards the central city wall as much as possible. With rotations in defense, many cultivators had not yet recovered their mana. The army of beasts below was already reaching the height of the city wall, and in the central area outside the wall some beasts were able to directly attack the cultivators defending the very center of the wall. Hold the line. You must hold the line, put in more effort. The holy maiden in white stood on the city wall, showing no intention of taking action, instead encouraging the defending cultivators with her words. Holy maiden, we can't hold on any longer, please take action and eliminate the beasts. Seeing the beasts about to reach the city wall, Gu Yuan's face turned pale as he shouted loudly at the holy maiden in white. But I promised senior brother Su that I wouldn't engage in slaughter. The holy maiden in white looked at the beasts about to climb the city wall, her expression turning grim as she muttered. Holy maiden, we are fighting for you. Now that the beasts have climbed the city, are you not going to act? Do you want us to perish here? Our deaths are nothing to be regretted, but our families will inevitably seek out your senior brother Su to question whether a holy maiden who harms the disciples of the sect is trustworthy. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the holy maiden in white's expression changed. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Gu Yuan, filled with incredulity that someone would dare to threaten her with senior brother Su. Isn't it only natural for the sect's disciples to perish for her as the holy maiden? If this group of disciples cannot hold out, she could still request support from the sect to send other disciples for defense. How dare he drag senior brother Su into this? The holy maiden in white's expression turned hostile. I despise it most when someone threatens me with senior brother Su. You have chosen your path to death. Holy maiden, please stop talking. The beasts are coming, be careful not to get blood on your clothes. Our lives are worthless, but it wouldn't be good if your clothes got dirty. At this moment, the rough-looking man also reminded her. The exchange between the two sent a chill down the spines of the cultivators defending the city wall. They had thought that with the holy maiden present, even if they could not hold the line, their safety would at least be assured. Unexpectedly, the holy maiden was unwilling to take action. Instantly, they were in an uproar. Gu Yuan continued to add fuel to the fire. Holy maiden, what do you mean? If I die here because of your senior brother Su, is it not permissible for my family to question him? The holy maiden clearly possessed great strength but was unwilling to act. Was she really going to watch them perish? If that's the case, then I won't defend this city any longer. I will return to the sect and accept any punishment they give me. At worst I will die. Dying in the sect still holds some value. After saying this, Gu Yuan leapt into the city. Wait for me, I won't defend this city either. The rough-looking man followed closely behind Gu Yuan. Seeing this, the others hesitated for less than a second before collectively withdrawing from the city wall's defense area. Holy maiden, you must hold this city. Otherwise your senior brother Su will be displeased. After jumping into the city, Gu Yuan turned back and shouted loudly, completely disregarding the holy maiden in white's pale expression. The expression of the holy maiden in white was grim. The words of these two had caused those who were supposed to help her defend the city to flee. Yet she could not engage in slaughter. Countless beasts climbed the city wall and the holy maiden in white was somewhat dumbfounded, only able to activate her mana shield to blast the beasts down. You all come back. This holy maiden commands you to return, otherwise I will report you to the task hall when we return to the sect. The holy maiden in white activated her protective shield to prevent the beasts from entering the city. The beasts below, like mindless zombies, tirelessly attempted to climb the city wall to enter the city. Holy maiden, our mana is severely depleted. Please allow us to recover some mana. You hold on for a bit. Gu Yuan shouted loudly at the holy maiden on the city wall from inside the city. Over 100 people retreated to the streets inside the city, looking at the holy maiden in white on the city wall, and no one dared to step forward. By the way, why are there so many beasts here? After dealing with the holy maiden, Gu Yuan asked the rough-looking man beside him. Cough, isn't it Su Ziyun from the Beastmaster sect? His family suffered humiliation in the city and was all killed. He turned everyone in this city into beasts and drove them outside. If these people do not return to the city within 10 days, they will completely turn into beasts and be unable to return to human form. The rough-looking man had some understanding of this, and the others nodded as well. Someone said that Guy did this evil deed and then left, making the holy maiden punish those people. The sin of harming innocent beings has all fallen on us ordinary disciples. None of these two are good people. Exactly, I have so much beast blood on my hands. They were all living people before. If it weren't for the sect rules, I would never have committed such an evil deed. What should we do? Are we really going to ignore the holy maiden and hide here? If we return to the sect, we will have to go to the punishment hall. What is there to be afraid of? Laws do not punish the masses. We all retreated together. As long as we firmly claim we were not slacking off, the holy maiden alone cannot argue against this entire group, right? The holy maiden is at the nascent soul stage. Even if she does not take action, she can hold off those beasts for 10 days with just her mana shield. By then they will have completely lost their human form and will disperse. Right. We must firmly insist that we have been fighting hard against the beasts and are only recovering our mana now. No more talking, I need to recover my mana. The consumption has been quite large. I won't be able to recover without 10 days. Me too, I injured my meridians when casting spells earlier. I need to hurry up and heal. No one wanted to die for no reason. When someone took the lead to retreat, most people would abandon the meaningless defense for their lives, especially when it could lead to guilt without any purpose. Seeing this, Gu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The first step in isolating the holy maiden in white had been achieved. Next, he had to consider how to eliminate this holy maiden in white. Looking at the holy maiden in white on the city wall raising her shield to block countless beasts below, Gu Yuan felt a headache. If he had to kill this holy maiden to pass this level, it would be practically impossible for him with his strength. He truly did not know how others had passed this level. There must be another way. Gu Yuan sat cross-legged on the street to recover his mana, continuously pondering ways to break the situation. Seeing the sect disciples treating her this way, the holy maiden in white was furious. While supporting the shield with her mana, she immediately took out a token to send a message inward requesting the sect to send some capable individuals to help her resist the beasts. She was also committing a sin by blocking the beasts from entering the city. As a little fairy, she did not wish to stain herself with sin. A day later, hundreds of disciples flying on swords arrived over the city. Seeing the newcomers, the holy maiden in white immediately commanded, "Go stop these beasts from attacking the city." The new cultivators, not understanding the situation, immediately executed the holy maiden in white's orders, dispersing to take positions on the city wall and continuously releasing spells to eliminate the beasts outside the city. Seeing the newcomers, Gu Yuan and the others felt a sense of impending doom. What should we do now? If they block the beasts when we return to the sect, the holy maiden will reprimand us and it won't just be a standoff anymore. Some began to express their worries. Seeing this, Gu Yuan stood up. Fellow disciples, we cannot just watch as the newcomers fend off the beasts alone. We must step forward to assist them. At this point, does it even matter? The Holy Maiden already holds a grudge against us. Exactly whether we go up or not, we will be punished. Why waste time? Yuan smiled. The newcomers are unaware of the situation and may unintentionally act too forcefully. We as seniors must remind them. Upon hearing this, the others instantly understood Yuan's intention and with mutual understanding climbed onto the city wall. Seeing this scene, the Holy Maiden in white, who had retreated to the back, scoffed. You still have a bit of conscience. However, I will still punish you when we return to the sect. A group of elderly men ascended the city wall, dispersing to take their positions alongside the newly arrived disciples to defend. Yuan stood next to a young man, casually casting a few fireball spells to repel several beasts attempting to charge upwards while conversing with his fellow disciples. The new disciple looked puzzled. Senior brother, these beasts below were once the people of the city. They were transformed into beasts by Su Ziyun of the Beastmaster sect through a spell. If they do not return to the city within 10 days, they will completely become beasts. The destructive power of your spell is so great that you are killing ordinary lives. Just think of the sin that would cause the inner demons when you try to break through will be immense. The disciple casting spells was taken aback by this statement. Is that true? How could I be lying to you? You know the character of our saintess. She would do anything to please that Su, willing to let us ordinary disciples bear the disaster while keeping her hands clean. Isn't that infuriating? Upon hearing this, the disciple immediately switched his spell, choosing to repel the beasts instead of killing them. What should we do? I do not wish to bear any sin either. They were all once living lives before they fully turned into beasts. The sin of killing innocent lives is far greater than that of slaying beasts. This disciple understood the concept of sin and instantly felt the urge to retreat. It seems our sect may have been deceived. We just need to watch from here. Listen to me, let's retreat to the city together and let the saintess handle this matter herself. What about them? The disciple glanced at the others. Don't worry. At this moment, the elderly men who had returned to the city wall had finished persuading others. Ah. Not good, I've been poisoned. What a vicious beast, it even has poison. I must go down to heal. The coarse man spoke loudly as he was the first to retreat from the city wall, with others following suit. Not good, it really is poison. My power is uncontrollable. Me too, such a fierce poison, it's eating away at my power. No, you all hold on for a bit, I need to go down and recover. The poison of these beasts is incredibly potent, we cannot withstand it at all. The city wall was thrown into chaos as many defending cultivators shouted that they had been poisoned and retreated into the city. The remaining hesitant ones understood they couldn't hold their ground and also called out about the poison before retreating. You all. Seeing this scene, the saintess in white changed her expression. What poison is so potent? Why am I unaffected? It was one thing for a couple of people to be poisoned, but the fact that everyone was affected made the saintess on guard. What poison did you encounter? It's the poison that eats away at our power. I currently have no power left in me, saintess. Yuan shouted loudly from within the city. The saintess furrowed her brows, having to once again raise her power barrier to block the beasts from ascending the city wall. At the same time, she took out a token intending to summon some more powerful individuals to eliminate the beasts outside. Relying solely on these ordinary disciples in the chi refining stage is completely ineffective. Within half a day, more sword lights flew in. Seeing this, the ordinary disciples in the city had already prepared and voluntarily ascended the city wall. I have recovered, I must fight alongside my fellow disciples. More than 30 Foundation establishment cultivators arrived. As soon as they landed on the city wall, the saintess in white commanded the beasts wish to attack this city, eliminate them all. As you command. The newly arrived Foundation establishment cultivators had yet to grasp the situation when they were stopped by the chi refining cultivators beside them. Uncle Master, you must not commit murder. They are all human. It was Su Ziyun of the Beastmaster sect who turned them into beasts. If they return to the city within 10 days, they will become beasts. Killing them now is akin to slaughtering ordinary mortals. Ah. The Foundation establishment cultivator was taken aback and then immediately abandoned the idea of attacking. What's going on? It's like this. This scene unfolded simultaneously on the city wall. The saintess in white had just withdrawn her power barrier, thinking she could relax and watch, only to find that not a single newly arrived Foundation establishment cultivator took action. As a nascent soul cultivator, her hearing was excellent. Previously, she had chosen not to listen to the trivial conversations among the cultivators. Now, seeing the Foundation establishment cultivators doing nothing, she strained to listen, and the voices she heard made her furious. These people were not only failing to help her fend off the beasts, but were also inciting others not to act. Instantly the Saintess in white became enraged. In the name of the Saintess I command you to act with all your might, otherwise you will be sent to the punishment hall. Upon hearing this, one of the Foundation establishment cultivators with some background retorted without hesitation, the sect did not say this before we came. We do not spill the blood of mortals, we cannot comply. I will report back to the sect to see whether you are truly our Xiantian sect Saintess or the Saintess of the Beastmaster sect. Seeing this, Gu Yuan felt amused. As long as the Saintess was unable to proceed, he wondered if the task would be completed. You all. I will report to the punishment hall and have someone arrest you. The Saintess in white, seeing the beasts ascend the city wall yet no one acted, immediately activated the barrier to repel the beasts and then scolded harshly. No one paid attention to her words. As more people arrived, the mindset of not being responsible in a crowd grew deeper. After a while several figures flew in. Mo Li, what's going on? A middle-aged man floated in the air above the city, looking coldly at the Saintess in white. Elderly, this matter does not concern you, let them help me kill all these beasts. Nonsense, these are not beasts, they are all humans down there. It seems you are plagued by inner demons. Come back to the sect with me and everyone else can disperse. Elder Li's stern words echoed around, filling Gu Yuan and others with joy. Elder Li's words meant the Saintess was clearly being unreasonable and they would not face any punishment. You. They cannot leave until these beasts are killed. The Saintess in white, seeing Elder Li show her no respect, widened her eyes and shouted angrily. If you want to kill the Saintess, do it yourself, we are leaving. Many disciples flew away on their swords. At this moment Gu Yuan felt a bit awkward. He hadn't brought his storage bag into the illusion and had no sword to ride. Seeing everyone leave and not knowing where to go, the sound of passing the level had not yet arrived, and looking at the completion rate, it was still insufficient. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan muttered softly, the Saintess had good intentions. If Senior Su knew that the beasts he drove away returned to the city, how heartbroken he would be. Only the Saintess in white and Elder Li remained on the scene. Although Gu Yuan's voice was very soft, both of them heard it clearly. Upon hearing this, the Saintess in white seemed possessed, her eyes turning blood red. Yes, I cannot let Senior Su see these beasts return to the city, I must kill them all. Elder Li's expression changed, glaring at Gu Yuan in dissatisfaction. Saintess, come back with me, you have fallen into madness. No, I must kill them all. As she spoke, the Saintess in white unleashed her nascent soul pressure fully. Several sword lights shot out and the beasts transformed from humans could not resist the nascent soul's sword light at all, instantly severing thousands of beasts. Seeing this, Elder Li shouted angrily, what are you doing? So many mortal lives do you not wish to advance? I must kill them all. The Saintess's eyes were crimson. At this moment she seemed truly possessed, flying down and swiftly slashing several swords, causing countless casualties among the beasts outside the city. Elder Li noticed something was off with the Saintess and rushed forward to block her, but to his surprise the bloodthirsty Saintess in white charged directly at him. As an experienced nascent soul expert, Elder Li was very strong, far surpassing the Saintess. He did not use his full strength out of consideration for her identity. However, the Saintess in white did not care about that. Her attacks were vicious and deadly. In an unfortunate moment, Elder Li was struck by one of her swords. He realized the Saintess had completely fallen into madness. If he could not subdue her, he would perish here as well. With that thought, Elder Li no longer held back and attacked with all his strength. Standing on the city wall watching the two engaged in fierce combat in the sky, Gu Yuan pondered, so this level is telling me that when a fellow disciple shows unusual behavior, it signifies they have fallen into madness. Such individuals must be eliminated immediately to prevent them from harming other disciples. Each trial on the Ascension platform seems to carry profound meaning. Gu Yuan was gradually beginning to comprehend some insights. The Xiantian sect appears to be nurturing disciples who possess insight, understand human nature, and grasp reason. In the sky, Elder Li fought alongside the Saintess in white. As the Saintess had completely succumbed to madness, her attacks were ruthless, forcing Elder Li to expend all his strength to resist while sending a message to the sect for support, as he, being an elder, did not possess the authority to decide the fate of the sect's Saintess. After a prolonged battle, a figure flew in from the distance, glanced at the Saintess' side and then cast a spell with a flick of his hand. Saintess Mo Li has fallen into madness, our sect will send her into reincarnation. With these words, the Saintess fell from the sky bloodied and lifeless. Congratulations on passing the 8th level of enlightenment. Would you like to continue the challenge? The illusion vanished and Gu Yuan returned to the 8th layer of the Immortal Ascension platform. Level 9 strategies: endure loneliness and witness the changes of the world. Gu Yuan did not hesitate and stepped onto the next stair. As the surroundings transformed, Gu Yuan once again entered the illusion. Please calm your heart and pass through this life. If you reach the end of your natural life, you will pass this level. Your memories will be sealed and all will be done according to your true heart. Upon entering the 9th level, Gu Yuan heard a prompt sound and felt as if he had lost all his previous memories, unable to recall what he had just been thinking. Senior brother, why are you dazed here? Master is calling us over. Gu Yuan looked at the newcomer. Although he had no memory of her, he inexplicably knew she was his junior sister. The junior sister had an almond-shaped face, willow-like eyebrows, and her eyes sparkled with joy as she grasped Gu Yuan's arm. Master wants to officiate our wedding. Gu Yuan looked at her, feeling blank. Instinctively wanting to refuse, the junior sister spoke again. Master is nearing his end. His dying wish is to see us married. I hope you won't refuse, senior brother. Before he could finish, Gu Yuan reconsidered and nodded. Let's go see Master first. An elderly man with white hair lay on the wooden bed, his frail breath giving his face a waxen hue resembling a decayed branch. Liar, after I die the sect will be entrusted to you. I have failed to expand the Xintian sect. It will be up to you now. Under Master's witness, Gu Yuan and his junior sister Qiu Xin became partners and made a vow to strive to expand the Xintian sect throughout their lives. After Master passed away, Gu Yuan and Qiu Xin buried him, leaving only the two of them in the sect. Gu Yuan said, Junior sister, it's too quiet in the sect. Should we recruit some disciples from down the mountain? Qiu Xian replied, Senior brother, although I also wish to fulfill Master's wish, how can we cultivate disciples without resources? Gu Yuan said, I can draw talismans. Raising a few disciples won't be a problem. Qiu Xian responded, alright senior brother, let's go out and look for them. Those large cities are controlled by major sects, so we'll have to try our luck in the countryside to recruit disciples. The two went out to find disciples and after 3 years of effort brought back 5 disciples to the small mountain head of Xintian sect. Junior sister, from now on I will draw talismans to earn resources while you teach them cultivation. Qiu Xian nodded, Senior brother, I will listen to you. Gu Yuan began to rely on drawing talismans to sell in the market 80 miles outside the sect, exchanging the funds for the spirit stones and pills needed for the 5 disciples' cultivation. Qiu Xian patiently taught the 5 disciples within the sect. Among them there were 3 boys and 2 girls coming from the countryside. They were illiterate and lacked understanding, making Qiu Xian's teaching quite challenging. After 3 whole years, the 5 disciples finally reached the first level of qi refinement. During this year, Gu Yuan and Qiu Xian also conceived a new life, with Qiu Xian becoming pregnant. Although the small sect had few people, it was exceptionally harmonious. In his spare time, Gu Yuan began teaching the disciples the art of talisman drawing. After more than half a year, Qiu Xian gave birth to a son whom Gu Yuan named Gu Yang, symbolizing prosperity. 7 years later, the original 5 disciples had also reached adulthood. Gu Yuan led them to open a talisman shop in the market, and with this shop both the master and disciples had enough resources to cultivate. Qiu Xian assessed their son Gu Yang's spiritual root and was fortunate to find he possessed a first-class spiritual root. Upon hearing this news, Gu Yuan was overjoyed. The couple began to formulate a cultivation plan for their son. From this day on, Gu Yuan became somewhat lax in his own cultivation. Originally on the verge of reaching the 8th level of qi refinement, it became distant due to the lack of pills and spirit stones, and he started accumulating resources for his son. 10 years later, Gu Yuan finally reached the 8th level of qi refinement through his own training. During this year, his son Gu Yang reached the 6th level of qi refinement, showcasing terrifying talent with a first-class spiritual root. The spiritual roots of the 5 disciples were not of high quality. After over a decade of cultivation, they were still weaker than Gu Yang. In the Xintian sect, Gu Yang, the youngest, had become the sect's eldest senior brother. With his exceptional talent, Gu Yang grew tired of the monotonous life of cultivation in the sect and wanted to venture out for experience. Gu Yuan and Qiu Xian refused him, fully aware of the dangers of the cultivation world. 5 years later, Gu Yang's strength surpassed Gu Yuan, reaching the 9th level of qi refinement. Despite saving for a long time, Gu Yuan and Qiu Xian still could not afford a single foundation establishment pill. Faced with Gu Yang's desire to venture out again, they had no choice but to agree. After Gu Yang left, the sect felt much more desolate. Gu Yuan had not been to the talisman shop in the market for a long time. His eldest disciple possessed excellent talent for talisman making, having fully learned Gu Yuan's skills over the years, and he took charge of the shop to draw talismans for sale. Gu Yuan stayed in the sect to enter seclusion and strive for the 9th level of qi refinement, determined not to be outdone by his son. 10 years later, Gu Yuan emerged from seclusion, successfully breaking through to the 9th level of qi refinement. Several disciples had gradually started families, bringing more liveliness to the sect, but Gu Yang had not returned after being away for 10 years. Qiu Xian's aptitude was not very good, having only reached the 6th level of qi refinement thus far. She no longer sought anything for herself, only longing for the day her son would return. 5 years later, Gu Yang returned. Upon returning to the Xintian sect, Gu Yang had reached the foundation establishment stage and brought back a foundation establishment pill for Gu Yuan. Gu Yang's return excited the entire Xintian sect. With a foundation establishment cultivator, the sect was no longer considered a minor sect and could begin establishing a foundation in the surrounding area. After returning to the sect, Gu Yang became quite subdued. When Gu Yuan and Qiu Xian inquired about his experiences outside, he said nothing, spending his time in seclusion and assisting his fellow disciples in seizing one resource site after another. Gu Yuan took the Foundation Establishment pill, preparing to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, but due to insufficient preparation he ultimately suffered a backlash and failed to establish his foundation. The failure to establish his foundation struck Gu Yuan hard. Although he had narrowly survived, he would never have the chance to establish his foundation again. After 2 years of gloom, Gu Yuan resolved to revitalize the sect. At this time an unexpected event occurred. Gu Yang found Gu Yuan, saying, "Father, you must flee quickly, my enemies have come for you. If you don't leave now it will be too late." Seeing Gu Yang's serious expression, Gu Yuan and Qiu Xian immediately took their disciples to escape. The enemies Gu Yang faced were at least Foundation Establishment cultivators, and as Qi refinement cultivators they were no match. Staying would only distract Gu Yang. Gu Yuan led everyone to migrate 1,000 miles away, settling in a valley. The nearby resources for cultivation were scarce, and the talisman-making path that the Xiantian sect relied on had no market here. The sect's resources for cultivation dwindled sharply, and although the disciples did not voice their thoughts, they implied a desire for Gu Yuan to relocate and establish a new sect. Gu Yuan refused this, having made a pact with Gu Yang to wait for him here. 2 years later, Gu Yang found Gu Yuan now reeking of decay and looking emaciated. "Father, I was drained of all my blood and qi, my spiritual root diminished, and I have little time left. They finally let me go." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was filled with rage. Gu Yang was the only trump card for his expansion of the Xiantian sect. With his first-grade spiritual root he could surely advance to the golden core stage, which would ensure the sect's stability for centuries. Now all hope had been severed. "Father, stop thinking about revenge. They have a nascent soul ancestor, someone we cannot provoke. In these final moments I just want to be with you and Mother." "Father, stop thinking about revenge. They have a nascent soul ancestor, someone we cannot provoke. In these final moments I just want to be with you and Mother." With Gu Yang's incident, the small sect became unsettled. The disciples felt that the new mountain gate was too isolated and wanted to relocate. Gu Yuan was disinclined to intervene, allowing several disciples who wished to venture out to seek their own fortunes. The once thriving sect was suddenly reduced to its original state. Gu Yuan had lost the possibility of foundation establishment, and with his son crippled among the disciples, only the eldest disciple had learned some skills, while the other disciples could do nothing but squander resources. The disciples clamoring for a change of venue had to remain behind to accompany Gu Yuan and his wife due to the eldest disciple's decision. However, as resources dwindled, the morale within the small sect began to wane. Gu Yang passed away 3 years after returning to the new mountain gate. Gu Yuan aged considerably in an instant. After settling Gu Yang's affairs, he called for the eldest disciple. "The master has lost his sharpness and can no longer lead the Xiantian sect to prosperity. From now on the sect will be entrusted to you. I hope you can help it grow strong." Gu Yuan expressed his intentions, and after pondering for a long time, the eldest disciple shared his thoughts with Gu Yuan. "Master, I believe the junior brothers and sisters are right. For the sect to develop, a suitable location is crucial. This place is far from the cultivation world, with thin spiritual energy and scarce resources. It is quite difficult to make any progress. I suggest relocating the sect and then widely recruiting disciples to cultivate them slowly with our talisman-making skills, forming a virtuous cycle." Gu Yuan nodded. "You will decide the matters of the sect from now on. The master will fully support you." The Xiantian sect relocated once again, moving to a mountain 100 miles outside a market. The eldest disciple took the junior disciples down the mountain to start recruiting. Gu Yuan and Qiu Xian remained in the sect. Since Gu Yang's departure, Gu Yuan had been harboring a burning rage. He began to learn poison techniques, wanting to seek revenge for his son through poison. In the following 2 years, Gu Yang had already revealed to him who his enemies were: the young master of the Liang sect. The two had a grudge due to a treasure in a secret realm, and ultimately the Liang sect found Gu Yang and subjected him to endless torment. Poison techniques were the only means of killing that did not rely on cultivation level. Gu Yuan confined himself daily in his room, surrounded by poisons, concocting various poisons, becoming increasingly gloomy. Ever since their son's death, Qiu Xian had become taciturn. Watching Gu Yuan like this, her heart bled every day. Several disciples returned from the outside world, bringing many new third-generation disciples. Thanks to the eldest disciple's talisman-making skills, although the Xiantian sect was not very wealthy, it could meet the daily cultivation needs of all disciples, and the sect was back on track. After 10 years, Gu Yuan, who had long been accompanied by poisons and delved deep into the mountains to collect and study toxic substances, had unknowingly accumulated much toxin in his body, his aura becoming increasingly sinister. In those 10 years Gu Yuan through his own exploration concocted thousands of poisons, but the most potent poison could only incapacitate a latest-stage first-tier demon beast, which left him extremely dissatisfied. The young master of the Liang sect had been a foundation establishment cultivator 10 years ago. Gu Yuan realized that it was impossible to concoct a poison that could kill him relying solely on his own efforts. From that day on he began to venture out, entering various perilous places to associate with poisons. During 5 years of exploring toxic regions he unexpectedly obtained a curse technique. Soul-seizing pursuit art. Burning essence blood to cast the spell could scatter the target's 7 souls, ultimately leading to their demise. After finding this technique, Gu Yuan hesitated. He understood that with his own strength he could not curse the young master of the Liang sect to death. However, his poison techniques had hit a bottleneck. No matter what toxic substances he extracted, he could not pose a threat to second-tier demon beasts, nor could he affect foundation establishment cultivators. His poison techniques remained stuck at the peak of the first tier. With reluctance, Gu Yuan returned to the Xiantian sect. As soon as he arrived he heard a devastating piece of news: Qiu Xian had passed away. After years of sorrow, Qiu Xian had long lost the will to cultivate and had fallen ill. During Gu Yuan's absence she had been tormented by the disease and ultimately succumbed a year ago. Gu Yuan was heartbroken. He went to Qiu Xian's grave and opened a letter she had left for him. "Senior brother, don't live so hard. I remember when we were young you told me that your greatest dream was actually to cultivate peacefully and enjoy life. But our masters shackled us with burdens before passing, forcing us to struggle for the Xiantian sect. Slowly we lost our original dreams. The matter of Yanger has plunged us into deep sorrow. I don't like the you who accompanies poisons every day. I wish to see once more the carefree you who practiced spells in the mountains and drew talismans in the study. At that time you were focused and charming." The letter was brief, but after reading it Gu Yuan's heart bled. With his loved ones gone he felt as if there was no longer any reason to live in this world. Gu Yuan wanted to use the soul-seizing pursuit art to fight the young master of the Liang sect, but he didn't even know the man's name. Half a year of grief later Gu Yuan left the Xiantian sect. He traveled through various cultivation markets, visiting different holy lands of cultivation, and finally discovered the name of the young master of the Liang sect. Niu Guangxiu. However, at this point he was already a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator. For someone like Gu Yuan, whose lifespan was limited, attempting to curse him to death was akin to a fool's dream. Gu Yuan walked alone, destitute, through the streets of an immortal city like a walking corpse. Upon reaching the outskirts he saw an old man with white hair pulling a cart on which lay a pale young man. With his divine sense Gu Yuan easily discerned that the youth had been dead for several days. The old man stopped the cart in the wilderness, picked up a shovel and began to dig a grave. Gu Yuan quietly observed from a distance. After the old man buried the youth he showed no signs of sorrow and simply pulled the cart back home. Gu Yuan stopped the old man. "Was that your son?" The old man nodded. He was competitive outside, beaten half to death and passed away shortly after returning home. "Don't you want revenge?" The old man scoffed. "Revenge? Where would I find the strength to seek revenge being half buried in the ground? Everyone has their own destiny, why cling to this?" After saying this the old man continued to pull the cart back, leaving Gu Yuan stunned in place. Over the years Gu Yuan had roamed many places, witnessing numerous incidents that stirred his anger. In comparison, the things that happened to him hardly counted as hatred. Cultivating was after all a survival of the fittest. In the pursuit of opportunities, even among friends and family, there were fierce conflicts. Weakness was the original sin. If only he had strength surpassing that of a nascent soul ancestor, his son would not have suffered. Instead, it would have been the enemy facing disaster. Everyone has their destiny and one cannot force it. At that moment Gu Yuan's mindset changed. He recalled his master's final words about why he wished for the Xiantian sect to flourish. It was to prevent future generations from suffering humiliation. Only by becoming strong could one face everything with composure. What was the point of his own miserable life even if he exhausted all his strength? The enemy might just end up having a nightmare. With this thought Gu Yuan returned to the Xiantian sect. In his final moments he decided to cultivate talent for the sect, enabling future generations to have the ability to compete when opportunities arose. After years of development the Xiantian sect was now back on track. The eldest disciple had reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, but unfortunately without a foundation establishment pill he could not advance. The third generation disciples numbered over 10, all having entered the early stages of qi refinement. Gu Yuan passed on his entire knowledge of poison techniques. Even if his cultivation was inferior he could compensate with his skills. 15 years later Gu Yuan passed away in the cave of the Xiantian sect with some regrets. After leaving the illusion of the 9th level Gu Yuan's mind flooded with memories that he could not calm for a long time. The world within the illusion was false, but the memories and experiences were engraved in his heart. That feeling was indescribable. In this life I will never seek a partner, this matter will not happen to me. Gu Yuan's gaze became resolute. In the illusion he lived in the torment of anticipation and revenge. This was not what Gu Yuan wanted. Poison techniques. Soul-seizing pursuit art. These two memories were deeply etched in his mind. An illusion turned Gu Yuan into a master of poisons, making ordinary poisons appear as simple as finger movements to him. The soul-seizing pursuit art originally belonged to the Xiantian sect. It was the match for a weak person's desire for revenge. Looking at the last step of the staircase, Gu Yuan made an effort to regain his composure and stepped up. The 10th level's passing techniques, be a good listener and choose your path. Gu Yuan did not understand what the guidebook meant by this. How could listening help in passing? He stepped directly onto the final step. The surrounding scenery changed and Gu Yuan found himself in a secret chamber where a middle-aged man with a weathered face appeared before him. To reach this point, it seems you have passed through my various tests. Here are my last words, you may choose after listening. Gu Yuan stood still, quietly watching the middle-aged man as he continued. The Xiantian sect is under siege by the demonic sects, and the traitors within the sect are causing chaos. I was arranged by the sect leader to stay and maintain order. I suppressed the infiltrators, but all the ordinary disciples within the sect perished, and I was also cursed by the demonic sect. My life soon to end. In my final moments I did 3 things for the sect. First, I invested all the spirit stones and resources of the sect into the protective formation to ensure that the Xiantian sect is not trampled by the demonic sects. Second, I pardoned all the errant disciples in the Xianyun secret realm and opened the entrance, giving those inside a chance to return to the sect. Third, I modified the rules of the ascending immortal platform. For a sect to remain prosperous for ages, it must gradually accumulate strength. I aim to select a group of capable individuals who could lead the Xiantian sect to greatness based on skills, temperament, experience, and handling of affairs. If you have reached this point, you must have experienced these tests. The tests I designed are merely the fundamental matters of the cultivation world. Many perilous situations I have not even encountered myself. To come here means you are qualified to join the Xiantian sect. The Xiantian sect is in decline. Reviving it is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Therefore, I have left 2 paths. The first path is the Xiantian formation, which draws in vast amounts of spirit stones and spiritual veins. The Xiantian formation will absorb the world's energy to form protection. Unless an immortal descends, outsiders cannot breach the formation from the outside. Staying here, you can rely on the remaining resources of the sect for long-term cultivation. The second path is the contest of the Great Tao, which relies on competition. Choosing this path, you may cultivate within the sect for a maximum of 100 years. After that, you will be forcibly sent out of the sect to the outside world. You will act as a disciple of the Xiantian sect, and whether you establish a new sect or become a branch sect will depend on your own abilities to strive for it. These 2 paths are clear and obscure. Here you must make a choice. Once chosen, it cannot be changed again. Remaining within the sect unless one day the sect is revived and a saint is born to become the sect leader and gain control over the Xiantian formation, you will never be able to leave here. To choose to leave, you must make a heavenly oath pledging to work hard for the inheritance of the Xiantian sect after leaving. Now please make your choice. Gu Yuan listened as the middle-aged man spoke for a long time. Some of what he said differed from what he knew. The 2 paths mentioned by the middle-aged man did not align with the information spread by the Yuan-Tian alliance. According to Zhou Xingyan's earlier remarks, the Xiantian sect's protective formation could last for at most 200 years, while the middle-aged man claimed that the Xiantian formation would remain stable unless an immortal came to break it. This information contradicted one another. Among the 2 paths, if the middle-aged man's words were true, then the first path was undoubtedly the most suitable for Gu Yuan. Staying in the Xiantian sect to cultivate continuously through one rebirth after another, he would eventually become the saint of the Xiantian sect or even the sect leader. However, one of the 3 things the middle-aged man mentioned had gone awry, namely the Xianyun domain had not been opened but had instead been sealed for 30,000 years. Thus the opportunity left by the middle-aged man for choice the first path was likely no longer valid. Gu Yuan pondered while the middle-aged man quietly watched him, waiting for his decision. I choose to become a Mingzi and leave. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, a smile appeared on the middle-aged man's weary face. Your courage is commendable. Here is your disciple token. After 100 years starting as a servant disciple, you can check the corresponding permissions for all the cultivation techniques and manuals based on the disciple position you reach. After 100 years you will be sent out of the Xiantian sect. I wish you good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yuan felt the surroundings darken. A token appeared in his hand and a voice echoed around him, follow me and make a vow. I am willing to devote everything in this life to the inheritance of the Xiantian sect. If I violate this oath, my soul will scatter and I shall not enter reincarnation. Holding the token, the surrounding scenery transformed into smoke and vanished. Gu Yuan returned to the 10th level of the ascending immortal platform. His expression was somewhat strange. This oath seemed unable to bind him. This life was this life, and after rebirth it would be a new life. Shaking his head, Gu Yuan discarded these clever thoughts and stepped into the Xiantian sect. On the moss-covered blue stone path at the entrance stood a gatehouse carved from jade with 3 large characters inscribed Xiantian sect. Passing through the gatehouse there was a set of upward stone steps that rose hundreds of steps high. Gu Yuan stepped up the steps one by one, reaching the mountaintop where a youth clad in white sat lazily on a rock. Upon seeing Gu Yuan approach, he perked up. Another one who has passed the test to enter here. Are you a rogue cultivator from the 2 major sects or from the Lu family? Gu Yuan looked at the person whose pale complexion resembled jade with clear eyes and an eagle-hooked nose embedded in a round, somewhat chubby face. Hello, senior brother, I come from the Tsongxian sect. Ah, from the Tsongxian sect. I thought you were a rogue cultivator. Most of the talented disciples from the Tsongxian sect have already entered the sect. The warm demeanor of Lu Yongfeng had noticeably dimmed. What brings you here, senior brother? After entering the Xiantian sect we all become servant disciples and have to do menial work daily. The better jobs don't come to me, so I can only choose the boring task of guarding the mountain gate. Since you are from the Tsongxian sect, once you go in someone will inform you of various matters within the Xiantian sect. I won't say more, you should go report to the servant hall first. Lu Yongfeng pointed to a distant palace. That is the servant hall. Seeing Lu Yongfeng's attitude becoming cold, Gu Yuan sensed that before entering the Xiantian sect the Wan-Tian alliance had kept everyone united, but after entering the sect it seemed to have fragmented somewhat. Gu Yuan arrived outside the servant hall of the Xiantian sect and noticed a number of people coming and going. Before Gu Yuan could approach anyone to ask, a person emerged from the servant hall and called out, "Junior brother Gu, come over here." As Gu Yuan approached, the person smiled and said, "Congratulations, junior brother Gu, for passing the trial of the Ascension platform and entering the Xiantian sect. Your information from Wantian City has already been reported. Please follow me." Gu Yuan nodded, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." In the Xiantian sect every management position is held by a corresponding puppet. Everything must be done according to the rules, otherwise the puppets of the law enforcement hall will punish you according to the law. This is very important. As servant disciples we must complete a servant task every day or a puppet from the law enforcement hall will come to find us. The first 3 punishments involve eliminating toxins on the back mountain, but the 4th time is more serious, leading to imprisonment in the sword prison. The last person imprisoned there has not yet been released. After completing the servant task we can go to the scripture pavilion to comprehend the arts for an hour each day, use the cultivation room for an hour, and have a chance to challenge the Xiantian tower once. These are all places to enhance our strength. Moreover, challenging the Xiantian tower is also a way to upgrade our disciple title. To shed the identity of a servant disciple one must pass the 3rd level of the Xiantian tower. Senior brother Zuo was the first to successfully pass the 3rd level, and now he has challenged the 5th level. He may soon pass the 6th level and become an inner disciple. By the way, junior brother Gu, I forgot to ask how you made your choice at the 10th level of the Ascension platform. Hongfeng looked at Gu Yuan after speaking. Gu Yuan was about to ask when he said, "Senior brother, I am also confused about the choices in the 10th trial. I chose the 2nd path, which means I will have to leave the Xiantian sect in at most 100 years. Hongfeng showed a look of regret as if he had anticipated this. Junior brother Gu, you were only an outer disciple in the Tsongxuan sect, and since your reputation in the Wantian alliance was not prominent, the people from the Wantian alliance did not inform you about this. Who would have thought you could connect the later trials? It's too late to say this now. Senior brothers will once mentioned that the protective array of the sect can only last for less than 200 years. This is an open scheme allowing those in the Xianlin domain to exert all their efforts to send talents here. By passing the 10th trial I believe you have learned about the history of the Xiantian sect. Everything is essentially true except for the fact that the Xianlin domain did not discover the secret realm entrance back then. The Xiantian sect is indeed very safe, and there are no signs of the grand array consuming energy rapidly. All of this is part of Senior Brothers' strategy. The goal was to attract a large group of people to enter here and then go out to develop the Xiantian sect, using efforts on both ends to ultimately promote the Xiantian sect. Those wandering cultivators have no chance of knowing about this. Even if they enter the Xiantian sect and find out, it will be too late. With Senior Brothers' words and the misinformation, most people would choose the 2nd path. This way our 3 major forces can stay in the Xiantian sect and develop our strength freely. Please don't mind this, after choosing the 2nd path you might find better opportunities. After listening to Hong Feng's words, Gu Yuan frowned. The Xiantian sect was safe, but he had chosen to leave and walk towards the unknown world of cultivation. The reason for all this was his low strength and insufficient status, which prevented him from receiving this information. Thinking back to senior brother's was worried expression, Gu Yuan felt it was laughable that he had actually believed it. No wonder after entering the Xiantian sect that Yufeng changed his attitude dramatically upon learning he was a disciple of the Xiantian sect. The world is perilous and human hearts are not what they used to be. One cannot trust anyone outside. Gu Yuan firmly kept this saying in mind. Senior brother Hong, you are joking. Even knowing this, what of it? With my talent I can at most establish my foundation here. It might be better to wait and see outside, perhaps there will be other opportunities. In light of the current situation, it was meaningless for Gu Yuan to complain. He was now part of the Zhangquan sect's influence and shouldn't make enemies with them. His time in the Xiantian sect would be long and he would still need to rely on the Zhangquan sect's power. He would settle this matter later when he had the ability. It's great to hear you think this way, junior brother Gu. We are all part of the Zhangquan sect. Although you have joined the Xiantian sect now, the bond between fellow disciples remains. If anything happens in the sect, someone will surely speak up for you. Remember, in the Xiantian sect those wandering cultivators hold many prejudices against us because of senior brother's was open scheme, so it's better to stay away from them. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I understand. Good, junior brother is a wise one that eases my mind. Junior brother Gu, there's no need for courtesy. After you finish registering your token today, you can take it to the servant disciple accommodation area to select a room. Rooms 1 to 300 are reserved for our Zhangquan sect as they are closest to the spiritual vein. Rooms 301 to 600 belong to the Fengling sect and the remainder belongs to the Lu family. Those wandering cultivators can only get rooms beyond 1000. Currently the first 107 rooms are occupied, so junior brother Gu can go directly to room 108. Having an affiliation with a force makes a difference. Gu Yuan didn't expect that even accommodation in the Xiantian sect would be differentiated. Thinking about the benefits he received, he said nothing more. Following Hong Fong, Gu Yuan approached the puppet in charge of the servant hall and took out his disciple token. Manager, I am a new disciple here to register. The puppet in charge of the servant hall took the token and placed it on its chest, saying information registered. Gu Li is now a servant disciple of the Xiantian sect starting today. After saying this, the puppet returned the token to Gu Yuan and returned to its dazed state. Junior brother Gu, don't be surprised. These puppets are like this, they don't move at all except for their normal duties. First go leave your token mark in the accommodation area and then you can check out the Xiantian tower. As for the scripture pavilion and the cultivation room, you cannot enter without completing the daily servant task. Remember, each place has a puppet in charge, just give your token to it for registration to enter. Hong Fong led Gu Yuan to the door of the servant hall and waved his hand. I want to see you off. My task of guiding you today is complete. I need to go complete my servant task, so we'll take my leave. Senior brother, please go ahead. Thank you for your guidance. I now understand the situation here. After parting ways with Hong Fong, Gu Yuan hurried towards the accommodation area. Room 108 features a simple bedroom furnished only with a set of tables and chairs along with a wooden bed. The accommodation for the mundane disciples of the Xiantian sect is quite modest. After sensing the spiritual energy in this place, Gu Yuan discovered that it indeed lies near a spiritual vein, with the concentration of qi being at least 3 times stronger than that found in Wanian City. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 3 days outside. Gu Yuan was very interested in the Xiantian tower mentioned by Hong Fong. After tidying up the room briefly, he set off towards the Xiantian tower. From a distance, the purple gold Xiantian tower stood tall in the center of the Xiantian sect. It took Gu Yuan a long time to walk from the mundane disciples' quarters to the Xiantian tower. Although the sect did not appear large from the outside, the interior felt as if the space had expanded, tremendously vast and expansive. Approaching the Xiantian tower, Gu Yuan saw a managing puppet standing before the tower's entrance alongside the Xiantian ranking list. It was evening and there were no other people in front of the tower. Gu Yuan carefully examined the Xiantian ranking list. Historical rankings. First, Wei Qi 18th floor. Second, Ian US 16th floor. Third, Gong Jitong 15th floor. 100th, Yun Shuesong 12th floor. Current rankings. First, Sua Xingyan 5th floor. Second, Wang Mingji 3rd floor. Third, Guixing 3rd floor. Fourth, Ko Wanyan 2nd floor. Fifth, Lu Yuxing 2nd floor. 100th, Yu Yushuan 2nd floor. After finishing reading the ranking list, Gu Yuan turned his gaze to the introduction of the Xiantian tower beside the managing puppet. The first to third floors correspond to the lower limits of the same realm: ordinary strength and profound strength. The fourth to sixth floors correspond to geniuses, prodigies, and legendary talents of the same realm. Upon entering the Xiantian Tower, one will encounter opponents of comparable realm. The higher you ascend, the stronger the opponents you will face. The most formidable opponents are those with the potential of true immortals. Seeing this introduction, Gu Yuan's pupils constricted. This Xiantian sect is far more powerful than he had imagined. A sect in the lower realms possesses a combat template that can rival true immortal potential. How powerful must the founding ancestor of this Xiantian sect be? Gu Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. When it came to self-preservation, he should be stronger than the average person, but in terms of actual combat ability, he was no better than an ordinary individual. In his previous life before Nirvana, he had spent his entire life tilling the land. Even though he knew some spells, he had no opportunity to cast them, and he had never fought against cultivators. In this life, he had only engaged in combat within the illusion of the ascension platform, making his actual combat ability effectively zero. Well, let me see if I am indeed the lowest limit among those of the same realm. Gu Yuan took out his disciple token and handed it to the managing puppet of the Xiantian Tower. One opportunity. The managing puppet placed the token against its chest to record it before returning it to Gu Yuan. Retrieving the token, Gu Yuan stepped into the Xiantian Tower. Upon entering, he saw nothing but a pitch-black environment. Beside him there was nothing else. With a click, the door behind him closed, plunging the space into complete darkness. The surrounding darkness began to blur, a sensation Gu Yuan had experienced in the illusion of the ascension platform. In the next moment, Gu Yuan found himself in an open space facing a young child. You have entered the first floor of the Xiantian Tower. This is also an illusion. Gu Yuan realized that his storage bag had disappeared and immediately understood that his consciousness had merely entered this place. His true body should still be inside the Xiantian Tower. Defeat Xiaodou to pass Xiaodou is quite formidable. The young child appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old. Faced with his provocation, Gu Yuan smiled. I can't possibly lose to you. Just as he felt confident, Gu Yuan suddenly sensed pressure. The young child moved his hands and fierce flames rose around them. The fire spell flame technique could only be cast by those at the late stage of qi refining. Gu Yuan was aware of it but had never learned it. He did not expect that the lowest limit in the first floor of the Xiantian Tower would correspond to spells. The roaring flames charged directly at Gu Yuan. In response to this attack, Gu Yuan quickly used the wind escape technique to create distance while throwing 2 wind blades. The wind blades dissipated instantly in the raging flames. Seeing that his first attack had failed, the young child immediately cast another spell, Earthquake Wave. The ground trembled incessantly, causing Gu Yuan to wobble as he stood on it, while the young child unleashed another spell, Binding Vines. Countless vines burst forth from the shaking ground, growing wildly toward Gu Yuan. Is this really the lowest limit? What does that make me? Gu Yuan had just broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining, and he had yet to learn many spells available at the late stage of qi refining. Faced with the young child's spell attacks, Gu Yuan found himself lacking any means to counterattack. Wind escape, wind escape, wind escape. After several consecutive wind escapes, Gu Yuan managed to create a considerable distance from the young child. Unable to win in a heated confrontation, Gu Yuan decided to outlast him. This continuous casting of spells would quickly exhaust the young child's qi, which could not last long with a cultivation base at the 7th layer of qi refining. The young child failed to land any hits on Gu Yuan. Sweat started to appear on his face as he severely depleted his qi. Seeing Gu Yuan far away, he decided to restore his qi right where he stood. Seeing this, Gu Yuan used the wind escape technique to harass him. If the enemy is exhausted, I will strike. If the enemy advances, I will retreat. Gu Yuan successfully depleted the young child's energy, ultimately finishing him off with a wind blade. You have passed the first layer. Would you like to enter the second layer? Yes, Gu Yuan realized that his strategy was indeed effective. Although his direct combat ability was not strong, as long as he used his wits, winning against opponents of ordinary strength in the second layer should not be a problem. You have entered the second layer of the Xiantian Tower. Still on the vast land, a young man appeared before him wielding a long sword. Before Gu Yuan could observe closely, the young man with the long sword charged at him with a flash, swinging the sword horizontally. Faced with this sudden attack, Gu Yuan activated the wind escape technique but was caught off guard and immediately employed the earth escape technique. Watching Gu Yuan disappear from sight, the young man with the long sword showed no surprise, pointing his sword downward as the ground began to tremble violently. How can he also use Earthquake Wave? Gu Yuan's earth escape technique was instantly countered. As soon as he revealed himself back above ground, he felt a chill around his neck and saw his own body. Challenge failed. You are about to leave the Xiantian Tower. In the dark space a door of light appeared. Gu Yuan regained control of his body and glancing at the door stepped outside. I am still very weak. I cannot afford to waste time during my stay at the Xiantian sect. At the very least I must first defeat those of ordinary strength at the same level before anything else. After leaving the Xiantian Tower, Gu Yuan silently resolved to himself. Early the next morning Gu Yuan arrived at the servants' hall. Many people were already present inside. Since the establishment of the Wantian Alliance, a large number of cultivators have entered Wantian City, among whom are some exceptionally gifted individuals who have entered the Xiantian sect early on. At this moment many people were staring at the task board inside the servants' hall. Since Zhuo Xingyan took up the position of managing the servants' hall, the tasks have become increasingly biased. Simple long-term tasks are now rare, while the number of lengthy and arduous tasks has increased significantly. Gu Yuan ignored the thoughts of these people and approached the managing puppet of the servants' hall to present his token. After a quick scan his task appeared on the task board. Task: clean the scripture pavilion long-term, assigned to Gu Li. This task appeared on the task board and many people immediately cast unusual glances at Gu Yuan. Damn it, a connection-based task. This isn't a task, it's pure welfare. This isn't much. The ones guarding the spirit herb garden have the real fat jobs. The mature spirit herbs go unpicked, benefiting them completely. The scattered cultivators were discussing among themselves. Gu Yuan paid no heed to them and upon seeing the task took his token and walked towards the scripture pavilion. After arriving he presented his disciple token to the managing puppet. You will be responsible for cleaning the eastern area of the first floor of the scripture pavilion. Do not disturb the items inside, otherwise the law enforcement team will come for you. The managing puppet of the scripture pavilion mechanically issued the command and then pulled out a broom and cloth from its pocket, handing them to Gu Yuan. Work well. Gu Yuan took the tools and entered the scripture pavilion. He had to admit that as a disciple of the Zhongshan sect, having someone cover for him here, he didn't have to compete with those scattered cultivators for servant work, which felt quite satisfying. The first floor of the scripture pavilion was large. Gu Yuan arrived in the eastern area and found that it housed only miscellaneous arts. These so-called miscellaneous arts were merely auxiliary techniques, and while learning a few could enhance one's strength, they were not worthy of being main cultivation methods. After a brief tour, Gu Yuan discovered that there was practically nothing to clean. The scripture pavilion was protected by formations preventing dust from settling. Unless someone disturbed the books, the servant task was essentially meaningless. Gu Yuan noticed someone in the northern area similarly holding a broom while standing in front of a bookshelf casually reading a book. Spotting this person, Gu Yuan greeted from afar, "Senior brother, this is my first time doing tasks in the scripture pavilion and it seems like there's nothing to clean here." He put down the book he was holding and glanced at Gu Yuan. "We're just here to pass time. What cleaning? As long as we hold a broom we can freely browse the cultivation books here. Just make sure not to leave your area and after 4 hours we can leave." "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Gu Yuan expressed his gratitude and then began to browse the cultivation books in his area. If possible he wanted to memorize all the techniques available here. The summoning technique, fish luring technique, ground spirit boat driving technique. The miscellaneous books in this area contained bizarre techniques that Gu Yuan flipped through casually. After browsing for a while, Gu Yuan noticed that the entire top row of books on the last shelf was missing, making it seem out of place compared to the other shelves. He casually picked up a book from the second row of this shelf and examined it. Ritual offering technique. This technique allows one to offer their entire cultivation to a blood-related descendant. Such a technique exists. Gu Yuan picked up another book. Soul sealing technique. This technique allows one to seal a living soul into a magical artifact to enhance its spirituality. The techniques on this shelf seem rather sinister. Gu Yuan continued to check other books. Soul slave technique, bone refining technique, blood drop guidance, corpse casting technique. The more he read, the more shocked Gu Yuan became. These techniques appeared to be entirely demonic arts. Each book contains scant details, at most allowing one to get started but not to delve deeper into cultivation. Why does the Xiantian sect collect so many demonic arts? Is it to allow the disciples to understand demonic ways? Unbeknownst to him, the 4-hour servant task period had passed. After returning the tools, Gu Yuan re-entered the scripture pavilion, this time heading to the second floor. As a servant disciple, after completing the servant task he could browse the cultivation techniques in the scripture pavilion. As a major sect, the techniques here were significantly stronger than those of the Zhongshan sect. Gu Yuan prepared to change his main cultivation technique. The Qing Yuan technique was primarily gentle and lacked strong combat capabilities. Currently, the disciple promotion system of the Xiantian sect relies on the Xiantian Tower. Even Qi Foundation stage cultivators cannot become outer disciples if they cannot break through the third level. Gu Yuan had 100 years here to cultivate properly, and he planned to significantly enhance his combat abilities. The numerous bookshelves on the second floor of the scripture pavilion were all filled with Qi refinement stage main cultivation techniques. After a period of selection, Gu Yuan ultimately chose one named Infinite Profound Source Technique as his main cultivation method. Infinite refers to boundless magic power. After cultivation, one would possess the most profound magic power storage among those of the same tier. After selecting the main cultivation technique, Gu Yuan also looked at body refinement and spirit refinement techniques. He had more time to cultivate than ordinary cultivators. Due to restrictions in the Zhongxian sect, he could not access body and spirit refinement methods. Now that he was at the Xin Tian sect, he could check any techniques without concern, so he decided to choose all. 8 Desolates Body Refinement Technique, 9 Yuan Spirit Condensation Technique. After a long selection, these two techniques were ultimately added to Gu Yuan's collection for him to cultivate later. As for the other techniques on the second floor, Gu Yuan decided to memorize them all quietly in the future. After leaving the second floor of the scripture pavilion, Gu Yuan found Yuan, who was in charge of the northern area on the first floor, just coming out. Perhaps he had been so engrossed in reading that he lost track of time. Yuan said to Gu Yuan, "Are you going to the training room? If it's late, there might not be a spot available." Gu Yuan had not yet been to the Xin Tian sect training room, and hearing this, planned to go with Yuan. On the way, Gu Yuan chatted with Yuan, becoming familiar with him. Yuan was an inner disciple of the Zhongxian sect and had been in the Xin Tian sect for 2 years, reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement. As they were about to reach the Xin Tian sect training room, Gu Yuan asked senior brother Yuan what is the special use of the training. The training room connects directly to the underground spiritual vein. Cultivating for 1 hour inside is equivalent to 10 days of arduous training. We, the servant disciples, only have 1 hour of cultivation time each day, so it would be a waste if we don't use it. The two arrived near the training room, and Yuan pointed to the earthen structures, saying, "These are the training rooms. We can only use the 108 Ding level training rooms. Only after becoming outer disciples can we access the level training rooms." Not long after completing their tasks at the scripture pavilion, there were still several vacant spots in the 108 Ding level training rooms. Yuan presented his token to the managing puppet of the training room and chose an empty spot to enter. Gu Yuan followed suit, presented his token, and walked into a training room. As soon as he entered, he felt an unparalleled intensity of spiritual energy, making cultivation here feel like taking spirit pills. The operation route of the infinite profound source technique surfaced in his mind, and Gu Yuan prepared to take advantage of the abundant spiritual energy here to switch his cultivation method. The magic power at the Qi refinement stage is quite ordinary. To switch cultivation methods, one only needs to modify the operation route and open up the corresponding meridians. After preparing the infinite profound source technique for a complete cycle, many meridians in his body began to operate magic power, with spiritual energy pouring into him like rain. The magic power at the 7th level of Qi refinement was also being refined repeatedly. After an hour, Gu Yuan felt as if he had lost a significant amount of weight. The magic power within him was vastly empty. The magic power he had cultivated using the Qing Yuan technique had been reduced by 1/3 due to the compression of the infinite profound source technique. Gu Yuan was not worried, but rather pleased. The magic power had become denser after refinement. As long as he replenished the magic power later, he would have nearly doubled the amount, and the quality would be much higher than before. 1 hour spent in the training room felt too fleeting. After leaving, Gu Yuan immediately returned to his room 108 to continue refining the infinite Xian Yuan technique. Although the spiritual energy here was indeed denser than outside, it still paled in comparison to that within the training room. It took Gu Yuan the entire night to replenish his mana to half its capacity. For several consecutive days, Gu Yuan's life was exceedingly monotonous. He performed menial tasks in the scripture pavilion, quietly reviewed techniques on the second floor, and then spent an hour in the training room before returning to his room to continue his cultivation. Finally, on the 5th day, Gu Yuan managed to fully convert his mana into the mana of the infinite Xian Yuan technique. Although he still had the cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he was several times stronger than he had been when practicing the Qing Yuan technique. With the main technique converted, Gu Yuan attempted to cultivate both the body refinement and spirit refinement techniques. The pain from body refinement could stimulate the will for spirit refinement, and the two complemented each other. Time passed quietly for 2.5 years. Gu Yuan had silently copied every technique he could access within the scripture pavilion. The body refinement technique he practiced had also reached the 1st layer after long-term honing. To continue cultivating, he needed to combine it with a large number of medicinal materials for body tempering as described in the technique. However, in the current Xin Tian sect, apart from disciples who could take care of the spiritual herb garden, ordinary people could not obtain spiritual herbs. As for going to Wantian City outside the mountain gate to buy herbs, that required an outer sect disciple to present a token and accompany him down the mountain, otherwise the menial disciples were not allowed to descend on their own. Gu Yuan did not know any of the cultivators who had become outer sect disciples and could only give up on this idea. The spirit refinement technique was similarly difficult to cultivate and Gu Yuan couldn't even get through the initial stage. One day the long-sleeping green spirit finally awakened and felt the surroundings surprised. "You have entered the Xian sect." Gu Yuan nodded and recounted the events of this period. After listening, green spirit appeared deep in thought. For these years it had mostly been in slumber, silently absorbing spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to replenish itself. "How is your strength recovering?" Gu Yuan asked. Green spirit stretched lazily and said, "My spiritual sense has roughly recovered to the late second stage. If I were to launch a spiritual sense attack, it would be no problem against a chi refinement latest stage cultivator like you. However, against a foundation establishment cultivator I might still struggle, as I only have spiritual sense without a spiritual body. Once I recover a bit more, I can consider how to restore my spiritual body, then my strength can be fully unleashed." Gu Yuan envied green spirit's ability to recover strength simply by sleeping, unlike himself who had to rely on daily hard training. "Since we are already in the Xian sect, I'll go out for a stroll. You can focus on your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? The puppets within the Xian sect would attack anyone who was not from the sect." "Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look to see if there's anywhere that can help me accelerate the recovery of my soul power. As long as I activate my remnant spirit form, those puppets won't detect me." After saying this, green spirit transformed into a green shadow and left room 108 where Gu Yuan was located. Green spirit wandered inside the Xian sect for quite some time before returning. Upon returning, green spirit's expression was somewhat grave. "What's wrong?" "There are devil cultivators within the Xian sect," green spirit said. "How is that possible?" Gu Yuan was taken aback. "I personally witnessed someone by a secluded pond on the back mountain sucking another person dry. What else could they be if not devil cultivators?" Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Could you see what that person looked like?" Green spirit shook its head. "There was a foundation establishment cultivator who passed by and I was worried about being discovered, so I slipped away." Green spirit's words filled Gu Yuan with deep concern. Considering the missing technique books on the shelves of the first floor of the scripture pavilion, Gu Yuan suspected that someone had taken all the devil cultivation techniques. Having such a person within the Xian sect was an inherently unstable factor. Gu Yuan decided to be more cautious in his future actions and avoid going out alone as much as possible. "I will investigate again tomorrow night. This time he'll go early. As long as I hide well, a foundation establishment cultivator won't discover me. I must find out that guy's identity, otherwise it's too dangerous to remain here." Green spirit was very aware of the methods of devil cultivators. Given its current state, it feared encountering one even more than Gu Yuan did. Gu Yuan nodded. It was good to clarify the situation. The next evening, green spirit left early. It wasn't until deep into the night that it returned. When green spirit returned, its expression was extremely grim. Just as Gu Yuan was about to ask, green spirit made a shushing gesture and then crouched down onto Gu Yuan's arm. In his sea of consciousness, green spirit transmitted, "This is bad. The devil cultivator lives next door." Next door. Gu Yuan was horrified. He remembered that his next door neighbor was a shy-looking young man named Gong Sanghao. How could he be a devil cultivator? He entered through possession. Tonight he devoured another person. He doesn't seem to be much currently. He only has the cultivation of the 8th layer of chi refinement. However, his companion is a foundation establishment cultivator. Possession. Are you sure? I'm certain. Tonight I got a bit closer and used my spiritual sense to check his condition. His soul and body are highly incompatible, showing obvious signs of possession. Having a devil cultivator living next door, especially in the Xian sect, made it difficult for Gu Yuan to even consider changing rooms. At this moment, Gu Yuan felt somewhat despondent. Did you see clearly who that foundation establishment cultivator is? Green Spirit replied, I did not see clearly who he was. I was afraid that using my spiritual sense would alert him. However, from their conversation I learned some information. The person next door seems to be the master of that foundation establishment cultivator. They were capturing individuals who were once loose cultivators. After some discussion, they decided that continuing to capture loose cultivators would cause turmoil, so their focus would shift to the marginal figures among the three major forces. Marginal figures. Isn't that referring to myself? Within the forces of the Xian sect, Gu Yuan was practically without foundation. At this moment, very few outer sect disciples could enter the Xian sect. Most were former inner sect disciples. Given Gu Yuan's identity, he was highly likely to become a target for their actions. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan felt a surge of fear. Fortunately, Green Spirit discovered this matter in advance, otherwise he would never know how he would die. With Gu Yuan's current strength, facing a Foundation establishment cultivator would be virtually hopeless. Should I just leave the Xiantian sect now? Green Spirit reminded him, didn't you say that as long as you trigger your disciple token you can be teleported out? Gu Yuan shook his head. With my current strength, leaving the Xiantian sect to spread my teachings would be even more dangerous. What should we do then? Given my current situation, facing a devil cultivator, even if he is only an 8th layer chi refinement cultivator, I have no chance of winning. Green Spirit said with some fear. Gu Yuan glanced at the wall adjoining next door and took out the book Soul Seizing and Pursuing Technique from his storage bag. What does it matter if I lose my lifespan? I cannot allow any accidents to happen. Gu Yuan's gaze was resolute. Green Spirit sighed. I think it would be better for you to leave here and seek opportunities sooner rather than later. Even if you eliminate him today, there are others to consider. Regardless, those people are not a threat to me at the moment. This Gonghao Tsang must be dealt with first, otherwise other higher-ups from the Tsongshan sect may follow his example of seizing bodies and entering here, consuming the flesh and souls of cultivators to hasten their bodies' compatibility. One day I will face peril. Gu Yuan's gaze remained steadfast as he began to cast the soul-seizing pursuit technique, the blood vitality within him igniting at that moment. Green Spirit sighed again. Fine, you proceed. At worst I can transfer some of my life force to you through the soul contract. An unusual force manifested in Gonghao Tsang, who was cultivating in room 109, suddenly changed his expression, feeling a tearing sensation harming his soul. Is this a lingering obsession left by the original body? It can't be. I had completely eradicated the original Boda's soul. There shouldn't be any remnants. Could it be the lingering thoughts of those I consumed? No way, they were just weak chi refining stage souls. How could they leave a remnant? Then what is going on? Gonghao Tsang felt a sense of unease. In room 108, Gu Yuan's eyes began to bleed as the vast burning blood vitality transformed into a curse obsession, resembling an invisible hand tearing at Gong Haokang's 3 souls and 7 spirits. No. Someone is trying to harm me. Gonghao Tsang, who had passed the 9th level of the Ascension platform, suddenly thought of a certain spell. The soul-seizing pursuit technique. His current state was indeed a result of this technique. Damn it, casting this technique would lead to a failure in passing. If I don't learn it, I can't take it out. How did he manage this? Who is trying to harm me? The first person Gonghao Tsang thought of was his disciple Tao Jing. As one of the first batch to enter the Tsongshan sect, he had the chance to access the first level of the scripture pavilion, which contained demonic arts. That ungrateful wolf, he wants my life. Gonghao Tsang was still lost in thought, but the immense tearing force was already stirring his 3 souls and 7 spirits, causing a trend of dissipation. He quickly activated his concentration techniques to resist. On the other side, Gu Yuan was fully exerting the soul-seizing pursuit technique. Green Spirit reminded, you have already lost 30 years of lifespan. Given your physical condition, you can only expend another 30 years at most, and then you will die due to blood vitality depletion. After speaking, a conflicted expression flashed across Green Spirit's face as he secretly transferred 50 years of life force to Gu Yuan through the soul contract. With this addition, Green Spirit's residual spirit body instantly dimmed considerably. Feeling a surge of life force flowing into his body, Gu Yuan, who was fully engaged in the soul-seizing pursuit technique, momentarily paused but then continued without care. If Gonghao Tsang did not die today, he would soon be in danger, so he must eliminate him. A large amount of life force dissipated through the burning blood, causing Gu Yuan's hair to turn somewhat gray. On the other side, Gonghao Tsang was lying on the ground struggling madly. His soul was disintegrating and he could do nothing but suffer. He couldn't even summon the strength to make a sound. After nearly 30 more years of life force was consumed, Gu Yuan suddenly felt a loss of purpose, forcing the soul-seizing pursuit technique to cease. He is already dead, his soul scattered. Green Spirit reminded. That's good, Gu Yuan replied weakly, having consumed a significant amount of life force, leaving him feeling utterly exhausted. You were too impulsive. If I hadn't injected life force at a critical moment, you wouldn't have cursed him even in death. Green Spirit was quite dissatisfied. Do you know how much soul power I consumed for this? Gu Yuan glanced at him, saying thank you. I didn't expect the consumption of this technique to be so great. Once I started, I couldn't stop. Green Spirit sighed. Next, quickly obtain some advanced inheritances from the Xiantian sect, then we can leave. Gu Yuan did not respond, sitting cross-legged to adjust himself. The backlash from the frantic burning of blood to cast the curse made Gu Yuan age considerably, and his graying hair could not revert. In response, Gu Yuan took out a prepared black liquid from his storage bag to dye his gray hair back to black. The next morning he acted as if nothing had happened and continued his menial tasks in the scripture pavilion. Until the evening someone approached Gu Yuan. "Guli, did you notice anything unusual in your room last night?" Tao Jing's eyes were fixed intently on Gu Yuan's. "Unusual. I was cultivating all night and didn't notice anything. Is there something wrong, senior uncle?" Gu Yuan replied, somewhat bewildered. Seeing that Gu Yuan's expression did not seem false, Tao Jing frowned and said, "Gong Haotsong in the room next to yours died last night." "Died?" Gu Yuan's eyes widened. How could this be? Could it be related to the recent disappearances? Is there still danger lurking within the Xiantian sect? Gu Yuan appeared extremely frightened after his shock. Seeing Gu Yuan's demeanor, Tao Jing dismissed his suspicions. A chi-refining 7th-layer cultivator could not have silently killed Gong Haotsong. He had examined Gong Haokang's corpse. Aside from damage to the Sea of Consciousness, there were no other injuries. Very few people within the Xiantian sect could kill Gong Haotsong using divine sense. As Gu Yuan was Gong Haokang's neighbor, Tao Jing had to consider him a suspect. After this encounter, Tao Jing immediately ruled Gu Yuan out and began to think of other figures. Could it be Zhuo Xingyan? Would he go so far as to kill his own sect elders in order to establish his own mountain gate? Tao Jing couldn't help but suspect Zhuo Xingyan, as he was aware of Gong Haokang's identity. How did Gong Hao die? Seeing Tao Jing in deep thought, Gu Yuan quickly inquired. At this moment Gu Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. He was assassinated. Be cautious around here. Lately those who went missing before were all casual cultivators, and now even members of our Tsang Xian sect have died. It appears there is someone behind the scenes causing trouble. Seeing Gu Yuan's tense expression, Tao Jing offered some comfort and then said, "I will get to the bottom of this, don't worry." "That's good to hear. I hope Master Uncle will find out who the murderer is. My cultivation is similar to Gong Hao's. If he can be killed, I might be next." Tao Jing nodded, saying no more, and turned to leave. At this time the Xiantian sect had become chaotic due to Gong Hao's death. Tao Jing went to question Zhuo Xingyan, but the only reply he received was 3 words: "Not me." The disciples from casual cultivator backgrounds became increasingly anxious due to the recent disappearances, and they began to team up while performing menial tasks. In response, Zhuo Xingyan took action. He had always opposed the division of sects, otherwise he wouldn't have established the Yuan Tian alliance. Previously he had turned a blind eye to this due to being busy with cultivation, but now that the situation was getting harder to control, he felt compelled to step forward. That same day Zhuo Xingyan went to the menial hall, using his position as a part-time steward to reorganize the menial tasks. When Gu Yuan arrived again at the scripture pavilion with his token, the steward puppet glanced at the token and reminded him, "You have not completed your menial task from that day and cannot enter the scripture pavilion." Hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately realized that his menial task had been cancelled. Upon returning to the menial hall, he noticed many former casual cultivators smiling. Gu Yuan looked at the task board in the menial hall. Guarding the sword pool task requirements, foundation establishment level or above, comprehension of sword intent. Cleaning the martial intent hall task requirements, foundation establishment level or above, comprehension of intent realm. Guarding the spirit herb garden task requirements, able to care for spirit herbs, cultivation level unrestricted. The task board had changed. The previously listed tasks that had been taken were now gone. All tasks were now listed with clear requirements. At the same time, a line of instructions appeared at the bottom of the menial board. Those who did not complete their menial tasks on that day would be unable to enter the scripture pavilion or the cultivation room and would not face inspections from the enforcement squad. This change brought cheers from many within the sect. Some were happy while others were worried. The cultivators who had profited from this situation showed clear displeasure on their faces. Many went to confront Zhuo Xingyan for an explanation, only to return with bruises. Gu Yuan lost his menial task at the scripture pavilion, but he felt no sorrow. He had already copied all the techniques from the shelves, and aside from cultivation he had nothing else to do in the scripture pavilion. Now, as long as he avoided using the cultivation room, he didn't need to do menial tasks, which was quite good for him. After cursing Gong Hao to death, if there were no other unexpected events, he could cultivate in peace for a while. Gu Yuan did not let his guard down, occasionally sending Green Spirit out to scout the situation. Tao Jing, who had come to inquire earlier, became the primary target of Green Spirit's surveillance. Since Gong Hao's death, he seemed to have become Loki with no actions other than cultivation. After observing for more than half a month, Gu Yuan felt much more at ease and decided to enter seclusion. From that day on, Gu Yuan set up a formation in his room number 108. If anyone attempted to force open the door, the formation would glow brightly, alerting others, while he chose to cultivate quietly in his room. Green Spirit did not fall back into slumber but chose to monitor the happenings within the Xiantian sect for Gu Yuan to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. In the first year of seclusion, Gu Yuan focused on healing the injuries caused by using the spirit-seizing soul-pursuing technique which had burned his essence blood. In the second year, Green Spirit detected another 12 individuals entering the Xian Tian sect, while Zhuo Xingyan successfully advanced through the 6th level of the Xian Tian Tower, entering the 7th level and becoming an inner disciple of the Xian Tian sect. With his growing power, he opened the alchemy pavilion, making alchemy a part of the menial tasks. In the third year, Green Spirit monitored yet another soul-seizing individual entering the Zhongxian sect who secretly contacted Tao Jing. The two plotted to harm a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator half a month later. The one named Zhang Xiangxian devoured him and then discarded his body into the underworld pond. In the fourth year, Zhang Xiangxian and Tao Jing conspired to murder 12 cultivators in succession. As a result, Gu Yuan kept his disciple token on him at all times. If anything unusual happened, he would immediately activate the token to leave the Xian Tian sect. When Zhang Xiangxian and Tao Jing struck again, an accident occurred. The Qi refinement cultivator activated a second-tier talisman, igniting a palace in the Xian Tian sect and drawing attention, forcing the two to flee. The survivor of this incident immediately reported the matter to Zhuo Xingyan. Zhuo Xingyan, acting in his capacity as an inner disciple and part-time outer sect steward, issued orders prohibiting killings among disciples within the Zhongxian sect. Violators would be directly dealt with by the puppet enforcement squad. This caused Tao Jing to cease his pursuit of cultivators for Zhang Xiangxian to devour. The disappearances of innocent cultivators within the Xian Tian sect also ceased. That day, Zhang Xiangxian sought out Zhuo Xingyan and the two seemed to part on unfriendly terms. In the fifth year, Gu Yuan successfully broke through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement and began cultivating the combat technique Great Desolate Palm, which he had already chosen in the scripture pavilion. In the 6th year, Green Spirit detected Zhao Mingyuan entering the Xian Tian sect, residing in room 1568. Gu Yuan, being cautious, chose not to meet him. In the 7th year, Green Spirit observed 13 soul-sizers entering the Xian Tian sect. Upon entering, they displayed extraordinary prowess, and Zhuo Xingyan provided them with numerous pills. These individuals did not consume the flesh and souls of cultivators, but their compatibility with their bodies improved significantly. In the 8th year, Gu Yuan achieved minor success with the Great Desolate Palm and began practicing another sword technique, Shadowless Sword Classic. 9 more years passed in succession. No significant events occurred within the Xian Tian sect, and Gu Yuan, who had been in seclusion for many years, reached the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. After so many years, the Xian Tian sect seemed temporarily safe. Gu Yuan discovered that his talent for cultivating sword techniques was significantly stronger than that for palm techniques. It took him 3 years to achieve minor success with the Great Desolate Palm, while he reached minor success with the Shadowless Sword Classic in just 2 years, and by the 9th year he reached the Great Success realm. After years of hard training, Gu Yuan was ready to exit seclusion. His combat ability had increased several times, and he planned to go to the Xian Tian Tower to test his strength. Gu Yuan opened the door and stepped outside, greeting the sunlight. For some reason, his mood became much lighter. Perhaps it was because the former ancestors and high-ranking members of the Zhongxian sect had settled into the Xian Tian sect without causing harm, or perhaps it was due to the transformation of his mindset after years of cultivation, but at this moment Gu Yuan felt that the whole world had become much clearer and brighter. Arriving outside room 1568, Gu Yuan gently knocked a few times on the door. There was no response from inside, and Gu Yuan guessed that Zhao Mingyuan was likely busy with menial tasks. He decided to head to the Xian Tian Tower and would see Zhao Mingyuan after he was done. Once again arriving before the Xian Tian Tower, Gu Yuan presented his token and entered the tower. After advancing to the next level of cultivation, Gu Yuan needed to challenge the first level again. Facing the first level guardian, who only knew basic spells despite being at the 8th level of Qi refinement, Gu Yuan easily defeated him. You have passed the first level. Do you wish to enter the second level? Yes. On the vast land, a young swordsman stood in place, and upon seeing Gu Yuan, he immediately launched an attack without a word. With a thought, a sword appeared in Gu Yuan's hand. As their blades clashed, fierce sparks erupted. With a single strike, Gu Yuan stood firm, while the young swordsman was forced to retreat 3 steps. Bolstered by his abundant magical power, Gu Yuan's strength increased. The young swordsman gathered frost on his sword blade, causing the temperature around them to drop significantly. Frost blade. Gu Yuan had seen this technique in the scripture pavilion. With a clear sound, the young swordsman's sword rang out, and he transformed into a blur, his cold frost sword leaving behind traces of white light. The invisible sword technique that Gu Yuan practiced emphasized speed. At the moment the young swordsman attacked, Gu Yuan's sword had already turned into an illusion. Clang! 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 The sounds of swords clashing filled the air, scattering countless frost. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yuan bent down and thrust his sword backward, piercing the young swordsman in the side before he could defend. Taking advantage of his weakness, Gu Yuan continued to exert force, launching a flurry of sword shadows that struck directly at the young swordsman's face. The young swordsman swung his sword desperately to block the sword clashing emitted a series of ringing sounds. Shadowless sword. Seizing the moment, Gu Yuan gathered a vast amount of magical power into his sword for a devastating strike. Clang! The young swordsman's frost sword was cleaved in two by this blow and his hand was injured in the process. Die! Gu Yuan shouted violently, his sword turning into an afterimage. A large head flew up, the young swordsman's body parted. You have passed the second level. Do you wish to enter the third level? Having successfully defeated the young swordsman, Gu Yuan was in high spirits, proving that ordinary cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement were no longer his match. Enter the third level. Once again it was an empty space and a young cultivator in blue appeared. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, he took a few steps back, activating a magical tool that formed an orange protective shield around him. Seeing the other party's actions, Gu Yuan realized that this was a mage. His sword skills were just the right counter to such a person, and passing this level should not be difficult. Gu Yuan charged forward with his sword. Once he got close to the mage, no matter how many spells he could cast, they would be useless. The young mage understood the situation as well and immediately gestured, causing several earth walls to rise from the ground to block Gu Yuan's path. At the same time, dark clouds gathered above with arcs of electricity flickering, signaling the arrival of thunder. So he is a thunder mage. Gu Yuan was not afraid at all. Using the earth escape technique, he appeared behind the young mage and the next moment launching the invisible sword technique, transforming shadow sword, advancing like a sharp sword, unstoppable. As the tip of his sword broke through the young mage's orange protective shield and was about to strike his body, the young mage suddenly shifted and used the wind escape technique to create a distance of several meters. The thunder in the sky transformed into arcs that crackled down to the ground. Gu Yuan did not dare to risk himself against the thunder and quickly dodged. Seeing this, the young mage revealed a slight smile, gesturing with his hands to ignite fierce flames around Gu Yuan's position, blocking his movements. Just a small trick. The transforming shadow sword technique unfolded and several images of Gu Yuan appeared on the ground. The thunder in the sky lost its primary target and could only strike down indiscriminately, which would consume a lot of the young mage's magical power. Gu Yuan continuously dodged the thunder strikes while slowly closing the gap between his true self and the sword shadows, executing a charged sword technique to get closer to the young mage. Seeing this, the young mage threw a grinding disc from his sleeve to block in front of him. The grinding disc transformed into a massive shield, firmly blocking Gu Yuan's attack direction. Gu Yuan did not rush to break through the grinding disc. The thunder behind him was rapidly approaching and his sword shadows had all dissipated. Once again, using the transforming shadow sword, Gu Yuan's figure dispersed and the thunder lost its target again. Noticing that the power of the thunder above was weakening, Gu Yuan smiled lightly and launched another attack on the young mage. The sword light surged again. Without hesitation, the young mage threw out a large net, a proud smile on his face. The golden silk net bound Gu Yuan's body, and the power of the thunder in the sky suddenly increased. A thunderbolt as thick as a bowl fell directly. As the thunder fell, the figure within the golden silk net was shattered into pieces, and in the next moment Gu Yuan appeared beside the young mage. Swish, swish, swish. Several sword lights swept past and the young mage perished in disbelief. Did you think I wouldn't prepare for you, trapping me? Gu Yuan chuckled lightly, bringing the battle to an end. You have passed the third level. Do you wish to enter the fourth level? After passing the third level, he could apply to the puppets managing the Xiantian Tower to become an outer sect disciple. This matter was not urgent. The fourth level consisted of cultivators of the same rank as geniuses, and Gu Yuan was eager to challenge them. Enter the fourth level. The scene remained unchanged and his opponent became a swordsman. Upon entering the fourth level, Gu Yuan immediately sensed a strong killing intent emanating from this swordsman. The swordsman did not waste words. He unsheathed his long knife and an indescribable aura radiated from him, making Gu Yuan feel as if a mountain was pressing down on him, rendering him immobile as he watched the descending blow. What is this? Back in the dark Xiantian Tower, Gu Yuan felt a sense of unease. Is this what it means to be a genius? That one strike made Gu Yuan feel the weight of a mountain bearing down on him. Is that the knife's momentum? After mastering the invisible sword technique, Gu Yuan intended to condense his own sword momentum. Previously he did not understand what sword momentum was, but after witnessing that strike from the swordsman he gained insight. Leaving the Xiantian Tower, Gu Yuan presented his disciple token to the puppet managing the tower. You have entered and passed the third level, gaining the status of an outer sect disciple. Among the remaining positions you may choose one as a part-time role and you will receive corresponding cultivation resources monthly. The puppet managing the Xiantian Tower scanned Gu Yuan's token and immediately granted him the status of an outer sect disciple. Gu Yuan looked at all the position choices offered by the puppet managing the Xiantian Tower and ultimately chose the part-time position of managing the reflecting cliff. In recent years many had become outer sect disciples and the remaining positions were dwindling. The reflecting cliff was constantly subjected to cold winds, providing a place for Gu Yuan to cultivate body refinement techniques, making it the only helpful place for him. You may go to the reflecting cliff monthly to collect your salary. After the puppet managing the Xiantian Tower reminded him, it fell silent. He then glanced at the Xiantian ranking nearby. Current rankings. First place Zhou Xingyan 6th level. Second place Wang Mingji 4th level. Third place Li Xuanyi 4th level. Fourth place Ko Wenihan 4th level. Fifth place Ji Zimo 4th level. First 100 Xiulan 3rd level. In recent years, the progress of the Xiantian sect members has been notable. Zhou Xingyan still ranked first with a significant gap, while others also made considerable advancements. Gu Yuan had not even entered the top 100 after clearing the 3rd level. The current top 20 in the rankings had all passed the 4th level, while others had cleared the 3rd level. However, they achieved their rankings earlier, hence their names appeared on the board. Gu Yuan felt no ripple in his heart regarding this. After witnessing that strike, he gained clarity on his upcoming sword momentum cultivation. It wouldn't be long before he could also cultivate sword momentum from the invisible sword technique, and then he could properly challenge those in the 4th level. Returning to the front of room 108, Gu Yuan unexpectedly saw someone standing before the door. Zhao Shidi. Gu Shixiang. Gu Yuan invited Zhao Mingyuan into the room, smiling. Mingyuan, have you left your partner outside now that you have arrived at the Xiantian sect? Zhao Mingyuan replied with a smile, senior brother Gu, she will be here soon. She has already reached the 8th barrier and will enter the Xiantian sect in less than 2 years. It's quite good that the two of you are entering the Xiantian sect one after the other. I wonder how you made your choice at the 10th barrier. Hearing this question, Zhao Mingyuan responded, my pace was quite slow. After reaching the 8th barrier, a senior brother from our Sanchuan sect in the Wantian Alliance reminded me, so I chose to stay at the Xiantian sect. I am aware of my limited talent. Even if I venture out, there won't be a good path for me. It's better to stay in. After junior sister Su arrives at the Xiantian sect, I plan to start a family. We will expand our roots here in the future. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a pang of bitterness when he cleared the few barriers after ascending the Immortal Ascension platform. He had not received this news and chose to venture out to spread the teachings of the Xiantian sect, uncertain whether it was a good or bad decision. Now Gu Yuan had been promoted to an outer disciple of the Xiantian sect and had the qualifications to descend the mountain. It had been a long time since he had returned to Wantian City. Seeing Zhao Mingyuan today, Gu Yuan suggested, Mingyuan, I have obtained the status of an outer disciple of the Xiantian sect and can enter and exit freely. Would you like to return to Wantian City to see your partner? Zhao Mingyuan was taken aback. Senior brother Gu, you have truly impressed me. I have tried the Xiantian Tower several times but have never been able to defeat the 3rd barrier. I didn't expect you to have already passed the 3rd barrier. I admire you. After his nirvana, Gu Yuan first arrived at that Sanchuan sect with only an 8th grade spiritual root, worse than Zhao Mingyuan's qualifications. Zhao Mingyuan had always thought Gu Yuan was progressing faster than him because of his mindset, not realizing that Gu Yuan had surpassed him in actual combat power. Feeling Gu Yuan's cultivation level at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, Zhao Mingyuan sighed, senior brother Gu, your focus on cultivation has led to rapid progress. I have been distracted by other matters which has hindered my training. You are much stronger than me now. Gu Yuan smiled but did not respond. He was no longer an 8th grade spiritual root. After consuming the spiritual essence, his innate spiritual root had evolved to the 6th grade, which was significantly better than Zhao Mingyuan's talent. With Gu Yuan's outer disciple token, the two returned to Wantian City. As soon as they entered the city, Zhao Mingyuan eagerly went home to find his partner and visit the other two senior sisters. Gu Yuan arrived alone at the entrance of the Li family business. Inside the shop, Li Siyu was leaning on the counter. After not seeing each other for over a decade, Li Siyu had now matured into a beautiful middle-aged woman, shedding her youthful aura, and beside her were two playful children. Seeing someone enter the shop, Li Siyu habitually inquired, what would you like to see, dear customer? We have everything in our store. Upon looking up and seeing Gu Yuan's appearance, Li Siyu was momentarily taken aback. Gu master. It's been a long time since we last met. Gu Yuan greeted her with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while. Ever since the new regulations were issued in Wantian City, Li Siyu and her father had each started families and had not seen Gu Yuan since. Now that she saw Gu Yuan had returned, a look of anticipation appeared on Li Siyu's face. Gu master, are you able to descend the mountain because you have become an outer disciple of the Xiantian sect? Gu Yuan nodded. Hearing this, Li Siyu pointed to the two children beside her. Gu master, these are my daughter and son. They both have good talent. One has a 5th grade spiritual root and the other a 6th grade spiritual root. Would you be willing to take them as your disciples? Gu Yuan chuckled, I can't stay here for long and have no plans to take disciples. It's better for them to seek other masters in the future, Miss Li. Li Siyu was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the 10th barrier of the Immortal Ascension platform, and her expression darkened upon Gu Yuan's refusal. Due to the new regulations a few years ago, Wantian City now had a considerable number of talented children. Those who could become outer disciples of the Xiantian sect would learn better techniques sooner, so many influential families in Wantian City had arranged for their children to successfully take on masters. Li Siyu's family did not have deep connections, and though her 2 children had reached the age to cultivate, they had not yet found a master. How is the shopkeeper, Li? Gu Yuan, not interested in taking on disciples, was merely here to visit an old friend. Li Fifan had helped him sell talismans at the foot of the Zhanshuan sect, and Gu Yuan had earned a considerable amount of spirit stones. This friendship remained strong. My father has gone to the trial forest. Many people are there to hunt demon beasts for their inner cores to concoct pills, since there is a shortage in the city. My husband and my parents have also gone to join in. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded. Then I won't disturb you any further. I will come to see you again when I have the time. Leaving the Li family business, Gu Yuan returned to his previous residence. The small wooden house surrounded by wooden stakes had accumulated a lot of dust due to years of neglect. Returning to the small courtyard, Gu Yuan felt a deep sense of nostalgia. He had lived here for several years while he ascended the Immortal Ascension platform. Now this small courtyard was no longer of any use to him, and Gu Yuan planned to sell it. The spiritual energy in the Xiantian sect was dense, comparable to the effects of using spirit stones for cultivation. Since he did not need those spirit stone resources, Gu Yuan thought it would be good to have some spirit stones after leaving for the outside world. The housing prices in Wantian City were high. The small courtyard he had obtained for free back then was now worth 3,000 spirit stones. After signing the land deed and sale contract, Gu Yuan received 3,000 spirit stones from the pawnshop. With the spirit stones in hand, Gu Yuan went to Zhao Mingyuan's small courtyard. At this time, Zhao Mingyuan was already catching up with his partner and the other 2 senior sisters. Watching the harmonious scene among the 4, Gu Yuan sometimes envied Zhao Mingyuan. However, recalling the circumstances within the 9th barrier of the Immortal Ascension platform, he cast that thought aside. Having a partner brought attachments, and sometimes external trivial matters could hinder one's cultivation. Junior brother Zhao, we should head back now. Zhao Mingyuan was somewhat reluctant, but had no other choice. He had not yet obtained the status of an outer disciple and still needed Gu Yuan to take him into the Xiantian sect. I will head back first. You should also work hard to enter the Xiantian sect sooner, so we can be together for a long time in the future. Zhao Mingyuan waved goodbye to his senior sisters. After the 2 returned to the Xiantian sect, Gu Yuan began to comprehend his sword intent. After a few days of quiet cultivation, Gu Yuan shook his head and gave up on this method of training. The sword is a blade of killing. Relying solely on quiet cultivation cannot lead to an understanding of sword intent. He needed to engage in battle to better stimulate his sword intent. Seeing this, Lu Ling reminded him, you should consider going to the trial forest. With your current strength, you can escape even if you encounter a Foundation establishment demon beast. Continuous battle will better stimulate your sword intent. Gu Yuan nodded. He thought the same. Solely relying on hard training would not lead to progress. He must venture out. Leaving the Xiantian sect and passing through Wantian City, Gu Yuan arrived at the trial forest. Unknowingly, Wantian Shang has been established for over 20 years. The trial forest has gone from being neglected at the beginning to having its territory significantly reduced due to constant invasions. Entering the trial forest, Gu Yuan saw groups of cultivators walking together. Brother, would you like to form a team? We have a master at the 8th level of Qi refinement leading our group. Seeing Gu Yuan alone, someone stepped forward to inquire. Gu Yuan shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I plan to venture alone. He came to refine his swordsmanship, and teaming up was not suitable for him. Green Spirit said there are many cultivators ahead in this direction, and the demon beasts in the trial forest are also on high alert, keeping their distance from each other. It's not suitable for you to train here. It would be better to go from the direction of the deep pool. The deep pool mentioned by Green Spirit is where Gu Yuan obtained the spirit essence. He agreed with Green Spirit's suggestion and immediately employed the earth escape technique to head in that direction. There's a later stage 1st level demon beast ahead suitable for your training. Upon reaching the deep pool, Green Spirit immediately took on the role of a detector. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan did not hesitate and charged forward with his sword. With Green Spirit around, he could clearly sense if there were any strong enemies nearby, allowing him to avoid unknown dangers. After the heavy rain, the forest was somewhat muddy. A later stage 1st level black cat demon sensed someone intruding into its territory and immediately became alert, letting out a howl. Ignoring the cat demon's warning, Gu Yuan drew his sword and a cold light flashed as he severed the branch where the cat demon was perched. Receiving the attack, the black cat demon pounced down like an arrow, its sharp front claws gleaming with a ghostly light. Provoked by someone of weak power, the black cat demon felt insulted. Gu Yuan's long sword drew a silver arc blocking the cat demon's attack and he retreated 2 steps. The black cat demon having failed its strike twisted in midair using the nearby big tree as a support to leap forward. Its body floated in the air and 10 black claw marks glowing with a ghostly light rushed toward Gu Yuan at an incredible speed. Be careful, these are poison claws, do not take them, Heathen Green Spirit reminded. Gu Yuan understood this principle as well, casting the shadow sword technique to create 3 sword shadows while his real body moved behind the black cat demon. Clang! A sharp sword pierced out from behind the cat demon. The black cat demon reacted quickly, twisting in midair to block this sword light with its claws. The sharp claws of the cat and the long sword clashed, producing a crisp sound. Taking advantage of the force from the sword, the black cat demon lunged forward, its terrifying fangs bared as it attempted to bite Gu Yuan's neck. So fast, but I am not slow either. Gu Yuan countered with a flourish of his sword, leaning back as he aimed his sword at the black cat demon's lower body. At the same time, his left hand executed the Great Wilderness Palm. Unlike the shadowless sword manual, which emphasizes speed, this Great Wilderness Palm was full of power and the black cat demon sensed the threat. At this moment, the black cat demon had no time to dodge. It used its 4 paws to block the sword, but its body braced against the Great Wilderness Palm, sending it crashing into a large tree. It seems that after a long time without battle, this black cat demon's combat ability is quite poor. Gu Yuan realized that the black cat demon was not strong in actual combat. The black cat demon, having crashed into a large tree, revealed crimson blood at the corner of its mouth. Its entire body trembled with rage, its fur standing on end and its size dramatically increased, transforming from an ordinary black cat to one as large as a black panther. After transforming, the black cat demon's speed decreased significantly, but its claws became several times more powerful. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of swordlight and sharp claws echoed. The face of the transformed cat demon elongated, its fangs protruding, its ferocity greatly increased, seemingly unconcerned about its injuries, intent only on killing Gu Yuan. 1 person and 1 demon flashed rapidly through the forest, leaving the muddy ground in disarray. In the fierce battle, Gu Yuan's use of swordsmanship became more proficient, and the power of the infinite profound origin technique within him was enough to sustain a prolonged fight with the demon beast. After a long time, the black cat demon, unable to defeat Gu Yuan after a prolonged battle, found Gu Yuan becoming increasingly fierce. The black cat demon's heart began to waver and it bore numerous gruesome wounds from swordlights flowing with crimson blood. 1 claw forced Gu Yuan back and the black cat demon leaped to the top of a large tree. Then it nimbly dashed through the trees in the forest, disappearing within moments. It has escaped, Green Spirit reminded. Gu Yuan stood in place, panting heavily, and did not pursue. The black cat demon excelled in speed, and if it wished to flee, it would be impossible to catch up. This battle felt completely different from his experience in the Xiantian Tower, truly grasping the sensation of bloodshed and the tension in his heart. I need to recover for a moment before we seek other opponents. With Green Spirit present, Gu Yuan did not have to worry about his safety, sitting in place to recover his cultivation. In the following 2 months, Gu Yuan continuously challenged various demon beasts in the trial forest, rapidly increasing his combat experience and gaining a clear understanding of the sword potential he needed to cultivate. Speed, agility, cunning. With these 3 core points, Gu Yuan attempted to condense his own sword potential. The shadowless sword manual emphasizes speed and deception, and this was related to the sword potential he was cultivating. In 2 months, Gu Yuan experienced 30 battles of various sizes, killing over a dozen latest-stage first-level demon beasts, and he could even barely fight against second-level demon beasts now. Condensing the sword potential still fell short by a little bit. One day he entered the territory of a Huan Yao. Be sure not to approach its true body. The illusionary power of the Huan Yao is strongest within 3 zhang. You can refine your sword technique here. Guided by Green Spirit, Gu Yuan found himself here, intending to battle the Huan Yao. Sensing someone nearby, a woman with long hair dressed in red and an expression of terror appeared in an open space within the forest. Senior brother, I got separated from my group. May I ask you to protect me for a while as I search for my senior brother? The woman appeared pitifully in front of Gu Yuan, and if it weren't for Green Spirit's reminder, he would have truly believed she was a real person. Her delicate and beautiful face was unforgettable, and combined with her pitiful demeanor, it was hard to refuse. It is my honor to escort you, junior sister. Gu Yuan recalled Green Spirit's warning and led this illusionary woman transformed from the Huan Shu Yao towards her true body. As they approached 3 zhang, Gu Yuan suddenly struck, slicing through the woman's head with his sword. You! Countless angry shouts erupted around. The next moment, Gu Yuan felt the scenery around him change. The original forest transformed into a ghastly cave. This is the realm of the Huan Yao. Be careful, if you find yourself in trouble, you can use the earth escape technique to escape at any time. Do not approach its true body. After cooperating with Gu Yuan for 2 months, Green Spirit always provided reminders. Gu Yuan swung his long sword and countless ghostly figures surged in, each one being severed by the sword light. Although these ghostly figures were illusory, they were manifestations of the Huan Yao and possessed strong offensive power. If struck, they could still cause injury. Facing the relentless onslaught of ghostly figures, Gu Yuan's figure continuously shifted. With each sword strike, a ghostly figure was killed. As countless vengeful ghosts multiplied around him, the space available to Gu Yuan grew smaller. The only escape route led to the true body of the Huan Shu Yao, which Gu Yuan was already aware of and would not fall for. The long sword rang out, and an inexplicable feeling instantly merged into his heart. This is the myriad forms of power. Under immense pressure, Gu Yuan finally comprehended his own sword potential. The myriad forms of power, the essence of myriad changes. Under the expansive sword potential, Gu Yuan understood all the attacking directions of the countless ghostly figures around him. With a flash of cold light, the myriad forms of power activated and several sword shadows simultaneously struck out. Swish, swish, swish. Countless beams of sword light burst forth in a brilliant display, and the surrounding ghostly figures were instantly annihilated. The sword potential has formed. You can now die. With that, a myriad of sword shadows appeared, engulfing everything in sword light. The second-level initial stage demon beast, renowned for its illusionary path, was instantly wounded as its realm was shattered. After understanding the opponent with a single sword strike, Gu Yuan burst into laughter and used the earth escape technique to withdraw. Within the Xiantian sect, the sole inner disciple Zhuo Xingyan organized a gathering for the outer disciples, and all those who chose to leave the sect to spread its teachings received the notice, Gu Yuan included. In the square, Zhuo Xingyan looked at the crowd and said, "I know many of you may have grievances regarding this matter, but there is little I can do. Revitalizing the Xiantian sect cannot rely solely on internal cultivation. Only by combining internal and external efforts can we hasten the rise of our sect. As an inner disciple now, my authority within the sect has increased significantly. For any of you who choose to leave, come find me when you wish to depart, and I will do my utmost to procure some advanced techniques for you with the authority I possess. Thus when you leave, you can establish your own sect and carry on the legacy of the Xiantian sect." Zhuo Xingyan's words eased many hearts, and the gazes of numerous cultivators toward him softened considerably. Zhuo Xingyan had a good reputation within the Xiantian sect. He had contributed significantly, whether it was revising the tasks of the miscellaneous disciples or rooting out evildoers. With Lord Zhuo's words, even if we leave the Xiantian sect, we will have no regrets. Lord Zhuo is truly righteous. Many cultivators were self-aware with their talents. It was unlikely they would become inner disciples before leaving the sect, and thus they would not have access to the higher tiers of the scripture pavilion for better follow-up techniques. Zhuo Xingyan's words reminded Gu Yuan of the follow-up techniques for the Wuliang Shen Yuan Gong Baha Huan Lian Tishu and Jiu Yuan Ning Shenju. As an outer disciple, he could obtain the foundational technique on his own, but the follow-up techniques above the golden core stage might not be accessible before leaving the sect. If he could acquire these techniques in advance through Zhuo Xingyan, it would be beneficial. After Zhuo Xingyan announced this matter, within a few days many people came to ask him for the techniques. Zhuo Xingyan handled each request personally. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan also went to receive the techniques ahead of time. When Zhuo Xingyan saw Gu Yuan, he expressed regret, saying, "You are a disciple of the Xongshan sect, and your choice to leave the sect is indeed my fault. In addition to the 3 techniques you submitted, I will compensate you with some other techniques." Zhuo Xingyan's words were refreshing, and Gu Yuan could not help but develop respect for him in his heart. This person was indeed remarkable. Be cautious, he just used a bewitching technique on you. Green Spirit reminded Gu Yuan through his arm. Bewitching technique. Gu Yuan was startled internally but maintained a calm exterior, replying to Zhuo Xingyan, "Thank you, Lord Zhuo. I will repay this kindness by striving to spread the teachings after I leave the Xiantian sect, hoping for a day of reuniting the sect in 1,000 years. I am glad to hear that you have such intentions. I will have someone deliver the techniques to you within 2 days. Remember to tell me when you plan to leave, and I will see you off." Zhuo Xingyan's tone was sincere, and coupled with his extraordinary appearance, it easily instilled trust in others. Gu Yuan nodded in response, not daring to linger any longer. After leaving Zhuo Xingyan's residence, Gu Yuan asked Green Spirit, did he exhibit any other abnormalities aside from using the bewitching technique on me? Green Spirit replied, "He carries a heavy scent of blood." "A scent of blood? Why didn't I notice it?" Green Spirit explained, "The scent of blood I refer to is not in the traditional sense. I can sense that he has killed many people with the killing intent hidden within the blood scent." Gu Yuan frowned. Zhuo Xingyan had always been regarded as noble and just by everyone in both the Xongshan sect and the Xiantian sect. He did not expect Green Spirit's evaluation of him to be this way. Green Spirit added, "I met him before the establishment of the Wan Tian city. Back then he did not have this aura. It is something he developed over the years, so be cautious around him. Green Spirit, please check if there has been a reduction in disciples in the Xiantian sect during the 2 months we've been out training." Green Spirit responded, "I haven't started investigating from the beginning, so I can't determine whether some people have left the mountain or have been harmed. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded, realizing he had placed a burden on Green Spirit. Thank you for your help during this time. Let's keep an eye on Zhuo Xingyan. If there are any issues, we will surely notice after a year or so. Green Spirit replied, that's my intention as well, your safety is my priority. 2 days later, Gu Yuan received the follow-up techniques sent by Zhuo Xingyan. In addition to the 3 main techniques Gu Yuan practiced, there were also many advanced techniques included, with the highest allowing cultivation up to the nascent soul stage. With these techniques, even if Gu Yuan were to leave the Xiantian sect now and find a suitable location, he could establish a cultivation sect using the techniques he had. After receiving these techniques, Gu Yuan was not satisfied. He took on several miscellaneous tasks, completing them before heading to the scripture pavilion. As an outer disciple, he could now access the 3rd floor, where there were many techniques available for him to transcribe. After spending several days, Gu Yuan finished transcribing all the techniques on the 3rd floor. Now that his sword intent had formed, Gu Yuan did not wish to waste any more time on combat techniques. From this day forth, he began closed-door cultivation. He aimed to reach the peak of the Qi refining stage and break through to foundation establishment so he could leave the Xiantian sect calmly even when faced with challenges. After a year of closed-door cultivation, Green Spirit had made a discovery regarding Zhuo Xingyan. Green Spirit remarked, your Lord Zhuo is quite formidable. What did he do? Green Spirit replied, his strength is remarkable. He is already a late foundation establishment cultivator. I marked a brick at his residence, and the message I received from it indicated that a foundation establishment cultivator preparing to leave bid him farewell, only to be confined and subjected to the technique of foundation snatching, turning that person into a blood pill. No wonder he has been so ostentatiously gathering so many cultivators preparing to leave the sect, Gu Yuan realized. Although the Xiantian sect is a righteous sect, the scripture pavilion also contains numerous demonic techniques, so Gu Yuan was not surprised that Zhuo Xingyan possessed such dark arts. This person has disguised himself too well. Even the former high-level ancestors of the Zongxian sect probably did not see through his true nature. Continue monitoring him. Should any disturbance arise, we must depart this place immediately. Now I have cultivated sufficient self-defense capabilities, I am no longer as fragile as before. Lu Ling nodded. In the 3rd year after Gu Yuan entered seclusion, his cultivation energy solidified. The threshold of Qi refinement level 9 shattered with a thunderous roar, and the 9th spiritual vortex awakened within him, marking his ascension to the initial stage of Qi refinement level 9. Next, he needed only accumulate sufficient cultivation energy to reach the peak of Qi refinement level 9, after which he could ingest a foundation establishment pill and ascend to the foundation establishment realm. According to the Immortal cultivation records housed in the 1st tier of Xiantian sect, the Qi refinement realm possesses an ultimate apex. This apex, the ultimate realm, refers to cultivation beyond Qi refinement level 10. Such ultimate realm cultivators possess the innate capacity to break through into foundation establishment unaided. Gu Yuan harbored no such ambition in this life. Those who attained the ultimate realm were invariably prodigies of extraordinary talent, cultivating several times faster than ordinary disciples, and thus possessed the luxury of time to temper their bodies and spirits. Previously, Gu Yuan had expended nearly 60 years of lifespan employing the soul-stealing curse art to slay Gong Xinhao. The remaining years of his life were sustained solely by 50 years of lifespan transferred to him by Lu Ling. More than 2 decades had since passed, leaving Gu Yuan with barely 20 years of lifespan remaining. He could ill afford to waste even a single day. Hastening his foundation establishment was imperative to confront the myriad unknown perils awaiting him beyond Xiantian sect. In the 4th year of seclusion, as Gu Yuan consolidated his cultivation, Lu Ling warned, a cultivator has just broken through to foundation establishment in the rear mountains. Yet moments after his ascension, he was seized by the sect's law enforcement constructs and subsequently refined into a blood pill by Zhuo Xingyan. Over the years, Lu Ling had awakened countless inanimate objects across Xiantian sect, weaving an invisible surveillance network that perceived every tremor in the wind and whisper in the grass. He commands the law enforcement constructs. Lu Ling replied, those constructs were left behind by ancient masters, their subjugation is hardly surprising. More critically, the cultivator is of the Lu clan, possessing a 2nd-rank spirit root. His demise will surely plunge Xiantian sect into chaos. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. He could not fathom Zhuo Xingyan's motives in daring to strike against a member of the Lu clan. As a venerable immortal cultivation family, the Lu clan maintained its own distinct faction within Xiantian sect, reclusive, rarely seen, and fiercely united. The fall of a 2nd-rank spirit root scion would drive the entire Lu clan to madness. Lu Ling murmured, he is struck again. What did he do? Lu Ling answered, he dispatched law enforcement constructs to seize another Lu clansman, slew him, and cast the corpse into room 121, the very chamber occupied by the elder ancestor of Sanchuan sect who had earlier infiltrated Xiantian sect via soul transference. Is there truly no one inside his chamber? Gu Yuan asked, startled. Lu Ling replied, he and Tao Jing are currently negotiating matters concerning Wantian City at Tao Jing's residence. They show no sign of returning anytime soon. Tao Jing. Gu Yuan murmured. This man had previously aided Gong Sanghao in capturing cultivators for consumption, only ceasing when Zhuo Xingyan intervened. Could these two be conspiring together? Lu Ling responded possibly. My surveillance confirms Tao Jing has visited Zhuo Xingyan's quarters several times recently, though the content of their conversations remains unknown. The tile from which I observed was too distant. Zhuo Xingyan has now framed the soul-transferred elder ancestor for the crime. Given the elder's foundation establishment strength, he stands poised to become the perfect scapegoat. Gu Yuan frowned deeply. Why must cultivating in peace prove so relentlessly difficult? Room 121 lay perilously close to his own abode. Should the Lu clan erupt in fury, he risked being swept into the maelstrom. After Gong Sanghao's death, Gu Yuan had endured over a dozen interrogations by Xanchuan sect cultivators. Now with a Lu clansman slain, the situation grew infinitely graver. The cultivation family's unity eclipsed even that of sect disciples, and reconciliation was unthinkable. Rather than live in perpetual dread, why not simply depart Xintian sect now? Lu Ling suggested. Gu Yuan shared the sentiment, but without achieving foundation establishment, venturing outside remained perilously unsafe. He resolved to wait a little longer. The next day the Lu clan descended upon Xintian sect like a storm, ransacking every corner. Even Gu Yuan's sealed chamber door was forcibly breached, triggering its protective formation in a blinding surge of radiant light. What is the meaning of this? Gu Yuan glared, voice sharp with indignation. Merely conducting an inspection, the intruders retorted, utterly disregarding his authority, searching his quarters thoroughly before departing. Chaos reigns beyond the walls, Lu Ling cautioned. For years Fengling sect and the Lu clan had coexisted peacefully, both profiting from the status quo. Yet with the Lu clan's crisis unfolding, even Fengling sect began subtly lending its support. Zhuo Xingyan, sovereign of the Wantian alliance, was summoned. As Gu Yuan emerged from his chamber, he beheld a crowd of Lu clan cultivators encircling a middle-aged man clad in azure robes. Why does my brother's corpse lie within your chamber? Fail to deliver a satisfactory explanation today, and even as a disciple of Sanchuan sect you shall bleed out upon this ground. Moreover, our clan's heir vanished yesterday. He stood on the cusp of foundation establishment. At such a critical juncture we cannot help but suspect a deliberate conspiracy targeting us. The Lu clan pressed forward with relentless intensity. The azure-robed man at the center flushed crimson, yet found himself utterly unable to mount a coherent defense. Having concluded negotiations with Tao Jing regarding Wantian city affairs the previous night, he had journeyed there to collect resources. A courtesan, pre-arranged by Tao Jing, had attended him that evening, and he never returned to Xintian sect. Returning only at dawn, he was immediately accosted at his threshold and accused of murder, an injustice he, Jing Tian, had never before endured. Upon Zhuo Xingyan's arrival, Jing Tian seized him as his sole salvation. Xingyan, you must vindicate me. I am innocent. Within Xintian sect, any unauthorized use of force would instantly trigger the law enforcement constructs. I could never have concealed a corpse in my chamber. Zhuo Xingyan raised a hand to calm the crowd, then turned to the Lu clan and asked, may I inquire, what was the deceased cultivator's cultivation level? Qi refinement level 6. Replied a Lu clansman. Zhuo Xingyan responded, then you have grievously wronged my fellow disciple. With only Qi refinement level 7 cultivation, he lacks the capability to eliminate a target before the law enforcement constructs intervene. Should you doubt me, test it yourselves within Xintian sect. Any act of violence summons the constructs instantaneously. Unless the target is eradicated within 5 breaths, intervention is inevitable. At Zhuo Xingyan's words, Jing Tian's pallor receded, relief flooding his features. Regardless of motive, Zhuo Xingyan stood firmly beside him. Is that so? I refuse to believe it. A foundation establishment cultivator of the Lu clan, seething with fury, lunged at Jing Tian, his palm striking forth like a crashing wave. Sensing mortal peril, Jing Tian's face contorted in alarm, and he instinctively raised his hands to block. Their palms collided, shockwaves rippling outward as both men staggered backward several paces. You are no Qi refinement cultivator, you conceal your true realm. What further denial remains? The Lu clan cultivator's accusation hung in the air, just as the law enforcement constructs arrived on the scene. Violence is forbidden within the sect. Both parties shall be detained at the Mountain of Reflection. Before the constructs, the 2 foundation establishment cultivators were rendered as helpless as mortals, easily subdued and escorted directly to separate cells within the Mountain of Reflection. Lord Alliance Sovereign, what further defense can you offer? His concealed cultivation and persecution of our clansmen stand proven beyond dispute. With the 2 detained, the remaining Lu clan cultivators redirected their wrath towards Zhuo Xingyan. Gu Yuan watched silently. As the 2 were hauled away to the Mountain of Reflection, a chill ran down his spine. He followed swiftly, arriving at the mountain's precipice. I have come to collect my monthly stipend, Gu Yuan declared, presenting his identification token to the Mountain of Reflection's administrative construct. Having passed the third tier of Xiantian Pagoda, Gu Yuan had been appointed an outer sect disciple and concurrently assumed the role of Mountain of Reflection administrator, entitling him to a monthly stipend. Though he had deferred collection until now, circumstances demanded action. As administrator, he would inevitably face both Lu Clan and Sanchuan sect envoys, and misstep once and he would become the sacrificial lamb. Better to claim his stipend and depart Xiantian sect without delay. The administrative construct verified his token, then retrieved a pouch of spirit stones and several pill vials from its chest compartment. These are your monthly stipends. Having secured his stipend, Gu Yuan hesitated not. Within hours, Lu Clan and Xiantian sect envoys would surely seek him out as the Mountain of Reflection administrator. This entire affair was Zhuo Xingyan's machination, its truth unfathomable. Neither faction was one he dared offend. What if both demanded he exercise his authority to release the detainees? Withdrawing his token, Gu Yuan infused it with divine sense, immediately activating the departure protocol. A reply resonated instantly within his mind: you are departing Xiantian sect to propagate the Tao beyond its borders. Remember, the Xian Gate's immortal path drifts like clouds across heaven, the road to longevity gleams like snowflakes amid the red dust. Let this decree serve as your sigil, your summons. When Xiantian emerges anew, that shall be the day of ancestral return. His disciple token shimmered with arcane radiance, resonating with the Xiantian formation, a surge of celestial force enveloping Gu Yuan. In the next heartbeat, the world spun violently, and he vanished from sight. Among the many cultivators chosen to leave Xiantian sect and spread its teachings abroad, Gu Yuan alone became the first to step forth. The warm sea breeze blew gently as waves crashed against a small island where a group of ragged individuals wielded iron picks, tirelessly striking the reef before them. Hurry up, don't slack off. This is a task assigned by Lord Chen. If you fail to complete it, be wary of your heads. A burly man with dark skin held a whip, commanding hundreds of laborers mining the reef on the beach. These reefs, influenced by seawater, formed crystals within. These crystalline formations could be used to refine magical tools. Some saw a business opportunity and captured many mortals from nearby islands to mine here. This small island belonged to the Chen family, a cultivation family from Nanqing Island. Among the crowd, a fair-skinned youth had his hands covered in blisters, his eyes filled with hatred. A few days ago he had gone fishing by the sea with Qingmei, only to be captured. He was thrown here to mine the reefs, while his Qingmei Yuanju remained unaware of where she had been taken. On the sea, a small boat sped through the waves. At the bow stood a middle-aged man in white, his gaze fixed on the island, filled with fury. The boat docked on the sandy shore and the man in white leaped onto the beach. Who is in charge here? The man in white emanated a faint pressure, causing the ordinary mortals on the island to stop their work and turn to look at him. The burly man sensed that the newcomer was not friendly. Standing tall, he approached, saying, I am in charge here. This is the territory of the Chen family. What business do you have? Upon hearing Chen family, the white-clad man frowned, his gaze sweeping over the laborers on the island, finally landing on the fair-skinned youth. Is he one of the captives you took? The man in white pointed at the fair youth. The burly man explained, I am only responsible for overseeing the mining of the reefs. The people are arranged by the Chen family. If it weren't for necessity, I wouldn't want to offend a cultivator. After all, my life is my own. Come here. The white-clad cultivator ignored the burly man's words and pointed at the fair youth. Are you Uncle Xiang? The fair-skinned youth approached, somewhat uncertain, looking at the man in white. Xian Yongyan nodded coldly and asked, my daughter was said to be with you before she went missing. Where is she now? Uncle Xiang, save me. Yuanju has also been captured. I was thrown here and she doesn't know where she was taken. Chen family. Xian Yangian's face turned cold, his eyes bloodshot as he clenched his fists and turned to leave the boat, showing no intention of helping the fair youth. Uncle Xiang, save me, take me with you. The fair youth cried behind him. If anything happens to Yuanju, I will come back for you and make you wish you were dead. Xian Yongyan snorted coldly, jumped onto the small boat and said to the boatman, head to Nanqing Island. The small boat sailed away from the island and into the open sea, the turbulent waves causing it to sway. Under the skilled navigation of the experienced boatman, the boat did not slow down and quickly disappeared into the ocean. In the vast ocean, a figure fell from the sky. Looking down at the sea, Gu Yuan frowned and quickly took out his flying sword from his storage bag, using the sword control technique to avoid falling into the water. How could I be teleported to the sea? Gu Yuan was puzzled. Green Spirit said, go left, there is a ship 30 miles away and on it is a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining. You can ask him about the situation here. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan changed direction and flew towards the location Green Spirit mentioned. Gu Yuan descended on the small boat where Xian Yongyan was, startling both the boatman and Xian Yongyan. A cultivator who can fly on a sword over the sea is at least in the mid-stage of qi refining. Xian Yongyan clasped his fists and said, I have seen the elder. Looking at the man in white, Gu Yuan asked, I got lost at sea. Where is this place? Xian Yongyan replied cautiously, this is the South River Sea, we are heading to Nanqing Island. Xian Yongyan responded somewhat warily. Gu Yuan was unfamiliar with the situation here and didn't know what the South River Sea was. He hoped to gather a lot of information from this vigilant cultivator. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan smiled, there is no need to be nervous, I mean no harm. Do you know anything about the major forces nearby? Xian Yongyan felt more at ease from Gu Yuan's words and replied, I am just a first-tier loose cultivator and I haven't been to many places. I only know that the South River Sea is vast with thousands of islands big and small. Among them the Li family of Nanyadeo is the most powerful with an ancestor in foundation establishment, while other forces have latest-stage qi refining cultivators stationed. The Chen family is the strongest force near our current location. When mentioning the Chen family, Xian Yangyan's tone involuntarily turned colder. Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he was teleported to this remote place. With his strength he could escape from an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, making it temporarily safe here. Just as Gu Yuan felt relieved, he sensed a binding force subtly influencing him. In Xiantian's sect he had never felt anything like this. Now that he had just relaxed, this feeling surged into his mind. Upon careful contemplation, Gu Yuan realized it was the Xiantian oath. The oath he made on the 10th level of the Immortal Ascension platform was to spread the teachings of Xiantian sect after leaving. Gu Yuan frowned. This binding force felt like an inner demon. If not resolved, it might cause trouble when he tried to break through to the foundation establishment stage later. Senior. Did I say something disrespectful? If so, please forgive me, esteemed one. Seeing Gu Yuan's expression turn cold, Xian Yongyan instinctively thought of the coldness he had shown when mentioning the Chen family, assuming the man before him was related to them, and immediately apologized. It has nothing to do with you, I was thinking of something else just now. Gu Yuan reassured Xian Yongyan and continued, I noticed you seemed angry when mentioning the Chen family. Do you have a grudge against them? Xian Yongyan smiled bitterly, how could I dare to have a grudge against the Chen family? It's just that my unfortunate daughter was captured by someone from the Chen family. I was planning to go to Nanqing Island to see if I could rescue her, so I may have spoken disrespectfully. I hope the elder can forgive me. Does your daughter have a grudge against the Chen family? Gu Yuan asked curiously. My daughter is just an ordinary person, how could she have a grudge against the Chen family? Xian Yangyan's face carried a bitter expression. The Chen family is the largest cultivation family nearby and their subordinates are used to being domineering. Some people would do wrong for trivial gains. I have nothing to do with the Chen family and you don't need to test me. It's better to speak openly, perhaps I can help you. Seeing Xian Yongyan hesitantly mention the Chen family, Gu Yuan noticed his concern. Upon hearing this, anger flickered in Xian Yangyan's eyes. The Chen family disregards humanity. Cultivators should not interfere in mundane affairs as this is a common accord. Yet the Chen family condones their subordinates in abducting mortals to become their laborers. This is intolerable. Previously I only heard of such things and never imagined it would happen to me. I wonder how my daughter is doing now. Although he had some doubts in his heart, Xian Yongyan did not dare to voice them. He only hoped that his daughter could survive. If this were true, then the Chen family was indeed despicable. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan asked, what is the strength of the Chen family? The Chen family has a latest-stage qi refining great cultivator stationed. In a radius of hundreds of miles they have absolute power and no one dares to provoke them. Xian Yongyan replied. He only hoped that by going to Nanqing Island the cultivators there would be merciful and return his daughter to him, as he didn't believe he had the courage to seek revenge on the Chen family. I will take charge of this matter. If the Chen family really has captured your daughter and does not provide an explanation, I will stand up for you. In Gu Yuan's eyes, a latest-stage qi refining cultivator was nothing to fear. He urgently needed to find a territory to spread the teachings of Xiantian sect. Otherwise the power of this oath would continue to bind him, making future cultivation difficult. The Chen family was just the right target for him to establish his authority. I am deeply grateful for your concern, senior, but please do not do anything foolish. The Chen family has several great cultivators at the late stage of qi refinement, and with your strength it would be difficult to contend with them. Xian Yongyan could tell that Gu Yuan was merely a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement. With his cultivation level it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg to take on the Chen family. He. Gu Yuan chuckled and revealed his hidden cultivation level. In this place he needed to propagate the teachings of the Xiantian sect, and it was not suitable for him to conceal himself. In Xian Yangyan's eyes he could no longer see through Gu Yuan's cultivation level. Once cultivators surpass 3 small realms they can no longer perceive each other's strengths. This meant that the person who had suddenly boarded the boat could very well be a great cultivator at the late stage of chi refinement or even an ancestor at the foundation establishment stage. Xian Yongyan felt a warmth in his eyes. As a loose cultivator, he had never experienced the feeling of having someone backing him. Senior. No need for thanks. If you can help me rescue my daughter, I will be at your service in the future. Gu Yuan waved his hand to indicate that Xian Yongyan need not be so formal. You just need to have the courage to demand your people from the Chen family. If anything happens, at the very least I can take you away, you can rest assured. The small boat had unknowingly traveled over 100 miles and the outline of an island came into view. Senior, that is the South Star Island where the Chen family is located. Xian Yongyan pointed to a lush green island straight ahead. Gu Yuan nodded. From a distance, South Star Island appeared as a circular disc with nothing but greenery visible. As the small boat approached South Star Island, someone immediately stepped forward to inquire, "Who are you on the boat? What brings you to South Star Island?" Xian Yongyan released his cultivator aura and stepped forward onto the shore platform, saying, "We have business to discuss with the Chen family." Filled with pent-up anger, he naturally spoke with more confidence with Gu Yuan present. Sensing the cultivator aura, the Chen family member at the shore wore a flattering smile. "Since you are immortals, please come ashore. The immortals of my Chen family are all on the island. I will lead you there." Immortals and mortals are separated. Even ordinary mortals from the Chen family do not dare to offend cultivators. Seeing this, Xian Yongyan was too lazy to argue with these mortals. The man led Xian Yongyan and Gu Yuan up the island, walking step by step towards the highest point of South Star Island along the yellow stone steps. Inside the South Star Mountain Villa, all the immortals belong to my Chen family. My status is low and I cannot enter. The two of you may go up the mountain. I can only guide you to this point. The man stopped outside the protective wall at a high point in the mountains. Looking at the tall protective wall and the word South Star Mountain Villa above the mountain gate, Xian Yongyan clenched his fists and took a deep breath before turning to Gu Yuan and asking, "Senior, is everything really alright?" Gu Yuan nodded. "You should quickly ask the Chen family for your people. If anything happens, I will cover for you." Through the probing of the green spirit, he had completely understood the situation within the South Star Mountain Villa. There is one cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 2 cultivators at the 8th level, and the rest are all at the mid-stage of Qi refinement or below. In total, there are more than 40 of them. Gu Yuan was not afraid of such a force. Xian Yongyan was encouraged and walked into South Star Mountain Villa with a cold expression. "Who are you people?" Inside the villa there were Chen family cultivators guarding it. As soon as Gu Yuan and Xian Yongyan entered South Star Mountain Villa, a Chen family member at the 2nd level of Qi refinement blocked their way. "I am here to demand someone. My daughter has been captured by you." Xian Yongyan replied angrily. "You are bold to come to my Chen family to demand someone. Do you have a death wish?" The young cultivator from the Chen family scolded them with a mocking expression without even asking for the reason. In his eyes, 2 small cultivators at the 3rd level of Qi refinement daring to demand someone from the Chen family in this tone were truly courting death. After ascending the mountain, Gu Yuan concealed his cultivation level, maintaining it at the 3rd level of Qi refinement just to see the true face of the Chen family. This young cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refinement immediately opened his eyes. The Chen family is truly tyrannical. My daughter has been captured by your Chen family. Why can't I come to demand her? She is merely immortal. Do you not fear the collective retaliation of many cultivators for arbitrarily capturing mortals? Xian Yongyan was infuriated by the Chen family member's attitude, who threatened them without even asking. "Humph, immediately roll down the mountain. I will pretend I didn't see you. If you continue to entangle, be careful of your lives." The young man from the Chen family did not regard them at all. Upon hearing this, Xian Yongyan in a fit of rage threw a punch. Bang! The young man from the Chen family was knocked to the ground by this sudden punch. You actually dared to strike. Good, are you trying to bully my Chen family?" The young man from the Chen family took out a signal pearl from his pocket and casually threw it out. A red light burst forth from the signal pearl and a large amount of red smoke rose within the villa. Seeing the smoke, the Chen family cultivators within South Star Mountain Villa rushed over. "What happened to Chen Yuqing?" A middle-aged man arrived and looked at Chen Yuqing, who was lying on the ground, and Gu Yuan with an unfriendly expression. "Seventh uncle, these two came and hit me. You must stand up for me." Lying on the ground, Chen Yuqing cried out to the arriving middle-aged Chen family member. "You talk nonsense. I came to look for my daughter. Not only did you not listen, but you also threatened us, and I had no choice but to strike." Xian Yongyan was furious. "You have quite a nerve to come and cause trouble in my Chen family." The middle-aged man snorted coldly, revealing his strength at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and waved his hand, causing several vines to rise from the ground to trap the two. You don't even ask for the reason before attacking. Gu Yuan looked at the middle-aged man. What is there to ask? Once we capture you, someone will question you. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. The vines on the ground spread rapidly and were about to entangle the two's feet. Xian Yongyan quickly retreated a few steps to dodge. Gu Yuan stepped forward, stomped with one foot and struck the middle-aged man from the Chen family with a palm. Boom! With one palm he sent the middle-aged man flying, crashing into a small tree. Without asking right and wrong, you dare to strike, you shall be punished. Gu Yuan snorted coldly. You are bold to dare to strike in my Chen family. After a few Chen family cultivators arrived, they witnessed the scene. In an instant, 3 Chen family cultivators attacked Gu Yuan together. Slap, slap, slap. 3 consecutive slaps sent the 3 flying. Let someone from the Chen family with authority come and speak. Gu Yuan's face turned cold as he stood still. Chen Yuqing, lying on the ground, felt his scalp tingle as he watched Gu Yuan at the 3rd level of Qi refinement slap away his clan uncle at the 6th level. This person actually concealed his cultivation. He is at least a later stage Qi refinement cultivator. Realizing that he had provoked a later stage Qi refinement cultivator, Chen Yuqing, who had not been injured, involuntarily trembled and did not dare to get up, hoping that the family ancestor could handle this matter. You are being too dismissive of our Chen family, daring to injure my Chen family members on our territory. A cold snort echoed as an old man in black flew in on a sword. Without uttering a word, the assailant flung forth a top-tier first-rank talisman. Earth-binding talisman. Feeling an unnatural heaviness descend upon his limbs, Gu Yuan calmly drew forth another talisman and activated it. Tremor Earth Talisman. As the opposing talismanic energies clashed, calm instantly reasserted itself across the surroundings. Poof. The black-robed elder snorted coldly, then hurled a rhomboid artifact, its form instantly fracturing into hundreds of slender silver needles. Take this 10,000 needle piercing. A dull ochre luminescence shimmered before Gu Yuan as his top-tier first-rank Vajra talisman deflected the torrent of flying needles. In a blur of motion, Gu Yuan vanished from his original position, only to reappear instantly behind the black-robed elder. The great wilderness palm struck with devastating force. The elder, still frozen in place, spat blood and collapsed unconscious. Pathetically weak. Gu Yuan gazed down mockingly at the fallen figure. Now, shall we speak civilly? From afar, Xian Yongyan watched, heart pounding with awe, as Gu Yuan effortlessly subdued the Chun clan cultivators. This senior expert was truly extraordinary. Could he possibly be a Foundation establishment elder? Recalling Gu Yuan's earlier inquiries about local sects and territories, Xian Yongyan instinctively wondered, could this senior expert be planning to establish a foothold here in the South Chuan Sea? Might I possibly follow in this senior expert's wake? Meanwhile, terror surged through the fallen Chen clansmen as they beheld the black-robed elder struck down by a single palm strike, utterly unable to rise. Chen Kaiyang ranked 2nd among the Chun clan's martial elites, his cultivation level reaching Qi refinement 8th layer, and even he had been overpowered. Could the clan chief possibly stand against this man? Doubt rose unbidden in the minds of several Chen disciples. Your mastery is formidable. I Chen offer sincere admiration. Yet you have stormed our Chen clan without cause. Do you not fear retribution from other cultivators henceforth? Spitting a mouthful of reversed blood, Chen Kaiyang lay sprawled on the ground, his face flushed with indignation as he challenged Gu Yuan. How do you presume my assault was unprovoked? Ask your own clansmen, ask them well. Gu Yuan cast a disdainful glance at the prostrate Chen Kaiyang, then turned sharply toward a stone wall behind him. The one concealed behind that wall, you need not plot ambush. You are the Chen clan chief, are you not? If even you prove incapable of rational discourse, then Gu Yuan today may have no choice but to carve a crimson path through your ranks. A misunderstanding, entirely a misunderstanding. We beg to know where our Chen clan has offended you, esteemed friend. Pray tell us plainly, we shall offer immediate and solemn apology. Chen Kaishan emerged from behind the stone wall, his expression strained with awkward embarrassment. I ask you plainly, are all members of your Chen clan so recklessly arrogant? You abducted my friend's daughter. When we ascended your mountain to demand her return, you issued threats without hesitation. Is this how your clan practices demonic Tao? Should this indeed be your way, then Gu Yuan shall today uphold heaven's justice. Gu Yuan fixed him with an icy gaze. Misunderstanding, entirely a misunderstanding. Esteemed friend, allow me to inquire further, may I? Chen Kaishan's face darkened with fury. His clansmen grew ever more reckless, daring to provoke a latest-stage Qi refinement grandmaster. From the aura Gu Yuan had just displayed, Chen Kaishan had already confirmed his opponent's overwhelming strength. He turned to the fallen Chen clansmen and demanded what transpired. Their collective gaze fell upon Chen Yuqing, the gatekeeper of the South Star Manor. Chen Yuqing's face flushed crimson. Sea clan chief, They came up the mountain demanding someone, but aside from our own Chen kin there is no one else within South Star Manor. I assumed they were provocateurs, so I... Lies. My daughter was clearly seized by your Chen clan. And the boy who vanished alongside her remains imprisoned on your Dijiao Island, forced to quarry reef stone. How dare you commit such deeds yet deny them? Chen Yuqing was cut off mid-sentence by Xiang Yongyan. Under ordinary circumstances the Chen clan would have dismissed a mere third-layer Qi refinement cultivator's words, but after Gu Yuan's swift decisive strikes their demeanor had grown markedly deferential. Dijiao Island. Chen Kaishan glared furiously at his clansmen. Have we not always hired laborers to quarry reef stone there? Then how could abduction occur? Who authorized it? Step forward now. The commotion had already roused every Chen cultivator within South Star Manor. More and more began converging upon the scene. Gazing upon the fallen elder and their furious chief, the Chen clansmen regarded Gu Yuan and Xiang Yongyan with palpable trepidation. No one dared step forward to answer Chen Kaishan's demand. So, you cannot even produce a scapegoat? Gu Yuan scoffed coldly. It appears Gu Yuan has been far too lenient. Esteemed friend, please wait. Seeing Gu Yuan's rising wrath, Chen Kaishan hastened to placate him. I swear upon the Chen clan's ledger, this matter was unknown to me. Grant me time and I shall uncover the truth without fail. You have 1 incensestic's duration. Should my friend not hold his daughter in his arms before that time expires, do not blame Gu Yuan for showing no mercy. Gu Yuan moved to stand beside Xiang Yongyan, his sleeve concealing a second-rank lower-tier Vajra talisman, ready to activate instantly should any Chen clansman attempt treacherous attack. Chen Fu, come forth immediately. Chen Kaishan bellowed into the crowd. Explain the Dijiao Island affair. Where did those exorbitant expenditures listed in our annual ledgers vanish? And who dispatched men to abduct people at will? Step forward now, or face my unrelenting justice when I uncover the truth. A portly middle-aged man trembled as he stepped hesitantly from the crowd. Chief, this has nothing to do with me, it was all ordered by young Master Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Kaishan staggered slightly, his expression turning deeply conflicted. Where is he? Bring him out now. Chen Kaishan roared at his clansmen. Chief. Young Master is in the dense forest beneath the mountain, those abducted women are held there. Chen Fu replied, his face ashen. After this calamity his position as Chen clan steward was irrevocably forfeit. Lead the way. Gu Yuan ignored the enraged Chen Kaishan, fixing his cold gaze upon Chen Fu instead. Xiang Yongyan's eyes shimmered with desperate hope, his daughter missing for only 3 days must still be unharmed. The group proceeded westward from South Star Manor. Along the way Lu Ling had already located the forest described by Chen Fu. This wretch truly commits abominations, he deserves death. Lu Ling's voice brimmed with fury. Upon hearing this Gu Yuan's spirit sank. When even Lu Ling spoke, thus Xiang Yongyan's daughter had likely already suffered unspeakable harm. Deep within a bamboo grove Chen Fu parted layers of fallen leaves to reveal a stone door. Pressing its hidden mechanism he triggered its opening, revealing a secret passageway descending deep underground. Handle your clan's affairs as you see fit, I only require the person we seek returned to us. Pausing before the passage's threshold, Gu Yuan declined to enter, instead turning his gaze to Chen Kaishan. Esteemed friend, please wait momentarily, I shall enter at once and retrieve the person you seek without fail. Chen Kaishan prayed inwardly that his grandson had merely indulged in fleeting mischief, not committed irredeemable sin, for he knew not how he would face this crisis if guilt proved absolute. Gu Yuan's terrifying prowess chilled him to the bone. Chen Kaishan's strength was marginally inferior to his own, even subduing him would demand considerable effort. Yet Gu Yuan had felled him with a single effortless palm strike. This meant Gu Yuan's cultivation far surpassed his own. Chen Fu guided Chen Kaishan down the hidden passage, faint anguished cries of women echoing from within. Hearing those cries, Chen Kaishan's fury ignited into white-hot rage. Come out, now. Deep within a secret passageway inside a pink-hued chamber, a young man stood naked above a woman whose body was visibly withering into a desiccated corpse. Truly pitiful, barely a sip before she dries up. The youth grumbled discontentedly, preparing to replace her with another woman for cultivation through essence absorption, when a voice thundered, "Come out, now." At that voice the youth's face paled. Grandfather, he gasped. How could he have found this place? Damn Chen Fu. Frantically dressing, the youth rushed outside. Grandfather, how did you locate this place? Chen Fu, you betrayed me. Chen Xiaoyu blared furiously at Chen Fu. Slap. Chen Kaishan struck Chen Xiaoyu across the face. Bring everyone from inside out here, now, he ordered, turning sharply toward Chen Fu. Grandfather. Chen Xiaoyu stared in disbelief. I have no grandson like you, Chen Kaishan retorted coldly, casting one last scathing glance before striding inward with Chen Fu. Grandfather, you mustn't go in, there's nothing in there. Chen Xiaoyu panicked. If his grandfather witnessed the horrors within, he would surely face the clan's harshest disciplinary rites. Get out of my way. Chen Kaishan kicked Chen Xiaoyu aside. Clan leader, only 2 remain. Chen Fu's voice trembled, pale and strained. Chen Kaishan's expression darkened silently. He prayed that among the 2 survivors was the person they sought. As he entered the chamber where captives were held, a rancid stench assaulted his senses, so foul it nearly forced Chen Kaishan, a 9th-ranked Qi condensation cultivator, to shut his eyes. Monster! At the sight of rotting mummified corpses strewn across the floor, Chen Kaishan's fury erupted like wildfire. 2 girls imprisoned in wooden cages looked up. Don't kill me, please. Their minds had shattered under terror. Take them out, Chen Kaishan commanded. Chen Fu unlatched the cage and led the dazed girls away. Grandfather, wait, I can explain these. Chen Xiaoyu stammered, grasping for words yet finding none. Chen Kaishan cast him a look of utter indifference, sighed deeply, and walked out without uttering another word. Chen Fu guided the 2 broken-minded girls into a bamboo grove, bowing obsequiously. Senior expert, among these 2 is one whom you seek. Gu Yuan glanced at Xian Yongyan. Xian Yongyan shook his head. She is not my daughter. Chen Fu's face drained of color. Xian Yongyan's heart sank. Are there no others inside? Senior expert, please hear me out. Chen Kaishan emerged from the secret passage, followed closely by a crestfallen Chen Xiaoyu. Gu Yuan frowned. Their exit confirmed no one else remained within. Xian Yongyan's eyes instantly flooded with crimson rage. Yu Shu. He bolted madly back into the passage. Earlier Gu Yuan had refused to enter, fearing traps laid by the Chen clan, and Xian Yongyan too had hesitated. Now seeing Chen Kaishan emerge empty-handed, without his daughter, he lost all restraint. Senior expert, surely there has been a misunderstanding. Your friend's daughter may well be unconnected to our actions. Only these 2 remain inside. This wretch's crimes shall be dealt with by our own hand. I beg you, restrain your wrath. Chen Kaishan's face flushed with shame as he pleaded. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes at Chen Xiaoyu, pale-skinned, exuding a faint stench of decay. This was the one green spirit had named as deserving death. Who is he, grandfather? Why, explain yourself to him. I did this solely to advance my cultivation. What sin lies therein? Merely mortal women, what does their death matter? I accept the clan's punishment, punish me as you see fit. Chen Xiaoyu still failed to grasp the gravity of his plight. In his eyes, Gu Yuan was merely a 3rd-ranked Qi condensation cultivator, hardly worth fearing. That his grandfather apologized was to him mere courtesy, not coercion. Would Gu Yuan dare slay him? He was the Chen clan's most promising heir. Slap. Gu Yuan delivered a light palm strike to Chen Xiaoyu's chest. Your life remains yours, for now. When Xiang Daoist emerges, if your guilt is proven, he shall judge you. Grandfather, spurt. Chen Xiaoyu collapsed, choking on thick black blood, unable to utter another coherent word. Ah. Chen Kaishan winced, but held himself back. To intervene would bring annihilation upon the entire Chen clan. Chen Fu trembled violently beside them. He knew every detail of Chen Xiaoyu's atrocities, and had even arranged the servants who enabled them. Seeing Chen Xiaoyu's ruin, he knew his own end was certain. Feeling Gu Yuan's faint probing gaze, he made his choice. His hidden hand slipped a dark crimson vial from his sleeve and his thumb eased open its stopper. Die, all of you. Once poisoned, I'll swallow the antidote, then kill him. The clan leader will never blame me. This vial held Ma Xian-san, a rare toxin he'd acquired outside the clan. A single whiff induced total muscular paralysis and severed control over spiritual energy. Even latest-stage Qi condensation cultivators succumbed. It was his ultimate safeguard, and now he'd seized his moment. Gu Yuan would inhale it and within half an incense stick's time fall helpless. Xian Yongyan's search would take time, giving Chen Fu the perfect window. He believed his act went unnoticed, unaware that Gu Yuan was a master of poisons. In the latter half of his life within the 9th trial of the Ascension platform, Gu Yuan had lived among toxins, studying, refining and mastering countless venoms. The instant he detected the acrid taint in the air, he sealed his breath and struck Chen Fu with a single palm. Spurt. Flung backward, Chen Fu coughed blood and feigned ignorance. Senior expert, this has nothing to do with me. It was young Master Yu's command, I had no part in it. Gu Yuan ignored him. Stepping forward, he plucked the dark crimson vial from Chen Fu's grasp. Ma Xian-san induces full body numbness and severs spiritual energy flow. A refined poison. Difficult to formulate. Chen Fu's face turned ashen, he knew the toxin's properties. Gu Yuan pocketed the vial, paying no heed to Chen Kaishan, who had already inhaled a trace amount. Moments later, Xiang Yongyan emerged from the passage cradling a desiccated corpse wrapped in a white cloth. His bearing had aged decades in an instant. Emerging into the open, his eyes bloodshot, he addressed Gu Yuan, senior expert, I beg you, grant me justice. Let me execute this monster. He was always meant for you. And that fat man, without his complicity this abomination would never have thrived. Gu Yuan gestured toward the fallen Chen Fu. No, no. Grandfather, save me. Chen Xiaoyu screamed, suddenly realizing his grandfather's reprimand wasn't moral posturing but submission under threat. He couldn't fathom who held such power here. Chen Kaishan was now his sole hope for survival. Alas, our clan's disgrace. These two are yours to deal with as you see fit. Chen Kaishan turned his face away, refusing even a final glance. No, grandfather, no. Chen Xiaoyu writhed wildly, scrambling to flee. Xiang Yongyan laid his daughter gently upon the ground, then withdrew an object from his storage pouch. Since acquiring this artifact, I deemed its use too cruel. Today, I curse even this as insufficient to quell my hatred. He seized Chen Xiaoyu and dragged him back. From the obsidian flute in his hand poured a swarm of heart-devouring worms, slithering into Chen Xiaoyu's flesh. His shrieks tore through the bamboo grove like a blade through silk. Elsewhere, witnessing Chen Xiaoyu's agony, Chen Fu clenched his teeth, and with his last shred of spiritual energy slammed his palm into his own skull. Blood exploded outward. The heart-devouring worm, a venomous parasite, was known to Gu Yuan. Legend held that once it entered the human body it would slowly gnaw through the internal organs, reducing the victim's flesh to an empty husk before finally consuming the brain. Only then would consciousness be released from torment. Chen Xiaoyu, struck by Gu Yuan's palm and weakened by Chen Fu's paralyzing Maxian powder, lacked even the strength to channel spiritual energy to resist the worm. He writhed in agony upon the ground as Xiang Yongyan lifted his short flute to his lips and softly played the funeral dirge. Under its haunting melody, the worms accelerated their grisly feast. When the final note faded, only a desiccated shell remained of Chen Xiaoyu. Is this satisfactory, fellow Daoist? Demanded Chen Kaishan, his face frozen in icy fury, his own grandson slaughtered before his eyes. Do you truly believe this suffices? Without your Qin clan's protection, would he have dared harm ordinary mortals? Gu Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Chen Kaishan. The murderer has been punished, what more do you seek? Chen Kaishan frowned. Gu Yuan turned towards Xiang Yongyan, fellow Daoist, have you found satisfaction? Xiang Yongyan sheathed his broken flute and cradled his daughter's lifeless form. I have attained my wish. Many thanks, senior elder, for your aid. Once I lay my daughter to rest, I shall serve you as ox or horse, obeying your every command. Gu Yuan waved a dismissive hand. No need for that. Since you have no further demands, I shall now state mine. He fixed his gaze on Chen Kaishan. Your Qin clan has harmed innocent mortals, surely it falls within my duty as a cultivator to uphold justice. You act with noble righteousness, replied Chen Kaishan grim-faced. This fault lies with my clan, I accept it. Chen Kaishan's brow furrowed as he answered. Very well. Within your clan's estate I expended 2 Tier 1 Supreme Talismans defending myself, exceedingly rare artifacts. You shall reimburse me. This. Chen Kaishan faltered. Speak plainly, fellow Daoist, what do you require? What is owed I shall pay. Sensing his spiritual energy already sluggish under the lingering effects of the Maxian powder, Chen Kaishan reluctantly conceded. The clan had suffered a humiliating setback, but no irreparable loss. Compensation was tolerable. Upon returning, he vowed to rigorously reform the clan's discipline. Since you invite my terms, I shall name them plainly. I demand an island, one capable of sustaining at least 1 million souls. A modest isle shall suffice to offset those 2 talismans. Gu Yuan had come to the Chen clan with purpose. As the dominant force across hundreds of nautical miles, they possessed territory ripe for acquisition. Securing land from them would elevate his renown, accelerating his long-deferred vow to found a sect and gather disciples. Fellow Daoist, you are surely not a native cultivator of the South River Sea. An island, do you intend to settle here permanently? Though displeased, Chen Kaishan carefully masked his resentment. Precisely so. Gu Yuan acknowledged openly. Bound by solemn oath, delay hindered even his cultivation. This archipelago, teeming with islands yet unclaimed by powerful cultivators, offered ideal soil for propagating the Xiantian sect Tao. Hearing Gu Yuan's candid admission, Chen Kaishan's mind raced. An island meant little to the Chen clan, but the permanent presence of a high-rank cultivator nearby posed grave peril. Maritime resources were scarce, cultivators fought relentlessly for every advantage. A formidable peer settling so close threatened inevitable conflict over spirit veins, rare minerals, or territorial dominion. Chen Kaishan judged himself outmatched. Moreover, Gu Yuan's middle-aged appearance concealed his true age. Perhaps he had lived far longer, even outlived Chen Kaishan himself. If he acquiesced today, how would future generations contend with such a figure? A memory surfaced years ago. The Chen clan had seized an island from the Shui clan, 3 Mountains Island 500 li from Nanqing Island, rich in copper ore. Yet its remoteness invited relentless interference from the Shui clan. Not a single ingot had been extracted in years. That island lay closer to the Shui clan's domain. Let this oversea dragon stir trouble for them instead. Chen Kaishan spoke. Since you intend to settle here, I offer 3 Mountains Island, 500 li distant, comparable in size to Nanqing Island, able to house 3 million souls. A rare feng shui treasure only recently emerged from the sea and thus uninhabited. I gladly cede it to you. Gu Yuan cared little for the island's particulars, only that it was land wrested from the Chen clan. Agreed. This island settles the debt for my 2 talismans. Without further preamble, Chen Kaishan withdrew a maritime chart from his storage pouch, marked 3 Mountains Island, and handed it over. Henceforth the island is yours. May our neighborly bond flourish, and may you guide me often. Gu Yuan studied the chart closely. It detailed over 1,000 islands across the South River Sea. Far more valuable than any single isle, he accepted it without hesitation. Should your clan's discipline remain unchanged, fellow Taoist Chen, I may return to offer further guidance. Farewell. Xian Yongyan still needed to bury his daughter. Gu Yuan assessed the distance. 500 li posed no challenge for sword flight, and parted ways amicably. From his small boat, Xiang Yongyan called ashore. Senior elder, once my daughter rests in peace, I shall devote myself entirely to your service. Gu Yuan smiled from the shore. If you truly wish to serve me, seek out youths bearing spiritual roots. I intend to found a sect and settle here. Found a sect and gather disciples. As a lone cultivator, Xiang Yongyan himself had only encountered his master at 19, late yet fortunate. He knew well how many mortals across the South River Sea bore latent spiritual roots yet never walked the Tao. Cultivators here clustered in familial clans. Recluses rarely took disciples unless driven to desperation, causing the region's cultivator population to dwindle steadily. Though recruiting disciples seemed simple, Xian Yongyan hesitated. What standard of aptitude did Gu Yuan require? In the South River Sea, innate talent was generally poor, limiting most cultivators to low realms. Senior elder, what spiritual root grade do you seek? Upon my daughter's burial, I shall spare no effort to find suitable candidates. Gu Yuan glanced at Xiang Yongyan but harbored no illusions. He looked instead to the established cultivation families. Generational inheritance inevitably yielded rare talents among them. With the Xiantian sect's vast repository of cultivation arts, even modest aptitude could reach foundation establishment. And foundation establishment alone would grant supremacy here. Attracting scions from such families would prove no great difficulty. Thus he replied casually, spiritual roots ranked 8th grade or higher will suffice. As for 9th grade roots, Gu Yuan himself had borne one before his rebirth. He understood intimately the Sisyphean struggle it entailed, lifetimes of toil yielding no transcendence. Better perhaps to live fully as a mortal. Xian Yongyan committed the requirement to memory, bowed deeply, and signaled the boatman to depart Nanqing Island. Gu Yuan watched the direction of 3 Mountains Island, then soared skyward on his sword, leaving the island behind. The Chen clan's cultivators collectively exhaled in relief as Gu Yuan vanished into the horizon, their prestige grievously wounded. Chen Xiaoyu's demise implicated far more than Chen Fu alone. Many within the clan now braced for the patriarch's wrath. Sanshan Island appeared from afar as 3 distinct mountains. As Gu Yuan soared toward it on his spirit sword, the island's contours sharpened with proximity. Distant peaks rose like ink-washed cliffs layered in majestic, shrouded in mist, their summits faintly visible through the haze. The island proved far larger than Gu Yuan had imagined, larger even than Nanqing Island, where the Chen clan resided. Guiding his spirit sword downward, he landed upon its soil. Immediately Lu Ling sensed the presence of others on the island. There are many people at the foot of the first mountain ahead, Lu Ling cautioned. Chen Kaishan had claimed the island was uninhabited, yet now figures moved upon it. Gu Yuan hastened forward and from a distance saw a crowd laboring ceaselessly before a cave entrance on the northernmost mountain, hauling away rubble. Who are you? Gu Yuan called out. At the sound, the workers instinctively turned, only to blanch their gazes, darting toward several cultivators seated nearby in quiet meditation. Senior Immortal Shui, someone has arrived. Hearing this, Shui Ziqiang rose and appraised Gu Yuan, then relaxed visibly upon discerning he was merely a third-rank qi condensation cultivator. Several other Shui clan cultivators ceased their cultivation and stood glaring at Gu Yuan with undisguised hostility. Are you from the Chen clan? Mind your own affairs, or you won't leave this island alive today. Shui Ziqiang studied Gu Yuan, but his eyes flickered repeatedly toward the shoreline beyond the island. He found it implausible that the Chen clan would dispatch only a third-rank cultivator to inspect Sanshan Island. Who are you? The Chen clan has already transferred ownership of this island to me. Did you seek my permission before illicitly mining or upon my land? Gu Yuan instantly recognized the material the commoners were hauling outward as raw ore. The Chen clan transferred the island to you. A ripple of amusement crossed the faces of the Shui clan cultivators. Clearly, after years of fruitless effort, the Chen clan had finally abandoned Sanshan Island. Years earlier, the Chen and Shui clans had contested ownership of Sanshan Island through 3 formal duels. Ultimately, the Shui clan lost 2 and 1, forfeiting all claim to the island. Bitter over the loss, especially since Sanshan Island lay closest to their ancestral holdings, the Shui clan refused to accept defeat. Each time the Chen clan sent inspectors, Shui cultivators harassed and intimidated them until they withdrew in frustration. Over time, the Chen clan ceased operations entirely, allowing the Shui clan to secretly mine copper ore. A mocking smile played across Shui Zichang's lips as he stepped forward. Did the Chen clan inform you of this island's true circumstances when they transferred it to you? Gu Yuan shook his head. They said nothing. You may speak plainly. Let me enlighten you. This island belongs to the Shui clan. The Chen clan dares not set foot here. You, however, have drawn misfortune. No doubt you paid dearly in spirit stones to acquire it. Since you clearly know nothing of its reality, depart now while you still can. I shall pretend this encounter never occurred. Otherwise you'll lose not only your spirit stones, but your life. Shui Zichang spoke with deliberate mockery. Anyone wealthy enough to purchase an island from the Chen clan likely possessed no formidable backing, so Shui Zichang felt no fear of resistance. After all, the Shui clan hosted elders at the late Qi condensation stage and commanded renown across the surrounding seas. This island was under Chen clan control, correct? Gu Yuan asked calmly, meeting Shui Zichang's taunting gaze. So what if it was? It is ours now. Shui Zichang chuckled. In his mind, the island was already Shui territory. The Chen clan's withdrawal had sealed its fate. Since it belonged to the Chen clan, I have no further objections. Gu Yuan spoke quietly, then added, you have 1 incensestic's time to withdraw voluntarily. Refuse and bear the consequences. Ha ha ha. Shui Zichang laughed, and the other Shui cultivators joined him. Had this man truly failed to grasp the situation? A mere 3rd-rank Qi condensation cultivator dared threaten them, several of whom stood at the same cultivation level, while Shui Zichang himself had reached the 6th rank. How audacious! No wonder the Chen clan had cast him off as a sacrificial pawn. His utter failure to read the room made his death seem almost deserved. The Shui cultivators bristled, eager to teach this arrogant fool a brutal lesson. Learn humility in your next life. Ownership isn't conferred merely by purchase. With a sneer, Shui Zichang lunged forward, palm striking toward Gu Yuan. Foolish insolence. Gu Yuan scoffed coldly, and met the blow with his own palm. A thunderous boom echoed. The impact sent Shui Zichang reeling backward, blood erupting from his mouth. The remaining Shui cultivators paled. Attack, they cried, unleashing artifacts and spells in unison, determined to overwhelm Gu Yuan. Facing cultivators hovering around the 4th-rank Qi condensation stage, Gu Yuan didn't even bother activating defensive talismans. He charged forward to slap after slap, each strike sending another Shui cultivator crashing to the ground, spitting blood. The Great Wilderness Palm proved devastating against ordinary Qi condensation cultivators. 1 strike alone sufficed to cripple mobility instantly. He concealed his cultivation realm. This man is undoubtedly a latest-stage Qi condensation elder. Realizing the peril, Shui Zichang scrambled upright despite his injuries, shouting frantically, a misunderstanding, senior. A grave misunderstanding. We withdraw, we leave this island immediately. You wish to leave now? Too late. Gu Yuan's expression remained icy as he addressed them. You mind my or without consent? Pay 10,000 spirit stones, or none of you leaves this island alive. 10,000 spirit stones. Even selling our lives wouldn't fetch such a sum. Rage seethed within Shui Zichang's chest. Senior, we are of the Shui clan. Our clan hosts elders at the late Qi condensation stage. Must you press this so mercilessly? Gu Yuan sneered. When you struck to kill me moments ago, why wasn't that merciless enough? Now that you stand powerless before me, sparing your lives is already clemency. Yet you balk at compensating me. Do you truly wish to leave your lives here instead? Even if your clan's patriarch himself arrived, compensation remains non-negotiable today. You. Shui Zichang choked on his words. Gazing at his fallen clansman, fury warred with humiliation, he realized bitterly that had Gu Yuan revealed his true latest-stage cultivation earlier, they'd never have dared insult or attack him. Now utterly subdued, Shui Zichang had no choice but surrender. Senior, though our actions were indeed unjustifiable, must the penalty truly reach 10,000 spirit stones? Those copper ores are worth mere handfuls of spirit stones, he added bitterly. That is none of my concern, Gu Yuan retorted coolly. The Qin clan assured me this island held resources valued at tens of thousands of spirit stones. How much you've stolen, I cannot say. Senior, if you insist upon this, might we first return to consult our clan? Should our patriarch approve, the spirit stones shall be delivered forthwith. Seeing Gu Yuan's inflexibility, Xue Zicheng sought escape. Ha! Do you imagine I'll release you all? You remain. One of them returns, bearing spirit stones, to ransom the rest. Otherwise none of you departs this island alive. Gu Yuan gestured dismissively toward the groaning Xue cultivators strewn upon the ground. Xue Zicheng's heart leapt with quiet delight upon hearing this. So long as the man agreed to let one of them return for reinforcements, the arrival of a senior Xue clan cultivator would surely curb his audacity. Do as the Taoist friend suggests. Xue Fengmo, you go back. Xue Zicheng turned his gaze toward one of the fallen Xue clan cultivators lying on the ground. Xue Fengmo, renowned for his exceptional wit, needed no further instruction. He would know precisely what to do upon returning. Upon hearing this, Xue Fengmo retrieved a pill from his storage pouch, placed it in his mouth, and struggled upright. Very well, I shall return at once with spirit stones to ransom you all. Gu Yuan observed their subtle machinations with detached indifference. So long as no Foundation establishment cultivator appeared, he felt no fear. This Sanshan island was barren and desolate. Developing it alone would be laborious, time-consuming, and even then success was uncertain. Now that the Xue clan had stumbled headlong into his domain, he intended to make full use of them to develop the island, beginning at the very least with constructing a proper sect gate. In time, when he accepted disciples and propagated the Tao lineage of the Xintian sect, he would need a dignified abode. The spiritual energy on Sanshan Island was exceedingly thin, far weaker than what Gu Yuan had experienced at Songchuan sect, let alone compared to the Xintian sect. To cultivate here effectively, he would need to erect spirit gathering arrays without delay. Gu Yuan lacked the materials required for array formation. These naturally would be supplied by the Xue clan. After all, they had walked straight into his path. At the front mountain, hundreds of ordinary laborers, who had been mining copper, had halted their work and now gathered helplessly before the cave entrance. Gu Yuan imposed no hardship upon these commoners, allowing them to remain where they stood in quiet expectation. Xue Fengmo had already departed by boat. The Xue clan's reinforcements would arrive shortly, and their fate would thereafter rest entirely in the Xue clan's hands. Salty sea breezes swept across the shore, waves crashing against jagged reefs, palm trees swaying in the wind, seabirds skimming low over the water's surface. Gu Yuan patrolled the coastline of Sanshan Island while several Xue clan cultivators sat cross-legged nearby, recovering from their wounds. After a long silence, several large vessels emerged from the horizon. 2 late-stage Qi condensation cultivators and 12 mid-stage ones approached. Lu Ling immediately alerted Gu Yuan. Hearing this, Gu Yuan relaxed. He faced no true threat from those arriving. Taoist friend, your methods are indeed clever, concealing your cultivation base to lure my kinsmen into confronting you and demanding compensation. Yet I wonder, what power do you possess to extract spirit stones directly from the Xue clan? Xue Tiangui, patriarch of the Xue clan, stepped ashore with a frostbitten expression fixed upon Gu Yuan. Upon seeing their clan's overwhelming force arrive, Xue Zicheng and the others instantly regained composure, as if finding their anchor in the storm. The Xue clan had brought over half its total combat strength this time. Even if Gu Yuan were a late-stage Qi condensation cultivator, they feared him not. Gu Yuan had anticipated the Xue clan's reluctance to yield easily, otherwise why dispatch so many at once? Yet he remained untroubled. Once disciplined, they would obey. So you intend to renege on your word? Gu Yuan regarded Xue Tiangui calmly. Renege? The Xue clan never reneges. Our kin secretly mined copper ore on your island. We shall compensate you fully. But how shall we reckon with the injuries you inflicted upon our people? Xue Tiangui retorted coldly. They struck first. Their inferior skill cost them defeat. Surely that is their due. Or does the Xue clan lack the grace to accept loss? Xue Tiangui retorted coldly. They struck first. Their inferior skill cost them defeat. Surely that is their due. Or does the Xue clan lack the grace to accept? Even the Qin clan dares not provoke us here. I fail to comprehend what confidence emboldens you to manipulate the Xue clan at will. Dachuan Island, the Xue clan's stronghold, is merely 200 li from this place. Our kin may reinforce us at any moment. Can you truly hold this island alone? Given your ignorance, we offer fair recompense for whatever spirit stones you paid the Qin clan to acquire this island. It would be wise, Taoist friend, to withdraw now. Ah, it lies so near your Xue clan territory. A faint smile crossed Gu Yuan's face. How fortunate. Then come all of you. Without a lesson, communication proves tiresomely inefficient. Gu Yuan turned his gaze upon the assembled Xue clan cultivators. arrogant, insolent, daring. Instantly the Shui clan members drew forth their magical artifacts, readying themselves for battle. Shui Tiangui, patriarch of the Shui clan, had risen through sheer martial prowess. As a ninth-layer Qi condensation cultivator, he had long grown accustomed to commanding reverence. Gu Yuan's words ignited a fierce fury within him. To dismiss the Shui clan so contemptuously demanded immediate correction. Attack! At Shui Tiangui's command, the entire Shui clan launched their assault in unison. Though Gu Yuan was also a later-stage Qi condensation cultivator, Shui Tiangui harbored no such delusion of solo supremacy. Overwhelming numbers remained the ultimate truth. Facing their coordinated assault, Gu Yuan drew forth a flying sword. Executing the Huaying sword technique, he left behind a phantom sword image at his original position. 7 identical sword images materialized instantly along the shoreline. Every attack from the Shui clan struck only those illusory sword images. In the next breath, Gu Yuan moved like a wraith among them, each precise thrust felling another Shui clan cultivator. A sword cultivator. Shui Tiangui's expression shifted sharply. A latest-stage Qi condensation cultivator wielding such refined swordsmanship was beyond their capacity to overcome. Taoist friend, please halt. Shui Tiangui cried urgently. In the same instant, a blade rested coldly against his throat. All around him, every Shui clan member lay unconscious, each bearing clean bleeding sword wounds. This. Shui Tiangui's jaw dropped open. Even a foundation establishment cultivator could not have subdued so many Qi condensation cultivators with such terrifying speed. A creeping dread seized his heart. If he faltered now, the Shui clan might face utter annihilation this very day. Taoist friend, this is all a misunderstanding, a terrible misunderstanding. Shui Tiangui forced a servile, ingratiating smile onto his face, pleading silently for mercy. Gu Yuan sneered at the sight. I preferred your earlier defiant arrogance. This groveling makes it seem as though I am the bully. Yes, I shall compose myself immediately. Shui Tiangui hastily shed his obsequious grin. Taoist friend, let us speak reasonably. Any damages incurred shall be fully compensated by the Shui clan. Noticing that none of his clansmen had been killed, only wounded, Shui Tiangui realized Gu Yuan had no intention of extermination and thus swiftly surrendered. Reasonable dialogue is always preferable. Gu Yuan sheathed his sword and pointed toward the central peak nestled between the 3 mountains. I have only just assumed stewardship of this island. Its facilities remain wholly inadequate. You illicitly mined my mineral deposits and sought my life. I ask no excessive indemnity, only that you construct upon this peak a grand residence, 36 courtyards deep, 72 chambers wide, with 8 principal halls. Is that even a residence? Shui Tiangui recoiled in shock. 36 courtyards deep, 72 chambers wide, 8 principal halls. This was no dwelling but a resplendent imperial citadel. Constructing such a monumental edifice on this barren island would demand staggering manpower and resources. Or is this impossible? Gu Yuan's expression hardened. Possible, absolutely possible. Shui Tiangui conceded, resigned to his fate. Though he stood utterly at Gu Yuan's mercy, the Shui clan's vast dominion over countless commoners meant mobilizing sufficient labor for such a palace posed no insurmountable obstacle. Moreover, this island shall henceforth serve as my cultivation ground. Its spiritual energy is critically deficient. After completing the residence, you must also install spirit gathering arrays for me. Otherwise, cultivation here would bear no fruit, and I might simply relocate my practice to your Shui clan stronghold. After all, it lies conveniently close, does it not? Spirit gathering arrays. For an edifice of that scale. Shui Tiangui was certain Gu Yuan had lost his senses. In the South Chuan Sea region, a single spirit gathering array commanded a price exceeding 1,000 spirit stones. Despite the Shui clan's centuries-old prestige, they possessed only 3 small-scale arrays across their entire ancestral estate. To equip Gu Yuan's colossal structure would require dozens, perhaps hundreds, of such arrays. Even liquidating the entire Shui clan's assets would likely fall short of purchasing enough arrays. A bitter grimace twisted Shui Tiangui's features. Taoist friend, this matter is truly beyond our means. Spirit gathering arrays are sold exclusively in Linhai City, and acquiring so many is simply beyond our financial reach. Seeing Shui Tiangui's pained expression, which seemed genuine, Gu Yuan realized he might have underestimated the extent of the resource scarcity in this place. Building this island will take considerable time, and Gu Yuan has the opportunity to verify this matter. As for the gathering spirit formation, Gu Yuan was not in a hurry, so he casually said, let's discuss the gathering spirit formation later. Arrange for your people to build the mountain gate quickly. To be honest, I have a sea chart in hand and know where your Shui family is. I'm not afraid of you running away. Seeing that Gu Yuan did not pursue the matter of the gathering spirit formation, Shui Tiangui breathed a sigh of relief, having long since cursed the Chen family to no end in his heart. Where did they find such a calamity to punish the Shui family? For that little bit of copper ore, not only did the Shui family suffer injuries, but they also had to help him build the mountain gate. It was truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. It's all the Chen family's fault. Shui Tiangui blamed the matter on the Chen family. Gu Yuan's objectives had been achieved, so he no longer troubled the people of the Shui family. Taking flight on his sword, he reminded them before leaving, I will temporarily reside on the back mountain. You are responsible for building the middle peak. Do not disturb me. I will give you 3 years. Having finished speaking, he flew away. The first day after leaving Xuantiangong went fairly smoothly. Not only was the location remote, but there were also no powerful cultivators around, which made Gu Yuan very satisfied with the situation. For other cultivators, the more abundant the spiritual energy in an area, the stronger the cultivation forces. However, for Gu Yuan, this place was even preferable. He could rely on his rebirth to constantly change his aptitude and gradually grow stronger, indifferent to those external factors. On the back mountain, Gu Yuan casually opened up a cave as a temporary residence. Seeing that he seemed to be in a good mood, Green Spirit couldn't help but fly out from his left wrist. Are you really planning to establish a sect here? Isn't this place a bit too remote? The spiritual energy won't support your future cultivation. Gu Yuan looked at Green Spirit and replied, after leaving Xuantiangong, a power of oath restraint appeared on me. If I do not quickly spread the orthodox teachings of Xuantiangong, it will be difficult for me to continue cultivating. I find this place quite good. Although the spiritual energy is somewhat thin, it is sufficient to support my breakthrough to the perfected stage of Qi cultivation. After arranging for the Shui family to establish the mountain gate, Gu Yuan felt the power of the oath restraint weaken considerably. His actions were undoubtedly appropriate. However, this will greatly delay your progress in foundation establishment. When it comes time to spread the orthodox teachings of Xuantiangong, you will have to stay here for several years. You might not even be able to leave and could end up trapped here. Why not directly choose a treasure land to spread the orthodox teachings? With the foundation of Xuantiangong, you can establish yourself anywhere you go. Otherwise, with your aptitude, even if you break through to foundation establishment, so what? Eventually you will still perish due to the exhaustion of your lifespan. Green Spirit still felt that Gu Yuan's choice was somewhat improper. It did not want to witness its soulbound partner ultimately perish due to the exhaustion of lifespan. Seeing that Green Spirit was always worried about his lifespan, Gu Yuan decided not to hide any longer. He did not speak out but communicated through his spiritual sense. I am somewhat special. I will not face the day when my lifespan is exhausted. When my vitality begins to decline, the fetal mark within me will swiftly absorb all my foundation, allowing me to undergo rebirth. So you need not worry at all. Green Spirit had consumed soul power to extend his lifespan and had tirelessly monitored Xuantiangong for him. Gu Yuan had long since regarded Green Spirit as family. Without it, he would likely have died at the hands of Gong Haosong. Rebirth. Then are you still you? Green Spirit knew that many beings possessed the ability to undergo rebirth, like itself a tree spirit which could preserve its essence when on the verge of dying, thus reversing the trend toward life. However, a new life after rebirth is no longer the original being. Apart from the Phoenix clan, which can retain its original intellect after rebirth, it had never heard of any other race capable of achieving this. I have already undergone rebirth once. Do you think I need to deceive you about this? Gu Yuan's words left Green Spirit in shock. It had never imagined that Gu Yuan, someone with such poor aptitude and low cultivation talent, would have any trump cards. Unexpectedly, Gu Yuan was even more mysterious than it. Thinking of this, Green Spirit felt relieved. As long as Gu Yuan had a trump card, that was enough. It couldn't help but begin to consider its own matters. Previously, while in Xuantiangong, Green Spirit had worried about Gu Yuan's safety to the extent that it did not dare to continue sleeping to restore its soul power. Now that they had arrived in this remote place with Gu Yuan's strength, as long as he was careful, he would almost certainly not encounter any danger. As a remnant spirit, aside from sleeping to restore its soul power, Green Spirit had another option. It hesitated for a moment and said, if you intend to develop here long term, there will be little danger in the short term. Then I will need to start thinking of ways for myself. Remaining in this remnant spirit state is not a solution. You can now sleep peacefully. Don't worry, I can handle some situations now. Gu Yuan nodded. Green Spirit shook its head. When I was in Xuantiangong, the spiritual energy was abundant. After I fell asleep, I could still autonomously absorb some spiritual energy to nourish my soul power. In this place, even if I sleep for 100 years, there will be no gains. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan frowned. He did not expect that Green Spirit's method of sleeping to recover power was influenced by the surrounding spiritual energy. I plan to attach myself to a spiritual object and fall into deep sleep, relying on the spiritual object's inherent ability to absorb the heavens and earth's energy to accelerate my recovery. When the day I awaken comes, I will be able to restore to my spiritual form directly. Hearing the word spiritual object, Gu Yuan frowned and said, "The spiritual object you mentioned sounds extremely precious. How can we find it in this place?" Green Spirit shook its head. "This spiritual object is different from that spiritual object. As a remnant spirit, I can turn any inanimate object into a spiritual object. The key is that this relates to my evolution into a spirit race. Any item I attach to will have characteristics, and after I evolve into a spirit race I will also have talents in that aspect." Gu Yuan understood Green Spirit's meaning. It had not thoroughly considered what abilities it would have after becoming a spirit race. However, apart from some spirit stones and talismans, Gu Yuan had only some miscellaneous items left, making him almost penniless and lacking even items for Green Spirit to choose from. Green Spirit noticed Gu Yuan's predicament and somewhat shyly said, "Actually, I had already set my sights on an item. I was just worried that after choosing it might become a bit evil, and I was afraid you wouldn't accept it." "What is it? Please elaborate." "It's the blood-soaked stone your clan sent you." Upon hearing the words blood-soaked stone, Gu Yuan recalled the 3 items left to him by Gu Xinghe during his later years. "Does the blood-soaked stone have any special significance?" Gu Yuan took out the blood-soaked stone from his storage bag. "My original body is a Chi-Hui tree which inherently possesses spirituality and can enlighten all things. If I evolve into a spirit race using the blood-soaked stone, then I will possess the abilities of the blood-soaked stone and evolve into a blood spirit. At that time, with the innate talent to enlighten all things, I will have countless blood spirit subordinates whose strength is tied to my own. This is also a choice of many spirit races, I recall. However, after becoming a blood spirit, I will become somewhat demonic, and being by your side will influence you to stray from the righteous path." "Is that so?" Gu Yuan initially thought it was a big deal, but it turned out Green Spirit was worried about this matter. To him it was not a matter at all. A sword can be a sharp blade that harms others. In the hands of a good person it is a famous sword, while in the hands of a bad person it is a demonic sword. Power itself is neither right nor wrong, the difference lies in who wields it. Go ahead and do it. As long as your true heart remains unaffected, I don't see this as an issue." Upon hearing Gu Yuan's response, Green Spirit no longer felt conflicted and said, "After evolving into a blood spirit, I will still be me. My true heart will not be affected. Originally, I was worried that evolving into a blood spirit would take a long time, and during that time, without my care, you might deplete your lifespan and die. Now that I hear you say this, it seems I need not worry and I can proceed with peace of mind. Rest assured and proceed. Do not worry about me." Since arriving in this world, Gu Yuan had been cautious and never took risks. Now that his strength was growing, he felt more confident in dealing with various dangers. "Alright, you can turn the blood-soaked stone into a pendant to wear. While I sleep during this time, the blood-soaked stone will automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth, having some effect in gathering spiritual energy, which will also be beneficial for your future cultivation. I hope that when I awaken again you will have become a formidable figure, and I do not want to wake up only to find you gone." "Haha, that won't happen." Gu Yuan immediately began to carve the blood-soaked stone with his flying sword. Under the exquisite swordsmanship, soon the blood-soaked stone transformed into a mini version of a dark red Green Spirit. "How's the craftsmanship?" Ugly Green Spirit commented. "Sleep soundly, I will wear you on me every day." Gu Yuan paid no mind to Green Spirit's evaluation. He carved it quite well, and it was merely Green Spirit that was ugly. Green Spirit said nothing more, transforming into a green light that merged into the blood-soaked stone. Unbeknownst to Gu Yuan, Green Spirit had already accompanied him for many years. After hanging the pendant around his neck, he suddenly felt as though something was missing without Green Spirit's companionship. Gu Yuan seized Sanshan Island from the Chun family and swiftly defeated the Shui family to force them to build a palace, which soon spread across the region. The sudden emergence of a latest-stage Qi refinement grand cultivator in the South River Sea area led many cultivation families to come and pay their respects. Facing these visitors, Gu Yuan did not drive them away. He patiently received everyone who came. In just a month, over 20 cultivation families, large and small, visited Sanshan Island to meet Gu Yuan. On average, Gu Yuan had to host 1 or 2 groups of visitors each day. The gifts brought by these guests were plentiful but somewhat meager. Gu Yuan had anticipated the poverty of the cultivators here, but he was surprised by how destitute they truly were. Some visitors even brought gifts of just a few pounds of spirit rice. The key point was that these few pounds of spirit rice were considered valuable among the variety of gifts. Most of the offerings consisted of rare stones which were merely decorative and of little practical use during artifact refinement. Gu Yuan was unsure if the cultivators in the South River Sea were simply lacking in generosity or if they were genuinely impoverished. In return, he gave each visitor a first-grade premium diamond talisman. The recipients of Gu Yuan's return gifts widened their eyes in disbelief, quickly accepting them for fear that Gu Yuan might change his mind. Gu Yuan was already accustomed to this reaction. He had hundreds of first-grade premium talismans on him, so sending out dozens did not cause him any distress. These talismans had been previously refined by green spirits, so he did not worry about encountering anyone using his talismans against him in the future. During his exchanges with these visitors, Gu Yuan subtly hinted at his intention to settle here and take disciples. Many were intrigued by this prospect. However, Gu Yuan found himself bemused by the guests that had been sent to him. Looking at the continuous stream of beautiful women arriving on the island, he noticed that most of them did not even possess spiritual roots. Each of these stunning women with their graceful figures secretly competed with one another, significantly disrupting the construction work of the Shui family at Zhongshan. Gu Yuan had no choice but to step in and send these people away. Gu Island Master, you wish to settle down, right? Look at how beautiful my niece is, and she has an 8th grade spiritual root. Just 30 spirit stones as a bride price and she can stay here. She can bear you a son or daughter, and wouldn't that mean expanding your family? Gu Island Master, my granddaughter may lack spiritual roots, but she is extraordinarily beautiful and looks highly capable of bearing children. Just keep her as a concubine. I won't leave, I just want to stay with you. Gu Lang, they want to stay and accompany you. So you like this kind of attention, Master? Please allow me to pay my respects. How could you be so heartless, forcing me to leave? After driving all these people away, he finally found some peace. Gu Yuan realized that the people here must have grown accustomed to the influence of the cultivation families for a long time. Despite clearly stating his intention to take disciples, not a single male had been sent to him. Most of the women who came were already seasoned cultivators, and their intentions were all too apparent, so Gu Yuan certainly wouldn't keep them. This situation dealt a significant blow to Gu Yuan's plans to spread the Dao lineage of the Xintian sect. Besides these cultivation families, he couldn't possibly go island hopping to find those with spiritual roots among the common folk. This was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. To avoid further disturbances during this period, Gu Yuan decided to enter closed-door cultivation for a while. As for taking in disciples, he would plan that after this chaos subsided. A month later, while Gu Yuan was in seclusion in his cave on the back mountain, a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator from the Shui family led an arrogant young man, causing a disturbance outside the cave's formation. Gu Yuan stepped out of the cave with a frown. Are you the new island master of this island? Li Pengyun asked arrogantly. Gu Island Master, this is someone from the Li family of Nanyi Island. He sought out the island and I had no choice but to bring him to meet you. You two chat, I have business to attend to. The Shui family cultivator did not wish to offend either side and hurriedly left after apologizing. What do you want? Gu Yuan felt a bit displeased at being interrupted during his cultivation. Since you've become an island master, why haven't you visited Nanyi Island? Is it because you look down on my Li family? Gu Yuan looked at Li Pengyun, puzzled by his sense of superiority. A mere 5th-layer chi refinement cultivator dared to act arrogant in front of him. Do you know that every island master in the South River Sea is required to pay taxes to my Li family? Are you trying to evade taxes? Seeing Gu Yuan's silence, Li Pengyun grew even more haughty. How much tax is owed? Considering that the other party had foundation establishment cultivators in their family, Gu Yuan decided to endure for now. Li Pengyun took out a ledger from his storage bag, flipped through it and said, Sanshan Island covers an area of 50,000 square miles, and according to the area you need to pay 500 spirit stones in tax or equivalent resources each year. That's not much. Gu Yuan calculated nearly 500 spirit stones a year. Even if he did nothing, he could easily cultivate dozens of acres of spiritual fields to cover that tax. However, to have to pay 500 spirit stones in tax for such a barren island was still a significant expense over time. Gu Yuan was unfamiliar with the tax collection by the Li family and did not plan to agree immediately. After this person left, he would ask the people from the Shui family for clarification. If all islands were required to pay taxes, he could pay for a few years. If they thought they could bully him just because he was an outsider, Gu Yuan wouldn't be afraid of the Li family even if they had foundation establishment cultivators. So what do you think? No problem, right? Seeing Gu Yuan remain silent, Li Pengyun arrogantly closed the ledger and asked. Allow me to consider it for a few days, Gu Yuan replied calmly. What do you mean? You're not planning to pay the taxes, are you? Li Pengyun's expression darkened immediately. Let me tell you, those who refuse to cooperate in paying taxes will have their taxes doubled. Now your Sanshan Island's annual tax is 1,000 spirit stones. Have you always been so bold? Daring to threaten me? Don't you fear not leaving this island? Gu Yuan, seeing Li Pengyun's unreasonable behavior, decided to stop being polite. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you will face devastating retribution. My Li family has a foundation establishment ancestor overseeing things. Even if you are a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator, you will have nowhere to bury your body. Li Pengyun, accustomed to being high and mighty as a direct descendant of the Li family, believed that no one dared to resist him wherever he went. He had earned plenty from his status in the Li family and had dealt with many like Gu Yuan who were unwilling to cooperate, yet they all ended up being easily subdued. Li Pengyun had a well-thought-out plan, first to infuriate the opponent and then to take advantage of the situation to raise the price. He greatly enjoyed seeing the anger on his opponent's face, knowing they were powerless against him and in the end they would have no choice but to comply and grant him benefits to alleviate the excessive tax burden. Gu is not like others. I am a solitary figure. You wish to show off your power in front of me. You are not qualified. Gu Yuan's expression turned cold as his imposing aura erupted, unleashing immense pressure upon Li Pengyun. If you dare to act against me, don't worry about my life. If you continue with this attitude, you will be the first to die. Gu Yuan sneered. Feeling Gu Yuan's attitude, Li Pengyun became somewhat flustered. This person was different from those he usually encountered. You. Li Pengyun stammered, don't be impulsive, just stick to the 500 spirit stone tax. Get lost, you cowardly creature. I will consider this matter, Gu Yuan replied. Gu Yuan let out a disdainful snort. Li Pengyun dared not act recklessly any longer. He genuinely feared that Gu Yuan in anger would take his life. Even if the Li family avenged him later, his life would be truly gone. With these thoughts, Li Pengyun left in a dejected manner. After Li Pengyun left, Gu Yuan frowned and made his way to the central mountain peak. After 2 months of construction, the buildings on the mountain had begun to take shape. Aside from a few mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators from the Shui family who were responsible for overseeing the construction, the one in charge was the Shui family's elder Shui Tianxi. Seeing Gu Yuan arrive, Shui Tianxi seemed to have anticipated it, standing up and saying, "Are you here to inquire about the Li family's tax collection?" Gu Yuan nodded. Li Pengyun was brought to the back mountain by someone from the Shui family, so Shui Tianxi found this matter to be unsurprising. The Li family does indeed collect taxes in the Nanchuan Sea region. Given the land area of Sand Mountain Island, the tax is approximately 500 spirit stones annually. Shui Tianxi said seriously. Why do numerous cultivation families in the Nanchuan Sea not spare even ordinary minerals? It's because the tax from the Li family of Nani Island is too burdensome for them to bear. As the overlord of the Nanchuan Sea, the Li family of Nani Island has been collecting taxes here for several hundred years and no one has ever dared to resist. Hearing this, Gu Yuan furrowed his brows. The fellow had actually started with the truth. The tax was indeed 500 spirit stones. Of course, Gu Yuan would not take Shui Tianxi's word for it alone. He would seek confirmation from others. What is the strength of the Li family? Gu Yuan inquired. When mentioning the strength of the Li family, a wary look appeared in Shui Tianxi's eyes as he said, the Li family is an existence that no one dares to provoke. Anyone who has dared to challenge them has vanished completely. They have dominated the Nanchuan Sea for over 400 years and have produced 7 or 8 foundation establishment cultivators. Currently, the Li family has at least 3 foundation establishment cultivators. It is said that the ancestors of the Li family came from the Huayazong of the southern region, and every generation of outstanding Li family disciples goes to Huayazong to learn skills. They return to their clan after growing old, which means the Li family has a continuous supply of foundation establishment cultivators. They are not something we can oppose. Hearing the specifics of the Li family's strength, Gu Yuan felt it was somewhat tricky. If there were only one foundation establishment cultivator, he might still stand a chance, but facing at least 3, it was no longer something he could provoke. The tax still needs to be paid. Thinking about how he had already offended Li Pengyun today, Gu Yuan decided not to linger on the central mountain peak. The Shui family were not good people either. They would surely be delighted to see him provoke the Li family. Otherwise, the Shui family wouldn't have led Li Pengyun directly to confront him. Gu Yuan left Sand Mountain Island on his sword, passing through 2 islands of other cultivation families along the way. He inquired about the Li family's situation and found the information to be consistent with what Shui Tianxi had said. Faced with a Li Pengyun who had already taken a grudge against him, Gu Yuan had to make early preparations. He flew to an island filled with miasma. According to the nautical charts, this was a toxic island home to countless poisonous insects and miasma. Ordinary cultivators risk poisoning if they do not maintain their breath and focus, which is why no one dares to occupy this island. Upon reaching the toxic island, Gu Yuan began to collect various poisons. Within the 9th trial of the Ascension platform, the illusion was extremely realistic. He had not forgotten his skills in poison. With his knowledge of poison, he was capable of threatening early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Although he might not be able to kill them, as long as he incapacitated them, they would no longer be a problem. Gu Yuan planned to set up a poison array at the place where he lived on Sand Mountain Island so that even if the Li family's foundation establishment cultivators came, they would have to consider whether their lives were strong enough. 5 days later, after collecting enough poison, Gu Yuan returned to Sand Mountain Island. As soon as he entered the island, he felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Many people from the Shui family were actually evacuating. Gu Yuan had only been gone for 6 or 7 days. What could have happened in such a short time? Aside from the Li family, he could not think of anything else. Seeing Gu Yuan return, a cultivator from the Shui family changed his expression. Gu Island Master, you're back. The Li family said they have taken over this island. We thought you had left. Clan uncle, it's him. Not only did he refuse to pay taxes to our Li family, but he also dared to threaten me, saying we are nothing but pretenders and that we wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Li Pengyun complained to those around him. Li Zhentong, upon hearing this, narrowed his eagle-like eyes, fixing his gaze on Gu Yuan. A mere third-layer chi refinement brat dares to defy my Li family. Useless scum, can't you handle him? Uncle, don't be fooled by him. He has defeated 2 latest-stage chi refinement masters from the Chen and Shui families, Li Pengyun explained. A pretender. How can the latest-stage chi refinement cultivators of the Chen and Shui families compare to my Li family? Let's see how I handle him, Li Zhentong declared, his aura surging as he strode forward with a dark axe in hand. Feeling the hostile gazes upon him, Gu Yuan also spotted Li Zhentong and his nephew. He did not take a 9th-layer chi refinement cultivators seriously, but he did not wish to make an enemy of the Li family at this moment. Friend, is there a misunderstanding? Gu Yuan frowned as he looked at the menacing Li Zhentong. A misunderstanding? You'll hear your explanation after I take you down, Li Zhentong replied derisively, the giant axe in his hand gleaming coldly as it struck down with the force of thunder. Are you truly going to make a move, friend? Gu Yuan dodged to avoid the axe, stepping back a few paces and asking sternly. Those who dare to defy my Li family must be prepared for death. Li Zhentong swung his axe again, its cold light intensifying, the axe light transforming into a crescent arc that swiftly attacked Gu Yuan once more. In that case, I will not hold back either, Gu Yuan replied. Gu Yuan quickly drew out his flying sword, executing the shadow transformation technique, turning into an afterimage and swiftly closing in on Li Zhentong. You've got some skill, no wonder you can defeat the old fools from the Chen and Shui families, Li Zhentong remarked. Li Zhentong swung his axe into empty air, realizing someone was behind him, and immediately swung sideways. On the shore of Sand Mountain Island, several Shui family cultivators witnessed this scene, their faces lighting up with glee. No matter how strong he is, he won't be a match for a Li family cultivator. Once Gu Yuan is dead, the hard-white island constructed by the Shui family for over 2 months can be reclaimed as long as they maintain a good relationship. Making this place the second stronghold for the Shui family would also be quite good. At the very least, it would bring them some comfort. On the other side, Li Pengyun also wore a triumphant smile. This time Gu Yuan had humiliated him, and after returning he found the hottest-tempered clan uncle Li Zhentong and provoked him a little, and Li Zhentong followed him here. In the Li family, Li Zhentong ranks among the top in strength among the chi refinement cultivators. Aside from the foundation establishment ancestor who can suppress him, no one can defeat Li Zhentong in close combat. Gu Yuan felt something was amiss as his sword pierced through Li Zhentong's body. This person turned out to be a body refining practitioner. Gu Yuan himself had also practiced body refining techniques, but without the aid of medicinal substances, body cultivation was extremely difficult, and he had only reached the 2nd layer of body refinement. Currently, the body refining strength of this Li family practitioner was able to withstand his sword strike, indicating that he was at least at the 5th layer of chi refinement. Such a fast sword. Li Zhentong felt extremely frustrated. His power was immense, and he was confident that as long as he could land a strike on Gu Yuan, he would be able to end him. However, Gu Yuan's movement technique was too bizarre. Every time his axe swung down, it only struck an afterimage, while he himself had already endured several sword strikes. If not for his strong body refining strength, he might have been injured by now. I wonder how long you can keep dodging. Li Zhentong practiced both body and movement techniques, and his endurance was extremely strong. A single practitioner could not exhaust him. Unfortunately, what he encountered was Gu Yuan. With the boundless power of the Wulian Shen Yuan Gong flowing within him, casting the Shadowless Sword Classic consumed very little mana. The two exchanged blows, with Gu Yuan transforming into numerous afterimages surrounding Li Zhentong, while Li Zhentong frantically slashed at the surrounding shadows. This Gu Island master is incredibly strong. He's actually able to exchange blows with Li Zhentong from the Li family. Shui Tianzi watched the battle between the two from a distance, utterly astonished. Inform my Shui family members that as long as Island Master Gu has not been defeated, no one is to leave the island. Shui Tianzi instructed the nearby Shui family practitioners. As you command. The Shui family members also noticed the unusual nature of the battle. They initially thought Gu Yuan would be overwhelmed, but who would have expected him to be able to hold his own? In case Gu Yuan triumphed, if they left now, the Shui family could be in trouble later. Using the shadow transformation sword having achieved no results after prolonged attacks, Gu Yuan understood that if he didn't change his sword technique it wouldn't be easy to subdue this person, so he decided to stop holding back. In case Gu Yuan triumphed, if they left now the Shui family could be in trouble later. Using the shadow transformation sword having achieved no results after prolonged attacks, Gu Yuan understood that now this is satisfying. Gu Yuan changed his sword technique and chose to engage Li Zhengtong in a hidden clash, which was exactly to Li Zhengtong's liking. Soon Li Zhengtong realized he was actually at a disadvantage in their contest of strength. How is this possible? The clashing of sword light and axe blade produced a series of crisp sounds. By switching to the giant shadow sword, Gu Yuan's mana consumption was rapid and his power increased exponentially. He had anticipated that Li Zhengtong would engage him hidden, which is why he performed this technique. The giant shadow sword had a total of 23 strikes, with each subsequent strike doubling the power, and the mana consumption was likewise with Gu Yuan's internal mana. He could only stack it up to the 9th strike. Now he had unleashed the 5th strike, which was equivalent to 16 times the power. With this strike, Li Zhengtong's hand holding the axe instantly felt numb. How can he be this strong? Li Zhengtong was extremely excited. Encountering such an opponent made him happy even if he were to be defeated. Take this axe. Li Zhengtong gathered all his strength and swung his axe with all his might. 6th strike, 32 times the power. Gu Yuan's complexion turned red as the immense sword light illuminated the entire coastline. Ding! The long sword and the giant axe collided, unable to withstand such immense power, shattering apart. Li Zhengtong's giant axe also developed a massive gash, while the overwhelming sword chi coursed through the axe, permeating Li Zhengtong's entire body. Even with his strong body refining strength, he was severely injured under the sword. Puff! Li Zhengtong clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground. The sword chi entered his body, causing him immense pain. No matter how strong his body refining strength was, he could not block the internal damage from the sword chi. Looking at the shattered flying sword that Gu Shan had given him, Gu Yuan's gaze turned cold. This was the only magical artifact flying sword left to him by Gu Shan. Every time he used it, he would cover the sword with sword light to prevent it from breaking, but now it was completely shattered. Damn it! Seeing Li Zhengtong lying on the ground, he casually stuffed a poison pill made from a mixture of several toxic liquids into his mouth. Gu Yuan stood up and looked at Li Pingyun, who was staring blankly not far away. How can this be? How could the clan uncle be defeated by his hand? Li Pingyun was dumbstruck. Feeling Gu Yuan's gaze upon him, Li Pingyun suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took flight on his sword, trying to escape. Still trying to run. Gu Yuan's expression turned cold as he picked up a piece of the shattered flying sword and shot it casually. Li Pingyun, who was about to flee on his sword, suddenly felt a chill below. Ah! The intense pain prevented him from gathering his focus to continue fleeing on his sword. Li Pingyun suddenly transformed into Li Pingyun. Gu Yuan walked up, putting a poison pill into Li Pengjian's mouth, disregarding his pain, and dragged him and Li Zhengtong to Shui Tian's side. Convey a message to the Li family for me. If they want these two to live, they must come to negotiate for their release. This. Even Shui Tianxi, who was used to seeing grand scenes, was momentarily speechless in shock. Gu Yuan had actually defeated Li Zhengtong, and it was a hidden clash. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. Friend, this is not good. The Li family is not to be trifled with. You should leave quickly. As long as these two do not die, the Li family might not pursue you further as long as you leave this place. Leave. On what basis? You only need to be responsible for delivering the message. The rest is none of your concern. The construction on the mountain continues. Do not let me catch you slacking off. After speaking, Gu Yuan carried the two and returned to his cave in the back mountain. This battle had drained a lot of Gu Yuan's mana, and after throwing the two beside him in the cave, Gu Yuan sat down to recover his mana. Both were fed poison pills by Gu Yuan and had now fallen into a coma, one still emanating sword chi while the other had his lower body stained red, yet they remained completely unaware. Once his mana had recovered sufficiently, Gu Yuan immediately left the cave to set up a poison formation around the area. The so-called poison formation is a special poison made from various toxins. Each individual poison would not be immediately detected, but when several types of poison combined, they would create a deadly toxin. After covering a large area around the cave with the poison formation, Gu Yuan felt much more at ease. With this poison formation in place along with the remaining poisons in his storage bag, Gu Yuan was not afraid even if he encountered a Foundation establishment practitioner. As long as they dared to come, the Foundation establishment cultivators would have to stay. Gu Yuan tore off the storage bags of Li Pingyun and Li Zhengtong, and after a slight mental probe he broke through the restriction. Gu Yuan was very interested in Li Zhengtong's body refining techniques. The 8 desolate body refinement technique he practiced was extremely difficult to continue without corresponding medicinal aids, and it was much more practical to first cultivate a simpler body refining technique. While searching through Li Zhengtong's storage bag, Gu Yuan discovered a scattered collection of spirit stones totaling over 300 along with various mineral crystals, some unknown herbs, several heavy weapons and a few techniques, one of which was the rock fragment body forging technique. After reviewing it, Gu Yuan immediately realized that this was a body refining technique that could utilize various rock crystals for body cultivation. With this technique in hand, Gu Yuan felt he had made a worthwhile gain. Opening Li Penjian's storage bag surprised Gu Yuan. It contained 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones along with various minerals, grains, spirit herbs, rare treasures, magical artifacts and more. Just the magical artifact flying swords numbered several, among which there was a first-grade upper-tier flying sword that was significantly better than the one he had been using all along. Gu Yuan confirmed that he had not mistakenly opened the storage bag. This Li Pengyun at the 5th layer of Qi refinement was actually wealthier than Li Zhengtong, indicating that he must have swindled quite a bit. The members of the Li family arrived rapidly. On the 3rd day, a foundation establishment stage cultivator named Li Zhengrui set foot on Sanshan Island. As soon as he entered the island, the overwhelming pressure of foundation establishment made the Su family cultivators gasp for breath. "Where is that thief?" Li Zhengrui coldly glanced at Xue Tianxi. In response to the elder, Xue Tianxi forced a bitter smile, saying he is at the back mountain. Gu Yuan had offended the Li family and the Su family was bound to be implicated. Neither party wanted to offend the other, leaving the Su family members in a difficult position. Once I capture him, I will come back to settle the score with you." Li Zhengrui snorted coldly and headed towards the back mountain of Sanshan Island. "Come out." He unleashed his divine sense and quickly located Gu Yuan's cave abode, shouting fiercely. Sensing the commotion outside, Gu Yuan stepped out of the cave and saw that Li Zhengrui was already trapped in the poison formation. He felt a bit more at ease. With only a foundation establishment stage cultivator, Gu Yuan felt no fear, especially since the opponent was already poisoned. "What about my 2 clan members?" Li Zhengrui asked sternly as Gu Yuan emerged from the cave. "They won't die, but in a few days their lives may not be guaranteed." Gu Yuan replied indifferently. "You have some guts, daring to detain a cultivator of the Li family. You're seeking death." Upon hearing this, Li Zhengrui stopped wasting words and struck out with a palm. The intense pressure of foundation establishment slowed Gu Yuan's reaction speed considerably, but he retaliated with a palm strike of his own. The 2 palms collided, and while Li Zhengrui remained grounded, Gu Yuan was forced back several steps. As expected of a foundation establishment stage cultivator, even if he was merely at the initial stage, the quality of the magical power within him was beyond Gu Yuan's current capabilities. In their first clash, Gu Yuan sensed the general strength of Li Zhengrui. Compared to an average second-tier demon beast, he was considerably weaker, yet the divine sense pressure emanating from him was enough to affect Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan retrieved a first-grade upper-class flying sword obtained from Li Penjian's storage bag to prepare for battle. He was unsure if only one foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Li family had come, so it was better to keep the poison card up his sleeve. The longer Li Zhengrui remained here, the deeper the poison would take hold. "You have some skill, no wonder you could defeat Li Zhengtong. But since you dare to fight me, I will make you understand that below foundation establishment everyone is but an ant." Li Zhengtong manifested a large blade in his hand, unleashing his foundation establishment strength and transforming into a sharp weapon as the surrounding air was filled with an inexplicable blade aura, the mountain winds howling and the branches rustling. Blade intent. Gu Yuan had sensed the existence of blade intent within the Xiantian Tower and was astonished to see that this Li family cultivator had comprehended blade intent. He could not afford to be careless. He slapped a second-grade diamond talisman onto himself, unleashing the myriad sword intent, causing dry leaves to whirl and stones to tremble around him. Instantly, the myriad sword intent countered the blade intent exhibited by Li Zhengrui. The light of fireflies dares to compete with the brilliance of the moon. Li Zhengrui suddenly slashed out with his blade, the blade light transforming into blue energy and emitting a piercing shriek. Gu Yuan's long sword suddenly glowed with sword light as a silver line sliced through the air, blocking the incoming blade light. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Li Zhengrui's eyes, and then in a swift motion he leaped forward, wielding his blade with both hands. In an instant, dozens of azure blue blade lights surged forth like a tidal wave. Gu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly as he unleashed the shadow transformation sword technique, creating multiple sword shadows that confused Li Zhengrui about his true position. Meanwhile, his 3-foot Qing foam sword emitted sword light from all directions towards Li Zhengrui. Li Zhengrui swung his blade to block the continuously incoming sword energy. Gathering strength in his legs, he leapt into the air, momentarily suspended, and indiscriminately slashed down at several of Gu Yuan's sword shadows with dozens of strikes. The blade light carved deep cracks into the ground of the back mountain of Sanshan Island, causing dirt and stones to fly and vegetation to collapse. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. Whether intentional or not, Li Zhengrui's attack had destroyed parts of the poison formation he had set up. He could no longer afford to delay. Gu Yuan executed a sword technique to block the blade light descending from above. At the same time he crushed a blue porcelain bottle in his hand and a wisp of blue smoke billowed out. As several sword shadows were annihilated by Li Zhengruo's blade light, Gu Yuan's true form was revealed. Upon discovering Gu Yuan's real body, Li Zhengruo, who had just landed, sprang forward like an arrow brandishing his blade. Die for me. He slashed horizontally the massive blade light, sealing off all escape routes for Gu Yuan. Seeing this, Gu Yuan exerted force in his legs, wielding his sword from above in a fierce downward strike. The fiery swordlight surged into the wind, flames erupting into the sky, and the surroundings became intensely hot. After the strike, the second-grade lower-class diamond talisman on Gu Yuan shattered while Li Zhengruo braced himself against the sword, his internal energy surging violently. Li Zhengruo had never found it so exhausting to deal with a chi refinement stage cultivator. Each strike required his full strength, and he was surprised that the opponent could withstand several of his blows. Without your talisman for protection, I wonder how you will defend yourself. Seeing the diamond talisman on Gu Yuan shatter, Li Zhengruo sneered. You should worry about yourself first. Gu Yuan responded with a cold smile. Hearing this, Li Zhengruo's expression changed, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. Put. The turmoil of his internal energy forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The burning sensation throughout his body compelled him to channel his magical power for defense. Under the suppression of Foundation Establishment stage magical power, the burning sensation in his body not only did not subside but intensified. Multiple numb sensations instantly blocked his meridians, causing his magical power to lose its flow and reverse towards his dantian. Put. Several mouthfuls of blood spewed forth. Li Zhengruo's blade fell to the ground as he clutched his dantian with both hands, his expression filled with agony. You actually used poison. The internal situation caused Li Zhengruo to instantly lose his combat capability. The poison had invaded his dantian, and if it was not suppressed quickly, all his strength would be for naught. Gu Yuan didn't waste words. He stepped forward rapidly, pointing at Li Zhengruo, causing the hidden toxins within him to spread instantly. In that moment, Li Zhengruo's complexion turned a shade of dark blue. I had no intention of antagonizing the Li family, but you pressed me, and now you've fallen victim to my 7 absolute sealing poison. No one but me can cure it. Even if you are a Foundation Establishment cultivator, you will only become a decoration from now on. Gu Yuan snorted coldly. Antidote, quickly give me the antidote. As long as you give me the antidote, I will consider this matter never happened. How about it? Li Zhengruo pleaded in pain. Do you think I'm stupid? Gu Yuan dragged Li Zhengruo into the cave and tossed him beside Li Zhengtong and Li Pingyun. First, you'll be punished to suffer the effects of the poison for a day as a form of retribution. Gu Yuan lightly tapped Li Zhengtong and Li Pingyun, and in the next moment the two slowly awoke. Big brother. Elder brother Wu. The two stood frozen in shock at the sight of Li Zhengruo writhing in agony on the ground. Li Zhengruo is a Foundation Establishment cultivator. How could this happen? How could he also be captured? The two looked at Gu Yuan in shock. Could it be that he is a Foundation Establishment cultivator? As this thought surged into their minds, the two simultaneously swallowed hard. Li Pingyun was filled with regret at that moment, wondering why he had to provoke him. The pain in his lower body still lingered. He reached down to touch it, and instantly Li Pingyun's face turned ashen. Antidote, quickly give me the antidote. Lying on the ground struggling in pain, Li Zhengruo's veins bulged. Unable to wield his power, he could only endure the rampant toxins within him. Even a Foundation Establishment cultivator would find it unbearable. Come here. Gu Yuan ignored Li Zhengruo and looked at Li Zhengtong. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong stubbornly stood up. If my skills are inferior, you can kill or torture me as you wish. Gu Yuan took out the book on the shattered rock body refinement technique. I am quite interested in this technique. I hope you can explain it to me, and perhaps I might let you go. Humph, don't even think about it. Li Zhengtong frowned. Gu Yuan's expression turned cold. It seems you have not yet learned your lesson and cannot grasp the situation. With a flick of his finger, a burst of energy struck Li Zhengtong, and instantly the toxins within him erupted. The previously unremoved sword energy mixed with the power of the toxins turned Li Zhengtong's face pale, as if his organs were being gnawed by thousands of insects. Ah! Li Zhengtong collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, his screams more pitiful than Li Zhengruo's. Gu Yuan then turned his gaze to Li Pingyun. Senior. I know that technique, please don't torment me. Li Pingyun lacked the boldness of Li Zhengtong, and upon seeing their suffering he immediately begged for mercy. Oh, then tell me about it. Gu Yuan did not expect that the insights into this technique would come from Li Pingyun instead of Li Zhengtong. This shattered rock body refinement technique is a family tradition of the Li family. To cultivate it quickly, one must combine various rock crystals, melting them to absorb their power for body refinement. During the process, one must endure the burning aura of the molten rock solution. That's all I know, senior, please don't kill me. Li Pengyun stammered through his explanation, looking at Gu Yuan with a pleading expression. Melting rock crystals. Knowing this was enough for Gu Yuan, he looked at Li Pengyun, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Because of you I have no choice but to take down both of them and make enemies with your Li family. Tell me, why should I let you go? I. Li Pengyun panicked and wanted to explain, but in front of Li Zhengtong and Li Zhengrui he did not dare to reveal the existence of his secret treasury. After stuttering a few times he could not find the words. Who first feel the poison within you? A burst of energy shot out, triggering the toxins in Li Pengyun, and he too collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. The screams of the three in the cave annoyed Gu Yuan. He threw out a silence talisman, instantly drowning out their cries. Outside, Shui Tianxi and others stood on the mountain watching Gu Yuan and Li Zhengrui's battle from a distance. As Li Zhengrui fell and was taken into the cave by Gu Yuan, the members of the Shui family all widened their eyes. That was a Foundation establishment cultivator, yet he was no match for Gu Yuan. This Gu Island master is unfathomable and not someone we can offend. Notify the others to increase manpower and expedite the construction here. Shui Tianxi, shocked, immediately made arrangements. Neither the Li family nor Gu Yuan is someone our Shui family can afford to offend. We must quickly extricate ourselves from the entanglement of both sides, otherwise if the Shui family is dragged down, our centuries-old foundation will be ruined. 2 days later. In the cave on the back mountain, Gu Yuan looked at the three members of the Li family. Do you understand what I said? Li Zhengrui and Li Zhengtong had grim expressions, while Li Pengyun was overjoyed to hear that he could live. He vowed never to return to this place again. As long as you give us the antidote, I swear I won't pursue this matter, and the 10 sets of gathering spirit arrays you mentioned will be delivered as well. Li Zhengrui wanted to negotiate further. Gu Yuan snorted coldly. If I didn't think this place was nice and didn't want to leave, do you think you three would still have a chance to live? You still want to negotiate with me? Let me tell you my bottom line: 10 years' time. Every year you come to collect the antidote, and on your first visit bring the 10 sets of gathering spirit arrays with you. Otherwise don't even think about leaving this cave. At worst I'll just leave this sea area, no place is too big for me to go to. After 10 years I will completely resolve your poison. Li Zhengrui's expression darkened and he sighed. Then let it be as you say, please return our storage bags and we will take our leave. Gu Yuan casually tossed over 3 storage bags. The three checked their bags and found that all the valuable items had disappeared, yet they did not dare to question it. I apologize for any offenses, Gu Island Master. We will take our leave now. Li Zhengrui cupped his fists in farewell. The encounter at Shanshan Island had caused this Foundation establishment cultivator to stumble badly, unable to use his powers while the toxins remained in his body. If it weren't for Gu Yuan providing him with a relieving pill, he would still suffer from the toxins' erosion every day. Li Zhengtong fared worse, with toxins and residual sword energy wreaking havoc on his organs. If it weren't for his strong body refinement skills, he would have collapsed long ago. As the two left Gu Yuan's cave, they vowed that once they returned and found someone to remove the toxins, they would lead the Li family's experts back to flatten Shanshan Island to vent their anger. Only Li Pengyun truly wanted to leave. He was so frightened that he dared not return. The three obtained a boat from the Shui family and sailed back to Nani Island. Watching the three leave, Gu Yuan's gaze turned cold. The poison within them was concocted by himself during the latter half of his life on the Immortal Ascension platform. He was confident no one could resolve it, otherwise he would not have let them leave. The environment of the Nanchuan Sea was extremely suitable for Gu Yuan, and he truly did not want to leave unless absolutely necessary. Setting a 10-year deadline for the three, Gu Yuan was confident he could break through to the Foundation establishment stage within that time, and then there would be nothing to fear. To be safe, after the three left, Gu Yuan returned to the cave and began secluding himself to practice the advanced water escape technique he obtained from the Xiantian sect's scripture pavilion. Water flowing clouds escape technique. In the future, even if the three found a strange person skilled in poisons to remove the toxins in their bodies, he could still use this escape technique to flee into the sea. 2 months later, the water flowing clouds escape technique reached the minor success stage. Its speed in the sea was even faster than flying with a sword, and Gu Yuan felt much more at ease. After finishing his training in the sea, Gu Yuan returned to Shanshan Island, where a figure caught his attention. It was Xiang Yongyan, whom he had parted ways with months ago at Nanqing Island. Xiang Yongyan stood respectfully beside the coastline, speaking earnestly with a cultivator from the Shui family, while 2 youths and a young maiden stood nearby. Gu Yuan approached. Upon seeing him, the Shui family cultivator hastily bowed in greeting. Honored Island Master Gu, this man claims to know you, yet he cannot even name who you are. I detained him here accordingly. Gu Yuan nodded slightly. He is my trusted friend. Hearing this, the Shui family cultivator immediately turned to Xiang Yongyan and offered a deep apology. Fellow Daoist, I deeply regret my earlier rudeness, please forgive me. Xiang Yongyan paid no heed to the Shui cultivator. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Gu Yuan, his expression heavy with remorse. Senior, I am ashamed. I failed in the task you entrusted me that day. After months of searching, I have found only these 3 youths suitable to become your disciples. The 2 youths and the maiden gazed curiously at Gu Yuan. Was this the master spoken of by Immortal Master Xiang, the one destined to guide them? Struck by Gu Yuan's imposing bearing and profound aura, their hearts swelled with quiet anticipation. They had lived their entire lives among mortals, hearing only distant tales of immortals, never imagining that they themselves might one day walk the celestial path. Gu Yuan observed the trio, 2 boys and 1 girl, each around 11 or 12 years of age. Of the 2 youths, one possessed fair delicate features and appeared 13. Hope gleamed vividly within his eyes. The other was dark-skinned and emaciated, his frame unnervingly frail. The maiden stood tall and graceful, a vision of youthful charm, like a neighbor's daughter blossoming into womanhood. This boy is the son of my neighbor on Fonglin Island. Before my daughter vanished, she was last seen with him. Had it not been for him, she would never have gone to the shore and never been taken. I intended to end his life so he might accompany my daughter into the afterlife, but when I tested his spiritual roots, I discovered a 6th rank Lingzhen. I could not bring myself to strike. Xian Yongyan pointed unflinchingly toward the fair-skinned youth as he spoke. These 2 I found among mortal settlements on nearby islands. One possesses an 8th rank Lingzhen, the other a 7th rank. Both meet your criteria. Xian Yongyan introduced each in turn. Uncle Xian, rest assured, I shall avenge Sister Yuzhu once I attain cultivation. Yi Bei clenched his fists tightly. Gu Yuan had not expected Xiang Yongyan to truly deliver 3 disciples. Now the transmission of the Xiantian sect's legacy finally had a viable path forward. Gu Yuan studied Yi Bei, the fair-skinned youth, who bore the marks of hardship, having endured days of trial on Dajiao Island. Compared to the others, he carried a rare quiet maturity. Such a character, properly guided, might yet achieve greatness. Adversity forges resilience. Without storms, how can the rainbow emerge? Gu Yuan retrieved a spirit testing stone. Step forward, you will be tested. One by one the 3 approached. As Xiang Yongyan had reported, Yi Bei indeed possessed a 6th rank Lingzhen. Wan Haishang, the dark-skinned youth, had an 8th rank Lingzhen, the maiden Qiqiuyan a 7th rank. Gu Yuan regarded them calmly. Do you wish to take me as your master? In unison they nodded and knelt low in formal obeisance. Had it not been for their yearning to seek the Tao and attain immortality, they would never have left home to follow Xiang Yongyan. Very well. From this day forth you are my probationary disciples. When your cultivation matures, you shall be formally recognized. Having settled the matter, Gu Yuan turned to Xiang Yongyan. You have performed this task admirably, I thank you sincerely. These 3 please me greatly. It pleases me that Senior is satisfied. Indeed, locating Lingdan endowed youths among mortals in the South Chuan Sea has grown increasingly difficult. Linhai City, however, teems with independent cultivators, many of whom have offspring. Searching there would prove far more efficient, though the journey is arduous. Previously Yi Bei accompanied me, making such distant travel impractical. Now that I have delivered these 3 to you, I shall depart immediately for Linhai City to continue seeking disciples on your behalf. Gu Yuan shook his head. There is no urgency. Sanshan Island remains under construction. Should you bring me too many disciples at once, I would struggle to accommodate them. Let us proceed thus for now. Gu Yuan's purpose in accepting disciples was to fulfill the Xiantian oath. Previously he had been uncertain what threshold of action would weaken its binding force upon him. Immediately after the trio's formal submission, he sensed the oath's constraining power diminish markedly, no longer impeding his cultivation. Thus there was no need to hasten further recruitment. The central peak overseen by the Shui family would require considerable time before completion. In the rear mountains, Gu Yuan carved out temporary cave dwellings for each disciple. Xian Yongyan remained on the island. He had once been an independent cultivator in Linhai City, but stymied by mediocre talent, his cultivation had stagnated. Ultimately he chose the South Chuan Sea to settle, marry and carry on his lineage. His wife had long since passed. Until recently he had lived on Fonglin Island with his daughter, now gone, leaving him utterly alone. He therefore chose to stay on Sanshan Island, pledging himself wholly to Gu Yuan's service. As the 3 disciples had yet to begin cultivation, they still relied on mortal sustenance, grains and vegetables. With Xiang Yongyan present, Gu Yuan's daily burdens eased considerably. All procurement duties fell entirely to him. Months slipped by unnoticed. On Sanshan Island, Xiang Yongyan had become its de facto steward, so much so that even the Shui family cultivators, out of deference to Gu Yuan, treated him with marked respect. This reverence, so unlike the cold disdain he had long endured from elite cultivation families, warmed him deeply. He cherished his bond with Gu Yuan and devoted himself meticulously to every detail of the island's affairs. Beyond supervising the disciples' foundational cultivation, Xiang Yongyan frequently visited the central peak to oversee the Shui family's construction progress. Months later, Yi Bei successfully completed body refining and sensed spiritual energy for the first time, achieving qi absorption. Gu Yuan summoned him alone into his cave abode. Gazing upon Yi Bei's resolute eyes, Gu Yuan spoke, "From this day I shall transmit to you the arts of immortality, but first there is a matter you must understand clearly." "Master, please speak," Yi Bei replied, kneeling solemnly, his expression unwavering. "I bear the sacred charge of reviving our sect. As my disciple, you too must shoulder this burden. This path is thorned and perilous, it may shatter your bones or leave you unburied in some forgotten abyss. Do you comprehend?" "I fear nothing." Having endured the ordeal on Dajiao Island, Yi Bei displayed extraordinary maturity. He understood with visceral clarity that only overwhelming strength could grant true autonomy. Qingmei Xiang Yuzhu's murder weighed upon his heart even more heavily than upon Xiang Yongyan's. When Xiang Yongyan had contemplated killing him, Yi Bei offered no resistance. Failing to protect Xiang Yuzhu remained the gravest sorrow of his life, and he vowed never again to live with such regret. Yi Bei's demeanor earned Gu Yuan's profound admiration. His heart and spirit were truly exceptional. "Well said. Remember this henceforth, you are the founding senior disciple of the Xianyuan sect entrusted with its future. I now bestow upon you the 9 mysteries creation scripture, the core cultivation manual you shall practice. Once you reach the mid-stage of qi refinement, I shall teach you further techniques." Gu Yuan withdrew the qi refinement volume of the 9 mysteries creation scripture from his spatial pouch. Left Xingyan had sent it to him personally. The complete scripture spanned cultivation up to the nascent soul realm. Yi Bei had mastered written characters long ago. Handed the manual, he could study it independently. Accepting it, he kowtowed deeply. "Thank you, Master, for this priceless gift. These spirit stones and pills are for your cultivation." Gu Yuan produced 10 spirit stones and a vial of spirit gathering pills from his spatial pouch. With these resources and his 6th rank Ling Zhen, Yi Bei possessed everything needed to enter the qi refinement realm. "Thank you, Master." Yi Bei accepted without hesitation. "I shall cultivate diligently and seek your guidance whenever questions arise." Gu Yuan glanced toward the cave entrance, his divine sense registering Xiang Yongyan hurrying toward the abode. He dismissed Yi Bei to depart first. Yi Bei rose and left. Xiang Yongyan entered breathlessly. "Senior Gu, the Li family has arrived and brought something requiring your personal identification." Gu Yuan calculated silently. Nearly a year had passed. The Li family had delivered the spirit gathering array. Were Li Kairui and his companions already free of the poison, their arrival would hardly be so courteous, or mediated through Xiang Yongyan. Gu Yuan stepped out of the cave dwelling and arrived at the western shore of Sand Mountain Island. A large ship was docked by the sea, its flagpole displaying the prominent character Li. A middle-aged man stood by the shore. "Master Gu, I have brought the items entrusted to me by Elder Wu for you to review." Li Gue handed a storage bag to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan used his divine sense to scan the storage bag and sense the items within. They were precisely the materials needed to set up the spirit gathering array. Seeing that the Li family had brought what he wanted, Gu Yuan was generous and took out 3 blue porcelain vials from the storage bag to hand to Li Gue. "Take these 3 items back to Elder Wu." "Understood, Master Gu. I will ensure they are delivered to Elder Wu properly. Farewell." After receiving the antidote, Li Gue immediately retreated to the ship and left. The news of Gu Yuan's situation had spread within the Li family, and during the past year they had exhausted countless methods to help Li Zhengrui resolve the toxins within his body. With no other options, they had to compromise and send him with 10 sets of spirit gathering arrays for trade. Foundation establishment cultivators were extremely important. Without absolute certainty, the Li family would not dare to confront Gu Yuan lightly. The purpose of this first trade was for the Li family to take the antidote back for research. Gu Yuan was already aware of this. The relief potions he provided were merely a mixture of juices interspersed with many other toxins. If the Li family based their research on this, they would have plenty to keep them busy. The construction on the central peak of Sand Mountain Island had taken over a year and was now beginning to take shape, the imposing appearance of the palace visible from afar. The internal construction would require a long time. The Shui family had deployed nearly 100,000 workers to build continuously every day. With the external threat of the Li family, even though Gu Yuan wanted to cultivate body refinement techniques, he had to focus most of his energy on increasing his cultivation level. When he left the Xian Tian sect, he was already a 9th layer qi refining cultivator. After more than a year of continuous practice to accumulate spiritual power, his ninth layer chi refining power had solidified, stabilizing his early stage realm, allowing him to deepen his cultivation further. Returning to the back mountain, Gu Yuan temporarily set up spirit gathering arrays in each cave dwelling. With the assistance of the spirit gathering arrays, both cultivation and sensing spiritual energy became much easier. 2 months later, his female disciple Qi Qiuyan completed her body refinement and was able to sense spiritual energy, allowing her to take it into her body. Gu Yuan called her into the cave dwelling. Qi Qiuyan curiously observed the facilities within Gu Yuan's cave dwelling, her eyes clear and lively. Gu Yuan looked at her and said, "From today onward I will teach you the methods of cultivation. However, there is something I must clarify first." "What is it, master?" Qi Qiuyan asked curiously. "I carry the heavy responsibility of reviving our sect. As my disciple, you must also bear this responsibility. This path is fraught with challenges and could lead to dire consequences. Do you understand?" "Ah. Is it really that dangerous?" Qi Qiuyan exclaimed, revealing a frightened expression. "Master, isn't it said that immortals are carefree and worry-free? Why must we face such peril?" Qi Qiuyan was not yet 12 years old, at an age of innocence and naivety far less mature than Yi Bei. Her words made Gu Yuan realize that he could not apply the same pressure on her as he did with Yi Bei. "Master was merely making a comparison. It doesn't mean there will necessarily be dire consequences. The path of cultivation is not always smooth, and it will be filled with hardships. I hope you can prepare yourself mentally." "I see, I understand, master. I'm not afraid." Qi Qiuyan replied innocently. "Here, take this Xian Yu Gong and practice it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your master at any time. From today onward, you are the second disciple of my Xian Yuan sect." Gu Yuan handed Qi Qiuyan a cultivation manual, preparing to teach her gradually in the days to come, hoping to strengthen her character. "Oh, okay, thank you, master." Qi Qiuyan received the Xian Yu Gong, holding it with affection, and immediately began to curiously flip through its pages. Coming from a family of worldly gentry, her family had hired a tutor for her to teach her literacy from a young age. She recognized the characters in the cultivation manual but found it difficult to comprehend the context when they were connected. "Master, I don't understand." After flipping through a few pages, Qi Qiuyan shook her head helplessly. Gu Yuan's expression darkened as he took the Xian Yu Gong back and began to explain it to her. After a long while, Qi Qiuyan left the cave dwelling in confusion, leaving Gu Yuan with a similarly bewildered expression. "Is it really this difficult to teach a disciple?" Gu Yuan questioned his own abilities for the first time. Although Qi Qiuyan appeared clever and bright, her aptitude for learning cultivation techniques was truly hard to describe. She would always propose curious ideas, questioning why it couldn't be done this way or that way. Gu Yuan maintained a stern face the entire time, insisting that she follow the cultivation manual, strictly advising her to suppress her ideas for now and practice as prescribed until she achieved success. A month later, the last disciple, Wang Haisheng, finally succeeded in body refinement and was able to sense spiritual energy, allowing him to take it into his body. Gu Yuan also called him into the cave dwelling, explaining the responsibilities of reviving the sect to him, and bestowed upon him the Liye Yang Ru Ri Ju along with some spirit stones and a vial of spirit gathering pills. Wang Haisheng was a disciple who gave Gu Yuan much less worry. Although he could not read, which might affect his future cultivation, he had been diligently seeking guidance from Xiang Yongyan during his time on Sand Mountain Island. Unknowingly, he had learned to read and could at least understand the cultivation manuals now. Since the three of them arrived on the island, it had been a year and 5 months. Yi Bei had already reached the first layer of qi refining, becoming an early-stage qi refining cultivator. Qi Qiuyan was also actively accumulating spiritual power, but her daily practice time was relatively short, far less diligent than Yi Bei. Wang Haisheng admired Yi Bei greatly. The three of them started practicing simultaneously, with Yi Bei already a qi refining cultivator while he had yet to begin. Now that he had received the cultivation manual, he could finally practice. "From today onward, you are the third disciple of my Xian Yuan sect. Make sure to cultivate well." Wang Haisheng's dark face revealed a determined expression. "Master, don't worry, I will definitely practice hard." With all three disciples now initiated, Gu Yuan felt relieved and prepared to enter seclusion for a period. Some trivial matters on Sand Mountain Island were being handled by Xiang Yongyan, so Gu Yuan felt at ease. After handing over the antidotes to be delivered to the Li family every year to Xiang Yongyan and giving him some instructions, Gu Yuan began his seclusion. After a year and a half with the enhancement of the spirit gathering array and the use of hundreds of spirit stones aiding his cultivation, Gu Yuan finally reached the mid-stage of the 9th layer of qi refining, taking another step towards breaking through to the full realm of the 9th layer and impacting foundation establishment. Upon exiting seclusion and leaving the cave dwelling, Gu Yuan discovered that the construction on the central peak of Sand Mountain Island was nearly complete. From the back mountain he could faintly see the grand palaces rising amidst the clouds. Gu Yuan stepped onto the central mountain. Xian Yongyan was engaged in a lively conversation with the Shui family cultivator, and upon seeing Gu Yuan approach he hurriedly came forward. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion." Gu Yuan nodded and asked, "Is the construction here complete?" "Yes, master. The construction is finished and this mountain gate can accommodate 20 to 30,000 people. Brother Shui and the others have really put in a lot of effort." Xian Yongyan smiled. Xian Yongyan had been getting along very well with the Shui family cultivators on Sand Mountain Island. 6 months ago the Shui family had even arranged for a female cultivator at the second layer of qi refining to be married to Xian Yongyan, making him a son-in-law of the Shui family, and naturally he had begun to speak on their behalf. Gu Yuan looked at the early-stage qi refining cultivator from the Shui family and asked, "Where is your great elder? Take me for a tour." As the grand elder of the Shui family, Shui Tianxi has been responsible for overseeing the construction of the middle peak on Sanshan Island for the past few years. Shortly after Gu Yuan finished his inquiry, Shui Tianxi stepped out. "Island Master Gu, I have fulfilled your request. The construction here is basically completed. Over the past 3 years Shui Tianxi has truly put forth great effort for Sanshan Island." Gu Yuan, a person who could make even the Li family suffer, was not someone Shui Tianxi could offend. Caught between the two factions, the Shui family has been in extreme discomfort these past few years. Not only did they have to expend substantial manpower and resources to assist Gu Yuan in the construction, but they also had to cope with the continuously rising taxes imposed by the Li family. Now that the construction has finally been completed, the Shui family can soon rid themselves of the calamity that is Gu Yuan. As long as they sever ties with him, it would take only a few years to gradually ease the Li family's targeting. Shui Tianxi thought optimistically, unaware that Gu Yuan had no intention of distancing himself from the Shui family. "Thank you, Elder Shui. Let's take a look together. I also have something to discuss with you." Gu Yuan walked inward along the stone gate made of blue stones, while Xiang Yongyan and several cultivators from the Shui family followed behind. Upon entering the inner wall from the direction of the stone gate, a set of ascending blue stone steps came into view, flanked by a well-arranged expanse of land planted with rows of lotus leaves and paulownia trees. After ascending dozens of layers of blue stone steps, a square appeared, its ground entirely paved with polished blue stones. At the center front stood a grand hall approximately 9 zhang tall, with a roof covered in glazed blue tiles and 8 red pillars carved with mythical beast patterns standing neatly in front. On both sides of the main hall were 2 side halls slightly shorter than the main hall but following the same architectural style, creating a uniform and aesthetically pleasing appearance. This area is planned as the first section, featuring 3 grand halls and over 100 living quarters, Shui Tianxi explained, pointing towards the passageways on either side of the main hall. These passageways lead to 2 other places. One is the Spirit Medicine Hall, which has a large expanse of cultivated fields, while the other is a palace designated for the daily instruction of disciples. Gu Yuan nodded and stepped towards the left passageway pointed out by Shui Tianxi, intending to see just how large the cultivated spirit fields he mentioned were. Following the left passage inward, Gu Yuan traversed a winding bamboo forest and came upon a grand hall along with rows of spacious vacant rooms. Behind the grand hall lay neatly arranged fields with each mu marked by ridges, and at a glance this area appeared to encompass over 100 mu. Such a vast area was used for planting spirit herbs and spirit rice, yielding considerable harvests each year. At the back of this field there is a passage to the central area, where we have constructed a large square and 7 grand halls. Shui Tianxi pointed towards a small path in the middle of the fields. Gu Yuan followed Shui Tianxi's finger and toured the mountain gate that the Shui family had built for themselves. It must be said that the Shui family had been very thoughtful. This mountain gate was constructed entirely according to the traditional practices of cultivation families. Centered around the large square in the central area, several zones were constructed in a dispersed manner. Most of these areas could accommodate ordinary clan members, while the last large building at the mountain's peak was reserved for the main members, featuring far more splendid architecture than the surrounding ones. Gu Yuan was very satisfied with the mountain gate constructed by the Shui family, especially the main hall atop the mountain, which stood amidst the clouds and overlooked the entire mountain gate. The training rooms, studies, quiet rooms, reception halls and conference halls, everything expected of traditional architecture was present. Gu Yuan and Shui Tianxi stood at the highest point of the main hall looking down at the entire mountain gate, and Gu Yuan said with satisfaction, "Elder Shui, I am very pleased with the mountain gate you have built. I'm glad to hear that, Island Master Gu. We will be leaving Sanshan Island on an auspicious day from now on. This will be your territory and we shall not disturb you excessively." Shui Tianxi was eager to rid himself of Gu Yuan, otherwise he wouldn't have hurriedly expended so much manpower and resources to complete such an enormous mountain gate. "Elder Shui, there is no rush. I am not unreasonable. Previously your Shui family acted first against me, and it is only fair that I seek compensation. However, given the significant effort you have put into the construction, which I find quite satisfactory, if I don't offer something it would appear rather petty of me." Gu Yuan smiled and pointed to the copper mines in the front mountain of Sanshan Island, saying, "From now on your Shui family can mine the copper there. Those copper ores will be given to you." "Island Master Gu, are you serious?" Shui Tianci exclaimed in delight. They had detected the copper mines in the front mountain, and if all were mined they could be worth thousands of spirit stones, a significant sum. In the past 2 years the Li family had continually raised taxes on the Shui family's various islands, and with the manpower and resources expended for building the mountain gate for Gu Yuan, the Shui family was struggling to make ends meet. If they could mine these copper ores, it would provide them with some much-needed relief. "Would I lie to you?" Gu Yuan chuckled. "One matter should be separated from another. From now on the copper mines in the front mountain will be yours. Moreover, Elder Shui, you may have noticed that I have no intention of establishing a cultivation family here. The need for such a large mountain gate is also for future considerations. I bear the heavy responsibility of reviving the sect and plan to rebuild the sect here. After Elder Shui returns you can discuss this with your clan leader. If there are any talented offspring in your clan, they can also be sent here and I will nurture them well. In the future, if your Shui family encounters difficulties, my sect's disciples can come to your aid, provided it does not violate the principles of the Tao." Upon hearing this, Shui Tianci was taken aback. He had thought that Gu Yuan's establishment of a foundation here was for creating a cultivation family. Their Shui family had already devised a countermeasure for that, but unexpectedly Gu Yuan had grand plans to rebuild a sect. A cultivation sect is not something a cultivation family can compare to. It is a mixed bag of talents and rogues. Without superior cultivation techniques and abundant resources, how can one hope to rebuild a sect? The reason no sect-like forces have emerged in the Nanchuan Sea area is that the Li family is too powerful. Ordinary people attempting to establish a sect here have long been eliminated. Additionally, resources are too scarce. Even nurturing the family's own offspring is a challenge, so who would bother to cultivate outsiders? Since Gu Yuan is determined to rebuild a sect, he must possess superior cultivation techniques, otherwise where would he find the confidence? If a few offspring of the family are sent here, they could potentially acquire excellent techniques, making this deal worthwhile. Shui Tianci did not believe that Gu Yuan could develop a sect here. By the time he exhausts his lifespan, the sect might collapse in an instant, allowing the Shui family's descendants to return. This matter needs to be discussed with the clan leader. Once I return, I hope Island Master Gu can understand. Shui Tianci responded seriously. In response, Gu Yuan smiled and did not take it to heart. He was confident that the Shui family would send some offspring. Previously, when he hinted at his intention to recruit disciples from nearby cultivation families, he had already begun to lay the groundwork. In the future, the sect's development cannot solely rely on him. It will inevitably compete with surrounding forces for resources. If you refuse to befriend me, then when the time comes to become adversaries, don't blame me for being merciless. The ideology of cultivation families in the Nanchuan Sea has been passed down for over 1,000 years. Without clear benefits, ordinary people would never send their male offspring to be trained by others. Over these past few years, Gu Yuan has come to understand this. He extended this olive branch to the Shui family partly because they are the closest to Sanshan Island, and partly because he discovered during the construction of the mountain gate that the Shui family still kept their word and had not completely turned against him during his conflict with the Li family. Such a force, if it can be utilized, would indeed be a valuable asset. The acceptance of the new mountain gate was completed, and Shui Tianci led the members of the Shui family to withdraw. Xiang Yongyan, with poor talent and having started his cultivation late, had long come to terms with it. Establishing a family and a career was his goal. After more than 2 years of baptism, he had completely let go of the shadow of his daughter's misfortune and was stepping into a new life. His goal was to establish a cultivation family of his own while passing on his bloodline just like other cultivation families. Previously, with his strength, he couldn't marry a female cultivator with spiritual roots. After being by Gu Yuan side, the Shui family invested in Xiang Yongyan to maintain a connection with Gu Yuan while fearing to offend the Li family. Gu Yuan was indifferent to this. Everyone had their own destiny, and it was Xiang Yongyan's ability to marry a partner. After tidying up the cave dwelling in the back mountain, Gu Yuan and his disciples directly moved into the new mountain gate. He was not in a hurry to set up the sect plaque and began to establish the sect at this moment. At this time, the Li family loomed like a gigantic beast, and once the news of his sect establishment spread, surrounding loose cultivator families might band together to obstruct him for their future interests. This would be detrimental to his future cultivation. Everything would have to wait until he advanced to the foundation establishment stage, at which point Gu Yuan would have no worries. The three disciples gradually became qi refining stage cultivators. With their spiritual roots and the thin spiritual energy, they would have to cooperate with the use of pills to speed up their training. Regarding the low-level gathering spirit pill, Gu Yuan had learned the alchemical skills to refine it during the 5th trial of the Ascension platform, but he lacked the corresponding spiritual herbs. On the 5th day after moving into the mountain gate, Gu Yuan decided to go purchase some items. Upon seeing the empty mountain gate, Common sundries could be purchased on nearby islands, but the protective array materials, herbal seeds for refining, gathering spirit pills, and rock crystals for cultivating body refining techniques that Gu Yuan needed could only be found in Linhai City. After setting up the gathering spirit array, Gu Yuan called for Xiang Yongyan. I plan to go to Linhai City to procure some items. During the time I'm away, I leave the matters on the island to you. Island master, let me go with you. I'm familiar with that place and perhaps I can find some new disciples for you. Upon hearing that Gu Yuan was heading to Linhai City, Xiang Yongyan immediately suggested. Gu Yuan considered it. At this moment, apart from their master-disciple group, there were no outsiders on Sand Mountain Island. Xiang Yangyan's partner Shui Hongjin was also still on the island. If anything were to happen, she would go to the Shui family for help. So he decided to take Xiang Yongyan along and said that's fine. Sand Mountain Island was a distance of 10,000 miles from Linhai City, and at the speed of ordinary vessels it would take more than 20 days. Before leaving the island, the Shui family had left 2 large ships for Gu Yuan. Xiang Yongyan piloted the large ship and the 2 set sail towards Linhai City. At the Li family's main residence in Nani Island, a young woman in a blue dress sat at a table with several jars and bottles before her. Inside the room, Li Jingtong held his stomach in pain. Miss Yuan, why don't we just stop? If I take any more of the antidote you devised, I will follow my nephew to the grave. 2 years ago, in order to cure the toxins in Li Zhengrui and the others, the Li family had invited the alchemist Yuan Qingfeng from Linhai City. Although Yuan Qingfeng was a second-tier alchemist, he was not adept in the poison path. However, his daughter Yuan Xiaoyu was skilled in the art of poison. Thus Yuan Xiaoyu stayed on Nani Island to research a real antidote using the suppression antidote obtained from Gu Yuan. Over the span of 2 years, Yuan Xiaoyu concocted 7 antidotes based on the suppression antidote provided to the Li family by Gu Yuan. These 7 antidotes caused the first test subject Li Pengyun to die from a violent toxin reaction after taking the 3rd antidote. After Li Pengyun's death, Li Zhengtong became the one to continue testing the antidotes. After enduring 3 more antidotes, he could no longer handle the 7th antidote. The toxins within him were in turmoil, causing more discomfort than the poison cast by Gu Yuan. Seeing Li Zhengtong's condition, Yuan Xiaoyu, filled with anticipation, showed a look of doubt. Something's not right. The antidotes I concocted were all modeled after the properties of that person's suppression antidote. Why hasn't there been any improvement? Instead, the toxicity is deepening. If they hadn't previously taken the suppression antidote, which did indeed control the toxins within them, Yuan Xiaoyu would have suspected that the antidote was fake. Miss Yuan, you've done your best. I really can't hold on any longer. Let's just leave it at that. It won't be long before I can wait for the next batch of antidotes. It's just 10 years. A few more years will pass and I can hold on. Li Zhengtong held his stomach, his expression extremely pained. If he weren't a body refining cultivator having experienced pains that ordinary people couldn't bear, he would have long since given up. Li Pengyun had died from pain during the testing. Alright then, since you all requested to stop testing, well, leave it here. However, you still need to pay my wages for the past 2 years. Yuan Xiaoyu had been researching for 2 years and still had no clue about the toxins in Li Zhengrui and Li Zhengtong. She had only tried to mimic the suppression antidote and had attempted it several times, feeling exhausted. Seeing that Li Zhengtong wanted to give up on testing, she decided not to continue her research. Rest assured, you can claim your wages from our Li family. I will speak to them. Farewell. Li Zhengtong painfully fled from Yuan Xiaoyu's residence. Watching Li Zhengtong leave, Yuan Xiaoyu packed the jars and bottles into her storage bag, the words Sand Mountain Island floating in her mind. The person who could use poison to control Foundation establishment cultivators was precisely the goal Yuan Xiaoyu saw. By coming to the Li family to attempt the antidote, Yuan Xiaoyu's goal was also to take the opportunity to learn the poison techniques of that person. Unfortunately, she had wasted 2 years without producing an antidote, but instead had developed several poisons that could harm qi refining stage cultivators. Yuan Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel curious about that poison master from Sand Mountain Island. Her father was a renowned alchemist in Linhai City, seemingly enjoying great prestige, but in private he was not respected by those influential figures due to only being a qi refining stage cultivator. They merely viewed her father as a tool for earning spirit stones. Having grown accustomed to her father's complaints, Yuan Xiaoyu had always harbored the idea of earning respect through poison techniques. In this region, only those who could threaten Foundation establishment cultivators would be taken seriously. Yuan Xiaoyu had been striving in this direction, but she had never made significant progress. The poison she concocted could only threaten qi refining stage cultivators, and she had yet to overcome the hurdle of Foundation establishment cultivators. Perhaps I could go to Sand Mountain Island to consult that person. He has the ability to poison Foundation establishment cultivators without killing them, so it seems he is not a truly malicious person. Maybe I can learn poison techniques for dealing with Foundation establishment cultivators by following him. First I should return to Linhai City to see my father. I haven't seen him in a long time. On the vast ocean after 20 days of sailing, Gu Yuan had grown weary of the ship's painfully slow speed. According to Xiang Yongyan, there were large spirit ships for sale in Linhai City equipped with spirit stone propulsion devices that could accelerate using spirit stones priced at over 1,000 spirit stones. Gu Yuan planned to procure a ship for Sanshan Island. His storage bag contained savings accumulated over the years, including spirit stones earned from selling charms and the spirit stones obtained from selling a small courtyard in Wantian City, totaling nearly 20,000 spirit stones. Spending 1,000 spirit stones to buy a spirit ship was essential for him, as it could significantly shorten the travel time by at least 10 days. At a distance of thousands of miles, it would take 4 days to reach using a spirit ship, while a regular large ship would require more than 20 days. The two docked their ship at the southern pier of Linhai City and entered the city through the southern gate. Linhai City serves as a trading hub for many immortal families from the Nanchuan Sea region and the terrestrial immortal forces, as well as a place for countless scattered cultivators to exchange resources. The city is home to over 100,000 cultivators year-round, with a massive number of cultivators entering and exiting daily. Here even the Li family from the Nanchuan Sea is insignificant. Linhai City was jointly funded by 5 major immortal families near the South Sea from the land, and it is always guarded by Foundation establishment cultivators. Due to the vast flow of people in Linhai City, many miscellaneous forces and merchant associations have also entered, adding much convenience to the city. Island Master, once we enter the city we cannot fly with swords nor engage in combat with any cultivators, otherwise the enforcement team of Linhai City will intervene, and once captured by them one cannot leave without spending dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones. Xiang Yongyan had lived in Linhai City for a while and was quite familiar with it. He had to go to the Nanchuan Sea for development because he could no longer afford the high housing rent. Gu Yuan nodded. He understood this point, as the rules of Wantian City were similar. Without rules there can be no order. If the law is not strictly enforced, cultivators coming to trade would have no sense of security. The two entered Wantian City and Xiang Yongyan pointed in a direction. Island Master, we need to purchase spirit medicine seeds. Let's go to the Western District first, where there are numerous sellers of spirit medicines and pills. Besides some large shops, many scattered cultivators set up stalls offering significantly lower prices. Having lived through hardships, Xiang Yongyan calculated every expense. Linhai City was vast, and it took nearly an hour for them to reach the Western District after entering through the southern gate. Upon entering, Gu Yuan saw various signs: Xian Dan Pavilion, Ling Dan Workshop, Immortal Dan House, Xiao's Dan Pavilion, Qin's Dan Pavilion. Island Master, don't look at those, the prices in those shops are very high. Let's check the stalls instead. Xiang Yongyan dared not look at the luxurious shops, as he had mostly bought items from the stalls in Linhai City before. In his view, the items sold in those large shops were far too expensive compared to those at the stalls, making them not worth it. Gu Yuan didn't mind. It was his first visit to Linhai City, so it was good to browse around. The stall area was divided into small sections, each only about 4 square meters. A piece of stall cloth displaying some items allowed for business to be conducted here. After browsing around, Gu Yuan discovered that the items sold at these stalls were bizarre and varied, most spirit medicines he had never even heard of. Many seemingly valuable pills were surprisingly cheap, which greatly enticed Xiang Yongyan, but he was too poor to buy any and could only show a longing expression from the sidelines. Is this the place you often come to buy items? Gu Yuan smiled at Xiang Yongyan. Exactly, Island Master, don't you think everything here is available and the prices are very reasonable? Look at that spirit recovery pill, it only costs 5 spirit stones each and it smells so good. If you can eat one, it might significantly increase your magic power. Gu Yuan chuckled. You see, because you're poor you haven't been deceived. Poverty can be a blessing, so just enjoy it secretly. What does the Island Master mean? Xiang Yongyan was puzzled. He was just a scattered cultivator and had never been involved in alchemy, so he could not discern the details. That's a fake pill. Although Gu Yuan had not delved deeply into alchemy, he could still produce ordinary first-tier low-grade pills. He could tell at a glance that the stall owner was merely coating the spirit recovery pill with a layer of spirit scent liquid. Spirit scent grass is a common first-tier spirit herb primarily used to enhance the aroma of pills during refinement, providing no actual effects. Gu Yuan had specifically noted this information in the alchemy manuals he collected from the Xintian sect's library. Not only the fake pills sold by that stall owner, but many sellers in the Western District stalls were also taking spirit scent grass, crushing it into juice and applying it to unknown wild herbs. The wild herbs, due to the scent of the spirit scent liquid, transformed into unknown high-tier spirit herbs, specifically targeting scattered cultivators who were unaware of the tricks. It can be said that while there are some genuine items in this stall area, there are many more fakes, as selling genuine items earns far less than selling fakes. When encountering those who are unaware, selling a fake is a significant profit. As for what would happen if discovered, violence is not allowed in the city and one cannot do anything about it. One cannot waste time fighting over a few spirit stones. Who knows if they would even win the fight. Fake. Xian Yongyan was startled. He had never doubted this before, knowing only that the prices in the stall area were low. The substandard fakes were not even cheap due to his poverty. Xian Yongyan had never bought a fake and had always thought of this place as a good one. Let's go. I need to buy seeds from this stall area. Finding them may take until nightfall, so let's ask at a shop. Gu Yuan instantly lost interest in continuing to browse through the fake-laden stalls. If he had a spirit eye technique, he might have been able to look further and possibly score a deal, but unfortunately he did not. Gu Yuan had many items to purchase besides spirit medicine seeds. He also needed to buy many crystal ores for body refinement and formation materials, and he did not want to waste time. The two entered a shop called Datong Dan Pavilion, and an attendant immediately approached them. Would the guests like to buy pills? The attendant was a cultivator at the second layer of chi refinement, wearing a professional smile. I need some spirit gathering pills and a batch of spirit medicine seeds. Do you have them here? Gu Yuan took out a piece of paper with a list of various spirit herbs, all first tier. Yes. We at Datong Dan Pavilion have everything regarding pills and spirit herbs. How many does the guest need? Seeing Gu Yuan directly present the list, the attendant's smile widened. He particularly liked serving male cultivators like him. They are usually straightforward, direct, and not verbose. As long as the price is right, transactions can easily succeed. He would also earn a small commission. 12 bottles of spirit gathering pills and 1 pack of each spirit medicine seed. Gu Yuan calculated 10 bottles of spirit gathering pills along with some he had left would be enough for 3 disciples to use for a year. By then the spirit medicines grown from those seeds could be used for alchemy. The attendant quickly gathered the items Gu Yuan needed according to the list. Guess the total is 230 spirit stones. Gu Yuan found this price acceptable. Spirit gathering pills were originally priced at 10 spirit stones per bottle at Sangchuan sect, and the remaining spirit medicine seeds were worth 110 spirit stones, which was not high. How much for that alchemy furnace? Seeing the attendant had found the items he needed, Gu Yuan looked towards the alchemy furnace displayed in the shop's showcase. What grade of alchemy furnace does the guest want? We have everything from first tier low grade to second tier high grade alchemy furnaces. What is the price for a second tier low grade alchemy furnace? From the exterior it was impossible to distinguish the quality of these alchemy furnaces. Gu Yuan could use any furnace to refine spirit gathering pills. If the price was not high, he might as well buy a better quality one to avoid needing to replace it later. Guess the price for a second tier low grade alchemy furnace is 7,000 spirit stones, the attendant replied. Alchemy tools are indeed expensive, Gu Yuan thought to himself and continued to inquire, what about the first tier mid grade ones? A first tier mid grade alchemy furnace costs 1,500 spirit stones. 1,500 was acceptable, but he felt it was a bit of a loss if he didn't bargain. If I take one first-tier mid-grade alchemy furnace along with these items, what price can you offer me? The attendant, surprised that Gu Yuan was indeed capable of purchasing an alchemy furnace, regarded him with new respect and then revealed a pleased expression. Within my authority, I can offer you a discount of 10 spirit stones, making it a total of 1,720 spirit stones. How does that sound? Gu Yuan shook his head, not sincere. Then please wait a moment, I will consult the manager to see if I can offer you a better discount. The attendant hurriedly ran to the counter with a pleased expression. Island Master, can you really refine pills? Xiang Yongyan originally thought Gu Yuan had come to buy spirit medicine seeds for future sale and had not expected him to also want to buy an alchemy furnace. Gu Yuan smiled and said, how can one raise disciples without any skills? The Island Master is impressive, I admire you, Xiang Yongyan praised. He felt immensely fortunate to have encountered Gu Yuan. Following such a capable person, perhaps establishing a cultivation family in the future would not be a dream. The shop assistant approached the manager of Datong Dan Pavilion and explained a few words, after which the manager quickly walked over with the assistant. Customer, are you looking to buy an alchemy furnace? May I ask if you are an alchemist? The manager inquired. A mere first-tier low-grade alchemist is nothing to speak of, Gu Yuan humbly replied. Upon hearing this, the manager's eyes brightened. As long as the pills you refine can be sold in our Datong Dan Pavilion, I can offer you a discount down to 1,600 spirit stones. What do you think? The manager was generous, offering a discount of over 100 spirit stones, but Gu Yuan had no intention of relying on alchemy to earn spirit stones. His alchemy skills could at most produce first-tier low-grade pills, and the success rate was not very high. While he could manage to sustain himself, earning a living from this would yield less than the losses. If he wanted to make money through cultivation techniques, Gu Yuan would choose rune drawing instead. His rune drawing technique had reached the early second tier, and the spirit stones earned from it far surpassed those from alchemy. Thus Gu Yuan declined, saying, my alchemy skills are still unrefined and not yet at the level to support external sales. Upon hearing this, the manager of Datong Dan Pavilion immediately understood. This alchemist must have just entered the early first year showing some potential but not much. Thinking of this, his smile remained. It's no problem as long as you remember this matter. Our Datong Dan Pavilion will consider it a good relationship and still sell to you at 1600 spirit stones. The manager was straightforward and Gu Yuan was naturally pleased. He promptly paid the spirit stones and obtained a first-tier middle-grade alchemy furnace spirit herb seeds and 12 bottles of gathering spirit pills. After leaving Datong Dan Pavilion, Xian Yongyan said softly, Island Master, you should check other shops too. What if they offer us a higher price? Rest assured the prices at Datong Dan Pavilion are very fair and they won't be significantly higher than elsewhere to deceive people. At this moment, dressed in blue, Ruan Xiaoyu happened to be walking into the shop and responded to Xian Yangyan's complaint. How do you know the prices here are definitely fair? Xian Yongyan glared at Ruan Xiaoyu unhappily. He Datong Dan Pavilion is a shop under the Datong Chamber of Commerce in Linhai City, what do you think? Ruan Xiaoyu pointed at the sign of Datong Dan Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Xian Yongyan was left speechless. Although he was a loose cultivator, he knew some of the forces within Linhai City. The Datong Chamber of Commerce was a colossal entity in Linhai City situated in the central urban area, and its Datong auction house was renowned far and wide. After Ruan Xiaoyu entered Datong Dan Pavilion, Gu Yuan patted Xiang Yangyan's clothing, saying, when we go out in the future, try to speak less. We haven't left their territory yet. What the island master said is true. Xian Yongyan wanted to retort but held back. In his view, asking a few more shops to choose the lowest price was the wise choice. Just now that woman used poison on you. Once they reached the street, Gu Yuan reminded him. What? Xian Yongyan was startled. It's nothing serious, I've already detoxified you. It's just a minor poison that makes you run to the restroom more often. When did she poison me? Xian Yongyan asked in panic. He hadn't noticed at all. If the other party had intended to take his life, wouldn't he have died without realizing it? It was released from her sleeve when she waved her hand, controlled very skillfully. The poison only targeted you. Why didn't I smell anything? By the time you smelled it, your life would have been over. If it weren't for his deep understanding of poisons, Gu Yuan wouldn't have discovered Ruan Xiaoyu's poisoning. Typically, poison experts would create their poisons to be colorless and odorless, but long-term exposure to such poisons would cause one to remember the scent. That woman is so ruthless. Xian Yongyan felt a chill. She was merely punishing you a little. If she truly wanted your life, it wouldn't be like this. If others heard your words, it might negatively affect Datong Dan Pavilion's reputation. She was also protecting the shop's honor, so try to say less about what shouldn't be said in the future. Gu Yuan deduced from those gathering spirit pills and spirit herb seeds that Datong Dan Pavilion's prices were quite fair, which is why he decided not to inquire elsewhere. Gu Yuan's style of doing things was quite carefree. Once he achieved his expectations, he would not nitpick further. Such a temperament might lead to losses when encountering treacherous people, but he could also gain wonderful friendships with those who were equally carefree. His friendship with Hui was similarly formed initially. Hui followed him to eat and drink, and he didn't mind. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been later favors. After purchasing the alchemy furnace and spirit herb seeds, Gu Yuan planned to buy some materials for protective formations to set up defenses for the mountain gate. These materials were not easy to find in the western district of Linhai City. They were more commonly sold in the northern district. Therefore, the two set off from the western district to the northern district. On the way, Xiang Yongyan suggested, Island Master, I know a formation master in the northern district. He was a friend of my master's before he passed away. If we want to set up a protective formation for the mountain gate, we can ask him for help. Gu Yuan did not oppose Xiang Yangyan's suggestion. Although he could barely set up a first-tier protective formation, his skills were far inferior to those of a proper formation master. Having a formation master assist would greatly help in setting up the mountain gate's protective formations and save Gu Yuan a lot of time. After we purchase the necessary materials for the formation, let's visit this formation master you mentioned. Gu Yuan nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yangyan's eyes lit up with anticipation. Since he went to the Nanchuan Sea area, it had been over 10 years since he last returned to Linhai City. Returning to familiar grounds, he was eager to meet old acquaintances. The two arrived at the northern district, and after browsing several shops, they successfully purchased many materials needed for the first-tier protective formation, as well as the body-refining material rock crystal that Gu Yuan required. Looking at the sky, it was already evening. Gu Yuan and Xian Yongyan then went together to visit the formation master Xian Yongyan mentioned. Xian Yongyan led Gu Yuan through the streets of the northern district of Linhai City, ultimately arriving at a standardized courtyard residential area with blue tiles. Xian Yongyan continuously checked the numbers of each courtyard, and after searching for a while, they arrived outside courtyard number E76. Island Master, this is where my master's friend lives. I have a good relationship with his apprentice and used to visit often. After finding the place, Xian Yongyan was quite excited. Bang bang bang. Xian Yongyan gently knocked a few times on the door. Before long, a middle-aged man in the courtyard called out cautiously, "Who is it? Who is outside?" His voice was filled with vigilance. Hearing the voice from inside, Xian Yongyan replied, "Is it Brother Song?" "It's me, Xian Yongyan. I've come back to see you." "Xian brother." Inside, Song Tao's surprised face revealed joy. He opened the courtyard door and saw two people standing at the entrance. Besides Xian Yongyan, there was also someone he didn't recognize. Song Tao asked with suspicion, "Xiang brother, who is this?" "This is Gu Dao Master. I am fortunate to be working alongside Gu Dao Master now. We have come to request your master's assistance in setting up a protective formation on the island." Xian Yongyan smiled as he explained their purpose. Setting up a protective formation for such a large mountain gate was no small task, and Gu Dao Master was not a stingy person, which could be considered a lucrative job for Song Tao and his disciple. Upon hearing Xian Yongyan's explanation, the look of suspicion on Song Tao's face disappeared, replaced by sorrow. "Xiang brother, I'm truly sorry. You arrived late. My master has already passed away." "How could this be?" Xian Yongyan exclaimed in shock. He remembered that Song Tao's master Zhou Hongshu Yuan still had a long time to live. How could he have passed away? Seeing the confusion on Xian Yongyan's face, Song Tao explained, 2 years ago a cave residence suspected to belong to a high-level cultivator was discovered. It was protected by a defensive array, and someone asked my master to assist in breaking through it. No one knew what kind of demons lurked within that cave, but once they broke the defensive array and entered, many were poisoned on the spot. My master was among them, and shortly after returning he succumbed to the poison. Hearing this, Xian Yongyan sighed, "What a pity." Knowing that the array master they sought was no longer present, Gu Yuan also silently lamented the loss. He looked at Song Tao. "I wonder if you could learn your master's array techniques. Aigu can set up basic arrays. If you have some time to assist, it would be beneficial." With the master gone, Gu Yuan set his sights on this disciple. As long as he had some knowledge of arrays, having him assist would save a lot of time. This person could be considered an acquaintance of Xian Yongyan, at least somewhat familiar. Song Tao shook his head. "I am too foolish. After following my master for decades, I have yet to learn even the basics." "Song brother, you are clearly an outstanding array apprentice. Why the reluctance?" Xian Yongyan was quite displeased. Song Tao sighed, "My master has passed away and I must observe a 3-year mourning period, so I am sorry." Seeing this, Gu Yuan did not press further since the other party was unwilling. That was that. At most he would have to set it up alone, spending a bit more time. A forced situation is never sweet. Forcing him to go wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Glancing at the sky, now dusk, Gu Yuan prepared to leave. "Since you must observe mourning and cannot go out, we will not disturb you further. Farewell." Xian Yongyan's lips moved, wanting to say something more, but he did not. After the two left, they found a place nearby called Wan Yuan Inn to stay temporarily. With the day already late, having come all the way to Linhai City, Gu Yuan planned to explore for a few more days. If he could gather a few disciples, as Xian Yongyan suggested, that would be best. As night was about to fall, Xian Yongyan came out from the adjacent room and knocked on Gu Yuan's door. "Island Lord, I wish to visit Song Tao again. I rushed out earlier and forgot to inquire about families with suitable children. Brother Song has lived here for many years and surely knows more." Seeing that Xian Yongyan still remembered this matter, Gu Yuan did not stop him. "Go ahead, there is no need to force it too much." Xian Yongyan nodded. "Rest assured, Island Lord, I have some confidence in this matter." After Xian Yongyan left, he did not return until deep into the night. When he came back, he reeked of alcohol, his consciousness already hazy. Upon returning to Wan Yuan Inn, he began to shout and holler on the first floor. His ruckus disturbed quite a few guests within the inn. Hearing the noise, Gu Yuan frowned and stepped out of his room, arriving at the first floor of the inn. He casually waved his hand at Xian Yongyan, and immediately the alcohol odor emanating from him dispersed significantly. "How much have you had to drink?" Looking at the continuously dispersing alcohol fumes, Gu Yuan frowned. Using his magic to help Xian Yongyan dispel the alcohol in his system would take some time, and many people in the inn were already paying attention to the commotion. Someone shouted impatiently, "If you keep making noise, I'm calling the enforcement team. We are all cultivators, and to be harmed by alcohol is truly shameful." To avoid trouble, Gu Yuan had no choice but to support Xian Yongyan and take him back to his room, allowing him to sober up slowly. After settling Xian Yongyan, Gu Yuan returned to his room, and just as he pushed the door open, he sensed something was off. On the floor of the room there were several drops of blood, and on the bed lay a woman clad in black, unconscious. Gu Yuan took 2 steps back, confirming that this was indeed his room. How could a woman have appeared in his room in such a short time after going downstairs? It was forbidden to act against others in Lehigh City. How could a woman in black be injured and end up in his room at this hour? The key was that he had just been downstairs and it had not taken long to escort Xiang Yongyan back to his room. How could someone suddenly barge into his room during this time? Did she enter the wrong room? Gu Yuan looked at the woman in the room standing at the door, lost in thought. To avoid trouble, the best course of action would be to go down and rent another room. Otherwise, whether he approached to check on the injuries of this woman in black or called the innkeeper to handle the situation, it would lead to unnecessary trouble for him. This woman must have enemies. Being linked to her could lead to unwarranted disaster if they were deemed to be connected. With Foundation establishment cultivators present in Lehigh City, Gu Yuan did not want to cause any trouble. Renting another room would only cost half a spirit stone. Faced with the choice of half a spirit stone versus the potential trouble, Gu Yuan chose the former. With that in mind, he prepared to close the door and go downstairs to rent another room, deciding that whatever this woman in black was, it had nothing to do with him. Click. Just as the door was about to close, a flash of sword light shot out from the crack of the door. Don't move or I will stab you with a single sword thrust. The woman in black, somewhat annoyed, pressed her long sword against Gu Yuan's chest and forcefully pulled him into the room. Sensing that the opponent was only at the 8th level of chi refinement, Gu Yuan did not want to cause a disturbance that would attract trouble. If she dared to act, he was confident he could counter her in an instant, so he simply allowed the black-clad woman to pull him into the room. This trick of pretending to be injured and lying on the bed to lure the enemy has never failed me. Are you even human to try and escape? The woman in black was extremely displeased, applying some pressure with the long sword she held against Gu Yuan's chest. Feeling the chill from the sword tip, Gu Yuan pretended to panic and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" At the same time, the right hand behind his back discreetly crushed the prepared ma xiansan powder hidden in his sleeve, releasing it into the room. First, he needed to seal this person's magic, which would benefit Gu Yuan no matter how it went. "Speak, why did you try to escape just now?" The woman in black did not answer him, still feeling disgruntled that her tactic had not succeeded. I thought this wasn't my room, so I was about to leave." Gu Yuan feigned fear and responded with a tremble. "You fool, can't you remember whether this is your room or not?" The woman in black was extremely exasperated, completely not expecting that her often successful tactic would fail against someone who could not even remember his own room. "Miss, what business do you have barging into my room at this late hour? I don't seem to have offended you, have I?" Gu Yuan pretended to be somewhat frightened and asked. This time he came to Lehigh City, he had concealed his exposed cultivation level at the 5th level of chi refinement. Now facing the black-clad woman at the 8th level, acting frightened was the most normal response. "I ask you, what is your purpose in getting close to Song Tao? Do you also possess the treasure map of the Toxic Master?" The woman in black recalled the main point, and seeing Gu Yuan's fearful appearance, her eyes glinted with malice as she pressed for answers. "Song Tao? When did I ever approach him with ulterior motives?" Gu Yuan was filled with questions. Recalling Song Tao, a friend of Xiang Yongyan, Gu Yuan felt certain this woman had lost her mind. Merely paying a single visit, was that already proof of ulterior motives? "Young lady, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. I never intended to approach him deliberately, I only sought his master's assistance in setting up a formation. Upon learning his master had passed away, we left immediately." Gu Yuan replied, feigning grievance. Yet inwardly he could not suppress his growing curiosity about the so-called Toxic Sovereign's inheritance map mentioned by the black-robed woman. Remembering Song Tao's startled, suspicious expression at their first meeting that evening, Gu Yuan surmised the man must be hiding something profound. "Speak plainly, do you possess the Toxic Sovereign's inheritance map? Deny me and I'll run you through with my sword this very instant." "Speak plainly, do you possess the Toxic Sovereign's inheritance map? Deny me and I'll run you through with my sword this very instant." A fierce glint flashed across the black-robed woman's face. "Let me be frank, I've watched him for over a year. Many have approached him under false pretenses, and none escaped my interrogation techniques. Refuse truth and I shall subject you to torture. You saw your subordinate just now, did you truly think he was merely drunk? Wrong. I dosed him with soul-ensnaring wine and extracted every word from his lips. Should you lie to me, I'll pour the same draft down your throat. Then you'll have no will left to resist." She sought to intimidate Gu Yuan with ruthless menace, forcing him into confession, yet she knew not that Gu Yuan possessed deep mastery of toxic arts. Any anomaly in Xiang Yongyan's condition would be instantly apparent to him. Xiang Yongyan was genuinely intoxicated, his consciousness muddled but intact. Had he truly been ensnared by soul manipulation, his spirit would have fractured into chaos. Xiang Yongyan's state fell far short of such devastation. At best, the black-robed woman had gleaned only drunken ramblings from his lips. Observing that the black-robed woman had already inhaled a considerable dose of paralyzing immortal powder, Gu Yuan decided to prolong the charade to draw further truths from her. Young lady, I truly have no idea what you're referring to. What is this toxic sovereign's inheritance map? I've never even heard its name. Gu Yuan explained slowly, feigning profound distress. Seeing his demeanor, the black-robed woman arched a slender eyebrow. You truly did not seek out Song Tao deliberately. I swear I harbored no intention of approaching him. Truly. I don't believe you. She extended her hand. Hand over your storage pouch, I'll inspect it. If no map is found, you'll go free. Refuse and you'll taste my tortures firsthand. Realizing no useful intelligence had been drawn, Gu Yuan abandoned pretense. Surrendering his storage pouch was unthinkable. Should she glimpse the trove of spirit stones within, greed would surely ignite in her heart. With 2 fingers he seized the blade's edge and thrust outward. The longsword clattered onto the floor. You! Startled by his defiance, the black-robed woman lunged to subdue him, only to feel her limbs grow leaden, her cultivation energy utterly paralyzed. Panic seized her. You dare poison me yet claim you meant no harm to Song Tao. You must possess the toxic sovereign's inheritance map, how else could you wield such toxins? Her voice trembled, eyes flickering, yet she strained to mask her terror behind rigid composure. Gu Yuan flicked his sleeve, scattering residual paralyzing immortal powder, then withdrew a cobalt-glazed porcelain vial from his storage pouch and swallowed its antidote. Though he had held his breath, trace particles had still clung to him. Only after ingesting the antidote did he turn his full attention upon the black-robed woman. Her pupils quivered faintly, yet her lips pressed into a taut, unyielding line, betraying her effort to conceal alarm. Under the powder's effect she would remain powerless for several hours. Gu Yuan felt no fear of treachery. Settling at the table, Gu Yuan asked calmly, explain, what is Song Tao's connection to all this? Why do you assume I sought him out? And what is this toxic sovereign's inheritance map? The black-robed woman slumped weakly, swaying before collapsing onto the stool. Propping herself up with one arm on the table, she fixed Gu Yuan with a glare. Do you know who I am, to dare poison me? I am Yen Qianxu, a golden rank assassin of the Zhanyu Pavilion. Should harm befall me, the Zhanyu Pavilion will hunt you to the ends of heaven and earth, strip your sinews, tear your bones, and shatter your soul in alchemical fire. Yen Qianxu spoke with venomous authority, wielding her faction's dread reputation as both shield and weapon. You claim ignorance of Song Tao's significance. His master ventured into the former cavern hermitage of the toxic sovereign atop Qiu Mountain and likely retrieved the toxic sovereign's inheritance map there. Though he perished, he may well have entrusted it to Song Tao. Anyone drawing near Song Tao does so to seize that map, and anyone possessing such intent almost certainly holds a copy themselves. Having spoken, Yen Qianxu locked eyes with Gu Yuan, her gaze sharp and predatory. So, you too possess a copy of the map? Gu Yuan asked. Yen Qianxu, mistaking his calm for submission, let triumph gleam in her eyes. Indeed, the Zhanyu Pavilion holds one authentic copy. What lies within the toxic sovereign's inheritance? Gu Yuan pressed. Naturally, the toxic sovereign's peerless art of poisons. Yen Qianxu shot him a disdainful glance. You wield toxins yourself, how can you not know the toxic sovereign? He was a legend of the Southern Realm 3 centuries past, a Foundation establishment cultivator who slew Golden Core elders in defiance of celestial law. Though he never ascended to Golden Core himself, he earned the title Toxic Sovereign through unmatched mastery. You truly know nothing of him. Gu Yuan had indeed never heard the name. He was newly arrived in this land and wished no entanglement with such perilous legacies. Then, you truly hold no copy of the map. Disappointment edged Yen Qianxu's voice. Having drawn forth all he needed, Gu Yuan dropped all pretense. I possess no such map. I sought Song Tao only because I was unaware his master had died. I intended to enlist his aid in forming a formation. Is that truly so? Do not deceive me. If you do hold the map, we may cooperate. Once the 3rd fragment is located, the full inheritance shall be ours. That inheritance holds far more than mere toxic arts. Vast treasures await. The toxic sovereign once eradicated an entire sect single-handedly, even siphoning its spiritual vein. All such spoils may reside within his legacy. Yen Qianxu refused to relent, probing once more. Gu Yuan met her gaze with cool disdain. If I truly possessed the map, could your current state possibly hinder me from seizing your storage pouch? Upon hearing this, Yen Qianxu instinctively covered her storage pouch with her hand. Her reaction confirmed Gu Yuan's suspicion. She indeed possessed a fragment of the poisoned sovereign's legacy map. Having just arrived in Linhai City, Gu Yuan was unfamiliar with its layout and customs. Though this woman appeared somewhat naive, such a person would not carry so precious an artifact without powerful backing. Gu Yuan refused to believe otherwise. At that moment, Gu Yuan weighed how best to handle her. Several Foundation establishment cultivators resided within Linhai City, and since she belonged to an assassin sect, it stood to reason her patron was one of them. Gu Yuan himself still required considerable time before achieving foundation establishment. He had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. Noticing Gu Yuan's silent scrutiny, Yan Qianshue's eyes flickered with regret. Since this was merely a misunderstanding, why not give me the antidote and let me go? Let it be as though nothing ever happened, what do you say? Here. Gu Yuan withdrew a white porcelain vial from his storage pouch and handed it to her. Without hesitation, Yan Qianxue seized the vial and swallowed its contents in one swift motion. Why is there no effect? My limbs remain weak and I cannot channel my spiritual energy. Yan Qianxue frowned, perplexed. What you ingested was not the antidote for mothing powder, how could it possibly take effect? Gu Yuan gazed at her coolly. When I took the antidote moments ago, I held a blue vial, not this white one. A so-called elite assassin who lacks even this basic power of observation, how exactly do you survive your profession? You. Yan Qianxue choked on fury. She had assumed that once the misunderstanding was clarified, Gu Yuan, fearing her affiliation with the Zhanyu Pavilion, would release her. She never imagined he'd given her no antidote at all. If this wasn't the antidote, then what was it? She demanded urgently. Merely another toxin, Gu Yuan replied, calm and detached. Though Gu Yuan wished to avoid entanglement should this woman persist in folly, he would not hesitate to end her with poison. What kind of toxin did you give me? Fully. Though Gu Yuan wished to avoid entanglement should this woman persist in folly, he would not hesitate to end her with poison. What kind of toxin did you give me? This was a misunderstanding, I'd never seek retribution afterward. You're overthinking. Just neutralize the poison, I'll leave immediately. Upon learning she'd consumed yet another toxin, Yan Qianxue panicked anew. It is no lethal venom, so long as I refrain from activating it you'll suffer no harm. But should I trigger it, the parasitic venom concealed within the pill will awaken, burrowing through your viscera before erupting from your face. This toxin is named the worry-free pill, ensuring serenity even in death, for once the face is devoured none shall recognize the corpse. Gu Yuan described its function with disquieting nonchalance. Ah! You wretch! Yan Qianxue recoiled in horror, clapping both hands over her cheeks. Scream again, and I'll activate the toxin now, Gu Yuan warned, voice ice cold. She fell instantly silent. At daybreak, Gu Yuan roused Xian Yangyan and led him downstairs. At checkout, Gu Yuan feigned indignation toward the innkeeper. Do you truly think Li Pingyun of Nanyi Island would default on mere lodging fees? What manner of look is that? The innkeeper blinked, bewildered. Sir, I meant no offense. Gu Yuan tossed a spirit stone onto the counter and departed swiftly with Xian Yangyan. Upstairs, Yan Qianxue had already regained her spiritual energy. Glaring at Gu Yuan's retreating back, she muttered bitterly, Li Pingyun, dare you poison me? You'll regret this dearly. With that she vanished without a trace. Walking along the road, Xian Yongyan, still groggy, suddenly recalled something and stammered anxiously, Island Master, last night I drank too much. On my way back I encountered a woman who held me at sword point and demanded to know why I sought Brother Song. I told her truthfully, but she refused to believe me. She searched my storage pouch, then forced a soporific wine upon me. After that, I remember nothing. Island Master, how did I return last night? Gu Yuan understood instantly. The woman Xian Yongyan described was Yan Qianxue. With both still within Linhai City, explanation could wait. We'll speak of this later, first we must leave Linhai City. Xian Yongyan nodded, visibly shaken. He hadn't expected peril within Linhai City itself, and recalling the woman's probing questions his heart lurched. Song Tao must be entangled in some grave matter. Merely approaching him had drawn calamity upon him unjustly. Remaining here risked further danger. When Gu Yuan declared their departure, Xian Yongyan wholeheartedly agreed. They hastened to the southern harbor district of Linhai City, sold their original vessel at appraisal, then purchased a spirit boat for 950 spirit stones. Boarding the spirit boat, they sped southward across the southern sea without pause. Propelled by spirit stones, the vessel sliced across waves at several times the speed of ordinary ships. Only when Linhai City's silhouette dissolved into the horizon did Xiang Yongyan finally speak. Island Master, Brother Song appears embroiled in a matter of great consequence. Last night Gu Yuan cut him off. I met that woman myself. I now grasp the essence of Song Tao's predicament. He and his master are entwined in the poisoned sovereign's legacy, and for now Linhai City is forbidden territory. Xian Yongyan nodded fervently. You're absolutely right, we must never return. It's far too dangerous. His voice trembled with lingering dread. Recalling Song Tao's odd behavior the previous night, Xian Yongyan rummaged through his robes, and suddenly drew forth a scroll of beast hide. What? Xian Yongyan froze mid-motion. Gu Yuan snatched the scroll from his hands and stared stunned into silence. The scroll bore a detailed mountain map, yet incomplete, offering no definitive coordinates to locate its site. In the upper right corner, a line of script read, "I am Zhang Xi, known as the Poison Sovereign. Sensing my mortal limit approaches and unwilling to entrust my life's knowledge to unworthy heirs, I have devised this legacy map. Whosoever gathers all 3 fragments shall inherit my full legacy." Gu Yuan fixed Xian Yongyan with a stern gaze. "How did this come into your possession, and why did that woman fail to seize it last night?" Xian Yongyan hurriedly explained, "Last night I visited Song Tao's residence and reminisced with him about our shared past. Later I asked whether any fellow cultivators had suitable offspring for discipleship. He said he'd scarcely left home these past years and knew little, then insisted we drink together. We continued until late. This scroll must have been slipped into my robes by Song Tao himself. Neither of us dispelled the wine's intoxication with spiritual energy, we were both thoroughly drunk. Your friend intends to harm you," Gu Yuan said meaningfully. From Song Tao's somewhat panicked demeanor yesterday, it was evident he knew someone was watching him. Considering Yan Qiangshu's way of doing things, it is highly likely she had searched Song Tao, but her methods were too poor to find anything. Gu Yuan could hardly imagine what would happen if Yan Qiangshu discovered that both individuals she searched had the treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance. Xian Yangdian's storage bag was thoroughly searched yesterday, yet Yan Qiangshu somehow failed to find the treasure map, which is indeed remarkable. Truly peculiar. Song Tao wants to harm me. After a moment of shock, Xian Yongyan reacted. He then exploded in anger. How dare he? I considered him a friend, yet he treats me as a scapegoat. Xian Yongyan instantly grasped the situation. Song Tao acquired the treasure map of the Poison Sovereign from his master, and due to his lack of understanding of its value, he did not hand it over when confronted, while the woman had not searched him thoroughly and thus continued to monitor him. Feeling uneasy, Song Tao planned to discard the map upon realizing it had little value, yet he hesitated to hand it directly to the woman, fearing she might kill him out of anger. Thus, upon encountering Xiang Yongyan, a convenient scapegoat, Song Tao thrust the item onto him, intending to divert trouble away from himself. This item cannot remain in our possession. Gu Yuan speculated that with Yan Qiangshu's personality, she would likely continue to monitor Song Tao after the fact. At that time, Song Tao only needed to subtly indicate that Xian Yongyan possessed the item, and Yan Qiangshu's attention would certainly be drawn. She was not frightening and was even somewhat foolish. The true terror lay with the moon-slashing pavilion behind her. Gu Yuan was unsure whether the treasure map of the Poison Sovereign was a task assigned by the moon-slashing pavilion to Yan Qiangshu, or if she sought it for herself. Once the underlying forces were involved, facing an assassin organization made Gu Yuan feel a headache. Island Master, what should we do now? Xian Yongyan was extremely frustrated. Let's return to Three Mountains Island for now, and after a while we can auction this item in Linhai City. It's useless for us to keep it. Gu Yuan thought for a moment this was indeed the safest course of action, effectively discarding it publicly while also drawing more attention from others, allowing them to avoid being implicated. In Linhai City, within the secret base of the moon-slashing pavilion, Yan Qiangshu angrily sought out her father. Father, I remember there is a poison expert in the moon-slashing pavilion, right? The master of the moon-slashing pavilion, Yan Xingwen, looked at his daughter and asked, why are you asking this out of the blue? I have been poisoned and cannot identify it myself. I want someone to confirm it for me. Yan Qiangshu answered truthfully. What? What happened? Yan Xingwen's expression turned cold. It's because of the treasure map of the Poison Sovereign you gave me. I wanted to find the other 2 maps 2 years ago. A group reportedly found a cave suspected to belong to the Poison Sovereign, so I began to monitor them. Yesterday, Yan Qiangshu recounted the events of last night. Upon hearing this, Yan Xingwen was furious. Such audacity. How dare they poison my daughter? The Li family from Nani Island must be seeking death. Don't worry, daughter, we have plenty of poison experts in the moon-slashing pavilion. I will summon one to help you check. If there is a problem, I will level the Li family for you. On Three Mountains Island, Gu Yuan returned to find the Shui family already mining copper on the front mountain. He did not mind the copper mine that he had already promised to the Shui family. After returning to the mountain gate, Gu Yuan planted the medicinal herb seeds he had purchased and began to arrange the protective mountain formation. During the 5th trial of the ascending Immortal platform, Gu Yuan had learned some knowledge about formations, though he hadn't studied it deeply. Later, at the Xiantian sect's scripture repository, he collected many cultivation techniques related to various arts. A first-level defensive formation could not encompass such a vast mountain gate. Gu Yuan could only choose to layer formations connecting the overall formation through a series of small. A first-level defensive formation could not encompass such a vast mountain gate. Gu Yuan could only choose to layer formations connecting the overall formation through a series of smaller ones. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty significantly. After 10 days, Gu Yuan finally completed some of the basic formation foundations, but fully setting it up would require a long time. One day Shui Tiangui, the patriarch of the Shui family, heard that Gu Yuan had returned to the mountain and hurried over from the Shui family. Last time Gu Yuan had discussed sending some disciples from the Shui family, and after much consideration the Shui family finally made a decision. Upon meeting Gu Yuan, Shui Tiangui showed a humble smile. Island Master Gu, when do you plan to establish the sect? This matter is not urgent. I will decide once I have trained some disciples, otherwise with just myself establishing the sect would be a joke. With the mountain gate established and disciples to be collected, the binding force of the Xiantian oath had already weakened considerably. Gu Yuan intended to wait until he became a foundation establishment cultivator to discuss the timing of establishing the sect, though he could not express this openly to Shui Tiangui. Island Master Gu, we of the Shui family have discussed this carefully. We indeed wish to befriend you. This September our Shui family will conduct spirit root testing for a new batch of clan members. We will send the 3 with the best spirit root talents to be your disciples as a way to assist you in rebuilding the sect. What do you think? Shui Tiangui, after much thought, ultimately chose to gamble on this. Thoroughly severing ties with Gu Yuan would allow them to avoid the disputes with the Li family, but that would leave them in a precarious position with both sides. The Shui family was insignificant to the Li family, but choosing Gu Yuan now would be like sending charcoal in the snow, naturally earning them some goodwill. Gu Yuan smiled. 3 disciples were not a big deal, but what mattered was the choice of the Shui family. Island Master Gu, there is one more thing. My Shui family needs a guarantee. Shui Tiangui shifted the topic. Gu Yuan did not believe the Shui family would support him unconditionally. What guarantee does the patriarch need? Shui Tiangui said seriously, once our Shui family sends our members to be your disciples, it means we are on the same boat with you, which will inevitably offend the Li family. I hope that within 10 years you can exempt our Shui family from the annual taxes imposed by the Li family. If you can fulfill this, the Shui family is willing to assist you. If you cannot, then I will have to expel the 3 clan members sent to your side, and our Shui family must sever ties with you. It's a deal. The request from the Shui family was reasonable. It wouldn't do to have them follow you and still pay taxes to other forces. Seeing Gu Yuan agree readily, Shui Tiangui's eyes flashed and he secretly sighed. This Island Master Gu appeared quite confident. Perhaps he had some hidden cards. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Shui Tiangui's face. Island Master Gu, I have a niece who is now in the mid-stage of qi refinement dedicated to her cultivation and has yet to have a partner. You are currently alone, why not? Stop. Gu Yuan interrupted Shui Tiangui. I am solely focused on reviving the sect with no other intentions. Seeing this, Shui Tiangui ceased further discussion. In his view, a marriage alliance was the most effective means of establishing a relationship. It seemed Island Master Gu did not yet trust their Shui family. After sending off Shui Tiangui, Gu Yuan returned to the cultivation room in the main hall at the mountaintop and took out a container to melt down the rock crystals purchased in Linhai City. The only drawback of Three Mountains Island was the lack of ground fire. The smelting in future alchemy required Gu Yuan to use his magical power to ignite the fire. The rock crystals could be used to practice the body refinement technique obtained from Li Zhengtong's storage bag. Enhancing his body refinement abilities would help strengthen his foundation after foundation establishment. The previously practiced 8 Desolations body refinement technique was too high in grade and lacked the necessary medicinal materials for assistance, making it difficult to improve. Thus Gu Yuan had to switch to this ordinary rock casting technique. As for the techniques for cultivating divine sense, Gu Yuan had previously chosen the 9 Origins concentration technique from the Xiantian sect's scripture repository. This technique was of a higher grade and was difficult even to begin in the qi refinement stage without a special environment. At that time, Gu Yuan could only give up. He could only wait until foundation establishment, when his divine thought would transform into divine sense to cultivate the 9 Origins concentration technique. As the flames continued to rise, the rock crystals began to melt into a liquid state. Gu Yuan began to channel his technique to absorb the rock energy. The burning sensation pierced through his entire body, but with his background of being at the 2nd level of body refinement, it was somewhat easier for him to endure this burning sensation than an ordinary person. After a long while, a layer of fiery red rock patterns adhered to Gu Yuan's skin, marking the completion of the first step in changing techniques. For the following period, apart from daily cultivation, Gu Yuan also set aside some time each day to improve the protective mountain formation. On the vast sea, a spirit ship was sailing south at great speed. On the ship, a girl in blue, Yuan Xiaoyu, wore a frown. The moon-slashing pavilion had assigned her a task to eliminate Li Pingyun, a qi refinement 5th level cultivator from the Li family of Nani Island. If she remembered correctly, the guy named Li Pingyun had unfortunately died while testing the antidote he had concocted due to poisoning. How could one assassinate a dead person? Yuan Xiaoyu had joined the Zhanyu Pavilion years ago, executing several missions with her elusive poison techniques, earning the medal of a bronze-level killer. This time the head of the Jianyu Pavilion specifically sent her to South Leaf Island to assassinate Li Pingyun, as her poison skills were most suited for carrying out an assassination unnoticed. Ruan Xiaoyu was unsure whether the Jianyu Pavilion had made a mistake with the information or what, but Li Pingyun had indeed already died by her hand. Although the Jianyu Pavilion had not issued the task at that time, it could still be considered as having completed it in advance. Therefore Ruan Xiaoyu did not intend to make an extra trip to South Leaf Island. She directly changed her destination to Three Mountain Island, wanting to see if she could learn more powerful poison techniques from the island master there. As for the task, she could simply submit it as completed when she returned, since Li Pingyun had indeed died at her hands. If anyone doubted it, they could send someone to investigate and see if it was true. Ruan Xiaoyu controlled the spirit ship, moving swiftly forward. Holding a sea chart in her hand, she navigated for 3 days before finally spotting the outline of an island with 3 peaks in the distance. Three Mountain Island, here I come. I hope you won't disappoint me, Ruan Xiaoyu murmured as she docked the spirit ship on the shore and stepped onto Three Mountain Island. Upon entering the island, she saw a group of mortals mining for ore with several cultivators overseeing them. Ruan Xiaoyu walked towards them. In the front mountain copper mine area, Xiang Yongyan was chatting with his brother-in-law. The Shui family had sent him to supervise the copper mining, and he would be staying here for a while, so as a brother-in-law, Xiang Yongyan naturally needed to come and take a look. While they were chatting, they noticed a boat approaching the shore. A woman came down from the boat and walked directly towards them. When Xiang Yongyan saw her face, he shivered in fear. Poison woman. As Xiang Yongyan brought Ruan Xiaoyu before Gu Yuan, he was still trembling. He simply could not remain calm in the presence of a poison expert. After Xiang Yongyan explained the woman's intentions, Gu Yuan looked at her warily. How do you know I use poison? Having recently been involved with the inheritance of the poison sovereign, he had to be cautious. Ruan Xiaoyu replied with respect, I studied for 2 years at the Li family of South Leaf Island and could never unravel the poison you laid. Upon hearing the words Li family of South Leaf Island, Gu Yuan's vigilance did not lessen. He frowned and asked, are you one of the Li family? Gu Yuan recognized Ruan Xiaoyu. She was indeed the woman who had poisoned him with a laxative due to Xiang Yangyan's complaints in front of the Datong Dan Pavilion. He had thought she was from the Datong Dan Pavilion, but he did not expect her to have ties to the Li family. I have no connection to the Li family. I am merely here to take on a job for a fee. I sincerely seek your guidance on the way of poison. Gu Yuan chuckled lightly, frowning. Since you have a past with the Li family, do you think I would discuss poison techniques with you? Would I teach you to detoxify those from the Li family? Miss, I am not a fool, so please leave. Ruan Xiaoyu had expected this response. She straightened her not-so-imposing chest and said, my father is an alchemist for the Datong Chamber of Commerce. I possess spirit stones. As long as you teach me poison techniques, I can pay you with spirit stones as a reward, and I swear I will never detoxify anyone from the Li family. What do you say? Gu Yuan scoffed at this. She could choose not to detoxify directly, but could she stop others from doing so? Such a flawed oath was naturally not something Gu Yuan would believe. Miss, just go back where you came from. I am not interested. Ruan Xiaoyu frowned. She had considered that this trip might not go smoothly, but she did not expect the other party to give her no chance to negotiate. How about 10,000 spirit stones? Just a poison formula that can deal with Foundation establishment cultivators will suffice. Ruan Xiaoyu still wanted to test the waters. Faced with this woman who was only at the 6th layer of qi refining to open with a price of 10,000 spirit stones, Gu Yuan was somewhat tempted. But the only poison technique he knew that could threaten a major Foundation establishment cultivator was just that one. If he passed it on to her, the poison on the Li family's Foundation establishment cultivator would be resolved in an instant, and he would lose the means to control the Li family. When the time came, if the Li family came looking for him, he would only be able to flee. This deal was not worth it. Giving up control over the Li family for 10,000 spirit stones was a loss for Gu Yuan. Suddenly he thought of the poison sovereign's inheritance treasure map. That item must be very attractive to this woman who was fond of poison techniques. After all, that thing was of no use staying with him. He did not plan to delve deeply into the way of poison. It was merely a means of self-defense from when he was weak. By handing it over, he could avoid future troubles, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Since this woman could connect with the Li family, she would definitely not be an insignificant character in Linhai City. Passing the poison sovereign's inheritance treasure map to her could also be seen as shedding this potential threat. With this in mind, Gu Yuan looked at Ruan Xiaoyu and said, 10,000 spirit stones are not enough. Seeing Gu Yuan start to negotiate, Ruan Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy. Spirit stones were not a problem for her as long as she had a means to deal with Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if she took on a few more assassination missions from the Jianyu Pavilion, she could earn it back. How about 15,000? That's all I have on me in spirit stones, Ruan Xiaoyu said. Seeing that Ruan Xiaoyu could still raise the price, Gu Yuan looked at her with newfound respect. But what she wanted was a poison formula to deal with Foundation establishment cultivators, which she could not provide. After signaling Xiang Yongyan beside her to leave, Gu Yuan whispered, "Miss, have you heard of the Poison Sovereign?" Ruan Xiaoyu certainly knew about the Poison Sovereign who had wiped out a powerful poison cultivators sect with a golden core ancestor hundreds of years ago. For Ruan Xiaoyu, who was fond of the way of poison, this name was like thunder, and it had always been her pursuit. "Of course I've heard of him. Island Master, you wouldn't possibly." Ruan Xiaoyu thought Gu Yuan was the heir of the Poison Sovereign, wanting to continue raising the price while feeling both anxious and delighted. Gu Yuan shook his head. "I have no relation to the Poison Sovereign. I can't provide you with a formula to deal with Foundation establishment cultivators, but I can offer you one of the inheritances of the Poison Sovereign. 15,000 spirit stones will buy you a share of the inheritance. Consider it carefully." As he said this, Gu Yuan was also bearing a significant risk. If Ruan Xiaoyu had come specifically for the Poison Sovereign's inheritance treasure map, then he would have revealed too much by saying this. If it were not for the 15,000 spirit stones, Gu Yuan would not have revealed this matter under any circumstances. One of the inheritances of the Poison Sovereign. Ruan Xiaoyu was shocked, not expecting this trip to yield such a reward. For her 15,000 spirit stones to obtain the Poison Sovereign's inheritance was an incredibly worthwhile deal. The techniques of the Poison Sovereign at the level of transformation far exceeded this price. "Island Master, you must be joking," Ruan Xiaoyu said, doubting that anyone would sell the Poison Sovereign's inheritance for just over 10,000 spirit stones. Gu Yuan had been watching Ruan Xiaoyu closely. Seeing her expression was normal, though somewhat surprised, he was certain that she did not know about the Poison Sovereign's inheritance treasure map. So Gu Yuan decided not to hide it, saying frankly, "It's just a treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance. You need to gather 3 pieces to find the place of inheritance and obtain the legacy." A treasure map of the inheritance requiring 3 pieces. Ruan Xiaoyu pondered. No wonder the Poison Sovereign had not been heard from for hundreds of years. It turned out the inheritance was hidden within 3 pieces of treasure map. The temptation of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance was simply too great for Ruan Xiaoyu. Even if it was only 1/3 of the treasure map, she did not want to let it slip away. She immediately spoke, "May I take a look at it? As long as I confirm it's real, I will definitely present the spirit stones." Gu Yuan readily took out the treasure map from his storage bag and showcased it. Upon seeing the writing on it, Ruan Xiaoyu was overjoyed. "I'll take it." After finishing, she took out the spirit stones from her storage bag and handed them to Gu Yuan. Over 10,000 spirit stones piled on the ground. Gu Yuan did not expect this woman to be so straightforward. Successfully getting rid of this hot potato while also receiving a large sum of spirit stones, Gu Yuan was very satisfied. After handing the treasure map to Ruan Xiaoyu, he kindly reminded her this treasure map for the Poison Sovereign's inheritance, the Zhanyu Pavilion, also has a copy. Consider this information a gift for you. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. As a member of the Zhanyu Pavilion, if they had one copy of the treasure map and she had obtained this one, then they would have 2. There was a chance they could really piece together all 3 to obtain the Poison Sovereign's inheritance, making this trip to 3 Mountain Island worthwhile. "Thank you for the reminder, Island Master," Ruan Xiaoyu said with a smile as she put away the treasure map. After Ruan Xiaoyu left, Gu Yuan watched the direction of the departing spirit ship and muttered, "The inheritance of a powerful cultivator seems quite valuable. I should look into which famous cultivators are out there and create a few fake inheritance treasure maps. Who knows, I might make a fortune." This treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance was obtained by Xiang Yongyan, and Gu Yuan naturally would not keep it all for himself after selling it. Once Ruan Xiaoyu had left, Gu Yuan called Xiang Yongyan over and pointed to the 5,000 spirit stones on the ground, saying, "I sold your inheritance treasure map. You should take these spirit stones." Xiang Yangyan's eyes widened. He did not expect that thing to be worth so much. Was this a case of turning misfortune into fortune? "Island Master, this isn't appropriate. They'll just keep 100 spirit stones, please take the rest, Island Master." Xiang Yongyan had never seen so many spirit stones and was momentarily hesitant to accept, especially since this incident almost brought Gu Yuan trouble. "It's yours, so just take it." Gu Yuan, having been implicated in this matter, also earned a lot of spirit stones. He would not greedily take what was rightfully Xiang Yangyan's. After receiving the treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance, Ruan Xiaoyu hurriedly piloted her spirit ship back to Linhai City. She immediately arrived at the secret base of the Zhanyu Pavilion. She planned to submit her task first and then find the pavilion master to inquire about the Poison Sovereign's inheritance. As a master of poison herself, she had no qualms about handing over the treasure map to the Zhanyu Pavilion. As long as she could gather 3 treasure maps, she believed that with her skills in poison, the pavilion master would definitely take her to explore the location of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance. She had no interest in other treasures, only an unyielding fascination with the path of poison. As long as she could obtain the inheritance of poison techniques, she would not consider it a loss. Just after submitting her task before Yuan Xiaoyu could find the pavilion master, she ran into Yan Qianxue. I have met Miss Yan. Has the poisonous insect been expelled in these past few days? A few days ago, Yuan Xiaoyu had checked Yan Qianxue's body and confirmed that there was only one type of poison encapsulated by a huachong pill within her. As long as no one disturbed that poisonous insect, there would be no problems. Thus she had prepared an antidote for Yan Qianxue, allowing her to feel at ease. In these days, Yan Qianxue had been staying within the Zhanyu Pavilion without going out. Today, just as she wanted to continue monitoring Song Tao and the others who had previously visited the temporary cave of the Poison Sovereign, she unexpectedly encountered Yuan Xiaoyu. The two were not familiar with each other before. Considering that Yan Qianxue was the daughter of the pavilion master, Yuan Xiaoyu thought it was a good opportunity to probe for information. It has been expelled. I must thank you for that. If it weren't for your examination, I would have been worried for a long time. Yan Qianxue expressed her gratitude. Miss Yan need not be polite, this is what I should do. However, I wonder if Miss Yan knows about something. Yuan Xiaoyu decided to probe for information after their pleasantries. What is it? Yan Qianxue asked. Miss Yan, do you know about the treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance? Yuan Xiaoyu fixed her gaze on Yan Qianxue, knowing that if anyone in the Zhanyu Pavilion was most aware of the valuable items, it would be only Yan Qianxue. The treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance. Yan Qianxue looked at Yuan Xiaoyu in surprise. Why are you asking about this? I heard someone say that there is indeed a Poison Sovereign inheritance treasure map in our Zhanyu Pavilion, so I inquired about it. Who did you hear that from? Yan Qianxue was extremely astonished. Aside from her father Yan Xingwen, she was the only one who knew about the treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance in the Zhanyu Pavilion, so how could it have leaked out for no reason? I heard it from the target of my mission this time. Yuan Xiaoyu thought for a moment and did not betray Gu Yuan, instead casually attributing this matter to a dead person. The other party was able to sell such a valuable item to her and even generously provided this information. Yuan Xiaoyu felt somewhat guilty about potentially drawing the attention of the Zhanyu Pavilion by betraying him. Mission target. Tell me who it is. Yan Qianxue became interested. She had spent a long time searching for other Poison Sovereign inheritance treasure maps, and now that she had a new lead, she naturally did not want to miss it. It is a cultivator from the Li family of Nani Island, Li Pingyun. Since the other party was already dead with no proof against her, Yuan Xiaoyu simply pushed the blame onto him as it could not be verified. Li Pingyun. When Yan Qianxue repeated this name, her pretty face turned cold. It was he who had poisoned her, causing her to worry for many days. Is he dead? Yan Qianxue asked. In response to the young lattice inquiry, he has indeed died. That damned guy, even in death he wants to sell me out, truly despicable. Yan Qianxue felt that Li Pingyun before he died had sinister intentions in revealing the existence of the Poison Sovereign inheritance treasure map to the Poison Master Yuan Xiaoyu. Thinking of this, Yan Qianxue said irritably, we have the treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance and it's with me, but we need to gather 3 maps to find the true location of the inheritance. Once we have all 3, I will take you there. She thought that since Yuan Xiaoyu was already aware of this matter, there was no point in hiding it from her any longer, as it would only provoke Yuan Xiaoyu's displeasure. So she decided to be straightforward. Really? I also have a treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance. Now we already have 2 and we just need to find the last one to locate the Poison Sovereign's inheritance treasure map. Upon confirming that the Zhanyu Pavilion indeed had the second treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance, Yuan Xiaoyu was extremely delighted. Once the 3 treasure maps of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance were gathered, she would have the opportunity to learn the poison techniques of the Poison Sovereign. You have one too. Where did it come from? Yan Qianxue looked at Yuan Xiaoyu in disbelief. It was obtained from Li Pingyun. Yuan Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to attribute this matter to the dead person. Damn it! He deceived me. Hearing this, Yan Qianxue's anger flared. Originally, Yan Qianxue felt a hint of guilt about Li Pingyun becoming a target for assassination by the Zhanyu Pavilion, thinking that this incident was caused by her father seeking vengeance for her. However, upon hearing Yuan Xiaoyu's words, all her feelings of guilt immediately dissipated. She considered a possibility that Li Pingyun believed he could manipulate her, so he planned to let her attract attention while he profited when the remaining treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance was found. Oof. He doesn't even consider what level he is at, yet he wants to play such games. He deserves to die. Seeing Yan Qianxue like this, Yuan Xiaoyu asked, what's wrong, miss? Oh, it's nothing. Just show me the treasure map you obtained. Yan Qianxue returned to her senses, unwilling to mention the matter further. Ruan Xiaoyu took out the treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance from her storage bag. As soon as Yan Qianxue saw it, she immediately confirmed it was genuine. She then took out her own treasure map from her storage bag and compared the two. The two treasure maps of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance combined revealed a partial view of a mountain, but unfortunately it was incomplete, making it impossible to determine the true location of the inheritance with just these two maps. After the two women examined the results carefully, they felt somewhat disappointed. It seems we must find the third Poison Sovereign inheritance treasure map to obtain all the information. Yan Qianxue sighed. Seeing this, Ruan Xiaoyu thought of a plan. Miss, now that we have two treasure maps of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance, why not take one to the Datong auction house for auction? This way we can surely attract someone who possesses the third treasure map. At that time we can directly identify this person and we will have all three treasure maps. If no one bids, we can simply bid on it ourselves without losing anything. Oh, that's a good idea. With the strength of our Zhanyu Pavilion, we need not fear anyone taking this item from us. Yan Qianxue's eyes brightened. After the two women discussed the plan, they found it quite good. Sand Mountain Island. In the main hall, Gu Yuan was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a pile of spirit stones for cultivation. After throwing away the hot potato that was the treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance, he felt much more relaxed and was able to concentrate better during his cultivation. Suddenly receiving a windfall, Gu Yuan was not stingy. During his cultivation, he directly used spirit stones to assist his training, which would allow him to enhance his cultivation faster. The three disciples had also entered the qi refining stage and everything was on track. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. The mountain protection formation was about to be completed. On this day, it was once again the annual occasion for the Li family to come for the antidote to suppress the poison. Coincidentally, the Xue family had also sent 3 newly tested seedlings this year. The Li family members, seeing that the Xue family had finished constructing their mountain gate yet remained on Sand Mountain Island, were extremely displeased but did not question it on the spot. They noted it in their minds, planning to discuss it with their clan upon returning to the Li family. In this regard, Gu Yuan did not bother to consider the thoughts of the Li family members. After handing over the antidote, he dismissed them. Shui Tiangue led the 3 children inside. Today is really unfortunate. It seems the Li family will hold a grudge against us again. Elder Shui need not worry, I will handle this matter. In a few years the Xue family will no longer have to look at the Li family's face. Gu Yuan is not far from the late stage of the 9th layer of qi refining. Within a few years he is confident he will break through to the great perfection of the 9th layer of qi refining, and at that time he can attempt foundation establishment. Once he becomes a foundation establishment cultivator, he will no longer have to look at the Li family's face. Hearing this, Shui Tiangue said in disbelief, could it be? Indeed, I am confident that I can achieve foundation establishment within a few years, Gu Yuan reassured Shui Tiangue. Shui Tiangue was taken aback as Gu Yuan once again appeared mysterious and powerful in his eyes. Countless loose cultivator families in the Nanshuanxi region dreamt of breaking through to become foundation establishment cultivators but had failed. Little did he expect Gu Yuan to be so confident. It seemed that he not only possessed the method to break through to the foundation establishment stage but perhaps also the legendary foundation establishment pill. Shui Tiangue looked at the 3 children before him, feeling somewhat fortunate about his choice, otherwise Gu Yuan would not have informed him of this matter. Master Gu, I entrust these 3 family members to you. Knowing they can cultivate by your side gives me peace of mind. Shui Tiangue gestured towards the 3 children. The 3 appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, all boys. This is Xuerenchuan, the most gifted among my clan, possessing a 6th grade spirit root. These 2 are Xuerenli and Xuerenha, both possessing 7th grade spirit roots. Gu Yuan smiled at the 3 children and said, Clan leader Shui, you can rest assured that I will teach them here. During their daily routine, Xiang Yongyan will take care of them. He is also your Xue family's son-in-law and not an outsider. Once they embark on their cultivation journey, I will personally look after them. From today onwards you 3 shall be my registered disciples. Hurry and pay your respects to your master. Seeing the 3 children still dazed, Shui Tiangue quickly reminded them. Paying respects to master. The 3 replied in unison. All right, get up and follow your master up the mountain. With 3 new disciples, Gu Yuan arranged for them to stay in a house on the side of the central plaza, allowing Xiang Yongyan and his wife to take care of them. They would first learn body tempering, sense spiritual energy, and how to draw qi into their bodies. The 3 were all descendants of Xiang Yangyan's partner Xue Hongjin, and she had no complaints about taking care of them. Thus the 3 years on Sanshan Island passed peacefully. Every day aside from his own cultivation, Gu Yuan would also take some time to instruct his disciples. After more than a year of arriving at the mountain gate, the 3 brothers of the Xue family gradually completed body tempering and successfully absorbed spiritual energy into their bodies. Gu Yuan passed down a technique called Qingyu transformation. Among the disciples, Yi Beibei, who cultivated the fastest, had unknowingly reached the second layer of qi refinement. Qi Qiuyan and Wang Haishang were still lingering at the first layer. The three brothers of the Shui family had yet to enter the qi refinement stage. In these 2 years, Gu Yuan successfully broke through to the late stage of qi refinement, just a step away from achieving the great perfection, while his body refining cultivation also advanced to the late stage. The rapid enhancement of strength consumed an astonishing amount of resources. Aside from the resources provided to his disciples, Gu Yuan himself had consumed over 2,000 spirit stones in these 2 years. During his time in Linhai City, Gu Yuan purchased an alchemy furnace, spiritual herb seeds, materials for the mountain protection array, and rock crystals, spending several thousand spirit stones. Now he had less than 20,000 spirit stones left in his storage bag. One cannot simply eat away their resources indefinitely. Gu Yuan planned to start finding ways to earn spirit stones after he broke through to foundation establishment. He could not continue like this. One day, Shui Tiangui hurriedly arrived at Sanshan Island. "Master Gu, this is incredible news." Shui Tiangui could not hide his joy. "What is it?" Gu Yuan looked at Shui Tiangui in confusion. Could it be that the Li family had been destroyed? "Master Gu, do you still remember the poison island marked on the sea chart?" Shui Tiangui exclaimed excitedly. Poison Island. Gu Yuan knew about that island. He had been there to combat the Li family's cultivators and found many poisons there. What about the poison island? Gu Yuan did not understand how an island full of poisonous miasma could be considered good news by Shui Tiangui. Seeing Gu Yuan's puzzled expression, Shui Tiangui smiled and said, 2 years ago someone auctioned a treasure map of the poisoned sovereign's inheritance in Linhai City, which caused a sensation. After that auction, a battle broke out in the sea, and the person who won the treasure map was taken away by a group of mysterious individuals. Hearing this, Gu Yuan was stunned. He did not expect this matter to be related to the poisoned sovereign's inheritance treasure map. Could it be? Indeed. Shui Tiangui smiled and said, the poison island hides the inheritance of the poisoned sovereign. Over 20 days ago someone passed by the island and found that the poisonous miasma had vanished, replaced by a red mist. Out of curiosity they landed on the island but were ultimately killed. Fortunately their companions remained on the ship, and thus this news spread. Later many people who landed on the island discovered it was the place of the poisoned sovereign's inheritance. However, there were hidden poisonous formations, and now that the formations have been broken, those inside are deciphering the underground cave left by the poisoned sovereign. It is said that many foundation establishment cultivators have gone there, but they could not break open the underground cave left by the poisoned sovereign. With brute force they could only enter the cave after solving the tests left by the poisoned sovereign using poison techniques. I know that Master Gu is also an expert in poison, which is why I hurried to inform you. If Master Gu can obtain the poisoned sovereign's inheritance, no one will dare to provoke you in the Nanchuan Sea. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan furrowed his brows. It would be a lie to say he was not interested in this opportunity, but he currently felt powerless. Before breaking through to foundation establishment, competing for this opportunity with his current strength would be tantamount to seeking death. Faced with such a perilous opportunity, he was unwilling to take the risk. Is this what you call good news? Sorry, but I am not interested. Gu Yuan firmly refused. This. Shui Tiangui had expected Gu Yuan to be very interested in this opportunity. Who would want to miss such a chance for a cultivator skilled in poison? He did not expect Gu Yuan to be disinterested, leaving Shui Tiangui somewhat disappointed. The Shui family hoped to place their bets on Gu Yuan. The stronger he became, the more beneficial it was for them. Thus, after receiving this news, he immediately came to inform Gu Yuan, completely unprepared for Gu Yuan's reaction. Master Gu, are you really not considering this? Shui Tiangui still wanted to persuade him further. Gu Yuan waved his hand and said, Clan leader Shui, you can pay more attention to this matter. If the poisoned sovereign's inheritance has not been obtained by anyone in a few years, I will reassess my options. For now I need to focus on seclusion and prepare for my breakthrough. Hearing this, Shui Tiangui realized that discussing this matter with Gu Yuan at this time was somewhat inappropriate. He had been too abrupt. Any opportunity must yield to the breakthrough to foundation establishment. Master Gu, I will continue to monitor this matter. Once you come out of seclusion, I will report back to you. If there are any developments, you can relay them to Xian Yangyan. Once I emerge, I will consider this matter accordingly. Shui Tiangui nodded. I understand Master Gu's intentions. I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on this matter, and once there is any news I will have them relay it to Xian Yongyan. The red mist swirling above the poison island immediately distinguishes it from others. As news of the inheritance leaked, the forces of the Moonslaying Pavilion, the first to land on the island and break the poison formation, found themselves in a passive situation. As more and more people set foot on the island, it was impossible to eliminate them all. Otherwise the Moonslaying Pavilion would become a target for everyone. If they couldn't kill them all and couldn't drive them away, even if the Moonslaying Pavilion ultimately obtained the inheritance of the Poison Sovereign, it would still be difficult to carry away. Moreover, most of the newcomers were from major forces in the South River Sea region, and within Linhai City ordinary small families or loose cultivators would not dare to approach such an opportunity. Many of these individuals had ties to the Moonslaying Pavilion. After all, many of the employed assassins within the Moonslaying Pavilion originated from these forces, and the number of true members belonging to the pavilion was quite limited. Aside from the pavilion master Yen Xingwen, there were only 2 Foundation establishment experts left. Seeing that monopolizing this inheritance opportunity was no longer possible, Yen Xingwen decided to invite familiar forces to jointly tackle the underground trial left by the Poison Sovereign. Facing the inheritance trial left by the Poison Sovereign relying solely on brute force would only lead to the collapse of the underground cave burying the inheritance. Therefore, only by using poison techniques to pass the trial could they gradually obtain the Poison Sovereign's inheritance. Ruan Xiaoyu, as the poison expert of the Moonslaying Pavilion and the daughter of the chief alchemist of the Great Commerce Association, held a prominent position on the Poison Island. At this moment she was leading a dozen poison experts in a concerted effort to decipher the trial left by the Poison Sovereign. Half a year later, within the main hall of the Three Mountain Island, Gu Yuan's magic power had solidified through continuous cultivation and the consumption of a large number of spirit stones. He had reached the peak of the 9th layer of qi refinement. With a solid foundation, Gu Yuan could immediately consider foundation establishment after breaking through to the peak of the 9th layer of qi refinement. The foundation establishment pill had already been obtained during the 5th trial of the ascension platform of the Xiantian sect. The primary cultivation method he was mastering, the infinite mystic Yuan art, provided complete guidance for reaching the nascent soul stage. At this moment he lacked nothing. Sitting cross-legged, Gu Yuan rapidly circulated his magic power, initiating the foundation establishment path of the infinite mystic Yuan art to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. Around him, Gu Yuan had already arranged several spirit-gathering formations which were now operating vigorously. In addition to the spirit-gathering formations, he also took out all the remaining spirit stones from his storage bag as a backup. As the infinite mystic Yuan art operated and advanced along the foundation establishment path, countless spiritual energies were drawn into Gu Yuan's body, gathering in large amounts around him. Above the hall, spiritual clouds formed from the spiritual energy began to slowly take shape. With the preparations complete, Gu Yuan began to make a bold move, attempting to break through to foundation establishment. Under the operation of the infinite mystic Yuan art, the first step involved transforming the magic power within him into a liquid state, effectively drawing in the external spiritual energy into his dantian. As Gu Yuan began to advance to foundation establishment, the influx of spiritual energy surrounding him grew stronger. Under the expansion of his divine sense, a bridge connecting to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was born, and the spiritual clouds above the hall completely formed, growing larger. Everyone on Three Mountain Island was stirred. Gu Yuan had already notified them that they need not panic if they witnessed any unusual phenomena in the coming days, nor should they disturb him. At this moment, feeling the overwhelming spiritual pressure, Xiang Yangyan Yibei and others widened their eyes. They had never witnessed such a scene. Could it be? Is the island master about to break through to become a foundation establishment cultivator? Xiang Yonyan exclaimed in astonishment. A foundation establishment cultivator. Yi Bei was equally astonished. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, he understood what a foundation establishment cultivator represented. That was an ancestor with a lifespan of 200 years, a rarity only found in the Li family of the South River Sea region. He never expected that his master would actually become a foundation establishment cultivator. Focusing his mind and maintaining calm, he continued to guide the external spiritual energy into his body. Gu Yuan swallowed the foundation establishment pill he had prepared earlier. As the pill entered his abdomen, an overwhelming energy erupted. The tremendous energy contained within the pill surged violently through his limbs and bones. The magic power, which had already transformed into liquid within the meridians, became heated under the influence of this foundation establishment pill's energy. Every meridian in his body felt a throbbing pain as they expanded and increased in resilience, expelling a large amount of impurities outside. The liquid magic power in his meridians converged into the dantian, and the overwhelming energy caused several vortexes within the dantian to shatter. Gu Yuan's forehead was drenched in sweat. The 9 vortexes in his dantian shattered, merging with the liquid magic power to form an energy sea. The strength of the energy sea represented the foundation's strength after foundation establishment. With a 6th grade spiritual root, Gu Yuan's efficiency in converting spiritual energy was not low, and after taking the foundation establishment pill, he quickly established a 3-inch energy sea. A 3-inch energy sea was the most ordinary energy sea for foundation establishment cultivators, capable of containing only a limited amount of true essence. To advance further after foundation establishment, he must expand this first energy sea before true essence was generated. With the potential for further advancement due to his 6th grade spiritual root, Gu Yuan did not wish to be trapped in the initial stage of foundation establishment. He endured the intense pain controlling the vast amount of spiritual energy entering his body along with the magic power and continued directing it towards the Dantian. Countless spiritual energies from heaven and earth gathered around Gu Yuan, the spiritual power washing through his meridians like a rushing river. The nascent energy sea within the Dantian finally began to expand under the impact of the abundant magic power. 3.5 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, until it reached 6 inches. Gu Yuan had to stop. If he continued to push further, his Dantian would explode. A 6-inch energy sea was sufficient for further advancement during foundation establishment. Gu Yuan then began the next step, compressing the liquid magic power to form true essence. As the energy sea within the Dantian began to compress true essence, it felt as if all the pores in his body had opened, many impurities were expelled from his body. The compression of true essence brought a tearing pain to the Dantian, causing Gu Yuan's entire spirit to tremble, and the divine sense within his sea of consciousness began to slowly evolve into divine sense. As the first trace of true essence appeared, it was followed by waves of heat flowing throughout his body, akin to the emergence of a general among soldiers. Under the guidance of true essence, the countless spiritual powers and the original magic power that had entered his body all became obedient soldiers. At this moment, the divine sense in his sea of consciousness transformed into divine sense, continuously expanding. The moment it touched the spiritual clouds in the air, countless spiritual energies from heaven and earth flowed down. Under the immense spiritual clouds, a spiritual tide formed and rushed toward Gu Yuan's body, aiding in the condensation of more true essence. The spiritual tides gathering in the sky grew increasingly abundant. With the guidance of true essence, the spiritual energy being drawn into his body accelerated, creating a whirlpool in a frenzy. The true essence within his body continued to accumulate, and the liquid magic power within the meridians gradually transformed entirely into true essence. After a long while, as the spiritual clouds in the sky dissipated, the true essence within Gu Yuan's body filled him entirely. Under the expansion of his divine sense, it extended outward for 10 miles, thus completing his foundation establishment. After successfully breaking through to foundation establishment, Gu Yuan felt refreshed. A foundation establishment cultivator has a lifespan of 200 years, and having just broken through, Gu Yuan felt rejuvenated. Within the mountain gate, several disciples and the couple Xiang Yongyan observed the spiritual clouds dissipating in the sky, their hearts filled with worry, uncertain if Gu Yuan had succeeded in his foundation establishment. Having just completed his breakthrough, Gu Yuan was not in the mood to meet his disciples. He left the main hall and went to a water room to cleanse himself of all impurities. Looking at his reflection in the water, Gu Yuan realized he had returned to the appearance of a middle-aged man, with his once graying hair now restored to deep black and the vitality within him flourishing. After washing up, Gu Yuan approached the group. "Congratulations, Master Gu Island Master, on breaking through to foundation establishment," they all said in unison. After years of cultivation, his disciples were no longer naive. They had heard much about the cultivation world from Xiang Yongyan and his partner Xue Hongjin and understood what foundation establishment signified. "I have just broken through to foundation establishment and need to stabilize my cultivation. During this time, do not spread the word. The spiritual herbs in the fields are nearly ready for harvest, so remember to pick them." "Rest assured, Master. We will certainly heed your words," replied the mature Yi Bei immediately. Nodding, Gu Yuan knew that after breaking through to foundation establishment he would begin to establish a sect, and he felt gratified by the growth of his disciples. Returning to the main hall, Gu Yuan began to stabilize his cultivation. After breaking through to foundation establishment, the mana within him transformed into true essence and his spiritual power evolved into divine sense, significantly increasing his strength. The various techniques and spells he had practiced before now needed adjustment according to his current state. A month later, Gu Yuan stabilized his cultivation and various methods had been honed. He had also comprehended the 7th stance of the shadowless sword cannon. Gu Yuan then took out the long-sealed 9 Yuan concentration technique. This alchemical technique was hard to grasp even during the chi refining stage, but now that he had advanced to foundation establishment he could finally attempt cultivation. A typical foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense can extend 10 miles, and Gu Yuan had reached this level. In battles among foundation establishment cultivators, divine sense plays a critical role. If facing an opponent with stronger divine sense, one would always be under pressure from their aura. Previously, when Gu Yuan fought Li Zhengrui, it was the pressure of his divine sense that restrained him, causing his attacking methods to weaken. The 9 Yuan concentration technique not only includes methods to enhance the strength of divine sense but also several extremely special offensive techniques. One of them, the Soul Shatter Blade, is the most terrifying move. Once this move is executed, a single Soul Shatter Blade can inflict spiritual trauma on those with weaker divine sense, causing mild confusion or in severe cases complete disorientation. Cultivating divine sense magnifies the 5 senses several times over. Gu Yuan could clearly perceive the chirping of insects and birds on Three Mountain Island, the crashing sound of waves on rocks. Wang Haisheng humbly asking Yi Bei for advice, Qi Qian's light laughter and the flirtatious banter of Xiang Yongyan and his partner, as well as the discussions of mortals mining copper in the front mountain. Everything on Three Mountain Island was perceived clearly by Gu Yuan's divine sense, and at this moment he finally understood the thrill green spirit must have felt when using divine sense to monitor the surroundings. Having divine sense made practicing the 9 Yuan concentration technique exponentially simpler. After 6 months, Gu Yuan successfully cultivated the 9 Yuan concentration technique to its first layer, doubling the reach of his divine sense to 20 miles while also mastering various applications of divine sense. In addition to sensing objects with divine sense, he had preliminarily mastered the Soul Shatter Blade, Soul Search technique, Soul Confusion spell, and Soul Drawing technique. After breaking through to Foundation Establishment, Gu Yuan spent a total of 7 months stabilizing his cultivation. At this moment he could not enhance his combat power further in the short term, so he decided to exit his seclusion. Stepping out of the Great Hall, Gu Yuan glanced at the sky where the clouds were high and mist dissipating and the weather was pleasant. Gu Yuan arrived at the fields where spiritual herbs were planted, where several disciples and Xiang Yongyan usually spent their time looking after the herbs in addition to their cultivation. Seeing Gu Yuan approach, Yi Bei came forward saying, "Master, you have come out of seclusion." Gu Yuan nodded. "I appreciate your hard work during my retreat. These are things we disciples should do, Master. We have already harvested the mature spiritual herbs and stored them in the spiritual room. Master, we haven't had any gathering spirit pills in a long time. Now that you've come out of seclusion, can you refine a batch for us?" Qi Qiuyan said, her sparkling eyes filled with expectation. The spiritual energy on Three Mountain Island is thin, and without using spirit stones for taking pills, the cultivation speed is extremely slow. Before entering seclusion, Gu Yuan had distributed gathering spirit pills to his disciples, and after such a long time they had already consumed them all. Having experienced the speed of cultivation aided by pills, Qi Qiuyan found it too arduous to sit in quiet meditation. Gu Yuan looked at Qi Qiuyan, who had grown from a naive girl to a graceful and beautiful female cultivator in just a few years, though her lively character remained unchanged. "Now that I have come out of seclusion, I will refine pills in a few days, and you will not be short of your pills," Gu Yuan replied perfunctorily. His gaze swept around but did not see Xiang Yongyan, causing a hint of disappointment. Gu Yuan turned to Yi Bei and asked, "Where is Xiang Yongyan?" "Uncle Xiang and Aunt Shue's child is 100 days old today, and they took the child to the Shui family for a birthday celebration," Yi Bei replied with a hint of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. He is not in the mountain gate. After breaking through to Foundation Establishment, Gu Yuan was particularly concerned about the Poison Master's legacy from the Poison Island. Previously he was unable to pay attention to this matter while stabilizing his cultivation, but now that he had exited seclusion he was eager to learn about the situation on Poison Island. "Master, is there something important you need to discuss with Uncle Xiang? He is currently busy watching over his son and doesn't have time to explain cultivation knowledge to us." "Master, you have broken through to Foundation Establishment, you must be even more powerful now. You haven't explained cultivation knowledge to us in a long time. Now that you have become a Foundation Establishment cultivator, can you enlighten us?" Qi Qian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Seeing her eager expression and hearing her words, Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had shared his cultivation experience with his disciples. Ever since he unexpectedly obtained the Poison Master's legacy map in Linhai City, a sense of urgency and desire for opportunity had surged within him. From that moment on, his goal was to break through to Foundation Establishment as quickly as possible. A flash of realization struck Gu Yuan's mind. Why am I so eager to concern myself with the Poison Master's legacy from Poison Island? What is my purpose? To spread the teachings of the Xiantian sect and strengthen the sect's foundation. But I already possess the top-tier legacy technique of the Xiantian sect. Why do I still place the Poison Master's Foundation Establishment legacy in my heart? A cold sweat broke out as Gu Yuan, prompted by Qi Qian's words, fell into a contemplative state regarding his Tao heart. As her master, it was only natural for him to impart teachings to her. She did not shy away because he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Instead, she boldly inquired. This was a reflection of her character and true intentions. "But what about my true intentions?" Gu Yuan recalled the thoughts he had when he first arrived in this world, knowing he could cultivate anew through the Nirvana technique. "I want to cultivate quietly, enduring until the end of time, becoming an immortal ancestor transcending fate. What have I done now?" He had to leave the Xiantian sect early due to various hidden crises within the sect. After leaving the Xiantian sect due to Xiang Yangyan's descriptions of the Nanchuan Sea region, he developed a sense of superiority deep within, looking down on ordinary qi refining cultivators and even dared to offend Foundation Establishment cultivators. Was all of this because of the Xiantian oath? He clearly could have been more prudent. Now that he had become a Foundation Establishment cultivator, the first thought that sprang to mind was to seize opportunities, fully aware that many Foundation Establishment cultivators were also interested in those opportunities, yet he still harbored such thoughts. After exiting seclusion, he casually dismissed his disciples' inquiries about the gathering spirit pills, yet he remained preoccupied with the perilous unknown opportunities. No. My Tao heart has changed. Gu Yuan suddenly realized there was a problem. Influenced by 9 years of education from his past life, he had always been kind and avoided making enemies. This way he could quietly persist in his cultivation and grow stronger. However, as he grew stronger through cultivation, he gradually adapted to the rules of the cultivation world, and unknowingly his mindset began to shift. Over time, Gu Yuan found himself increasingly resembling Zhang Yunsai, who had once ventured out with Hui to seek opportunities. To become stronger, he dared to face unknown dangers and fight for them even at the risk of death. 1 or 2 successes did not mean much; a single failure could lead to demise. Clearly, my original intention was to cultivate quietly and grow stronger. Why has it turned into this? I am different from ordinary cultivators. As long as I have time, I will eventually become powerful. Those opportunities will only speed up my progress slightly. Gu Yuan stood frozen in place. After breaking through to Foundation Establishment, his mind and spirit became one, leading to deeper insights into his Tao heart. Because of Qi Qian's words, he suddenly realized that his Tao heart had changed unknowingly. The Tao heart represents the perseverance in cultivation. When it is stable, the thoughts become clear and the mind remains untainted by inner demons. Realizing that there was a problem with his Tao heart, Gu Yuan looked at the few disciples before him. Bei Qi Qiuyan and Wang Haisheng were nearly adults, while the Shui brothers were still just youths. Once Xiang Yongyan returns, have him come find me. After speaking, Gu Yuan turned to Qi Qiuyan. Give me 2 days and I will gradually teach you all how to cultivate. Gu Yuan then stepped back towards the main hall. It is easy for problems with the Tao heart to stir up inner demons. At this moment, Gu Yuan recognized this issue and knew he must understand his true heart immediately, otherwise if he strayed from his true heart, inner demons would arise and he would always be plagued by them. Gu Yuan reflected on when he had changed. It seemed to have happened after leaving the Xintian sect. Having suddenly escaped from a tumultuous sea of danger and arrived in the remote region of the Nanchuan Sea, Gu Yuan's mentality gradually shifted after learning about the situation here. It was like a high-paid employee from a big company suddenly returning to a village. That sense of superiority lingered. From that moment, Gu Yuan's mindset became increasingly arrogant. After occupying the 3-mountain island, despite having had unpleasant encounters with the Li family, his first thought was not how to resolve the matter but rather how to defend against them. This had already deviated from his true heart. Had the Li family sent not just one Foundation Establishment cultivator but 2 or 3, Gu Yuan might have faced a tragic end right there. Reflecting on his entanglements with the Li family, Gu Yuan now realized that due to his arrogance he underestimated the Chun family, thinking they would not dare to offend him. But how did the Li family find him so quickly to collect taxes? Previously, Gu Yuan had suspected the Shui family, but their attitude later alleviated his doubts. If the Li family had been brought in by someone from the Shui family, they would never send their descendants to become his disciples. Thus, when Li Pingyun approached him with an arrogant demeanor, there must have been some prompting from the Chun family behind it. They might not dare to oppose Gu Yuan openly due to his strength, but secretly creating some troubles for him was completely normal. After sorting these thoughts, Gu Yuan furrowed his brows. Cultivating immortality. Mastering a skill to attain immortality. In this process, one inevitably encounters many matters. If one cultivates with the mindset of being kind to others, avoiding conflict, and quietly improving oneself, one will also inevitably face many problems. What is good for Xiang Yongyan may be bad for the Chun family. If the matter with Chen Xiaoyu were discovered by the head of the Chun family himself, he would never kill him. He might see the lives of some mortals as beneficial to strengthening his clan. To befriend one person is to offend another. This world is inherently filled with contradictions. The cultivation world reveres strength, and this is the truth forged through countless years of hardship. Since being kind to others can lead to negative consequences, thereby inviting further crises, then his original heart had a problem. Problems are not to be feared. What is terrifying is not knowing how to solve them. If today Gu Yuan had not identified the issue and stepped out seeking unknown opportunities, then what difference would there be between him and the original Zhang Yunkai? Zhang Yunkai had once ventured out with Hui in search of opportunities, ultimately meeting an unfortunate demise. He might have encountered many opportunities, but a single failure could lead to death. This is completely contrary to Gu Yuan's goal of becoming an immortal. Being kind to others is unfeasible, arrogance is unacceptable, and having a craving for unknown opportunities is even more so. Gu Yuan fell into deep contemplation. How to understand a Tao heart that suits him, avoiding the emergence of inner demons while allowing him to act without guilt in this world of cultivation so as not to fall into a passive situation of being schemed against. Firstly, the mindset of a do-gooder being kind to everyone does not suit the cultivation world. The mythological stories of the past, such as that of Han Yuan in the primordial world, stand as bloody lessons. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Discover problems and solve them. In my case, a steady approach to cultivation is most suitable. Minimizing entanglements can avoid many troubles. Yuan murmured to himself. Once entangled in consequences, one must act decisively and leave no troubles for oneself. For everything, plan before acting. Leaving oneself with a trump card is wise to face any issues calmly. Yuan sat quietly in the great hall, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. A foundation establishment cultivator with a unified mind and spirit awakens to the cultivation realm, to trivial matters around him and to his every word in action. To attain immortality, the concept of the Tao is most crucial. If the Tao heart is unstable, it is impossible to walk far along the immortal path. Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Injustice in the world is as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Between causes and effects there are mutual entanglements. There is gain, there must be loss. Strengthen the belief in cultivation. Remain low-key and patient. Conceal one's brilliance to avoid disaster. Develop steadily and do not be greedy or reckless. When facing inevitable troubles, one must strike with thunderous force, leaving no future troubles. Do not seek empty fame or fleeting gains. Cultivate with a sincere heart and face the path of immortality with calmness. After a long period of contemplation, Yuan, reflecting on his past, understood the Tao heart suitable for his future cultivation. In the 100 years before arriving in the world of cultivation, Yuan acted with kindness towards others, spending a peaceful and uneventful time in a stable environment. After rebirth, as his strength gradually increased and he encountered more issues, that way of acting was no longer suitable for him. At this moment, Yuan established a new approach to his future actions, gaining clarity on his Tao heart. After understanding the Tao heart, Yuan felt refreshed, his spirit and soul unconsciously experiencing sublimation, and his divine sense became more solid and full as his Tao heart strengthened. Spreading the teachings of the Xiantian sect is the result of the various cultivation techniques inherited from the Xiantian sect in the past. This has already happened, and Yuan faced it calmly, striving to do well without affecting himself. To develop a new sect, it is not necessary to expand a large territory or seek numerous resources for support. One day he will have to leave. Regardless of how large the territory develops or how many resources are obtained, if the descendants cannot protect it, it will all be in vain. Only if the future generations become strong can they safeguard what they have earned on their own. Previously, Yuan was concerned about the inheritance of the Poison Sovereign, focusing mainly on the Poison Sovereign's skills and the resources obtained after he annihilated a sect with a golden core ancestor. If he were to obtain these resources, then the sect he was about to establish could soar to great heights and instantly train numerous disciples. Before understanding the Tao heart, Yuan had not considered how much scrutiny would arise if he truly obtained these opportunities. After he departed in the future, whether these disciples could retain this legacy was uncertain. Now, with clarity on the Tao heart, Yuan suddenly realized he was sitting on a treasure mountain without knowing it. The techniques he brought from the Xiantian sect have a crushing advantage compared to those practiced by the cultivators in the Nanchuan Sea. He just needed to gradually cultivate a few disciples into talents. In the future, whatever they wished to attain, they would naturally be able to acquire through their own abilities. As for resources, Yuan had long acquired them in the Xiantian sect's scripture pavilion: alchemy, weapon refining, talisman crafting, formation, spirit nurturing, and so forth, the inheritance of techniques within the first 2 tiers of cultivation arts. With these, as long as there are disciples who can learn, providing for their cultivation will not be an issue. Speaking of these techniques, Yuan discovered that after breaking through the foundation establishment stage with the power of divine sense, his skill level could greatly improve. With so many resources at his disposal, it was laughable to want to compete with others for an invisible, unknown opportunity. When Xiang Yongyan returned from the Shui family, it was already the next day. After hearing Yi Bai's account, he hurried to the main hall to meet Yuan. Upon seeing Yuan, Xiang Yongyan felt a change in the atmosphere. Whether it was due to Gudea's breakthrough in foundation establishment or something else, Yuan now exuded a steady aura in stark contrast to his usual easygoing demeanor. "Daozhu, did you call me here to discuss the matters of the Poison Island?" Yuan nodded calmly, gazing at Xiang Yongyan. At this moment he had lost interest in the Poison Master's legacy within Poison Island, but it did not prevent him from wanting to hear what had transpired there. Xiang Yongyan spoke earnestly. "Daozhu, the Shui family has informed me about everything they gathered regarding Poison Island, and I have learned quite a bit. Allow me to share it with you." He continued, "Since it was discovered that there was a legacy of the Poison Master on Poison Island, nearly 2 years have passed." He added, "In the first half of the year, many people ventured to Poison Island, not only from Linhai City but also several cultivation families allied with the Li family from the South River Sea region." He elaborated, "After arriving at Poison Island, these individuals found that the legacy of the Poison Master was not easily obtainable. They had to overcome various toxic trials left by the Poison Master to gain entry. Many who knew nothing of poisons could only leave in disappointment lest they invite disaster instead of seizing an opportunity. He concluded ultimately 6 months ago the legacy of the Poison Master on Poison Island was fully accessed and all the resources within were completely stripped away. He continued, it is said that the one who truly inherited the Poison Master's techniques was Yuan Xiaoyu, who came to our Sand Mountain Island to consult you about poisons while the other resources were divided among several powerful factions. After finishing, Xiang Yongyan looked at Gu Yuan. That is all the information I received from the Shui family. Gu Yuan replied, I am aware of this matter. I have heard that your wife has given birth to a son. Congratulations are in order. Upon hearing about his son, Xiang Yangyan's face broke into a smile. All of this is thanks to the Dea's care, otherwise how would the Shui family regard me as a son-in-law? After saying this, Xiang Yongyan recalled something and added, by the way, Daozhu, the antidote you left for me, someone from the Li family came seeking it last year, but it has been a month this year and no one has come for the antidote. Will Yuan Xiaoyu, having obtained the Poison Master's techniques, be able to unravel the poison within the Li family? As he spoke, Xiang Yongyan appeared somewhat anxious. At this moment his family was all on Sand Mountain Island. If the Li family were to solve the poison afflicting them, they might come looking for trouble. If the Daozhu could not withstand them, his entire family would be in jeopardy. If the Li family were to come seeking trouble again, Xiang Yongyan would not believe that only one foundation establishment cultivator would come. It was likely that the entire family would mobilize, which would lead to significant trouble. He could not help but wonder whether the Daozhu, after breaking through to foundation establishment, would be able to withstand the few foundation establishment cultivators from the Li family. He should be able to, right? The Daozhu was already able to deal with the Li family's foundation establishment cultivators before breaking through. Now that he has achieved foundation establishment, he should be able to resist them. Gu Yuan saw through Xiang Yangyan's concerns clearly. The Li family, a faction he had previously offended, must be dealt with. From Li Zhengtong's formidable body, refining strength, and Li Zhengruo's blade intent, Gu Yuan could sense that the Li family was not a force to be trifled with. Previously, Elder Shui Tianxi of the Shui family had mentioned that the Li family had backing from a cultivation sect in the southern region, which was not just idle talk. Faced with the Li family and the cultivation sect behind them, Gu Yuan was not confident he could annihilate them all at once. Due to the years of resentment caused by the poison afflicting Li Zhengrue and others, hatred had become inevitable. This matter needed to be resolved quickly, otherwise if the Li family came to their door it would be too late. Tomorrow I will visit the Li family. If I do not return within 3 days, take your son and escape. Gu Yuan looked at Xiang Yongyan calmly, having already made preparations in his heart. On this trip to the Li family, if he could not resolve the hatred, then he would have to leave. He would decisively abandon everything on Sand Mountain Island. He could not let this place affect his own well-being. As for the constraints of the Xiantian Oath, Gu Yuan had already become a foundation establishment cultivator and could establish himself anywhere. He could not allow this oath to confine him here. With clarity of mind, Gu Yuan's approach had undergone a transformation. Had he not come to understand the Tao hard after breaking through to foundation establishment, he would not have taken the Li family seriously. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yangyan's worry deepened as he understood Gu Yuan's intention. If Gu Yuan were to perish, he would have no choice but to escape with his son, and he could not even bring his partner Shui Hongjin, otherwise he might not even know if his son would still carry the Xiang surname. After sending Xiang Yongyan away, Gu Yuan began refining pills in the main hall. His disciples had run out of spirit gathering pills. Before heading to the Li family, these disciples also needed to be settled. The 3 brothers of the Shui family had the Shui family backing, but if he could not reach an agreement with the Li family after he left, Shui Renshan and the others could still return to the Shui family. Before heading to the Li family, these disciples also needed to be settled. The 3 brothers of the Shui family had the Shui family backing, but if he could not reach an agreement with the Li family after he left, Shui Renshan and the others could still return to the Shui family. He had previously expanded his influence by bringing in the Shui family, and if this situation truly arose, he would feel somewhat guilty towards them. However, Gu Yuan, having understood the Tao heart, would not concern himself with such trivial matters. The choices made by the Shui family must come with corresponding consequences. With cause comes effect. If he could negotiate with the Li family, the Shui family would benefit as a result. Yi Bei, Qi Qiuyan and Wang Haixing, these 3 disciples had no backing. If he were to leave, their fates would become dire. After all, they shared a master-disciple bond. If he were to leave, Gu Yuan would take the 3 of them with him. As for Xiang Yongyan, Gu Yuan believed he had already treated him well. He would no longer concern himself with his future. After completing several batches of spirit-gathering pills, Gu Yuan called for Yi Bei. After handing a few bottles of spirit-gathering pills to Yi Bei, Gu Yuan spoke, do not engage in closed-door cultivation for the next few days. Tomorrow I have to go out. If things do not go well, you must all escape with me. Do not speak of this to anyone, just keep it to yourself. Yi Bei, having arrived at Sand Mountain Island, had developed a calm demeanor, balancing his actions well. Gu Yuan was not worried that informing him in advance would lead to any leaks. If it were Qi Chuoyan that would not be certain, Gu Yuan would not mention this matter to her. Upon receiving the pills, Yi Bei showed a hint of confusion on his face, but he quickly realized that his master might be facing issues that even he could not ascertain, which prompted such a warning. In response, Yi Bei replied steadily, "Master, do not worry. I know what to do." Gu Yuan nodded. Yi Bei, having experienced setbacks, had become more composed. Such a disciple was very reassuring. He knew what should be done and how to do it. The next morning, Gu Yuan flew on his sword heading towards the Li family on Nani Island. The spiritual ship he had purchased earlier was left at the shore of Sanshan Island. If this journey did not go well, Gu Yuan would return immediately with his 3 disciples. Nani Island is located to the north of Sanshan Island with a distance of 3,000 miles between the two. It took several hours of flying on the sword to arrive. Looking at the leaf-shaped Nani Island, Gu Yuan did not rashly land on the island. Instead, he landed on the southern beach of Nani Island, revealing his foundation establishment aura. At the southern entrance of Nani Island, many members of the Li family felt the presence of this unfamiliar cultivator, their expressions changing slightly. A Li family Qi refinement cultivator responsible for guarding the port approached, bearing the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. "Senior, may I ask what brings you to our Li family on Nani Island?" There are many cultivators of the Li family on Nani Island, and he was not afraid of a foundation establishment cultivator, but he was extremely respectful. "Please inform your family head that I have matters to discuss with him. Let him come out to meet me." Gu Yuan's divine sense could cover almost half of Nani Island. If he used his divine sense to probe, he could almost sweep through the Li family's ancestral land, but this would also alert the Li family's foundation establishment cultivators. Gu Yuan came with the intention of resolving grievances and did not wish to stir up trouble. Going alone to the Li family's ancestral land, he was also concerned that there might be protective formations inside. If he turned against the Li family, it would be unfavorable for him. This southern port was a suitable place. If negotiations did not go well, he could leave gracefully. The Li family Qi refinement cultivator frowned slightly upon hearing this. He did not know whether this person was a friend or foe. If this person were a friend of the Li family, he should directly head to the Li family's ancestral land. If he were an enemy, would he not fear being killed by the combined forces of the Li family's foundation establishment cultivators? Unsure of Gu Yuan's intentions, he did not dare to offend him rashly. He nodded and said, "Senior, please wait a moment. I will report this right away. As for whether my family head will come out to meet you, I cannot guarantee that." Gu Yuan stood calmly in place, not paying attention to the Li family's cultivator's attitude. After a long while, 2 figures flew out from the center of Nani Island on their swords. Under the perception of his divine sense, Gu Yuan discovered that one of them was a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment and the other was at the mid-stage. The leader had a face that seemed chiseled from stone, with eyebrows like swords and sharp eagle-like eyes that gleamed with brilliance. He wore a black-gray cloud robe embroidered with ornate patterns, and his hair was tied with a golden crown, making it apparent that he had long held a high position. The other person had a somewhat aged face with a few wrinkles, but also possessed eagle-like eyes. Coupled with his large bulbous nose, he appeared extremely composed. "Who might you be, my friend?" Li Jinfeng, the family head of the Li family, looked at Gu Yuan's face and realized that he was not one of the foundation establishment cultivators he recognized. He was unclear about the visitor's purpose, so as the family head, he wanted to clarify the identity and background of the other party first to determine how to respond. "I am Gu Li from Sanshan Island. There have been some grievances between your Li family and me. I have come to deliver an antidote to resolve this issue." Gu Yuan took out a porcelain vial from his storage bag. Upon hearing this, Li Zhangfeng immediately understood the visitor's identity. A few years ago, due to this matter, one of the Li family's foundation establishment cultivators lost their combat abilities. The Li family had searched for many poison experts but had not resolved the issue. It was not until a few months ago that Yuan Xiaoyu made some progress from the legacy of the poison master. After the Li family's visit, the poison on Li Zhengrui and Li Zhengtong was finally resolved. When 2 of the family's top experts encountered an issue, Li Zhangfeng immediately investigated the cause. Upon learning that family member Li Pengyun had gone to the Chen family to collect taxes and soon after went to Sanshan Island, which led to this incident, he was filled with rage and thoroughly investigated Li Pengyun. The spirit stones that Li Pengyun had previously hoarded were all recovered by Li Jinfeng, and he was made a test subject for the antidote. Many poison experts tested various antidotes on him, which ultimately led to his demise. Li Pengyun was punished, and naturally the Chen family was not let off. Under the pressure and punishment from the Li family, the Chen family lost more than half of their territory and paid countless spirit stones. Regarding Gu Yuan, the Li family's attitude at the time was one of not provoking him. His ability to cause foundation establishment cultivators to inexplicably suffer from poisoning left no one in the Li family daring to speak up for him for fear of suffering the same fate. Thus the Li family chose to compromise, planning to hold off for a few years and wait for the matter to settle before negotiating for the final antidote. With the emergence of the Poison Master's legacy, Yuan Xiaoyu's poison skills advanced rapidly and she was able to dispel the poison from Li Jingrui. The Li family originally planned to wait until Li Jingrui fully recovered, gather the 4 current Foundation establishment experts of the Li family and take Yuan Xiaoyu to Sanshan Island to settle the score. Unexpectedly, Gu Yuan proactively arrived at Nani Island to resolve the matter beforehand. Li Zhengfeng's expression turned serious as he glanced at Gu Yuan and exchanged glances with the Li family's elder Li Tonghai. Seeing Li Tonghai shake his head, Li Zhengfeng immediately understood his meaning. It was better to resolve enmities than to create them. Knowing the ins and outs of this matter, Li Zhengfeng was aware that this person was merely a victim of the Chen family's schemes. Moreover, this person was already a Foundation establishment cultivator. Regardless of how he became one in the Nanchuan Sea, even if the Li family intended to deal with Gu Yuan, they might not be able to capture him. If a Foundation establishment cultivator truly wished to escape, it would be impossible to kill him without a 2-tier strength advantage. The strongest cultivator of the Li family was only Li Tonghai, who was at the midstage of Foundation establishment. However, his lifespan was running short and it was uncertain whether he could subdue this newly advanced Foundation establishment cultivator. After a moment of contemplation, a smile appeared on Li Zhengfeng's face. "You are too kind, my friend. This matter was indeed a mistake on my Li family's part. Your punishment of them is entirely justified. Although the 10-year period has not yet expired, we are very grateful for your early delivery of the antidote. Please, my friend, come inside. I hope you will grant me the honor of hospitality." Gu Yuan shook his head and said, "I will not go in. The antidote is delivered to you and I hope that family head Li can understand our grievances. This matter was not my intention." Seeing Li Zhengfeng's expression, Gu Yuan understood that the matter was resolved and the Li family would not pursue it further. If not for his insufficient strength, Gu Yuan would not have had to come to resolve the grievances in this manner. With his current strength, even if he could withstand the Li family's retaliation and perhaps kill 1 or 2 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Li family, they still had a sect backing them. He could not keep killing indefinitely. What he needed was time to grow stronger, increase his foundation, and wasting energy on meaningless battles and conflicts was not beneficial to him. "What you say is true. This matter is due to the Chen family's instigation of my clan's disciples, which is why I offended you. We have already punished the Chen family. The territory and resources obtained from them as compensation will be sent to your residence on a selected day. In the future, as we coexist in the Nanchuan Sea, I hope we can support each other." Li Zhengfeng decided to let go of this grievance and proactively offered gifts to win over a Foundation establishment cultivator. Building a good relationship with a Foundation establishment cultivator was far more beneficial than offending one. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's gaze turned cold. His previous suspicions were indeed correct. If the Chen family had not interfered, Li Pengyun would not have found the door so accurately. Otherwise, why would the Li family suppress the Chen family without reason? The sensation of being schemed against from behind was deeply unsettling. One feared not the brash fool but the treacherous petty man. Had the Chen clan truly conducted itself with integrity and honor, a monster like Chen Xiaoyu would never have emerged. Previously, Gu Yuan had been ensnared in arrogance, blind to the peril. Now, having awakened to the truth, a sliver of killing intent began to coalesce within his heart. When confronting unavoidable trouble, one's strike must be as swift and decisive as thunder, leaving no trace of lingering danger. This latent threat demanded his personal intervention. So long as it remained uneradicated, Gu Yuan could find no peace. Faced with Li Zhengfeng's overture of goodwill, Gu Yuan did not refuse. Between him and the Li clan no profound enmity existed. Li Zhengrui and Li Zhengtong both remained alive and well. Demonstrating his true strength to dissolve this rift proved profoundly advantageous for Gu Yuan, thereby allowing him to instruct his disciples on Sanshan Island in tranquility and cultivate undisturbed. The Li clan dominated the South Chuan Sea. Any crisis arising would fall first upon their shoulders. "I accept the clan chief's generous offer with sincere gratitude and no false modesty." Seeing Gu Yuan's acceptance, both Li Zhengfeng and Li Tonghai broke into smiles. After handing them the antidote, Gu Yuan and Li Zhengfeng tacitly avoided mentioning the current condition of Li Zhengrui and Li Zhengtong. After exchanging a few courteous phrases, Gu Yuan took his leave. His purpose in visiting the Li clan on Nani Island had been fulfilled. At least for the foreseeable future, the Li clan would no longer regard him as an enemy. Having broken through to Foundation establishment here alone was enough to instill deep wariness in the Li clan. With the Li clan backed by a sect from the southern region, might Gu Yuan, who achieved such a breakthrough on their very doorstep, also command the patronage of some formidable power? Until these uncertainties were clarified, Gu Yuan believed the Li clan would refrain from hostility unless one day his nascent sect clashed with them over interests. Until then, both sides would maintain an unspoken pragmatic peace. Sword in hand, Gu Yuan soared across the boundless sea toward Nanqing Island, the Chen clan's stronghold. This lingering threat would be extinguished today. Gu Yuan descended directly above Nanqing Manor at the island's heart, his foundation establishment aura radiating unmistakably. Sensing that overwhelming pressure, Chen Kaishan, the Chen clan patriarch, paled instantly. He rushed frantically to a central plaza and gazed upward. Elder Cultivator. Your esteemed arrival has caught us unprepared. We beg you to descend so we may honor you as our honored guest. The moment Chen Kaishan laid eyes on Gu Yuan, an ominous premonition surged violently within him. No need. I ask you, was it you who lured the Li clan to Sanshan Island? Gu Yuan hovered motionless atop his flying sword, his expression icy and unreadable. With his divine sense sweeping the estate, every detail within Nanqing Manor lay exposed before him. From several uninitiated youths still practicing qi absorption to 3 latest-stage qi refinement cultivators, Nanqing Manor housed precisely 57 cultivators. Upon hearing this, Chen Kaishan's face darkened. Ever since the Chen clan inexplicably came under the Li clan's suppression, he'd sensed something deeply amiss. Only after questioning others did he learn the truth. Chen Kaiyang, the elder who had been wounded by Gu Yuan, had borne a grudge so bitter that while delivering annual tribute to the Li clan, he deliberately revealed Sanshan Island's existence to Li Pingyun. Upon learning of this, Chen Kaishan berated Chen Kaiyang fiercely. He also discovered that the Li clan had fared no better against Gu Yuan. Indeed, one of their foundation establishment elders had lost all combat capability. From that moment onward, the Chen clan faced dual perils, enduring the Li clan's suppression in silence while trembling at the prospect of Gu Yuan's retribution. Years passed, and though they'd hoped Gu Yuan would never uncover the truth, today he had arrived at their gates. Elder Cultivator, this matter was solely Chen Kaiyang's doing. Please calm your wrath. The Chen clan pledges full restitution for your losses. In desperation, Chen Kaishan could only sacrifice Chen Kaiyang to absorb Gu Yuan's fury. Otherwise, the entire Chen clan risked utter annihilation. Beside him, Chen Kaiyang, startled by Gu Yuan's foundation establishment aura, turned ashen. He had imagined merely humiliating Gu Yuan by leaking his whereabouts to the Li clan, never dreaming Gu Yuan would prove so formidable, striking back and humiliating the Li clan instead. Since then, Chen Kaiyang had lived each day in dread, fearing Gu Yuan's arrival, and now that day had come. All blame rests upon me alone, Elder Cultivator. Take my life, or punish me as you will. At that moment, Chen Kaiyang stepped forward for the sake of the Chen clan. Even if he died, it would be as a martyr, for his lineage would thus be protected and sustained by the clan. Watching him, the other Chen clan members felt a quiet sorrow stir within their hearts. Recalling Gu Yuan's previous handling of Chen Xiaoyunan, feared for their own safety, only a melancholy pity for Elder Chen Kaiyang, whose fate now seemed sealed. Gu Yuan's face remained frozen in cold disdain. Every reaction among the Chen clan was observed with perfect clarity through his divine sense. You dare believe such grave peril to me can be borne by one man alone? Preposterous. A contemptuous snort escaped Gu Yuan's lips. His flying sword transformed into a streak of light as he dove downward, circling before him, its blade gleaming with a chilling silvery radiance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword became an unfeeling executioner, severing Chen Kaiyang's head in one stroke, its momentum undiminished as it arced instantly toward Chen Kaishan. Elder Cultivator, this has nothing to do with me. Chen Kaishan's eyes widened in horror. He could scarcely believe Gu Yuan would strike him too. Negligent oversight is your greatest fault, far greater than any others. Descend to the underworld and repent there. Gu Yuan sneered, offering no mercy. Witnessing this, the remaining Chen cultivators recoiled in shock. None had imagined Gu Yuan would attack their patriarch. Join forces. He cannot possibly slaughter us all. A mid-stage qi refinement cultivator roared, and instantly many Qin clansmen drew their blades, preparing to counterattack. Before attaining foundation establishment, Gu Yuan had already held ordinary qi refinement cultivators in contempt. Now, as a foundation establishment elder, their resistance meant less than nothing. Facing their defiance, Gu Yuan cut them down as effortlessly as harvesting melons and vegetables. Within mere exchanges, every Qin cultivator assembled on the plaza lay dead. To ensure no remnants survived, Gu Yuan showed no hesitation. Guided by his divine sense, each Chen cultivator within Nanqing Manor shone like a beacon in the night, revealing their exact locations with merciless clarity. Within half an incensestic's time, every cultivator of the Chen clan had been slain. Gu Yuan collected their storage pouches, all vital resources for his young disciples who yet lacked sufficient cultivation supplies. His divine sense probed deeper. 30 meters beneath the manor lay a hidden underground palace, guarded by a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator of the Chen clan. The commotion above failed to disturb the guard buried deep below. Only when Gu Yuan stood before him did the cultivator's clouded eyes widen in startled disbelief. How did you find this place? Where are my clansmen? Gu Yuan answered not. His sword flashed once and the guard's head fell. Pushing open the palace gate, Gu Yuan discovered a trove amassed over years, the Chen clan's secret treasury. Spirit stones, artifacts, spirit herbs, spirit rice rock crystals and deep iron ore all lay in abundance. Having stripped the treasury bare, Gu Yuan mounted his sword and departed Nanqing Island, where not a single Chen cultivator remained. As for the Chen clan's mortals, he chose not to act personally. Killing mortals invited inner demons. The Tao separated cultivators from mortals irrevocably. Mortals possess no means to resist a cultivator's will. Yet Gu Yuan knew well, to uproot weeds one must destroy their roots. Having chosen eradication without compromise, he intended to spare no mortal tied to the Chen bloodline. Sword in flight, Gu Yuan set course for Diyan Island, the domain of the Shui clan. On the Shui clan's central plaza, he descended his divine sense, instantly locating Shui Tian Gui. He withheld neither his foundation establishment aura nor his intent, arriving thus served both purpose and warning, to make clear that aligning with Sanshan Island was not merely prudent but wise. Feeling the sudden emergence of a foundation establishment aura within his clan, Shui Tian Gui paled, then rushed outdoors. Seeing Gu Yuan descending on his sword, he exhaled in relief. Congratulations, Island Master Gu, on your foundation establishment breakthrough. Truly you have become a sovereign power of this realm. Shui Tian Gui hastened to offer formal greetings. Gu Yuan landed before him, dismissed his sword and waved a hand. Between us such formality is unnecessary. I've come with a task for you. Please, Island Master Gu, command us, we shall fulfill your will with utmost diligence. Shui Tian Gui's heart swelled with joy. Gu Yuan's ascension confirmed the Shui clan's choice had been sound. The Chen clan of Nanqing Island has been utterly eradicated. I cannot confirm whether any of their cultivators remain abroad. I entrust you with investigating every possibility. Leave no Chen bloodline untouched. Gu Yuan's calm tone sent a chill through Shui Tian Gui's spine. The Chen clan had been destroyed. If the Shui clan had refused allegiance, would they suffer the same fate? In that moment, Shui Tian Gui felt profound relief. Previously, after offending Gu Yuan, the Shui clan had merely been ordered to construct his mountain gate, a punishment he'd taken as proof of Gu Yuan's easygoing nature. Only now did he grasp Gu Yuan's ruthless resolve. Rest assured, elder cultivator, this matter shall be executed flawlessly to your complete satisfaction. Instinctively, Shui Tian Gui's deference deepened. The territories formerly held by the Chen clan have been granted to me by the Li clan. You will assume control of those lands. All resources extracted therein shall be managed by your clan and delivered to me in full. My disciple will coordinate logistics. Henceforth you owe no taxes to the Li clan. Instead, you shall deliver 70% of your former annual tribute to Sanshan Island. Gu Yuan regarded Shui Tian Gui calmly. Their alliance would inevitably reach the Li clan's ears, so openly incorporating the Shui clan into his sphere was both timely and strategically sound. He doubted the Li clan would oppose such a minor shift. Shui Tian Gui's smile froze mid-expression. Freed from the Li clan's grip only to pledge fealty to Sanshan Island, his clan's circumstances seemed unchanged. Though taxation decreased by 30%, their vast holdings still yielded substantial dues. Shui Tian Gui considered negotiating further benefits, but recalling the Chen clan's fate, he promptly silenced himself. We gratefully accept your benevolence, elder cultivator. The Shui clan stands ever at your command. I shall dispatch forces immediately to purge the Chen remnants. No blood of the Chen line shall escape our reach. Eliminating the Chen clan had long been Shui Tian Gui's deepest ambition. With adjacent domains and decades of bitter rivalry, the two clans viewed each other as sworn enemies. He who knows you best is your adversary. The Shui clan knew the Chen clan's territorial layout intimately, making them the ideal instrument of eradication. Shui Tian Gui would not let this opportunity slip. Once the Chen clan fell, the Shui clan's prestige across the surrounding seas would soar. Previously, due to the Li clan's suppression, other cultivation families had refused to wed daughters with spiritual roots to the Shui clan. After cleansing the Chen clan, Shui Tian Gui would see who dared deny such marriages. Unspoken yet undeniable, this mission would significantly strengthen the Shui clan. Having concluded his instructions, Gu Yuan glanced at the sky. It was dusk. Without lingering, he mounted his sword and returned to Sanshan Island. His journey had borne full fruit. A stretch of tranquil days now lay ahead. As he neared Sanshan Island, his divine sense detected Xiang Yongyan awaiting him on the shore, cradling his infant son. His consort Shui Hongjin was absent. Clearly, Xiang Yongyan intended to depart by boat should Gu Yuan fail to return by sunset. Gu Yuan's words from the previous day had instilled urgency within him. Should Gu Yuan vanish from Sanshan Island forever, everything Xiang Yongyan presently enjoyed would dissolve like mist. The Shui clan had never valued him, a mere third-tier qi refinement cultivator and a lone wanderer. That Shui Hongjin had married him was solely due to Gu Yuan's favor. Without Gu Yuan, even his child's safety would hang in the balance. For Xiang Yongyan, a man devoted to founding a cultivation family, losing this world was unthinkable. His child born of two cultivators bore an exceptionally high chance of inheriting a spiritual root. By taking the child away, he might yet found a new cultivation lineage, one rooted in this very bloodline. Knowing his own limited talent, he had not spent a single spirit stone earned these past years, reserving every one for his son's future cultivation. Gu Yuan landed his sword on the shore, gazing at Xiang Yongyan and at the small boat beside him. So, you plan to steal away with your son unnoticed? Relief flooded Xiang Yongyan's chest at Gu Yuan's safe return. Flustered, he replied, "Never, Island Master. I'm simply letting my son grow accustomed to the sea wind. He'll face these waters one day. Best he begin feeling them early." Seeing Xiang Yongyan's embarrassment, Gu Yuan offered no jest. His action stemmed directly from yesterday's words, and Gu Yuan admired his foresight. To prepare diligently for the unknown, that quality marked Xiang Yongyan as exceptional. No wonder he had endured so long as a lone cultivator in the South Chuan Sea. His caution alone was worth emulating. The Li clan's threat is resolved. The Chen clan is erased. I know you aspire to found your own cultivation family. Once the Shui clan clears the Chen clan's former territories, choose a site, I shall grant it to you. May you truly establish a lineage worthy of the Tao. To Gu Yuan, Xiang Yongyan was both guide and confidant, introducing him to the South Chuan Sea, helping recruit his 3 disciples and tirelessly overseeing the mountain gate's construction. For such loyalty and diligence, Gu Yuan refused to slight him. "Island Master, I wish to remain on Sanshan Island. Without someone managing daily affairs, things would fall into disarray. You will go. From now on, Yi Bei shall oversee the island. He has matured and must shoulder responsibility." Mentioning Yi Bei, Xiang Yongyan realized, almost unconsciously, that Yi Bei had already reached second-tier Qi refinement, just one minor level below him. The mountain's spirit fields flourished under Yi Bei's care, and his competence in administrative matters was evident. Aside from tending to the 3 brothers, Shui Renshan and his siblings, Xiang Yongyan's presence on the island had grown increasingly dispensable. Even routine tasks, sailing off island to procure daily necessities, were now well within Yi Bei's capacity. Realizing this and stirred by his longing to found a cultivation lineage, Xiang Yongyan hesitated, then murmured, "Then I accept your generous gift, Island Master, with deepest gratitude. In time I shall surely bear more children, and if any show exceptional aptitude, I vow to send them to you as disciples." Together with Xiang Yongyan, Gu Yuan returned to the entrance of the mountain gate on the central peak of Sanshan Island, gazing at the empty plaque before the gate. He took out his flying sword and with a swirl of swordlight inscribed the 3 grand characters Xian Yuan Zong. This was the name of the sect he had long contemplated. When spreading the teachings of the Xiantian sect, it was naturally inappropriate to use its name, for encountering old enemies of the Xiantian sect could lead to immediate annihilation. The great power of the Xiantian sect had considered this matter in the past, hence no explicit requirements were stated in the Xiantian oath. Gu Yuan decided to name his sect Xian Yuan Zong, combining it with his own name. Xian Yuan Zong was his way of repaying the teachings bestowed by the Xiantian sect. In the days to come, Gu Yuan resolved to diligently teach a few disciples, laying a solid foundation for the future of Xian Yuan Zong, thus honoring the grace of the Xiantian sect and staying true to his heart. The Shui family acted swiftly, mobilizing numerous cultivators along with mundane warriors. The remnants of the Chen family stationed at critical strongholds were caught off guard and slaughtered by the Shui family's forces before they could even learn of their family's demise. A multitude of mundane warriors wiped out all those connected to the Chen bloodline. Within just a few days, the once renowned Chen family of cultivators ceased to exist. The Shui family was extremely cautious while taking over the Chen family's territory, as much of it had already been seized by the Li family years prior. Before the Li family, the Shui family dared not act rashly. Under the pressure exerted by Gu Yuan, the Shui family's cultivators decided to adopt a gentler approach in reclaiming those territories. However, to their surprise, the Li family members were exceedingly polite and willingly ceded the land. As the Li family had dominated the South Chuan Sea region for centuries, their approach to matters was quite commendable. All the territories previously acquired from the Chen family were handed over to the Shui family, with the Li family head Li Jingfeng personally bringing gifts to Sanshan Island to turn hostility into goodwill. Looking at the 3 characters Xian Yuan Zong at the mountain gate, Li Zhangfeng was rather surprised. The South Chuan Sea region was resource poor, and even nurturing one's own was a challenge. She found it hard to comprehend how someone would establish a sect here to cultivate others. Gu Yuan noticed Li Zhangfeng's reaction but chose not to explain anything. Instead, he warmly invited him to the main hall and brewed a pot of spiritual tea. This spiritual tea was obtained from the treasures of the Chen family from an island where it was abundantly cultivated. Drinking it was like savoring tender bamboo shoots, sweet on the palate with a lingering hint of bitterness that provided lasting refreshment. Sanshan Island had no special products, so this was all he could offer to entertain Li Zhangfeng. Fortunately, Li Zhangfeng was not the type to indulge excessively. His visit to Sanshan Island served two purposes: to deliver resources promised from the Chen family and to ease the relationship between both parties. Due to his wariness of the Li family's strength, Gu Yuan did not enter the interior of Nani Island for a detailed discussion. Li Jingfeng on the other hand had no such concerns. He did not believe there would be danger in coming to Sanshan Island. The two engaged in lively conversation within the main hall of Xian Yuan Zone, discussing the situation in the South Chuan Sea, the outcome of the previous inheritance of the poisoned sovereign, and sharing insights on cultivation. Both were eager to dispel any misunderstandings. The more they talked, the more enjoyable the conversation became. During this time, Li Zhengfeng subtly inquired about Gu Yuan's background, to which Gu Yuan simply smiled and deflected the questions. After chatting for quite a while, Gu Yuan learned many unknown facts about the South Chuan Sea from Li Zhengfeng. For instance, despite the numerous islands in the South Chuan Sea where many beasts lived, why had there never been reports of demon beasts appearing? This was because hundreds of years ago demon beasts invaded the southern region, only to be repelled by the elite cultivators of the Qishao sect and various other sects from the southern region, who drove them back to the deep sea and established a Sealand Pact. Any land with islands was considered the territory of human cultivators, and demon beasts were forbidden to occupy it. Violators would be jointly dealt with by the southern region's cultivators. Today, most of the cultivators and mundane people living in the South Chuan Sea and the surrounding land are those who remained after that battle. An ancestor of the Li family was once among the cultivators who fought against the demon beasts coming from the Wayazi sect. After being injured, he stayed in the South Chuan Sea to recover, and during this time developed feelings for his junior sister, eventually marrying her on Nani Island and having descendants. Because of this ancestor, any descendants of the Li family with decent aptitude could go to the Wayazi sect for training. As long as they served their time, they could apply to return to the family. Li Zhengfeng shared these so-called secrets to draw out Gu Yuan's background. After all, how could a mere loose cultivator break through to the foundation establishment stage alone? Li Zhengfeng suspected that Gu Yuan must have some background. However, whether it was the Xiantian sect or Gu Yuan's own secrets, he would never divulge them. Fabricating a story posed the risk of exposure, so Gu Yuan chose to sidestep the issue. After several failed hints, Li Zhengfeng stopped pressing for information. His visit to Sanshan Island was merely to ease relations, achieving that was sufficient. Although it was somewhat regrettable not to uncover Gu Yuan's background, it was not a significant issue. According to the information gathered from the Li family, Gu Yuan did not intend to establish a sect of cultivators. Previously, many from various cultivating families had sent their daughters to him, but he had not accepted any. As long as Gu Yuan did not plan to establish a cultivating family, there would not be any major conflicts with the Li family in the future. Staying in the South Chuan Sea dreaming of breaking through to the golden core stage was wishful thinking. Meanwhile, foundation establishment cultivators have a lifespan of 200 years. Even if Gu Yuan is relatively young now, Li Zhengfeng estimates that he can only remain in the South Chuan Sea for about 150 years. During this time, unless he can consecutively cultivate foundation establishment cultivators once his lifespan expires, the forces he painstakingly established would merely serve as a wedding dress for the Li family. A sect lasting 1,000 years, of family enduring for 10,000. Compared to the chaotic environment within cultivating sects, the hearts of those in cultivating families are united, all stemming from the same ancestor. Thus, deep-seated enmities or rare. Cultivating sects, however, are different. Many members of the Li family have visited the Wayazi sect and have a deep understanding of this. Taoist friend Gu, you are establishing a sect here, and as a landlord, my Li family cannot remain indifferent. I will check if there are suitable members among my clan when I return. If so, I will send them to you for instruction contributing to your sect's establishment. With a smile on his face, Li Zhengfeng expressed his thoughts after a lengthy conversation. As long as the Li family sends people here, once Gu Yuan's lifespan runs out, everything he leaves behind will belong to the Li family. Taoist friend Li truly regards me highly, but I have no intention of accepting disciples. You may send them here, but they can only be ordinary disciples. If you are willing, you may bring them here during the Ascension Conference held by Xian Yuan Zone in 10 years. Unfazed by Li Zhengfeng's ulterior motives, Gu Yuan knew he would not impart the top-tier techniques of the Xiantian sect to ordinary disciples. No matter how many people were sent, Gu Yuan believed that in the future Yi Bei would be able to keep them in check. Li Zhengfeng chuckled. What are you saying, Taoist friend? I am merely here to assist you. Why would I care about those empty titles? While he spoke this way, Li Zhengfeng sneered inwardly. It seemed that Gu Yuan was somewhat shrewd, able to see through his open schemes. The ordinary members of the Shui family were able to become named disciples, yet here in the Li family they were not even granted such status. Li Zhengfeng believed that Gu Yuan had seen through his plans, but he did not mind. This was an open scheme. When Gu Yuan's lifespan expired, everything he left behind would be lost. After Li Zhengfeng left, Gu Yuan's establishment of the Xian Yuan sect spread throughout the South River Sea region. Previously, due to the rift between Gu Yuan and the Li family had restricted nearby cultivation families from having any contact with Sanshan Island. The cultivation families that had previously visited Sanshan Island all vanished at that time, distancing themselves from Gu Yuan. Now with the Chen family's destruction and the Shui family forcefully taking over the Chun family's territory, the nearby cultivation families finally realized the situation. Faced with the constant stream of cultivation families coming to pay their respects, Gu Yuan was overwhelmed. Initially he was interested in meeting one or two of them, but as the number of visitors grew he simply pushed Yibei forward. As the senior brother of the Xian Yuan sect and a second-layer qi refining stage cultivator, Yibei was already an adult, and handling these matters was a good way to hone his skills. Gu Yuan had only one task for Yibei: to record the names of all the visitors and to treat them neither too politely nor too warm. During this time Yibei was very busy, not only reconciling accounts with the Shui family and taking over the various industries of the Chen family, but also dealing with those from the cultivation families every day. Although Yibei appeared more mature than his peers, he was still just a newly adult young man, and he was somewhat inexperienced in handling affairs. At this moment Yibei was meeting with 3 cultivation families that arrived on the island at the front hall of the Xian Yuan sect. Looking at the 3, Yibei showed a look of apology on his youthful face. "My esteemed seniors, I apologize. Please introduce yourselves, as I do not recognize you." The 3 middle-aged men smiled, showing no concern for Yibei's somewhat negligent words. "Yi Daoyu, you cannot call us seniors. Your master is a foundation establishment stage elder. If you call us seniors, it would place us in the same generation as your master, which is not appropriate." "Yes, what Huang Daoyu said is very true. You should just address us as Daoyu." The 3 corrected Yibei's form of address instead of responding directly. Yibei did not mind this. "Then could the 3 Daoyu please share your names so that I may record who has come to visit?" "Old man from Fengye Island, Huang Yutian. I am from Haiyan Island, Lu Zhong. Yi Daoyu, I am from Siming Island, Xian Sanliang." Yibei took out a C chart, found the corresponding locations according to the names provided by the 3 and recorded them. Yibei put away the C chart and looked at the 3. "In 10 years, if there are suitable offspring in your clans, they can be sent to the Xian Yuan sect to participate in the Ascension Conference. If they pass the assessment, they can become disciples of the Xian Yuan sect." This was something his master had instructed him to convey to every visitor. Ascension Conference. Assessment. The 3 men showed thoughtful expressions in their eyes upon hearing this. "May I ask what the rules are for joining the Xian Yuan sect? After achieving success in cultivation, can one return to their family?" Qian Sanliang asked curiously. They had come to Sanshan Island after hearing that this Gu Island master had broken through to become a foundation establishment stage cultivator and founded a sect intending to send some of their clan's younger members for training. Even if they couldn't learn anything else, it would be beneficial to cultivate a good relationship with a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Thus they placed great importance on the rules for joining the Xian Yuan sect. Seeing their expressions, Yibei did not hide the information. Almost every visitor to Sanshan Island would ask about it, and every time he had to respond. After doing this multiple times, he even considered writing a notice to post. Those who passed the assessment can become outer disciples of the Xian Yuan sect. If one does not reach the 3rd layer of qi refining within 15 years of joining, they will be expelled from the sect. Once one reaches the 3rd layer of qi refining, they can become outer disciples. After becoming an outer disciple, unless one's vitality begins to decline, they cannot leave the sect. From the moment one joins the Xian Yuan sect, they sever ties with their original family. Even if the family encounters difficulties, they cannot leave the sect to assist without the sect master's permission. If found, their cultivation will be abolished and they will be expelled from the sect. Upon hearing this, the 3 frowned simultaneously. The rules of the Xian Yuan sect were numerous, and once their clan's offspring were sent here, they would basically have no ties to their original family. Those who cannot break through to the 3rd layer of qi refining within 15 years would be of no use even if they stayed in their family. Moreover, once they become outer disciples, unless their vitality declines, they cannot leave the sect. By the time they could leave the Xian Yuan sect, their vitality would have already declined. What could they do when they returned to their family? Retire. Yibei looked at the 3. "I have already conveyed the information to you. You may leave now. I still have to review my studies, so I won't keep you any longer." Yibei always remembered Gu Yuan's teachings. When dealing with visitors, one should not be too polite or too warm, lest they be underestimated because of one's youth. Yibei felt that his actions were appropriate. The 3 then took their leave. After they left, Yibei returned to his room in the accommodation area of the Spirit Herb Hall. He took out a handbook from the bedside and studied it carefully. His master had instructed them to read the topics in the handbook well in the past few days, as there would be an assessment in the main hall early the next day. Yibei had been very busy these days, and he needed to find time to look at this handbook. Otherwise it would be embarrassing if he, as the senior brother, couldn't answer when his master posed questions. Turning over a few pages he had already read, Yibei looked at a new question on the page. "You pass by a street stall and find a friend spending a lot of money on a counterfeit item. What should you do at this moment? Upon seeing this question, Yi Bei thought carefully. Since it was a friend seeing them about to be deceived, he should definitely remind them not to buy the counterfeit item. This question is quite simple. Yi Bei flipped to the next page. As a first layer chi refining cultivator, you pass through a village and a third layer demonic cultivator is slaughtering mortals. 3 people seek your help. Whom should you save? 1. An old man with white hair. 2. A strong middle-aged man. 3. A child. Seeing this question, Yi Bei pondered for a moment. He felt that he definitely should not choose the second option. The strong middle-aged man could escape while only the old man and the child could not. Should I choose to save the old man or the child? After thinking it over, Yi Bei decided that he should save the child, as the old man wouldn't have much time left even if rescued, so it was more practical to save the child. In the main hall of the Yuan sect, Yuan sat quietly on a mat holding the recently compiled training handbook. I reflect on myself 3 times daily. To prevent problems before they arise, Yuan created several scenarios to reflect on himself. In the future, when faced with such circumstances, he would not hesitate. He had also passed this handbook to several disciples. Though they might not understand it now, he had walked many winding paths himself and did not wish for his disciples to take the same routes in the future. By allowing them to possess sufficient experience in handling affairs in advance, they could better face the future. In 10 years, the Yuan sect would hold the Ascension Conference. Those who pass the assessment could become disciples of the Yuan sect, a decision made by Yuan. The Yuan sect would not have much development relying solely on 6 disciples. Once there are more people, competition arises, and it is through competition that one can progress rapidly. Inside the main hall of the Yuan sect, Yuan gazed upon his 6 disciples. Yi Bei had reached the second cultivation layer of qi refinement. Qi Qiuyan had advanced to the late stage of the first cultivation layer of qi refinement. Wan Haishang had also reached the late stage of the first cultivation layer of qi refinement. Shuiren Xian had likewise attained the late stage of the first cultivation layer of qi refinement. Shuiren Li stood at the first cultivation layer of qi refinement. Shuiren He too had reached the first cultivation layer of qi refinement. Among the disciples, Wang Haisheng possessed the weakest innate talent, a mere 8th rank spirit root, yet his unwavering diligence compensated for it. Though he had begun cultivation simultaneously with Qi Qiuyan, his cultivation level remained consistently on par with hers. Have you all read the cultivation manual I entrusted to you several days ago? Now I shall pose questions, you shall answer. From now on, in addition to cultivation practice, I shall also instruct you in other essential matters. Yuan withdrew the manual, casually flipped to a page, glanced over it and asked, suppose you chance upon a spirit herb guarded by a formidable demonic beast, how would you proceed? Yuan turned toward Yi Bei. You answer first. Hearing this question, Yi Bei was already prepared. He replied, this disciple believes one should first memorize the herb's precise location, then return with reinforcements to subdue the beast and harvest the herb. Yuan pressed further, and how then should the herb be distributed once obtained? Yi Bei paused thoughtfully. According to each participant's contribution in subduing the beast, those who exerted greater effort receive larger shares, those who contributed less receive correspondingly smaller portions. He believed this method of distribution was entirely fair and without flaw. A faint smile appeared on Yuan's face. If you must seek others' aid to confront the beast, it implies you yourself are no match for it. But what if those you summon refuse to share any spoils with you? Yi Bei froze. This contingency had never crossed his mind. The proper course is to subtly leak information about the spirit herb to others, prompting them to engage the beast in exhausting combat, while you bide your time seizing the herb at the critical moment when the beast is distracted and weakened. His words startled the disciples slightly. Though they had rehearsed numerous possible answers in their minds, none matched Yuan's cunning and pragmatic approach. The disciples were still young, their worldly experience scarce, thus this was the ideal time to instill practical wisdom. Yuan did not wish for his disciples to grow into rigid dogmatic cultivators. Yuan turned to the next page and continued, you pass a street vendor's stall and notice a friend spending a fortune on a counterfeit artifact. What then ought you do? Each of you shall answer this question in turn. All had already formed their own answers within their hearts. Yi Bei, I believe one should discreetly pull the friend aside and warn him, thereby preventing the purchase of a fake. Qi Qiuyan, I believe one should publicly expose the vendor's deceit, sparing others from falling victim to fraud. Wan Haisheng, this disciple believes one should simply refrain from intervening. If a friend is gullible enough to buy fakes, perhaps such a friend is not worth keeping. As he spoke, he felt a twinge of guilt. His answer struck him as selfish and heartless. Shuiren Xian, this disciple believes one should gently advise the friend to reconsider carefully. The final decision, however, rests solely with him. Shuiren Li, I too believe the fraudulent vendor must be exposed. Shuiren He, this disciple believes one should suggest the friend examine other stalls before deciding. Each held firm to their own perspective. Gu Yuan's gaze settled upon Wang Haisheng as he asked, "But what if you were the one about to purchase the counterfeit? How then would you act?" Wang Haisheng assumed his answer had displeased his master and lowered his head, murmuring softly, "Then this disciple can only accept misfortune as my due." Gu Yuan smiled faintly, surveying them all. "Your answers reflect your individual dispositions, your compassion, your sense of justice. Yet I tell you plainly, only Wang Haisheng's response is correct. On the Taoist path, every cultivator bears sole responsibility for their choices and must bear the consequences thereof. Can you intervene today, but what of tomorrow? Without tasting loss, one learns no lasting lesson. Have you considered, even if you warn your friend, will he truly trust your word? Might exposing the vendor provoke retaliation against you?" At these words, the disciples' youthful faces fell into quiet contemplation. Their life experience was scant, they had yet to grasp the intricate, often treacherous nuances of the mortal world, and Gu Yuan's words left them thoughtful yet still half bewildered. Gu Yuan did not intend to mold his disciples into self-serving cynics. His aim was merely to awaken their discernment enough to plant seeds of caution in their minds. From that day onward, Gu Yuan would gather his disciples every few days, sometimes imparting cultivation insights, sometimes recounting tales of the immortal realms, sometimes guiding them through moral dilemmas and strategic decision-making. He also began gradually teaching them the arts he mastered: talisman scripting, alchemy, and artifact forging. The future of the Yuan sect could not rest upon one man alone. Should any among them possess aptitude in these disciplines, they would one day deepen the sect's foundations. Time galloped like a white steed across a crevice. 9 springs and autumns slipped away unnoticed. Each disciple had evolved along a distinct path. Yibei, the first among them to enter the cultivation path and endowed with a 6th-rank spirit root, had acquired no esoteric arts over these years. Yet he had meticulously managed every affair within the Yuan sect, large and small. The resources from the former Qin family's territory now lay firmly under his stewardship. Beyond the Shui family, he had also cultivated alliances with numerous martial clans in the secular world, placing them in control of vital strategic locations. Over 9 years, sustained by abundant resources, Yibei's cultivation ascended to the early stage of the 5th layer of qi refinement, exuding the dignified bearing of a true senior disciple. Qi Qiuyan, the sole female disciple, had revealed exceptional talent in talisman scripting. Under Gu Yuan's tutelage, she had mastered all talismans below the mid-grade 1st-rank threshold. Though her success rate remained low, her proficiency was nonetheless remarkable. Yet her dedication to personal cultivation waned. Despite ample pills and spirit stones, she had only reached the midstage of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Wang Haisheng, the disciple with the weakest innate talent, through relentless unyielding discipline had advanced to the late stage of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, surpassing even Qi Qiuyan. Fully aware of his limitations, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to alchemy, the art most capable of augmenting cultivation. Alas, he possessed little natural affinity for it. After squandering countless spirit herbs from the sect's medicinal fields and depleting numerous precious specimens from the sect's treasury, he could barely refine 1st-rank lower-grade pills, with a dismal success rate of only 20%. Had the Yuan sect not inherited the vast territories formerly held by the Chun family, and thus secured an abundance of resources, Gu Yuan might well have advised him to abandon alchemy altogether. Shuiren Xian, endowed with a 6th-rank spirit root, rose swiftly through the ranks. Within 9 years, he attained the midstage of the 4th layer of qi refinement. He had experimented with various esoteric arts, yet failed to make meaningful progress in any. Though lacking aptitude for arcane arts, he possessed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Gu Yuan's surging wave sword art had become second nature to him. He wielded its myriad techniques with effortless mastery. Shuiren Li and Shuiren He both bore 7th-rank spirit roots. Through persistent cultivation, both had reached the midstage of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Deeply fascinated by artifact forging, they collaborated closely, capable together of forging 1st-rank lower-grade magical artifacts. The disciples' rapid advancement over these years owed much to the Yuan sect's abundant resources. Previously, the sect's annual provisions sufficed to support dozens of cultivators from the Chun family. Now divided among only 6, swift progress was virtually inevitable. Yet within 1 year, the Yuan sect would host the ascension ceremony, an event certain to swell the number of disciples. Consequently, resources per disciple would diminish significantly. Whether their cultivation pace could be sustained would depend entirely upon their own initiative and resolve. For 9 years, Gu Yuan remained within the Yuan sect, rarely venturing outside. While teaching his disciples, he also did not neglect his own cultivation. His talisman drawing skills have reached the late stage of the 2nd tier, and now the success rate of crafting high-quality 2nd-tier talismans is exceedingly high. In terms of alchemy, he indeed lacks talent. After consuming countless spiritual herbs, his alchemy skills have only reached the midstage of the 1st tier, with a success rate of only 50% for producing mid-quality 1st-tier pills. Wang Haisheng's difficulties in alchemy may also be somewhat related to Gu Yuan as his master. Gu Yuan faced similar challenges in weapon forging. His current level is barely comparable to that of the two brothers Schwerenli and Schwerenha, being able to forge first-tier mid-quality magical weapons but unable to progress further. Learning cultivation techniques without a certain level of talent is akin to rowing against the current. Progress is exceedingly difficult. In these years, the only area where he has made rapid strides is in his divine sense. Practicing the 9 Yuan concentration technique, the power of his divine sense continuously strengthened. As he broke through to the second layer of the 9 Yuan concentration technique, the intensity of his divine sense has now surpassed that of an average mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, only slightly weaker than that of a later-stage foundation establishment cultivator. In terms of swordsmanship, due to teaching Xuan, Gu Yuan has also made considerable progress. He has mastered all 8 sword techniques that can be grasped during the foundation establishment stage in his primary practice, the Shadowless Sword Classic, and has subtly touched upon the embryonic form of sword intent. Unfortunately, this hint of sword intent is extremely weak. To fully grasp the sword intent, he still requires a long period of time. In terms of cultivation level, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and practicing on Sand Mountain Island without the aid of spirit stones, relying solely on natural absorption of spiritual energy, he could only refine a few strands of true essence in a day's time. After these 9 years, Gu Yuan has barely reached the mid-stage of early foundation establishment, with a long way to go before breaking into the mid-stage. Cultivation requires the right environment, talent, and resources, all of which are indispensable. At this moment, Gu Yuan finally understands the good intentions behind the words of Green Spirit that advised him. He plans to start preparing for his next rebirth after arranging matters within the Xian Yuan sect. Now he possesses a 6th grade spiritual root. After this breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, his aptitude will surely improve significantly post-rebirth. After the next rebirth, he intends to find a suitable place for cultivation. This area with its sparse spiritual energy is truly exhausting to train in. During the Qi refinement stage, he did not feel any discomfort, but after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, this realization has deepened. There is a reason why barren lands lack experts. One day a guest arrived at the Xian Yuan sect. After Yi was received, he guided the person to the main hall. This was something he could not handle. Seeing the visitor, Gu Yuan was somewhat surprised. Over a decade ago, Yuan Xiaoyu had come to Sand Mountain Island and purchased a treasure map of the Poison Sovereign from him. Later he heard she had obtained the Poison Sovereign's poison technique inheritance. Looking at Yuan Xiaoyu, who is now at the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage, Gu Yuan inquired, "Fairy Yuan, what brings you to my Xian Yuan sect today?" Yuan Xiaoyu smiled apologetically, saying, "Sect Master Gu, I apologize. It was only after obtaining the Poison Sovereign's treasure map from you that I could acquire the Poison Sovereign's inheritance. Later, due to the interests between my father's Daitong Chamber of Commerce and the Li family, at my father's request, I had to help the Li family's cultivators dispel the poison on them. I truly apologize for that, Sect Master Gu." In response, Gu Yuan calmly said, "The conflict between me and the Li family has been resolved. This matter is of no consequence." Seeing Gu Yuan's indifference to the matter, Yuan Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Gu Yuan, a conflicted expression appeared on her face as she said, "Sect Master Gu, you are also a master of poison. Since I obtained the Poison Sovereign's inheritance, I have been studying daily, but my gains have been minimal. Apart from some poison recipes, I have not fully grasped the meaning of the unity of poison in body. All is poison from the Poison Sovereign's inheritance. May I stay on the island to discuss and explore poison techniques with Sect Master Gu?" She knew that her previous actions of helping the Li family with their poison issues were somewhat disrespectful toward Gu Yuan. However, her father received orders from the higher-ups of the Daitong Chamber of Commerce and had to comply. She did not want her father to be caught in the middle, so she had no choice but to assist the Li family. Gu Yuan looked at Yuan Xiaoyu, showing no interest in continuing his studies in poison techniques. Even the most complex configurations of ordinary poisons can only affect foundation establishment cultivators. At most, it is extremely difficult to poison a foundation establishment cultivator to death. Unless one applies poison techniques to oneself, merging with the poison, it is nearly impossible to make progress in the path of poison techniques. With that time, he would rather continue cultivating swordsmanship. Once he fully comprehends sword intent, killing ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would be like slaughtering dogs. Why seek distant solutions when he can focus on the certain path of swordsmanship? Poison techniques were merely a means for Gu Yuan to deal with powerful foes in his weaker days. He never intended to delve deeply into that area. "I apologize, but I have no interest in poison techniques, so I must disappoint Fairy Yuan." Yuan Xiaoyu, though mentally prepared for this, still felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing Gu Yuan's refusal. However, she did not give up. Gu Yuan's rejection was within her expectations. She had another card up her sleeve and believed Gu Yuan would not refuse. "Sect Master Gu, there is no need to rush to refuse. I have a condition that I can share with you. You can consider it before making a decision. Ruan Xiaoyu put away her conflicted expression and said seriously, after obtaining the Poison Sovereign's inheritance I was also invited to join the Daitong Chamber of Commerce and have gained some privileges. I know that there is some cooperation between your Xian Yuan sect and the Daitong Chamber of Commerce. I can promise to raise the price of resources sold to the Daitong Chamber of Commerce by the Xian Yuan sect by 1 point each year. How does that sound? 1 point. After Xian Yuan sect acquired the territory of the previous Chen family, the resources such as mines, spiritual tea, spiritual herbs, spiritual trees, spiritual fields and spiritual fish now all belong to the Xian Yuan sect. These resources have little use if kept in hand and must be sold off each year. The Xian Yuan sect has few personnel and lacks the energy to set up a shop in the coastal city for direct sales, so they can only sell them directly to larger stores or chambers of commerce. Though Yi Bei is responsible for this, Gu Yuan has reviewed the annual accounts. The value of resources sold by the Xian Yuan sect to the Daitong Chamber of Commerce each year amounts to over 20,000 spirit stones. If they increase by 1 point, it would yield over 200 additional spirit stones each year. Gu Yuan does not see much value in these spirit stones, while small amounts accumulate over time compared to wasting his own time. This deal is not worth it. Seeing Gu Yuan's attitude, Ruan Xiaoyu understood that this small benefit would not move him. She then added, in addition to this, I can also share some poison recipes from the Poison Sovereign with you. Furthermore, I can join your Xian Yuan sect. Aside from regularly preparing some poisons for sale to the Daitong Chamber of Commerce each month, I can be at Sect Master Gu's disposal at any other time. The premise is that discussing techniques with Sect Master Gu will enhance my poison skills. If there are no gains from our discussions, I will still enjoy the privileges from the Daitong Chamber of Commerce. After serving for a year in the Xian Yuan sect, I will leave. How does that sound? In her view, the Xian Yuan sect had only been established for a few years, making it a time when they were in dire need of manpower. As a master of poison, her joining the Xian Yuan sect was an offer Gu Yuan could not possibly refuse. Just as Ruan Xiaoyu had thought, the Xian Yuan sect indeed lacked personnel at that moment. Yi Bei was handling various matters of the sect daily, which had begun to slightly affect his cultivation. Ruan Xiaoyu joining the Xian Yuan sect was not a good choice for Gu Yuan. After he left, it would be difficult for Yi Bei and the others to keep her under control. Seeing that Gu Yuan was still considering Ruan Xiaoyu continued to sweeten the deal. Sect Master Gu, besides the 2 points mentioned, I can also assure you that if anyone in the Xian Yuan sect needs foundation establishment pills upon breaking through, as long as the required materials are gathered, I can have my father help refine them. He also advanced to the foundation establishment stage last year and now has the capability to refine foundation establishment pills. But all of this is predicated on the fact that Xiaoyu must gain something from Sect Master Gu, otherwise it would be pointless. Ruan Xiaoyu kept laying out her cards. The reason she offered such conditions stemmed from her curiosity about Gu Yuan, a powerful figure who had suddenly appeared in the Nanchuan Sea region. To her, Gu Yuan was very mysterious. So mysterious that even the Grand Commerce Association could not uncover his background. It is known that the Grand Commerce Association only has a branch in Linhai City, while its true power lies in the southern region, backed by an immensely powerful force. If even they could not ascertain Gu Yuan's background, then he must have some secret. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance to a foundation establishment expert in such a remote place as the Nanchuan Sea region. Moreover, Gu Yuan had clearly possessed the treasure map of the Poison Sovereign's inheritance, yet he showed no interest in it, which indicated that he might have something even better than the Poison Sovereign's inheritance. Thus he looked down upon the Poison Sovereign's inheritance. Ruan Xiaoyu felt that she could certainly elevate her poison techniques to another level by learning from Gu Yuan. Ruan Xiaoyu was so eager to discuss poison techniques with Gu Yuan. Foundation establishment pills. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment. Indeed, obtaining such a thing was no easy task. Linhai City had never sold foundation establishment pills before. To acquire them, one would have to go to other immortal cities in the southern region. Even if they could buy foundation establishment pills, it was uncertain whether they could bring them back to the Nanchuan Sea region. In the future, Yi Bei and the others would also need to consider how to establish their foundations. As a master, Gu Yuan also needed to think ahead for his disciples. He was not like other impoverished immortal families that lacked even the foundational techniques for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. As long as they followed the steps with Yi Bei's talent, it was entirely possible for him to establish his foundation. Planning ahead for him was also a blessing left by himself as a master before leaving. Gu Yuan looked at Ruan Xiaoyu and said, Fairy Ruan, first let me clarify that my poison skills are not as good as you imagine. Also, the conditions you mentioned are not very necessary for me. I am willing to discuss poison techniques with you for some time. But I have one requirement regardless of success or failure. When the Xian Yuan sect needs foundation establishment pills in the future, once the materials are gathered, please have your father help refine one. If Fairy Ruan agrees to this, I will accept your request to discuss poison techniques. To this, Ruan Xiaoyu readily agreed. Gu Yuan's requirement was even lower than the conditions she had mentioned, leaving no room for hesitation. It's a deal. Seeing Yuan Xiaoyu agree, a faint smile appeared on Gu Yuan's face. He was not worried that Yuan Xiaoyu would go back on her word. He, as a foundation establishment cultivator, was no easy target. From that day on, Yuan Xiaoyu stayed at the Yuan sect to discuss the path of poison cultivation with Gu Yuan. From her, Gu Yuan obtained some poison formulas to deal with foundation establishment cultivators. Unlike the illusions he experienced at the 9th trial of the Immortal Ascension platform at the Yuan sect, Gu Yuan now retained the memories of his past life and had some alternative ideas in his mind. The concept of toxic fungi he proposed greatly inspired Yuan Xiaoyu. The structure of the human body differs from that of demon beasts. What demon beasts can endure may not be bearable for humans. If this concept is taken as a starting point, cultivating toxic fungi within demon beasts could result in a highly toxic substance for humans. Similarly, compared to chi refining cultivators, foundation establishment cultivators have stronger true essence. Minor toxins can be neutralized with true essence, but foundation establishment cultivators also have blood in their bodies. If their blood is used as a medium, making the entire body's blood contain toxins, even the strongest foundation establishment cultivator could be restrained or worse, perish. Toxic fungi can spread through blood once infected. Unless all blood is expelled from the body, it is extremely difficult to resolve the toxin. With the above reasoning, to achieve the poison sovereign's inheritance of merging with poison, one would only need to cultivate an antidote that can resist the toxic fungi and integrate it into the body. At that time, the body would not only carry the deadly poison but would also be unaffected, allowing for the release of poison techniques at any time. Thus the means of attack would become diverse and rich, no longer limited to mere poisons. After staying at the Yuan sect for half a month, Yuan Xiaoyu gracefully departed. She needed to verify this matter. If she succeeded, she felt her skills in using poison could elevate several levels. After Yuan Xiaoyu left, Gu Yuan fell into deep thought in the main hall of the Yuan sect. According to this idea, if the toxic fungi were integrated into his body, would they follow him into his new form during his nirvana, thereby transforming him into a body impervious to all poisons? Gu Yuan felt a sense of certainty that his idea was correct. Nirvana was essentially a supreme transformation, elevating everything to give birth to a new life, thus enhancing various attributes. If various elements could be fused into his being, perhaps a special physique could be forged. Gu Yuan had little interest in a poison body. If this concept was right, he could attempt to create other special physiques for himself. For example, if he consumed a large amount of wood attribute spiritual liquid before nirvana, could he achieve a wood spirit body? Or if he left a significant amount of sword energy within himself before nirvana, could he achieve a sword body? Gu Yuan sank into deep contemplation. Discussing poison techniques with Yuan Xiaoyu had inspired him. If he attempted to integrate some other elements into his body during nirvana, he might really be able to achieve a special physique. He planned to try it before his next nirvana. If he could create a special physique, it would certainly benefit his future cultivation. After Yuan Xiaoyu's departure, the Yuan sect remained peaceful for several months, and Gu Yuan began preparing for the upcoming Immortal Ascension conference next year.